but it's meaning that the lap times have gone out now to about 9.25 and slower, 9 minutes and a quarter, and down to 9.5 minutes in some cases. So even though there are some sections of the circuit which are still fast, the overall lap times have become quite a lot slower.
I now have a screen grab from Hannu Karesala of the BMWs involved with the number 22 incident. The other car appears to be 278 or 378. Did you say what you thought it was, Joe? 318.
It was no, sorry. It was sorry. I didn't realise you guys were
in the number 22 incident.
It's 162 and 136.
No, with 22.
Oh, it was 78, wasn't it?
No. What does it look at this? What do your eyes tell you? There's a number on the side of the car that looks like 3 digits. There is a 2.
That's a laptop, isn't it? No, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Move it across.
I'm trying to talk amongst yourselves, everybody. Oh, wretched thing. Right, I don't know. I'm
of course,
whilst lost it now.
Martin and Joe looking at that, the
technology.
The significance of these extra slow zones is that, if possible, it enables the drivers to save a little bit of fuel, and that will enable them to go slightly longer on their stints. The sunrise, we're just over 13 hours. We just had the 13 hours of the race elapsed, 10 hours still to go. Sunrise is due in just under an hour, so somebody noticed that there was a little bit of lightning.
A lot of lightning in the sky.
Lightening, yeah, as opposed to lightning in the sky. But as I say, until the sun actually comes up, we've still got about another hour to go, but what hopefully the sun coming up will do is to burn off any lingering mist that there might be amongst the woods. Meanwhile, Martin,
it's really a lot lighter in the sky now as you head towards the east, back towards the pits. It is really very noticeable how much more lighter the sky is, and of course that means the ambient light levels are going up, and that means that when you're heading in that direction, you do have a slightly better chance of seeing the cars in front of you and therefore avoiding the damage, but then you plunge back down into the dark of night in the forest and suddenly all bets are off once more.
I'm going to box, guys, and hand over the car, so to speak, to Jim Roller, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, well in that case we need to swap the headset over from left-hand drive to right-hand drive, clearly. Or right-hand drive to left-hand drive, whichever the way it is.
I think our American is ambidextrous. He can...
I won't have that said about him.
But what this code 60 area has done is it's enabled the number 88 Haribo Mercedes to open up the gap nicely, thank you, on his pursuers. Remind you that we are due a pit stop from both the number 88 and the number 100. Yep. On lap, yes, the end of either this lap or the next lap from both of them. Over 60 laps of the race completed, and as I say, we've just gone over 13 hours of the race gone. Not only are we over half distance, but we're over an hour over half distance. So
we are
breaking the back of this one, and still very, very close indeed. We've got what is it? Practically the top 10 cars all on the same lap. Yes, it's just about the top 10 cars on the same lap as the race leader. And once the race leader pits, that will increase. In fact, we'll probably go up to about 15 cars that are on the lead lap. Hello, Jim.
Hello there. It's nice to know that Joe Bradley, unlike Johnny O'Connell, does not pee in his seat.
Oh, really? It's 4:30 in the morning. Sheesh.
You can tell I've had some rest.
Did you bring snacks? I need water actually more than anything. I back-timed my arrival. I back-timed my arrival from bed. Gave myself 45 minutes to get here.
I hear you did it within 30 seconds.
It took more time by 15 minutes than I thought it might do. Well, thank you very much. Johnny Boy has brought over the water. So let's reset. We have, excuse me, we've just passed the 13-hour mark. Dawn's roseate fingers are yet to make their appearance, but the sky is definitely lightening here in the Eifel Mountains and through the forests. The cars continue to make their way. Race being led by the number 88 Mercedes. Now that car has not yet, in the last 2 hours, lost the lead to pit stop, so it is extending its advantage, running fast and reliably ahead of an ever-changing pack of pursuers, currently the closest of which is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. That is the Schneider, Engel, Christodoulou and Metzger car. Third is the best of the BMWs. That is the number 100 car, Edwards, Klingman, Lure and Tomczyk. Fourth, the number 9 Mercedes that was on pole position and led the first 4-lap race, which we're now calling the qualifying sprint race, because there was a 3-hour period when you could rebuild your cars ready for the main event after that, which has now become the Nurburgring 20 hours. I'm sort of making this up as I go along, joining the gaps in between.
Different than normal, how?
The only slight inaccuracy is that you could only rebuild your car if you could get it back to the garage and it wasn't stuck on a ski slope over at Hatzenbach somewhere.
Yes, well, that was the fate then of Porsche number 911, the second of the Manthey racing cars, and unfortunately it had fairly minor damage, but it was a long way away and took an inordinately long amount of time to go back. In fact, the race had restarted before it returned to the paddock. 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, later, because the truck went down the public highway at a time of extreme busyness when everybody was busy leaving because they were bored that there was no racing going on. However, number 9 Mercedes is in 4th place. Number 29 is in 5th position, and that is, I have to keep turning the page, that's the HDP Motorsport Mercedes, isn't it? And in 6th position is the remaining Manthey Racing Porsche, number 912. In your ears you can hear cars going much more slowly. That's not an accident for the car that is generating the noise. The number 28 Land Motorsport Audi R8. It's just that he is in a code 60, a long code 60, and this is in the Wipperman through to Flansgarten section. And there you hear he gets to the green flag and away he goes, just into Flansgarten.
What is interesting is despite the area that has, and provided that's a real time, where there is code 60, sector 4 must be clear of code 60s now, and that is the area that includes both the carousel, the Wipperman and Schwalbenschwanz.
No, because he's just gone through there at code 60.
Oh right, well,
it's not as long as it was. It was a much longer stretch than that. Now that's only between, I would guess, maybe even just between a pair of marshals posts, where it was several.
Okay, well, he's just done a purple time in that. He's just done a purple time on my screen in that sector.
Yeah,
the number 4
Oh,
car.
I thought you were talking about
That's
28
Manuel Metzger, who's done a 3 minutes 4.229, which is come up on my screen as a purple, which is the best ever time through that sector. So if he's got a code 60 in it, then I'm somewhat surprised. Either the purple's wrong or...
No, my corner identification, I think, is wrong, because by now, having left Flansgarten, they should be at the mini carousel, and that's definitely not the sort of scenery we're looking at here. He is still heading east, but that, I think, was considerably earlier in the lap, so that might have been the incident at Hart.
And that's going... Is that not going up the hill towards the carousel?
We maybe. Let's see if he screws back towards the carousel in a moment or two. I'm sort of getting the feeling, actually, they're heading down to the bridge at Adenau. Yeah, and I sort of think they are. But again, we heard that there were patches of fog in the forest at Adenau, and that would sort of tie in with that, because we are now going through quite a lot of little foggy patches. It's generally a sort of fairly high level of omnipresent mist, and then it gets a little thicker and patchier in places. Now, whoever the Land Motorsport Audi is following is clearly also an SP9, or maybe not quite clearly an SP9 car. Is that one of the Nissans?
No, that's an Audi.
That's hard to tell.
That's an Audi.
All right, well, there you go. He's doing a fairly similar speed at any rate. Number 28 car closes under braking, but never quite close enough.
I think it could be the number 6
to make it by. That's entirely possible. In which case, that might be a battle for position, because they were, yes.
They were less than a second apart. They
Yeah,
were
6/10 of a second. I think that's a very good spot. That is probably the battle for position. So if you can find yourself somewhere to a live feed, you can ride on board with a Land Motorsport Audi and be in the battle for 9th place, just ahead of the number 1 car.
They should be currently, Martin, on their way out of Bergwerk, going up towards the carousel now, according to the tracker here.
They might well be. Just to bring you up to speed, Jim, and everybody else who has joined us in the last hour, number 22, BMW got tangled up with another, we think, 235 series car, possibly 78, possibly 278, somewhere in there anyway, which was in the Hatzenbach, just the beginning of the Nordschleife, and the number 22 car being recovered, but again, any chance of it having an effectively useful finish, I mean, it may make the finish, depends how serious the damage is, but it's certainly not going to be a contender. 9:12, overdue?
No, just with some, at least I don't think so, not yet. It's only 16, 17 seconds,
yeah.
And the slow zones will slow it down. Here it goes across the line now. I'm still very impressed by Manuel Metzger, who's still setting personal bests in Sector 1. So wherever he can set quick times, he is doing. He got held up a little bit with the yellows, I think, in Sector 2 on that time around. But what else is... so he's closing the gap, and then with the potential pit stop that's about to happen for the number 88 car, it's quite entirely possible that the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes will be able to take the lead at this pit stop from the number 88. Now this will represent a slowing of pace of that number 88 Haribo Mercedes, because the cars behind haven't been able to overtake it when it's made pit stops in the past,
yeah.
And it could well happen this time when it makes its pit stop, and that's not due to the yellow zones, it's due to the increased pace of the chasing traffic.
And that's as the daylight starts to arrive. So again, you know, you're talking about Manuel Metzger, there were certain rally drivers who always used to look forward to fog because they were weird, but also because they knew that they would be blunted, their speed would be blunted less by it, and it seems that Manuel Metzger has got that rally driver gene in him, but also the crew of the 88 car certainly haven't been slowed as much as their rivals by the darkness and the lack of visibility. There's Dawn's roseate fingers are now starting to appear in the camera shots over the pit lane. So just to identify the car that was tangled up with number 22, 078. So I knew there were 3 digits and it looked like an 18 or a 78. It wasn't 278 or 378. It is 078. And for reasons of completeness and because I can, eventually that is the, that's the Kurtal Sorg Rennsport car that Joe first thought it might have been, because that had gone missing. What confused me was that car number 78 has 3 digits. Why would you put a 0 on? Anyway, there we go.
To confuse you.
Yeah, purely. Leader comes on to pit road. This is the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. The speed limiter applied in plenty of time, and he's down to 60 kilometers an hour in first gear. Little red light tells him that the speed limiter is on, and he pulls into the first pit box where the team are waiting for him. The Gummy Bear brings him to a halt, and the front of that car still gaffer taped up. They're just rubbing over it again firmly to make sure that it stays gaffer taped up. Okay, it's helmet identification time. And getting in is Lance David Arnold, the former Porsche Junior driver. I can tell that because I can identify his name from the way it's spelt on his overall belt rather than from his helmet. But getting out, I think that might have been Maxi Goertz.
Yeah, I'll go along with that one. And the pit stop is to be a minimum of 171 seconds, so 2 minutes and 51 seconds, and the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes is that far away from the pit lane entrance, so it could well be that the number 88 manages to hold on to its lead yet again, but it's going to be close. So that gap has been right down to a matter of seconds, but as I say, this time it should be good enough for the number 88 to get back out into the pits. We'll keep an eye out. Martin?
Paul, you were mentioning Alexander Metzger and his purple sector couple of laps ago in Sector 4. He's just gone green in Sector 1 on this lap. So too is the number 23 BMW. So too has the number 999 BMW. Might I venture that it is light enough now around the Grand Prix circuit for them to be going at their best speed ever, although it's been fairly light around the Grand Prix circuit anyway, so I will withdraw that venturing.
I mean, this is the well-known happy hour effect, isn't it? As dawn begins to break, then
but the Grand Prix circuit has been well lit all night, so you wouldn't expect that to be the sector in which an improvement would come first.
It may be that the track temperature's getting a little bit warmer. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, and possibly a little bit more confidence on behalf of the drivers, even though they've had the street lights there.
It's also the shortest sector, so perhaps the easiest to make an advantage in.
4 has gone through, and the
taken the
88
lead.
car is still in the pits. So
And getting heavier by the moment as another 1.5 kilos of gaffer tape is applied to the front end. One of the advantages of having a nice matte black car to start with is that when it's covered in grubby brake dust and gaffer tape, it's all but invisible from the outside. They seem to have polished up the nice yellow Haribo bear on it, so that moves off pit road, and the number 100 BMW will be its closest challenger from behind.
And that was a 3 minutes 11 second pit stop, which, as I say, with the 8-lap stint, was a good 15 seconds longer than it needed to have been.
I was just thinking
they took a lot of time to add more tape. I mean,
they could have done that.
Serious about their tape.
They could have done that at any time during that pit stop. So that's interesting. Okay, it was definitely waiting while even more tape was applied, but quite why they weren't doing that while they were putting fuel in, I'm not entirely sure. Number 100, I thought I'd seen an M6 whizzing down the track as the number 88 was leaving the pit lane. Turns out I wasn't, because number 100 has come into the pits now, so will not move onto the tail of the 88 car.
And that's the first leader change we've had for 2 hours. So the number 88, having led the race for since lap 48, will only lead it. Hasn't actually taken over the lead of the race yet. Anything could happen to the number 4 in the meantime and not actually make the way round. But so
might he come into the pits?
Even if he does, he'll take the lead of the race as he comes into the pit lane, because the start-finish line is at the entrance to the pit lane. But he shouldn't come into the pits. No. And that car, number 4, has never led the race before, so it not only makes another change of lead, the 10th change of lead, but it also becomes the 6th car to have led the race, as the BMW is in the pits now as well, the number 100 car that was in 3rd place.
Standard service on this pit stop: fuel, tires, cleaning the headlights, cleaning all the windows, even the driver's and passenger side windows. Very thorough, as Paul has mentioned on many occasions. These are time pit stops, so there's no sense in hurrying, and they can be very thorough and get the car ready to go back out in these conditions that are ever lightening as dawn is breaking. Clear skies.
Yeah. Well, partly. I mean, there's some fairly high cloud. Nothing really nasty and nebulous, but it's all sort of stratus, cirrostratus. So it should. It actually sort of does forecast a change in the weather, but that's not what the forecasters are telling us is due to happen. So we'll sort of ignore that as a little between waves of nastiness. Jim is now going to go and turn Slime of the rain god back on and see whether that works for us. There wasn't an awful lot of gap between number 100 and number 9, so number 9 Mercedes will by now have moved past the 100 BMW as it sits in pit lane receiving service. So number 9 moves up into 3rd place temporarily, and behind that by just 17 seconds was the number 29 car, so that also will move ahead of the 100, which fires up in the background and leaves the pits as in past it. That looks like the Twin Bush. It is the Twin Bush number 16 Audi, and again that's a top 15 car, or was when it came in, just ahead number 35 Academy Nissan, and that is the car that is moderately easy to identify because it's basically been a yellow car that's been dipped in blue, so it's blue up to the waistline and yellow above, and that makes life very easy indeed for everybody, because there's only one car that's even remotely the same as, well, there isn't one that's remotely the same as that. There's only one car that looks like that. For the Huff family, I was just about to catch up with where he's got to, but I can't find him on the screen, so I shall have a bit of a rummage.
Can I pass my apologies to the Haribo team, because it was actually a 9-lap stint, not an 8-lap stint, and therefore the pit stop was exactly on the money, and to the extent that it was within a tenth of a second of being the right amount of time. So there's a slight element of manualness in this
you
time.
were right, Paul. They were a tenth off. You know, in fairness,
yes.
In fairness, there are certain members of the team who would have them off the pit wall for that.
But no, as I say, my mistake was to think it was an 8-lap stint, and it wasn't. It was a 9-lap stint. The number 100 has, at the same time, also been into the pits, but that is an 8-lap stint for the number 100, so that will have a shorter time in the pits.
As number 16, the Twin Bush Audi receives service. Just an update on the number 14 Huff driven car, as it still is. It's just gone out, so Rob left the pit lane having taken the car over, got as far as the Dunlop chicane on the Grand Prix circuit, ran out of juice, got towed back in through the back door of the pit lane. They sorted the car out. He's done a stint. He's now gone out to do another one. So that number 14 Black Falcon Mercedes down in 52nd place and 27th in class, and with only 10.5 hours left, probably not going to get down into single digits either in positions or even in positioning class, is it? That's all right. Now let's try and get it to the end, which is a bit of a sort of sag of the shoulders decision, isn't it? But okay, it's not going to beat us. We are going to beat it, and we are going to get it to the end of the race.
Beat it into submission.
Yeah.
The 16 car back out on the racetrack. The 2 car going through normal service as well. That was the air jacks you may have heard in the background.
Now, number 2 Audi came in from 7th position. Of course, all these correct themselves once every 9 or 10 minutes. So from what was the last time it came past the line rather than at any other stage on the lap, 10th position, 7th position rather. And passenger door is open. Didn't see whether there was a driver change there or not. Frederick Vervish was shown as being on board.
I don't think there was.
That would be right, because that car has been double stinting, and Verfish had took the car over on the previous stint from Sandstrom, who'd done a double. So WRT working their drivers hard, and of course by double stinting the drivers, it means that they get a good long rest in between stints, and that often is what you need. And certainly these guys who are used to doing endurance racing won't be too stressed by doing 2 stints of an hour and a bit, 2.5 hours altogether.
The Felbermeyer Audi is in pit road. It spits out a very stiff-looking occupant.
Yeah.
Who is Gin and Tonic, apparently, or Mr. G Tonic, another nom de conduire, and he got out the way that I get out after a 6-hour drive in my Mercedes, moving very slowly with not much working below the neck level. You might argue that nothing works above it, and you may well be right. However, that was not to what I was alluding.
Almost too easy.
I know, it's an open goal at this time of day.
It's not a very nice thing to say about Mercedes either.
However, I noticed you shied it over the bar. Well, you know, Mercedes are lovely and very reliable. However, they do use park benches for seats.
But and you are a tall gentleman.
Well, I'm not padded the way your average Teuton is either.
I misspoke a moment ago. I suggested that the number 4 was the 6th car to lead this race. It's actually the 8th car to lead this race. How many long distance races you get, and I'll include Le Mans in that, where you will get 8 different cars leading the race?
Not no, exactly. In the main class, it's much less common than in other classes.
This is
yeah.
overall leaders of the race. Never mind
Exactly
about class leaders. Overall leaders of the race. We've had 8 of them.
And that's 8 different cars, not the same 2 cars swapping 8 places.
No, exactly. In terms of changes of lead, I can offer you 10 of those official changes of lead, and that's changing across the start-finish line.
At the stripe.
And not some of the changes that we had because of the glitches on timing that we had earlier on in the race.
Glitches? How very dare you, sir.
Marcus Peltala has confirmed the retirement of the number 22 row BMW, so that's it was just a matter of time before that happened.
Fuel-only pit stop confirmed for the Audi. The Audi, however, since number 2 has just left, and it still shows on our screen as Frederick Vervish, we will go with it being the number 2 to which they were referring.
28 and 6 are still right together out on the racetrack. Nose to tail.
And the morning brings with it mist and a real distinct lightening of the sky. Now there is a clear area above us. There is some very solid cloud in the distance, however. Pink light of dawn is upon us. Oh, in TV terms, this is blue light, isn't it? The hour just before the sun up and just after sundown.
Kind of the opposite of the gloaming.
Yeah. And that is different to blue light as in day for night shooting, which is an entirely different blue light. I feel a diversion down a leafy sidetrack there, and I'm backing away from it.
So the new leader, the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, is in the pits again.
Indeed.
And I believe they're doing a disc change at the front. They were certainly doing an inspection at the front. Yes, there is the old disc going away. So disc change for the number 2 SAP Black Falcon Mercedes. Sorry, I called it number 2. It's the number 4 car, which is in second place now, because the number 88 car went through and retook the lead whilst it was in the pit lane. So back as we were, Haribo Mercedes leads, Black Falcon Mercedes in second place, Black Falcon Mercedes in third place, HTP Mercedes in fourth place, Schubert BMW in fifth, Manthey Porsche in sixth.
The 44 car gets into the back of one of the slower cars trying to go by on the inside. He got cut off, and there was nothing that the 44 could do. Both carried on. That was a great save by the smaller class car that was right in front of the 44.
It was bounced right up in the air as well. It was absolutely perpendicular to the direction of travel, and I think it got sort of saved by bouncing and landing on the grass and being sort of straightened up at the back end. But yeah, that was one of those ones that happens, and the driver has to account for the scars later, but it never actually features on a timing screen anyway. It was the queue, back of a queue of 3 or 4 cars, or 2 or 3 cars, and the Hyundai went for the apex and got bounced up in the air fully 90 degrees to direction of travel. Then the front wheels hit a high curb, and the nose may have bounced off the barrier, and it then got sort of straightened up as the number 44 Porsche went by it. And if that may well be that class-leading Hyundai i30. So the confirmation of the number 22 BMW's retirement is obviously very bad news for the team, however exceptionally good news from my pocket, because it's one less row car that I will accidentally call a Mercedes. So, very well pointed out in the background there by Johnny Boy.
Indeed. That Black Falcon pit stop which we just had, I'd say they only changed the front discs on the car.
Well, they're the only ones that do any work, really, aren't they?
Indeed, and more importantly, they got them both changed without going over their minimum pit stop time. So 2 minutes 53 to change both of the front discs and pads on that car.
Yeah, but they probably charge £1,000 an hour, so it works out the same as your average dealer.
Well, if you trust them enough to then go out and use them to the extent to which they are now going to be used,
they need to be. Exactly right.
Still pretty impressed by it all. Haven't been informed of a driver change whilst any of that was going on. As far as I know, the driver stayed behind the wheel.
42 Aston Martin is in the pit lane. It is having a driver change, and we know that Darren Turner was freed up to drive it. I don't think that's Darren Turner getting into it.
I think he actually got out of it.
I think he might have done. So, which leaves us with...
I think that's Peter Kate, isn't it?
Peter Kate, or Dr. Florian Kamaiger, or Andreas Guelden. I have a feeling that might be Peter Kate.
Florian's helmet is up here.
Okay, so either that or Florian is in Peter Kate's helmet because he just can't stay away.
Or he's got two helmets and he's left the one on the dryer up here and he's using his other one.
Well, is it the same colour? Is it predominantly blue and white?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah.
On.
But I think that's Florian's helmet over there.
I can't see it. Is it just basically a white helmet with sort of blue bits at the top?
Yeah, John's going to go and check. Oh, there he is.
No, he's lying on the floor.
That's fine. No, you stay there.
Right, well, that's not him,
No.
and it's not Darren Turner, so that then perms one of two.
So it's Peter Kate.
Yeah, I think...
It's who? Florian's going into the other car. I see, Florian just can't stop himself, obviously. So he's swapping cars to go and do a stint or two in the other car.
Peter Kate's just got into that one, yeah.
I think it probably is Peter Kate.
That's what I thought it was, because I didn't realise you were there. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up.
We've been keeping him awake while he's been trying to sleep on the floor. Lying down. Number 75 has just completed its pit stop as well. That's the boys, isn't it? Haya Junior, Ash Junior, Ludwig Junior, and is Carvitz a junior? I don't know of a Carvitz senior. I'm sure there is a Carvitz senior, but possibly not as legendary a racing driver as the others. But they have just made their stop. Their 9th stop of the race, and they are one of only 3 cars in the top 20 that has needed to stop 9 times.
If it was an immaculate conception, he's probably a hell of a race car driver.
Well, there was a he just thinks he is. I'm going to fade you out again. I mean, he's obviously still lacking in sleep. There was a discussion earlier on about when you have 2 brothers in the car, calling one senior and one junior when clearly the father would be senior is wrong. And I pointed out that the traditional way of doing it in England is that one would be major and minor. And they okay, no, we quite like that. So I'm trying to think now which dynasty it was, but major and minor are both racing here now. So I think that's something that Germans need to be made more aware of.
I think that was more something that happened in Jennings and Derbyshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really confusing when we had the year we had 3
Exactly.
Stucks in one of the cars.
Well, so you have Stuck Junior, and then Stuck Junior Minor and Stuck Junior Major, because of course Hanschen is not Stuck Senior.
That's right.
Because
he's
Hans Stuck Senior.
Junior.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So he's junior. So then you have Stuck Junior Major and Stuck Junior Minor, because they're sons of Stuck Junior.
I know exactly where you're trying to go. And,
Paul's head just exploded.
No,
Paul was just giving me that withering look that go, you idiot, you buffoon. Have they let you in again? Paul, along with the entire listening public.
I love it.
Back to the plan.
Yes, back to the plan. Where is the plan?
Number 88 Mercedes lost the lead briefly and retook the lead. It only, in fact, will have been shown as having lost the lead to number 4 Mercedes for a lap before number 4 then came in for its pit stop and discharge. But we're now seeing purple first sector. Now that's the Grand Prix loop. In fact, it's almost the entire Grand Prix loop. It's the first sector actually stops as you get to Vidal chicane, and that is from the number 9 Muller-driven Mercedes. So that is the car that started on pole position, and so that will be Dirk Muller, who has clearly done up the belt straps extra tight. It's getting a little light-headed around the first sector of the lap. So 1 minute 22.74, and in comparison to that, behind him in 4th place, number 29 Mercedes just set its personal best of that sector, 1:23.0. So Dirk Muller putting out 3/10 on the Grand Prix loop. More green first sectors coming in from various different cars as well, and that would appear to be the only sector. Oh no, I tell a lie, because way over on timing screen 3 The car that is currently in 78th place has just set a personal best 3rd sector. So we're clearing up all our code 60s, our ambulances and recovery vehicles away. We seem to be back to a fairly clear track, Paul.
Yes, I think there is something happening down at the Hatzenbach. I did get a message on the screen a little while ago saying they're replacing the barriers at Hatzenbach, and that of course is in Sector 2, which is possibly why we're not seeing any green or purple sectors in Sector 2. And the fact, I'm interested to know on either Jim or Martin's opinion on this, because I value Martin's opinion highly, that the Grand Prix circuit... no, both of you.
Oh
dear, what am I to do? The Grand Prix circuit seems to dry more quickly, or seems to get quicker more quickly, because it's a little bit more open, and what little daylight is coming and beginning to warm the track surface happens more quickly on the Grand Prix circuit than it does on the rest of the circuit.
Well, it will when the sun comes up, definitely.
Because the sun comes up later in the forests than it does out on the Grand Prix circuit.
I absolutely take your point that there are no trees overhanging the Grand Prix circuit. The other thing that I'd point out is it's probably more rubbered up than the rest of the track.
Yes.
It gets more miles done, and this weekend, of course, it's had not only the 24-hour cars and the World Touring Car cars going round it, but it's also had races exclusively on it from the Audi TT Cup. So it is a little bit more rubbered up. It is drier. It's more modern surface. It dries faster. You know, there's whatever little breeze there is helps as well. I'm not going with the track temperature rising yet, because the sun isn't even over the horizon, so I don't think it's having much of a warming effect. The air temperature might be slightly starting to change, but in fact I think as the skies have cleared, the air temperature's probably gone down since the darkness of night, and it'll take a while for the sun to really bring it in. What we're seeing though from the long shots is an awful lot of low-lying cloud mist. I'm not going out to measure the droplets, so we'll call it cloud mist or fog, but it is sitting in the base of all the valleys. So the peaks of the hills are all clear, but the valleys definitely are not. This is number 38 Bentley receiving its pit attention. Came in from 13th position. This is the 9th stop for this car as well, and shown as Guy Smith being the driver at the wheel. Brooke Menzel-Smith and Hamprecht are the quartet.
Apparently Smith stays behind the wheel.
Yes, seems so. And they pushed him back almost into oncoming traffic to allow him to head back out on track. Two Bentleys identifiable by the fact that they're enormous. One's bright yellow and one's white. So again, thank you very much indeed to the team for not going for absolutely identical liveries on both cars, which
with little tiny mirrors that are different colors.
Oh look, you can see here we put a little thumbnail-sized dot on the mirror. Yeah, great, well done. Two cars still again, and it's the same two malingerers that stay out later than anybody else in our top 10, which is the number 912 Porsche and number 28 Mercedes. That's the Audi, the Land Motorsport Audi. And of them, number 912 will come in first, Paul, won't it? And number 28 comes in a lap later, because they appear to be on an entirely different fuel planet or schedule to everybody else.
Not really sure. What's happening is that the 912 is more regularly able to stay out, and does stay out to do 9-lap stints, whereas the 28 is more of an 8. Although, no, to be fair, the 28 has been doing 9 laps from time to time as well.
So 28's a 9-pinter as well, you're saying?
Well, it's done one. It's only done one 9-lap stint, whereas the 912 has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 9-lap stints. So the Porsche has a better fuel consumption, and it only needs a little bit of code 60 or something around the circuit to be able to save enough fuel to go to 9 laps, whereas the number 9, whilst it has managed 9 laps, has only been able to manage that once. However, if you look across to the race leading car, that's done just 2. No, that's done 2 9-lap stints, but
okay.
mostly has done 8. and the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes is the one that hasn't done any 9-lap stints at all. So it doesn't really make a whole heap of difference doing 8 or 9-lap stints, because you don't actually save that much time because of the longer pit stop.
SPX class leader is in the pit lane from 29th place. This is number 170, and too many pages further back in my bit of paper. That's Manthey Racing's Porsche Cayman GT4 car, so that's their development car. And that's a 3-driver lineup still. Christoph Breuer, Christian Gebhardt, and Lars Kentz, and Lars Kern rather, and it's not showing us whom of those. Jim is doing exactly what I thought Jim probably would do minutes after sitting down, which is running through the classes. So in 20 minutes, when we get to the 10-hour mark, where we will have done, we'll have as much racing potentially to go as we have actually done in a 24-hour race. Don't hate me. Oh no, we'll have.
No,
we will have raced for 11, won't we?
We will have raced for...
With 10 to go.
Yeah,
yes, because we missed 3.
No, we missed 4.
We missed 4 hours?
Yes.
I thought you said it was a 3-hour stoppage.
It was a 3.5-hour stoppage, and then it was followed by half an hour behind the safety car, because we had those 3 formation laps,
right.
If you remember.
I had in my head that it was a 3-hour.
It was
okay, so we will then have raced as much as there remains. So, yes, so we had our 4-lap sprint qualifying race. To set the grid, or reset the grid after setting the grid in the in the almost as long top 30 qualifying, and then we had a nice pause, some lunch, a couple of beers, and went on to a 20-hour race. So we are just about at the midway stage of that. Sun is starting to make its presence felt, definitely in terms of the ambient light levels. Quite how much really that's making a difference to driving speed remains to be seen, because we're still not quite clear, are we? We've still got one code 60. I'm hoping it's not in sector 3 though, Paul.
In sector 1, exactly. It's in sector 1. Sorry, in sector 2. It's on the Hatzenbach.
Hatzenbach still.
But no, you're right. Sector 3 again. It's that Manuel Metzger chap who's setting the purple screens. 157.301, and that is the Black Falcon Mercedes. Both of these Black Falcon Mercedes, now it's beginning to get light, seem to have been released a little bit and been told, right, got to go and catch up with this Mercedes with the
Haribo,
with the sweeties on the sides.
Yes.
I'm trying to think what they're called. They're gummy
well, it's got
bears.
a gummy bear, yes.
Yes, but there's an English word for it, isn't it? Jelly babies.
Oh, well, no, it's not, because it's a gummy bear, because it's a bear, whereas jelly babies are sort of amorphous blobs. The gummy bear is definitely a bear.
Is that an English word, though?
It doesn't matter. Tour de France aren't English words, but we know what it means, and we use it because it describes exactly what it is.
Good.
What we don't do is translate it into Tour of France, unless we're Eurosport's graphics department, because Tour of France isn't the English translation of Tour de France. Tour de France is Lap of France in English.
I've never heard an argument. I've never heard an argument over jelly candy before.
There are many, many things that you will never hear unless I'm in the seat. Okay, so we take as read an awful lot of understanding amongst our audience, because generally they tend to know a lot more than us and just touch gently while we get things wrong. Paul being the exception here, he doesn't touch gently. But Shay Bottomley on Twitter says, what exactly is code 60? I've missed much of the race, I'm afraid. Well, missing much of the race, excusable. Not knowing what code 60 is, also excusable. So here's the deal. If you watch Formula 1, you'll see virtual safety car, where drivers are instructed to proceed at a certain set speed. Well, that's what code 60 is. It was originally introduced for the Dubai 24 Hours. Dubai 24 Hours, John Nod.
Introduced for Dutch Supercar Racing.
Dutch Supercar Challenge, okay. So the deal is, in a certain zone, you are reduced to 60 kilometres an hour. This is indicated by flag marshal posts, and they have a special code 60 flag that they hold out, which is a sort of pinky purpley colour, the colour that was also suggested as the flag colour for James Hunt's criticising your driving many years ago. So there are 3 ways of alerting drivers to potential danger in front of them on the racetrack that are used in this race. A yellow flag is the standard yellow flag procedure, waved yellow flag, caution, you are approaching a potential danger zone, and you may need to be aware that you may need to slow down. A stationary yellow flag will be held out to remind you of a pre-existing danger zone. So if there's a car off at the side of the track that's going to be left there on a shorter track, that wouldn't happen here. You would have a stationary yellow protecting it, just reminding drivers that that exists. Now, furthermore, there are two ways of slowing drivers down to a predetermined speed here, to a prescribed speed limit. If there are double waved yellows as opposed to a single waved yellow, the drivers know that they may not exceed 120 kilometers an hour. They then may be released from that to go back up to normal racing speed by a green flag, or if the accident is particularly serious and there is a lot of debris, dead cars or recovery vehicles and recovery workers in front of them, they may then be brought down by code 60 boards with a yellow flag shown that brings them then down to 60 kilometers an hour, which handily enough is the pit lane speed limit, so you put your finger on the speed limiter button. I imagine most steering wheels will probably have a 120 button as well, just to make sure drivers don't exceed it. And then after a code 60, you'll be released again by a green flag. So it's the sort of ultimate sanction of not having to red flag things and stop the entire race and still allow major recovery work and barrier repairs and so on to go on. So that's what code 60 is all about. It's one of the more sensible introductions into motor racing safety in the last few years, because it's very straightforward. There are no ifs, buts and maybes. There's no, well, I did slow down. Well, actually you weren't doing 60, so you didn't slow down to the speed that we wanted to. So the final thing that we have, no, it's escaped me now. I had one more point to make, but it's completely lost me. However,
it's time for a even hour update of the other classes on RadioLeMans.com. 44th running of the Nurburgring 24 Hours, powered by Aston Martin. In the SP8T class, number 51, the team Securital Jorg Reinsport BMW 335 is leading in 79th position overall. In SP4T, the number 110 AC 1927 ADAC Volkswagen Golf is leading the class in 87th position overall. The number 83 Rent-to-Drive Racing Porsche GT3 Cup Car, 46th position overall, is leading SP6. In the three-car class of TCR, the 201 is still leading. That's the Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids Seat Leon TCR, 35th position overall. So that's an excellent run for that car, considering that it's had its left front wheel knocked off during the extended red, right before the red flag, when we had all that horrible weather. SP8 is being led still by the Aston Martin Test Center number 42 in 50th position overall. There's another Aston Martin leading SP10. It's the Stadvita Racing Team number 77 that's a Vantage V8, my aspirational car, 57th overall. In V6, it's the Black Falcon Porsche number 140 that is leading, 44th position overall. New leader in the V2T category, the number 176 Rent-to-Drive Racing Renault Megane, 65th position overall. A new leader in SP2T, same manufacturer, different model. The number 134 Hyundai Deutschland Veloster is leading that class now, taking over from the I-30 that was leading the class for so long. 68th position overall for that car. And rounding out our even numbered classes, V4 still leading is the number 141 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports BMW E90, 53rd position overall. The odd numbered classes will give you an update in the next hour, and still we have 4 classes with just 1 car leading, and we'll bring you up to date on those in a little while.
Go ahead, Paul.
Sorry, just to pick up on what you were saying there, Jim, with the with the Aston Martin now leading the SP8 class, that car only took over the lead in the last hour or so. So that would be that's a good performance from that car, which lost all that time during its running out of fuel earlier on.
Number 1 Audi is parked And by parked, I mean parked hard up against the barrier, sideways, not sideways to direction of travel, but parked firmly up against the barrier. So not quite sure why, but Dirk Muller's car has come to a halt. Whether he's pulled it off and there's not much room, or whether he has had an incident, that remains to be seen. And although he is heading east, I can't tell you much more about that. Again, with right behind right beside him is a large group of campers, so not quite sure exactly where that is. Jim, any bright ideas on that? No. Okay, we'll have to try and find it. Yeah, I don't know how to work it because I'm a klutz, and also it's on a PC, so I don't want to touch it. Well, no, because I'll cancel it or break it or something, because it doesn't work the way that computers should work.
Yeah, you got that right.
So, oh, I know. Actually, I do. I have it somewhere on my telling bone. So, right. While we try and bring ourselves up to speed, with 10 hours and 10 minutes remaining, we're joined by David King. What can you tell us? Sorry, I beg. Hang on. I haven't even. I haven't turned you on either. No. Peter Kay, sorry. Right, okay, now, so the thick Plottons, because we already have you in the car. You're not in the car.
I've just got out. I just handed over to Darren, so double stint and then handed over just as he got the dawn.
Right, okay, so we didn't see you getting in about 20 minutes ago, so right, we're even more confused now. So tell us, what were conditions like? How foggy and nasty really was it? Because the onboard cameras showed it to be. That was the situation where police said that the drivers were being reckless with their speed. It was not conducive to really.
Well, it was a bit hairy.
Yeah.
If you had a car in front, it was okay because you could follow the lights, you know, like the old P Supers. But in this case, if you're on your own, you were kind of looking through the side window, looking at the edge of the track. Sometimes it was really quite thick, the fog.
Yes. Now, trying to identify where the number 1 Audi is. Who knows where Petrol Heads is painted on the track? Peter, have you got? Can you
I
narrow
don't
it
normally
down?
read the graffiti.
No, I know. Sure, I'm absolutely certain. You know, I'm just sort of again getting the feeling that this is somewhere around Vipperman and out towards Flansgarten. But again, I always think that. I'm not quite sure. Paul is pointing. Oh, he reckons that's the run, the steep uphill run to the carousel. Oh, okay. That may be the case. It is a bit uphill, isn't it? Okay, so and I mean, did the fog move around? Did you go?
Yeah.
You sort of ended up going into a bank of fog that you didn't expect it to be there.
Yeah, it did move. I mean, I didn't know if it was old fog or if it was bonfire smoke. You know, bacon smells and so on is one of the delights of driving around here at this time.
Well, yes, you're starting to get that even in the middle of the night now, because
Absolutely.
because the night owls are returning to the campsite and need a bacon sandwich before they go to sleep.
Absolutely.
And then those that have already crashed out are waking up for a bacon sandwich. So
yeah, it doesn't really matter what it smells like though. If you can't see the track, it doesn't help. But it did move around. It was pretty much from Adenauer Forst, you know, Metzgersfeld all the way down to Adenauer in different patches.
Yeah.
But the other side of the track was clear and great.
yeah, I mean, we saw that for a period, and certainly just before it really started to lighten up a little bit, is that actually it was fairly foggy on just as you're getting out the mini carousel, Dottinger Herb, beginning of that stretch. So
A little bit, yeah.
you know, is it more of a hindrance to you, or more of a bum clencher, can we say, if it's in the really twisty stuff or if it's in the really seriously fast stuff?
Well, quite frankly, my bum is clenched from the minute I leave
All
the
the
pit
way
lane. Yeah, possibly a little bit looser on the Grand Prix track, but it's yeah. I mean, it doesn't help, but frankly, everything is a challenge around here, even on a beautiful, clear track like we've got now.
It was the run up to the carousel.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Now we're seeing some drone footage from the carousel where
Car being towed around the outside is the number 1 Audi. And again, all the high shots we're getting, and the helicopters are back up now. High shots we're getting showing an awful lot of cloud in the valleys, and quite surprised actually the track seems to be now relatively clear. I mean, towards the end of your stint, was that your feeling that it was starting to dissipate?
Yeah, I mean, when it gets light, obviously you can see a lot more. It doesn't help, we've got these really high intensity lights, and that just reflects off the fog. So sometimes you'll dip your lights just to see where you are. and then of course the car behind doesn't, and you still don't see anything.
And that's exactly what happens with your road car, isn't it? You know, when you hit fog, the first thing you do is come off high beam, because otherwise you're just looking at this wall of white. And what about the track conditions, the amount of grip that there's there? It's been fairly dry for quite a long while. Is it feeling relatively comfortable in terms of grip levels?
Yeah, I mean, compared to the beginning of the race, everything feels brilliant, because I mean, the GTA was great in the wet, but I wouldn't have described that as a wet. It was just horrific, slick grease, nasty hail, and you saw it all. But yeah, the car's been sterling throughout, and we're lucky enough to have a fairly neutral car regardless of the conditions. So now we've got a clear track, it's getting lighter. I expect we'll just go quicker and quicker.
So where did your car end up in the biblical hailstorm plague of frogs? And
well, Darren was in the car, and he did a phenomenal job, because you may have seen on the TV he was the first car through that didn't crash.
Right.
So everything in front of him crashed, and quite a few behind him. So it's a tough call, though, because the marshals that would have been able to flag it were out of sight of the problem.
Yes.
So unless you had team radio and knew exactly where the incident was, you couldn't even warn the driver very well. So it all happened far too fast.
And of course, team radio works nicely on the Grand Prix circuit, but as soon as you get in amongst hills and trees, it tends to be rather less effective. What is the format? Do they wait until you come by to tell you something, or if there's a major panic, do they try and get on the radio?
Well, this year we've been very lucky. We had some problems in the qualifying sessions with the radio, absolutely, and typical like previous years, couldn't hear anything. But this system we've got for the race right now is working pretty much all the way around. I was able to radio in all of the incidents to warn the other cars in our team, so it's working well.
And to order your tea with 2 sugars for when you come in and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I mean, because, for safety grounds, particularly things that you can see here in the pit lane that drivers might want to know, like everyone's going off, by the way, at Arenberg, so you might want to slow down a little bit earlier on Schwedenkreuz. That sort of thing can make the difference between, well, without being too dramatic, certainly for the car, between being able to continue or not, and for the drivers likewise as well. Just to bring you up to speed with the 912 Porsche, which has made its 8th pit stop now, Paul, so it is currently down below us, and that should be a driver change as well, don't we think? Paul is nodding because he's not on headset, because Peter is on Paul's headset. I've robbed Paul to pay Peter. Oh, yes, thank you. I'm back. Not in any good way, you'll notice, but I'm back. So your format now, you've double stinted, so you've had a good couple of hours of nerve, raw edge, jangling, and huge adrenaline. Are you now going to be able to lie down and it just go and pass out?
I will. I'm blessed in that I can do that, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And I've probably got about 4 hours now before I need to be back, assuming they don't call me.
Okay.
So that's the plan. Darren will double stint, Andy Goulden will probably double stint, and then I'll be back. So hopefully the rain will hold off and we'll have a clean end to the race. But
well, I think that is devoutly to be hoped. We've had enough rain so far.
I think that's pushing it.
I'm not sure whether, and indeed that takes us to our next point. Thank you very much indeed to Peter Kate. We'll hand him back over to Paul. He will become Paul Truswell and then go off and become a somnambulant zombie somewhere. We saw 63 or 62 Porsche being 63 Porsche being pushed out of the track. 62 Porsche, 62 is not a Porsche in the SP7 class. That's a I've lost that. 62 car is it is a Porsche. It's a 911 GT3 Cup car. That's on pit road, so it wasn't that being pushed. It was 62 being pushed aside the track. And the number 1 car, that's the major loss, isn't it, of this hour? We lost number 22 BMW last hour through accident damage. Didn't seem to be accident damage on the number 1 car, but it certainly appears to be on the end of a tow rope, which robs it of any chance of a top 6
Remember
finish.
earlier that the 6 car had to change the potentiometer because of gearbox trouble. I wonder if that might portend what could be wrong. I'm pulling it out of my.
It's speculation, and I would think it unlikely, if only because the number 1 car is a WRT Audi, and the number 6 car that had the potentiometer change was a Phoenix Audi. And although they come out of the same Audi Ingolstadt machine, the breathing that WRT does will be different from the I don't know, but yeah, that car was up to I think it was up to 6th place at one point. Certainly, it was in the top 7 not very long ago on the top 15 now, the number 1.
Little more on the number 1 car. Drew Austin just sending us in a couple of screen grabs on Twitter, which shows it going too fast in the caution, he says, hits the inside curb and barely misses the stationary car. And in fact, he hit the barrier on driver's right pretty hard. So, yeah, that would seem to be just a little bit of a driver error.
Nico Müller being the driver at the time.
10 hours remain in the 2016 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, brought to you live on Radio Le Mans, driven by Aston Martin. We have had 10 hours of track racing and 10 hours still to go. Martin Haven, Jim Roller and Paul Truswell in the booth, and John Hindhoff has a quick word to come.
Yes, earlier on we mentioned the official Bentley statement regarding the incident at Lime Rock Park, which involved the Bentley driver Andrew Palmer and Jorge de la Torre, which happened in the morning warm-up over there. Both cars severely damaged and both drivers taken to hospital. Aston Martin have just handed us a statement that says it's aware of that incident that happened in the World Challenge at Lime Rock, USA. And unfortunately, Jorge has sustained various injuries, including a number of fractures and bruising to the torso. He's going to be staying in hospital, where he'll be closely monitored by the medical team. Aston Martin telling us their thoughts are with Jorge, Andrew and the rest of the Bentley team. Further information in due course. Just to recap earlier, Andrew Palmer, as per Bentley's statement, telling us that Andrew had sustained head injuries and would also be staying in hospital, not expecting anything more from Bentley today. That's the official word on that incident. Of course, all of us here at RadioLeMans.com have our thoughts going out to everyone in that paddock and those connected with Andrew and Jorge. Just under 10 hours to go. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Aston Martin at the Nurburgring 24 Hours.
Martin Haven, Paul Truswell and Jim Roller into the final 10 hours of the Nurburgring 24 Hours. It is dry, the sun is rising, the sun is actually over the horizon now, and the race still being led by the number 88 Mercedes. Pit stops for the second place, number 29 Mercedes. Just seen the number 9 car leave the pits. Number 912 Porsche has also checked out of the pits this lap, as have the 8th and 9th place battle. Number 6 and number 28, a pair of Audis that are racing nose to tail. A little bit more coming to light of the number 1 car's crash, last year's race winner. The onboard shows on the run up to the carousel, headlights facing it. There was a BMW in the middle of the road facing the wrong way. The team reports that the driver of the number 1 Audi went off on oil, and that may well be the reason that the BMW was also facing the wrong way, or may have come from the BMW that was facing the wrong way. So Lawrence Van Toor tweeting just a minute ago, Nico Müller had a crash on oil, race is probably over. So that was the reason for the number 1 car. We picked it up first in the barriers on driver's right on the approach to the carousel, and it has now been towed away. So number 1 and number 63 BMW are both posted as missing. So it may well have been the headlights of 63, which possibly, no, 63 shown as a Porsche Cup car. We're told that it is a BMW that is the car that was facing the wrong way, but that unfortunately has robbed WRT Audi of their number 1 car, which was, although not in the top 3, Paul, certainly not to be discounted, particularly if the weather radar, if the weather does what the radar suggests that it might do, which is get very, very wet very, very soon.
Yes, either stay completely dry or go completely wet. That's right. The I'll call it the third place, but it is briefly up into second place. HTP Mercedes 29 in for a routine stop. There, I've kind of lost track of who's driving for HTP Motorsport at the moment, but that was an 8-lap stint for that Mercedes, and as a result of the stop, it will drop out of second place once again. The other good news is that the Hatzenbach seems to be clear. They were repairing barriers there, and that was an area where there was a double yellow flag. That is now clear because we've got several cars setting their personal bests in that part of the circuit. 1 or 2 coming in sector 1 and also 1 or 2 coming in sector 3. So if there is any code 60s or double waved yellow caution zones around the circuit, they can only be in the rather long sector 4 at the moment, because I think the rest of the track should be pretty dry.
Well, sector 4 begins just before the hairpin right, leading up to the carousel, and that's where the Audi was being recovered from, and presumably the BMW. And if there is oil down as well, then they will be needing to try and sort that out. Purple first sector of the race from Philip Eng in the number 23 BMW. We've just seen an all 911 Cayman battle go spectacularly wrong for one of the 911s involved on the Grand Prix circuit. 23 is in the pit lane now, so Philip Eng remains in. Yes, he does. Alexander Sims handed over to him before this stop, so that car has come in from well, dropped down from 5th place to 6th place, even as it stopped actually, because number 9 Mercedes, I know number 9 has dropped down. Number 23 was already in 6th position, the Row Racing BMW. So that car remains with Philip Eng at the wheel. Fastest second sector of the race now for the number 4 Mercedes. And again, we think that's the Manuel Metzger driven car, who has been setting purple and green sectors throughout both of his stints now, because he's in his second stint in that car, isn't he, since taking it over from, we think, Maro Engel.
Yeah, exactly right. It's, I mean, this has been a really good stint from Manuel, and say not a driver that I've really observed before, I have to admit, because I don't follow other forms of motorsport perhaps as well as I should. But certainly he's taken to the Nurburgring 24 hours like a duck to water.
Number 23 BMW receiving a disc change. That is underway at the moment.
It's stunning to me how quickly these guys can... There we go. Sorry about that. It's stunning to me how quickly these guys can get these brake discs changed in the modern era.
Absolutely. Official news from Audi Customer Sport. Number 1 has been retired after the incident when it came across the 63 car, which had had its own accident. So that was the set of headlights facing the wrong direction. 63, well, we're told it was a BMW, but 63 is not a BMW, is it? That's the Gigaspeed Performance Porsche Live GT3 Cup car. And that was the car that we saw being pulled behind the barriers, isn't it, when 62 was in the pit lane. So that all adds up nicely. 58 is the Porsche that tripped over its own underskirts a little earlier. That's the 911 Racing 99 was. So that should be 99 und 1, surely, because it's a 991 Cup car. Dear, oh dear.
That's so the one with the one car out. That means no repeat winner. So
yes, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Last year's winner is out of the race.
Doesn't stop there being another WRT Audi winning the race, but
and it would be 3 on the trot for Audi if that happens.
But the best placed Audi is currently the one that's down in 8th place, and I said a little while ago it's a tall order for that car to be able to make it up, because it's not quite got it on pace. Certainly the Mercedes Black Falcon cars seem to be going very rapidly in these dry conditions. On the subject of causes of accidents, we had the message already about the number 22 BMW that we lost some time ago on the Hatzenbach. The cause of the accident was described by Klaus Graf. Apparently he came up behind 2 cars in the Hatzenbach, which he tried to overtake simultaneously. They waved him through, and then one of them unaccountably turned into him and pushed him onto the curbs. He hit the curb and then went into the barrier after that. So similar sort of thing that happened, and very often that is exactly how these problems on the Nordschleife arise, is when you come across traffic or 2 bits of traffic at the same time that you can't overtake, and that, as I say, was what accounted for the other row racing BMW, the 22 car.
I'd like to know how in the dark and in the fog on the Hatzenbach he knew that the car in front of the car in front of him was waving him through as well. I think that might be perhaps ambition there, but I mean you've got to make those decisions. It's a split-second decision. He saw that they were both in a position where there was enough room, committed, and then there wasn't enough room, and unfortunately that's accounted for the number 22 car. Number 25, Lamborghini Huracan, is back in the Conrad racing car, and that car just on the fringes of the top 10 still, so clearly they will be looking for a good finish out of that.
And that is one of Graham Goodwin's favourite questions, the answer to one of Graham Goodwin's favourite questions, which is the highest placed non-German car.
Oh, we might be stretching that a little, I think, there, since Audi obviously own design and have put all the inputs into. No, they're not built in Germany, and it's not a German manufacturer per se. Question from Lady Lynn Carter: what news, pray, of Sabina Schmitz? Well, unfortunately, Sabina's car is out of the race, and it was Sabina who was at the wheel when it went off at Hoacht. Got caught out in traffic, and somebody's coming in without a wheel. Is that a Nissan?
No, that's
an Audi. Is that number 2? Because it's not number 1. Or is it number 1? Did he get towed out of the way, and is he? No, because he hit the barrier on the right.
It is number 1. It's Nico.
It is number 1. He is dragging it back. The left front wheel is askew, but he hit the barrier on the right-hand side. Maybe hit the barrier on the left-hand side first before he came to rest against the barrier on the right-hand side. So it is the number 1.
No,
it's not. It's number 6.
Number 1 was retired, guys.
Yeah. No, I thought he'd got going again.
No, he
was towed out of the way.
retired.
So this is Markus Winkelhock in the number 6 Audi with a left front wheel dragging, and he's dragged it all the way down the Grand Prix circuit, and
come in the back door.
Has come in the back door of the pits. So has he gone off on the Grand Prix circuit? Pictures will show us. It's contact with a slower car. It's contact with a Porsche, and he goes. It's an Audi R8. He tries to go the long way around the outside just as they are turning left to go onto the. Oh no, that's not. That's the second uphill S, which is it the Senna S?
It was the 28 car, I think, that he hit.
Wow. No, because the 28 car went off on its own. I saw the incident with the 28 car. That was being chased by 2 other Porsches, a Cayman and another 991. And it may have been that the car that the number 6 car hit had slowed down because it saw yellow flags and number 6 hadn't seen them because it was being unsighted by the Audi in front. But whatever, he tried to go around the outside of another Audi R8, ran hard into the right rear corner of it, and yeah, gets out, shakes his head, no questioning who it is.
It was the 28 car.
I beg your pardon, it was the, what was the number of the Porsche?
How long did you work with me looking at TV monitors?
I can't see the TV monitors, they're too far away. So 58 has had an accident on the, so that was the Porsche 58, not 28,
right.
Sorry. I'm getting my...
And the 58 was parked and off the racetrack.
Way off, and that was 20 minutes ago. So 28...
Being the Land Motorsport Audi,
yes.
Which Johnny Palmer will be devastated when he gets back.
10th position.
And one of the lower budget of the Audi R8s as well, the Land Motorsport team.
They were definitely outperforming their budget, weren't they? So they were in 10th, and the number 6 car was in 11th.
And Winkelhock, that's just double jeopardy when you've damaged your own car. And this looks pretty terminal. The guys are taking their helmets off and looking disgusted. Yeah. And the 28 car has now stopped. So this could be a double whammy, taking 2 Audis out of the competition.
Wow.
With one blow.
Well, one fell swoop. The number 38 Bentley suddenly jumps from well, it jumps from 13th because the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini has stopped, but it also then jumps from 13th to 10th because the two Audis in front, immediately in front of it, have both crashed. And even if 28 continues, and that's by no means guaranteed, because there are bits of Audi strewn around the racetrack, and I'm not sure whether the wheel arch line that everybody's studiously avoiding as they turn off the Grand Prix circuit is from number 6 or number 28. If we had a barcode scanner, we could probably tell you, but because we can see the barcode, but we could probably even, if my eyes were good enough, we could probably even read the part number off it.
Don't you love high def?
Well, and that's how good the light is now, is that it is pretty much broad daylight. The sun is up above the trees. We can see Schloss Nurburg, so it's clearly going to rain. And a service vehicle has backed up to the errant wheel arch liner, and a door has opened, an arm has come out, retrieved it from the track, and they now make their way back out of the way, and that will free things up at the far end of the Grand Prix circuit.
I understand that was Marcus Winkelhock. I don't think you said
yes,
that.
it
You
was.
did say
Yeah,
that.
yes,
okay.
yeah.
And it was on his first flying lap after a pit stop. So it wasn't on his out lap, but it was in his first flying lap. He'd got into the groove, as it were, going through the full Nordschleife, and then come in on his first flying lap when that incident happened.
Number 308, the M235i, has just had an inexplicable Grand Prix circuit moment in broad daylight, gone off on driver's right, firmly into the barriers, and is now on an uphill slope of very muddy grass, and is going backwards back towards the barriers very slowly with the wheels spinning. So he's going to need retrieving. So perversely, the safest, most open, most modern part of the circuit, the Grand Prix track in broad daylight, has now claimed 4 or 5 cars in the last 10 minutes.
That car, 36th overall, second in the, I think, Cup 1 category.
And all this excitement on the circuit, those who are keeping their heads at the same time are
Cup
able
5.
to set Cup 5. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why he went off, because he was less than a minute behind the leader in the class.
And it was his outlap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people pushing at the moment. We've had the fastest lap, personal best fastest lap of the race thus far, and that's including the abortive first few laps at the beginning of the race when the weather was quite nice. From the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, 8 minutes 20.769 on his previous lap. Also going more quickly than it's ever gone before is the number 35 Nissan. That's just done an 8 minutes 39.454, and then a little bit further down, the number 36 SP Pro Nissan, that's a Lexus, isn't it?
Yeah.
36 car.
Yeah.
The 36 is the Lexus RCF, which has just done its personal best. So the Rising Sun having a bit of a rising sun at the moment.
Hey.
Two Japanese makes. So yeah, conditions are certainly very good, but where people are just getting a little bit too excited about all the improved conditions, are leading to a few mistakes being made as well, it would seem, Martin.
Yeah, definitely. Marcus Winkelhock and the team having a second look at the Audi, but they slammed the bonnet down, having had a look at the left front corner. So clearly there's some fairly major damage, maybe suspension mountings torn out. I'm not actually sure they're that convinced they're going to try and get it going again. They wrote it off almost immediately. Driver of 308 has got out of his car to have a look around at it, and then very nearly went base over apex on the slippery mud in his racing shoes as he went to see why it's not moving at the back. And the answer is it's a rear drive BMW on a slippery slope, and he's now decided to knock it into neutral and to try and push it up the hill. Well, if it wasn't going on its own speed, you're not going to be able to push it uphill on muddy grass in racing boots. I'm afraid that isn't happening. He's going to have to wait for a tow. A tow will come, but there is damage on the front of that. And luckily he's on the Grand Prix circuit, so he can go in the back door, as can the number 58 Porsche. And I think possibly that incident that robbed us of the number 6 and the number 28, 28 rather, I think possibly that was because of yellow flags to recover the 58 Porsche, because I'm pretty sure that Winkelhock was caught out by the Audi in front going slower than he expected at a place where he didn't expect it to be going slow. So I'm assuming that the Audi had seen yellows and Winkelhock's Audi had not. Falcon Porsche back in for another routine service. Martin Raginger at the wheel, and he was last time as well. You can't triple stint, can you? The stints are too long to do that unless you have a particularly short stint.
Unless
correct?
there's a short stint in there.
Yeah, and they haven't. They've had, well, since I came on at 3:30, they have had normal, sensible length stints in that car. So
yeah, it's been 3 9-lap stints, in fact, for the driver of the number 44, whoever that has been. We haven't been kept up to date with that one, I'm afraid.
Ah, well, now, actually, courtesy of a mole, at 10:36 last night, Wolf Hensler was in it. That's all I can tell you. Some gesticulation from our race leader at cars going slowly past cars going slowly. That happens. No point getting overexcited and narrated about it. Our race leader is the number 88 Mercedes. As we approach 6 o'clock in the morning, Central European time in the Eifel Mountains. It is dry, the sun is up, my stomach is rumbling, there's not enough coffee around, and somebody ate the Snickers that John gave me as breakfast, so all in Tim's handing me another Snickers. That means you've got to think of a topic, so I shall wait for another 10 minutes until you do your top of the hour odd numbered, and then I will hoover up some sustenance. 88 leads, number 4 in second place. That's another Mercedes. Number 100 BMW lies in third position. In fourth place, the number 29 Mercedes, number 9 Mercedes in fifth place, number 912 Porsche in sixth, 23 a BMW in seventh, number 2 Audi R8 in eighth place, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just the 88 does lead the race. 2 minutes and 15 seconds is its gap, and we're coming to the same kind of phase of the race as we did a little time ago when the number 4 took the lead, in that the number 88 is due for its pit stop at the end, I guess, of this lap. That will allow the number 4 car through, because it won't be able to complete its pit stop before the number 4 comes through. So we'll again get the same situation as we had last time around, where the number 4 car leads the race for a lap, but unless it can do something special with the extra amount of fuel, then it's only going to be able to lead for 1 lap, because then it's going to have to come in for its equivalent pit stop. So it's still a closely balanced thing, and I said earlier on that when the 88 got itself into the position that it could lead the race even through its pit stop, that was a good sign, but it's not in that situation anymore, and so it's as I say, it does get overtaken now when it makes its pit stops. The number 100 BMW is in the pits again. This is the Schubert car in third place. Yes. And this is Jens Klingman coming to the end of what I think is a double stint for him.
I think it is as well. So that is, door is open, so confirmation of that, and that is another routine stop for that third place car. So Klingman, okay, so now camera up, gives us a view of the driver who's going in it. Thank you very much.
That's Klingman getting out. The other driver's already in.
Lucas Luhr, I think.
Yes, that is Lucas.
So he will take over number 100 BMW and start to try and make a bit of an inroad into the 88 Mercedes and the number 4 Mercedes in front. This is really BMW's only hope now, isn't it, of any major success? Well, I don't know, 23 might come into play again. They're all still on the same lap, aren't they? But we'll have to wait and see. Just to bring you up to date, there was a quick question about 58 Porsche which had gone missing. That was the car that tripped over itself, either having just passed a battle in between a couple of Caymans or trying to stay in front of a battle between a couple of Caymans, looped off on the Grand Prix circuit, didn't hit much but just got stuck in slippery mud, couldn't get off the grass, taking an age and a day to recover it. There's another BMW out there as well, which is still on slippery grass, because actually, bizarrely, going off the Grand Prix circuit seems to be more difficult to recover the cars than out on the Nordschleife. Jim?
A report, the number 146, that's that Argentinian entered Porsche Cayman S, has had a incident out in Sector 3. He's missing from live timing and scoring. And Paul, we've got a Twitter question from Adam Schofield in Australia. Can you give him a quick rundown of the blue lights that we see flashing on these cars that all qualified in the top 30?
Well, yes, you hit the nail on the head. It's all to do with the top 30. So I can't remember how long ago it was, but certainly 5, 6, 7 years ago, possibly, the idea was introduced to ensure that drivers knew that there was a faster car coming up behind them without necessarily the fast car having to flash lights at him. So what the organisers did was to give the fastest 30 qualifiers. It was the fastest 40 for a while, then it became the fastest 30, and in order to give the fastest cars on the grid an indicator or an indication to warn slower cars that there was a faster car behind. And certainly at night, that blue flashing light just attracts the attention in the rear view mirror of the slower cars and encourages them not necessarily to get out of the way, but at least to be observant and not do anything in sudden jerky movements, and to allow the gap, if necessary, for a faster car to come past them.
I have a question. Thank you very much for that explanation, Paul. It did allow me indeed to eat my breakfast. So we're now one Snickers less. Excuse me. My question is, I've just seen a fairly bizarre... My question is, I've just seen a fairly bizarre tweet about the 100 BMW saying 100 BMW next 100 years. Is it BMW centenary?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
They've been running the 100 car in the United States in the WeatherTech Championship all year as part of that celebration, and they're just carrying that on here.
Right, there you go. I had no idea. That has been off my radar.
However, watching too much Taxi Cam racing.
We're at a car race at Nurburgring.
It pays the bills, right?
Yeah, pays as much as the World Cup final. 100 has left the pit lane. 45 BMW is in, and behind it, number 11 Audi. Where are they placed? They've turned their lights off, so I can't tell you. Number 11
Audi is in 19th place overall.
Not for long. It's going on the trolley dollies and maybe going back into garage. It's a fairly second-hand looking number 45 Audi, BMW rather. The front of it looks very little like a BMW, more like a collection of fresh air and gaffer tape and cooling ducts and radiators and all sorts of stuff hanging out the bottom. Again, I'm assuming that may not be a straightforward routine service. There are men behind it with bits, but the bits are off the back, so they're obviously doing oil and whatever in the rear boot space. But slightly more worrying is the lack of front end on the car. The Audi number 11 is being gaffered back together as well, as its front wheel arch on the right-hand side, the passenger side, appears to have made contact with something more substantial than it, and is therefore being left on the track somewhere. And among our front runners, they're all out on track at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, I'd say somewhat surprisingly. The number 88, at least, going through to start his 71st lap. Which means that by the completion of it, he will have done 9 laps on the stint, which will be only the third time that the number 88 has done 9 laps on the stint, which will mean it has a longer pit stop as a result. But that might be an advantage to them, because they might be able to use that extra time of the longer pit stop to do something like a disc brake change, which is now is a good time to do that. So by going the extra lap, they get a longer pit stop and a little bit more time to do that work on that car. So look out for the number 88 coming in next time around. What I'm now interested to see is whether the number 4 car will come in at the end of this lap. No, it should stay out for one more as well. So
yeah.
Both the 4 and the 88 staying out for one more lap.
Number 4 is just on a purple second sector, which means the fastest second sector time of any car since the beginning of the race. So 1 minute 3.351. So he's absolutely flying there.
Well, Manuel Metzger has just taken this car by the scruff of its neck, and I mean, if it is still him, I mean, these are kind of Bernd Schneider type.
We are going to have to find out. Let's hope that the director is aware of this. When the car comes in, we need to see who the driver change is, because again, you know, you've got Maro Engel, you've got Bernd Schneider in the car as well.
It's definitely not Adam Christodoulou, because I saw him out
Yeah.
of the car wandering around on the pit lane. I like to talk about hero stints. This has been a fantastic
Probably
stint
has.
from Metzger, and he's performed superbly.
A really stunning, nearly 2 hours for them. It's been a really stunning half hour for Audi as well, but in exactly the wrong way. Chris Reinke saying losing the best 3 Audis in 3 laps is bitter. That really is. I mean, they now have number 2 car in 8th place, number 5 car in 9th place, but the number 1 car has gone, the number 6 car has gone, number 28 car has gone as well. So suddenly, you know, your strong looking hand, somebody's taken a few really sizable cards out of it, and you're now trying to scrabble around for something.
Well, particularly as Audi's only hope of getting their way up this this leaderboard was to have played the reliability card, because in terms of outright speed, whilst they were fast, they weren't fast enough to close the gap. They were practically 7 minutes behind the leading cars, so not quite a lap, but very nearly a lap behind the leading Mercedes, and they weren't in a position where they were closing the gap. They were having to rely on some misfortune befalling the cars ahead, and what's happened is that the Audis themselves have had the misfortune befalling them.
Absolutely right. Marcus Finkelhock saying, I didn't see the car in front of me had to brake for a yellow. It was a matter of about 30 centimetres, and that's exactly what it looked like to us. The Audi in front of him was just slower than he expected. The 28 car had seen a yellow around the corner, around the uphill left-hander that Marcus was catching him into, and unfortunately, although Marcus immediately jinked to driver's right, tried to put the car onto the grass, which would, given how wet the grass is, would probably put him into the barriers and out of the race. Unfortunately, could not avoid the tail of the 28 car. By the time it became apparent that he was braking harder and earlier than expected, the closing distance was just too small for Finkelhock to do anything about it. So that put paid, I'm afraid, to both those cars. And Marcus putting his hand up. You know, it's one of those things. Race leader number 88, Mercedes. Not sure who's at the helm at the moment, but he's certainly a bit of a past master at gesticulating pointlessly at the slower cars in front, because he's been doing that for most of the lap. Still doing 9 minute 10, but that's why he's not doing 8:44s, because he's waving his arms so much. He'll say it's traffic, I'm saying it's arm waving.
Yes, and part of the reason as well, I suspect, will be that there's some yellow zones around there. Problem he has, as I say, is that he's bound for the pit lane, and he knows he's going to lose the lead when he comes into the pits. So the question is only outstanding as to whether the number 4 car will stay out for an extra lap or not, depending on the Porsche's fuel economy.
Official confirmation of the number 6 retirement, then the number 28 retirement, and the number 1 retirement for Audi Sport in the last, well, what now, 45 minutes, getting on for an hour. BMW confirms that the number 100 car, Martin Tomczyk, was aboard. He is handed over now to Jens Klingmann.
Tomczyk.
It's 9 hours and 28 minutes to go, and it's just 2 minutes past 6.
And it's time.
That was a time check.
That was a Tomczyk time check, yes. Come on! Oh, just stay with me! All together or not at all. There's only 3 of us. You know, 2 of us can't be sniggering. It just makes us sound slightly redundant.
I had my head in the update.
I know you did. I know you did. And we're getting right to it because we are fast approaching it. We're just inside 9.5 hours. The incident, by the way, another reason that Marcus Finkelhock was caught particularly by surprise by how slow the 28 car was going was that Code 60 boards had just come out at that instant to cover the car, and the Audi in front had seen and the Audi behind hadn't. As a result, the closing speed between the two was really very significant indeed. So with 9 hours and 27 minutes to go, Jim Roller, what are the class updates at the moment?
Taking a look at our odd classes, as we have 9 hours and 27 minutes to go. That's an odd hour, so odd classes. SBX, the number 170 Manthey Racing Porsche Cayman GT4, 29th overall, has taken the lead in the class, getting the better of the 2 Glickenhaus cars, and 3 cars in that class. In SP7, it remains the number 64 Black Falcon Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car in 20th position overall. So that car is climbed into the top 20 for the first time in this race. In SP3T, the number 106 Subaru WRX STI from Subaru Techna International is 25th overall. In Cup 3, it's the 354 Reunion Teichmann Racing Porsche 981 GT4 CS. So that's a Porsche Boxster running in GT4 spec. In Cup 5, we've got the 305 Bunk Motorsports BMW continuing to hold position in Cup 5. One of the biggest classes, 13 cars entered in that class, and this Bunk Motorsports car has led pretty much all the way in the class. In AT, it is still the number 111 Saxon Motorsports BMW 135 diesel, 53rd overall. In Cup 1, it's the 3rd of the Lubner Motorsports entries, and if you're a fan of Saturday Night Live and you're my age, you don't snicker. It's really Lubner Motorsports, the 252 Opel Astra OPC Cup car, 55th overall. In SP3, it is the Renault Clio Cup number 118 that is leading, 84th overall. In V5, the Schmickler Performance BMW 330i, 66th overall, number 156 is leading the V5 category. And rounding out our odd classes, V3, the number 126 AMC Scant Vith Toyota GT86 is leading that class. 3 cars in that class, and he is currently 78th overall.
I faded Paul up, not myself. Minor incidents on the Grand Prix circuit, just where the 58 Porsche went off, the 33 Felbermeyer Audi loops into a harmless spin, and as he turns around to get himself going in the right direction, goes on the grass. Has just spent the last 4 minutes doing donuts on the grass.
Looked like he was having fun.
Oh, desperately trying to get himself sorted out. Number 16 Twin Bush Audi R8 has been on the pit road as well. And that car's moving up the order fairly quickly as well. That's the second best placed Audi in the race now.
Yes.
A sentence you may not have expected to hear with 10 hours to go.
Well, Audis have been, whichever way you put it, a disappointment in this race. Into the pits comes the race leader, number 88, coming in after a good stint here, although taking the longer view, which is something that I like to do, over the last 2 hours, the lead of the lead Mercedes, number 88, has shrunk by about a minute between itself and the number 4 Black Falcon car. Now, given that the lead that it has is about a minute and a half, using gradient line there as the Black Falcon car just gets closer and closer and closer and narrows that gap more and more and more.
88 is on pit road. Lance David Arnold stays in. Paul, what did you suggest that they could do during their next pit stop?
I thought they might way into all the cooling areas of it, but they're doing that because it's a sensible thing to do, not because I'm saying so.
If you didn't think a Mercedes GT car was nose heavy enough, this one is getting nose heavier with every single stop as more and more stuff is added to the front. Predominantly gaffer, but also gaffer holding on stuff to hold the front together. Lars David Arnold will remain in the car. He will go out with fresh calipers. It's not a disc change, it's a pad change, not a caliper change, you fool. It's the contents, the caliper, not the contents, because that's the fluid. It's the it's the pads anyway.
Keep chasing it, you'll catch it.
Yeah. We appear to have started a thing as well with Tom Chick time checks. So
also into the pits is the number 4 Mercedes, the number it's the car that's in second place, the SAP sponsored white car, and the driver just getting himself out of that car.
Now that's the first time they've stopped together in a long while, Paul.
Yes, exactly. The driver getting out of that car is a driver whose helmet I don't recognise, black helmet, so it could well be Manuel Metzger.
Metzger, I would guess.
And I think that was Bernd Schneider getting in. So
Well, Myra Engel's helmet is predominantly white, isn't it? Or larger, more largely white than Schneider's, I think, isn't it?
Well, no, Metzger, the guy who's getting out is a dark helmet, plain dark helmet.
No. So if it were Engel getting in...
Oh, yeah, no, it's not Myra
it's
Engel.
definitely not,
No, it's Schneider getting in.
Good.
And what I don't recognise is the helmet of the driver getting out, but that probably means it is Metzger.
This from the Dragon on Twitter after the incident with the number 22. It appears that the number 078 has begun an outlap from the pits.
Oh, okay.
And it resumes on lap 45.
All right, excellent.
So
that was the car that
out just to
22
confuse you
fell
some more,
over.
that's
Yeah, and we're trying to identify. We had a 78 car missing, but we had a picture of a car with 3 digits on the door that ended in either 18 or 78. And we were trying to figure out which it was. Who knew that putting 078 on the car was a sensible idea? Clearly, it's been done just to confuse stupid people, and it succeeded admirably. But that was the car that 22 fell over, one of the leading BMWs, and the BMW number 22 is definitely out of action. Paul has more from the pits.
Well, the number 88 car has now left the pits. The number 4 car has not yet left the pits. However, the number 4 car theoretically has a shorter pit stop because it did a shorter stint on its way into the pits, but because they came in separated by a minute and a bit, then they're going to go out separated by less than that. So overall, although the number 4 continued to sit and wait, some of this bizarre situation with the team managers staring at a clock above the refueling gantry, not looking at the driver at all, and just talking on the radio to him, telling him when to go. But he does go now. The gap, as I say, will have come down between the 88 and the 4, and that's a pattern that I fear, or that I look forward to, in fact, over the next 9 hours, will continue to come down if all else stays the same and it doesn't pour with rain, and
That means we get some racing.
nobody crashes. And
And also now it's
Racing.
daylight and the old bloke can see. They've put Bernd Schneider back in, so they've bolted in the secret weapon and released the Schneider. He's obviously, been stacking up the Zeds during the nighttime hours, if only.
That's Dutch coming from the guy that can't read the monitor.
Yes, and I've had a sleep as well. So, but Monster's just the wrong distance from me, i.e. not within 2 inches of my nose. Brake change for the Kyle Busch and who's the other one? I forget. The Rowdy Busch, the twin Busch Audi.
Yeah, the Busch brothers.
Yeah, so that is currently 11th and has just left the pits. That's had a brake change. So again, I'm assuming pads rather than pads and discs, but the brake change we saw on the number 2 car a while ago was discs. So, okay, could be. Little 2 minutes.
They figured two pad changes per 24 hour and 1 disc change.
Yeah. The gap between the number 88 leader and the number 4 second place car has come down in 3 laps from 2 minutes 16 to 1 minute 30 something.
that's slightly false, although they both came into the pits. But that is kind of the progress that we're going to see.
Yeah.
And it will come down more than that. I think it'll come down to about 1 minute 15 once they've finished this lap. Jim gives me the thumbs up as if that looks like it's roughly right, and based on sector times, which we now have to do some arithmetic to find
Well,
out.
number 8's last lap was 13 seconds slower than number 4 lap, and that was how much longer it had to spend in the pit lane.
Depending on how quick these outlaps are, it could be under a minute between them, because the stint time, which starts when they cross pit out, is only 42 seconds apart. So they left the pits 42 seconds apart. It'll depend on how quick they are on this outlap.
Okay, the 13-second difference that you just described, Martin, was nothing to do with the length of the pit stop, because the timing beam is before the pit entrance. So
okay.
what you've seen there was a difference in time of in-lap,
Yeah.
and possibly why there was some hand fist shaking and so on going on. But as I say, this is just the proof of the pudding, as it were, of this line that I'm describing, of the gains that are being made of the number 4 as it's catching up with the number 88, the Black Falcon car catching up with the Haribo Mercedes. 3 Mercedes at the front of the... Actually, go back to what John
Lots
Heinhoff was
of.
saying a long time ago, all 4 Mercedes in the top 4 places. They were threatened. The Porsche got in amongst them, the BMW got in amongst them, but the Mercedes have managed to get themselves back up to that front group again. We still have BMW in 5th place, Porsche in 6th.
Number 2 Audi is in the pits from 8th place. Fredrik Vervisch has been in it for the last couple of hours, so we were assuming that he will get out, and whether the timing screen reflects that or not will tell us whether Fredrik Vervisch was actually in it for the last 2 stints or not. But that car has stopped from 8th place and may well be in for a disc change as well. Now seeing the row racing BMW, that's number 23, isn't it, which has moved up to 7th place as a result of the stop for the number 2 Audi. Audi needs something to change if they're going to come back into this race, and being the Nurburgring, being the Nordschleife, it is very likely to change, and the weather radar says that exactly what they need to change is on its way, which is lots more rain. Now, whether it's lots more rain and whether lots more rain is enough more rain, it remains to be seen. The Audi seem to be the quickest car briefly when we restarted the race after our 3-hour hiatus and our half an hour behind the safety car. It was very briefly really in a purple patch, and then they kind of faded as the water levels subsided a bit.
What was that nursery rhyme you were reciting earlier? 1 Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4.
Yeah.
Well, that's where we're back to again.
Unfortunately, the Audi's been falling like 9 pins. There's probably a rhyme about that, but I'm too tired to even. Don't bother.
To be bothered.
Don't bother. Lanzarote Camel. I don't care. No, I shan't be bothering to put that out to Twitter. So still smoke drifting across the track from the barbecues, as we heard earlier on from Peter Kate. The smell of bacon omnipresent. In fact, I noticed at 3:30 this morning coming in that you could smell it still in the paddock. So, I mean, it's 24 hours. You need breakfast 24 hours a day. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. How do you want your coffee, white or black?
Now.
Well, I know, but...
black would be good, actually.
Right.
That would be lovely. There'll be no updates from Bentley in the short to medium period. We've just received a picture of PR woman Rebecca Jones napping on the floor. So she clearly has got that racing driver's ability to fall asleep anywhere. Number 37 car just shown on board. So let's bring you up to date with where the Bentleys are. 38 is the better placed of the pair, and that is the Brooke Menzel, Smith and Hamprecht car. And last time we saw it in the pit lane, Guy Smith was in, and that car is in 10th place. And 37 Jim Roller with better eyes than me because they're younger.
40th position.
There you go. How many days younger are they? 1? Or 364, I forget.
No, 1.
1. There we go. Yeah, well, you see, they're younger. They're younger than mine. I may need to go back to the
You're the
optician.
6th, I'm the 7th.
No, I'm the 7th. No, so they're the same age.
Yeah.
They are the same age.
Yeah.
I only have reading glasses,
I'm
though,
59
so.
though.
Oh, right, okay, so yours are older than mine then.
Oh, okay. When were you born? 60?
By a decade.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
So 2 decades. Oh, damn.
Yeah. No.
Bag cat out. Bentley currently trying to find a way by a very quickly driven BMW, and that's another 6 Series. Which one is that? It's a dark blue one, 181. So the Bentley. Beg your pardon, that's not the Bentley.
Yeah, the
that is
Bentley went by. Yes. Yep.
And now we're all hurriedly squirreling to see if there is a 181. There isn't.
There's not.
161 is a Mercedes. Paul.
Well, that gap that we were saying was going to come down to 25 seconds first to second then. So
we got a race.
We certainly do have a race, and I did say it would come down as a result of the pit stops being shorter, but the outlaps were also a little bit quicker from, actually it wasn't, it was a quicker outlap from the number 29 No, wait a minute. What's happened? Oh, I see what's happened. Is
29 has the lead because it hasn't stopped.
29 has gone through because it didn't stop. Then 25 seconds behind that is the number 9 car, which has overtaken the number 88 car. So from the lead, the 88 car has gone down to 3rd place. So it all happened as a result of that pit stop.
And the 88 car, germanely, the 88 car is 18 seconds behind the number 9 car, and that is that you said that gap was going to be close. And,
Well,
and it is
actually,
close.
it's the 4. It's the gap to the 4 that we're waiting for next.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And the 29 has enough fuel to keep it going for another 2 laps at least, I reckon. So
Now, have they previously led? Is that a new race leader?
it is a new race leader.
Oh,
and
I
that means
love
we
that.
have 9 cars that have led this race.
Yeah.
That's going to have to go scrabbling back to other races which have had a lot of different. Spa 24 had a lot of different.
Okay, I'm going to
leaders, I
ask
seem to
you,
remember.
how many of those 9 are still going?
And I'll have to go through that one. Have you got time to go through that one? The 9 cars are the number 9 car.
That's
which
still
is
going.
obviously still going. The number 22 car, which
That's
has
dead.
crashed. The number 18 car, which is blown up. The number
Yep.
88 car is still going. So that's
Yep.
2 cars of them are still
So
going.
50% strike rate.
The number 8 car is the Haribo car, which has
That's
been
a goner.
withdrawn. The 912 is still going.
That's still going.
So we're still 50%.
Still 50% strike rate.
The number 4 car
Still going.
is still going, and the number 29 car
Still
is
going.
still going.
All right, so we've got more of our former race leaders going than not. Just looking at another one of our class leaders. This is the Manheller Racing Ford Fiesta ST in the SP2 Turbo class. That's car number 136. Bradley Philpott shown as the driver of that one. And in fact, it's got Miltech Motorsport stickers on it, so I wonder if that's a sort of joint effort as well. Jim Roller has got his hand up in the air. Does that mean coffee's coming, Jim?
I have a question. As I was napping when the 8 car retired, what was the cause of its retirement? I knew it was gone, but I forgot to ask earlier what the problem was.
It was a bit of a self-inflicted retirement in that it
Shot
hit,
himself in the foot?
well, it hit the wall and broke, but only it was only a glancing blow. It broke a steering arm, I think, or a piece of the front suspension, but it certainly wasn't a fatal breakage. However, because the number 8 car was using the same drivers as the number 88 car, it was always going to be kind of a reserve car. And if it had kept going in any case, the drivers would have got worn out, although they could have driven it throughout the
Yeah,
night.
we discussed that earlier, that they'd have to be very careful.
Within
but
the
they could do it,
regulations,
yeah.
it would have meant that the drivers would have spent every moment of the race pretty much either resting in 2-hour shifts or driving in 3-hour shifts. And that probably would have been too much for them. So it was a judicious retirement because they decided that even though they didn't have to retire the car, they would, having sustained a little bit of damage to it.
Lanzarote Camel suggesting on Twitter that the 88 Haribo Mercedes be renamed Joan Rivers, because every time you see it, it's got a different look to its face. I think that's very good, actually, for this time in the morning.
Yeah, but you shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
You can, though, legally.
Well, yes, you
Yeah,
can.
you know, fair.
You
I
can.
mean, well,
fair point, well made.
And she never skimped on the fact that indeed she did like a bit of the surgeon's knife. Toyota Team Thailand, their Toyota Corolla Altis still leading the SP3
How'd that work out
class.
for her, though?
Well, she looked younger
Putting it
than she
bluntly.
should have done.
No, that's what.
Well, in the end, we're all going to go and meet the Grim Reaper, so it didn't stave that off. But she felt better about herself, so who's to argue she had the money?
No, I meant that she died during plastic surgery.
Oh, right. Well, okay. Right. One too many.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
too many.
I think this is probably Christian Hernadel at the wheel of the leading car now, number 29. It's certainly had a good little run up there at the front of the field. an 8:49 from the number 88 car, although that's slightly unfair because that includes the previous stint before they made their pit stop, which was when the yellow flags were out around the circuit. So that's not quite a fair comparison, but certainly the comparison between Hohenadel, if it is him, and Dirtmuller in the Black Falcon car is a fair one, and it's been a good run here from the HTP car.
Yeah, 0.2 of a second over an entire 25-kilometre lap. That's not a bad average between the two of them, is? I mean, you know,
and that's over an 6-lap effective stint.
That's astonishing closeness of speed. I mean, sometimes it beggars belief how drivers can get around a car, even the same car, around a track with that, especially in traffic, you know, on their own. If it was a clear qualifying lap with just the car, you think, how can you only be 0.2 of a second away? You can't even measure that, you know, with the human eye, and yet they can do it lap after lap after lap. It's barely credible that such a thing is possible. And lapping cars and passing traffic and blue flags and yellow flags and all the other stuff that goes on, it's just faintly ridiculous.
We were speculating earlier as to what the gap would be between the 88 and the 4 once timing and scoring shook out, and Paul suggested that it would be less than a minute. How's 56 seconds? Sounds like less than a minute.
That sounds like less than a minute. Paul is seldom wrong, and the only time he is wrong is when he's asleep. Or when his wife's in the room, I'm assuming. Because that's when the rest of us are always wrong.
Let's change the subject again, shall we?
Moving on.
Should we talk about the classes?
It's 5:30 in the UK, she won't be listening. Yes, let's...
never assume that.
Let's talk about some classes then.
I was just hoping to find progress being made by the SP8 class leader, and seeing if Aston Martin, having got itself into the lead, was still there with the
has been for hours, the 42 car.
Only just over an hour, yes.
Yeah.
Every time we've done an update, he's been leading.
Yes.
So,
since you came back and did the update, he has taken over the lead, Jim. But when you did your first update, he'd only just taken over the lead about 40 minutes prior to that. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a one-off, that it was a consistent.
Looked like it was, mind you, I think that was cold sweat, probably, judging by the fact that it was cold, dark and foggy during his double stint. Renger van der Zander's just finished a double stint as well, saying he did the foggy stint from the dark into sunrise. Beautiful. Well, you know, okay, yeah, it probably was beautiful, but I don't suppose he spent much time having a look around at what was going on about him.
An update on the number 703 Glickenhaus. Last position, and has not run in the last 14 hours.
No, we saw 701 in the garage, and 702 joined it, didn't it, a long while ago?
703's been gone for a long time.
Well, 703 didn't start, did it? That's the hybrid car. It was withdrawn before the start.
There was a Twitter update asked for it. Somebody asked.
Okay, 702 is down now to 49th place. And current lap, last lap, is that still, that is out and circulating. So 702, whatever ailed it, from race control, number 28, technical defect at post 28. Not sure where post 28 is.
That was the.
Well, that's the Audi, but that's only just gone up at 609. And now it's 631. That incident happened well over half an hour ago.
Oh yeah.
Claimed the number 28 and the number 6 Audis.
A quote coming from Manuel Metzger that they had some vibrations and had to make an extra tyre change. Now that's okay. Presumably the tyre had brought up picked up some pickup or something.
Yeah.
They've got away with that and having a good battle with the Haribo GT3.
Is the young Metzger any relation to Hans Metzger, the great Porsche engineer that developed the Formula One engine?
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
It seems. That may be a question for the Twitter sphere to research whilst.
Yes.
Go get him, collective.
A beautiful sunny morning, but then it's been like that every morning. Every morning you've drawn back the curtains in Adenau, and it has been a beautiful sunny morning at the top of the hill. And then it has gone until 4 o'clock before it's absolutely biblical storms. However,
We'll be done by then.
well, we will be done by then. However, the forecasts are not that good, are they? They suggest that there will in the 77 car. What position they are in. We're going to have to do some timing screen searching, but no major damage visible. He
was leading SP10.
66th, leading SP10, and they are late on our timing screen, and we know the reason why now. It's a little sunny, breezy morning, and there are 9 hours to go in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 Hours live on Radio Le Mans, driven by Aston Martin.
So as things carry on in this beautiful morning, the number 23 row BMW continues to circulate. That is the remaining row BMW, and currently in 7th position overall. And the second placed BMW, of course, the BMW that's highest in the scoring is running best of the rest to the 4 leading Mercedes. That's the number 100 BMW with Lucas Luhr behind the wheel of that car, we believe. The 912 continues to circulate in 6th position, and that car is looking rather well turned out. Doesn't seem to be, there's no, many of the cars, even the leading cars, are showing some battle scars with racer tape and that sort of stuff, but the 912 John Hindhaugh is looking pretty immaculate at this point.
As a Porsche should do. Times are coming down. This is the happy hour, the 912 with the fluorescent green accoutrements. Hello to someone called Downforce, who's watching near Osan Air Base in South Korea. Can you give me a more interesting spot than that? We have an interested party in South Korea
Yes.
coming to Petite Le Mans and the Rolex 24 Hours.
I give you the Aston Martin lounge above the pits at the Nurburgring.
Yes,
I know where I'd rather be watching from.
yes, but there's nobody listening to us here. Certainly, I never listen to anything I say, and I try to ignore most of what you guys say.
Most everybody else in here's asleep.
I was going to say, the only person who's been listening to you in here for the last 3 hours
It's
was
been
me
you.
sitting over there.
I've been listening to your every word, Jim.
Oh, and of course, we've got Kerry back in London, who's been
Yes.
doing the overnight shift. Thank you very much indeed for that. And Stephen Kilby has just brought coffee.
He did.
He's coming back with the second run. The young man from dailysportscar.com has been
Good lad.
brought up well, as they'd say, from my neck of the woods. 22 seconds at the head of the field then for Mercedes, once again in line astern, separated by less than a couple of minutes, and still most of the top 10 on the lead lap. We should have, let me see, eight cars on the lead lap, I reckon. We're waiting for the number 2.
9. lane, I think, John.
Do you think the 5's still on the lead lap?
I think the number 5 is still on the lead lap, yes.
Right, okay, that would be the Audi.
8:32.
So 2 Audis that are bringing up the tail end of that.
It's right on the edge. It's an
Yes, it is.
8:32 gap.
Oops.
Yes.
Run over a wheel gun.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah, well, front and back. That's pretty consistent. The number 69 Porsche, as it goes out from what had otherwise been a very nice pit stop for that car.
You could take the boy out of the TV truck, but you can't take the TV truck out of the boy. It's really nice to have the sounds match the picture.
Oh yeah, very good, and thank you to Michael from Vega who sorted that out.
He's
Tim
been
Gray.
busting his butt for a couple of days.
Yes, Tim Gray is listening in Indianapolis, where apparently there's a race there today as well. I'm sure far more people will be watching this in Indianapolis than will be watching Indianapolis. Although, in fact, for the first time in living memory,
probably about the same size.
Well, that's true enough.
Actually,
first time in living memory, people who have a television set in Indianapolis will actually be able to watch it live. Because it's a sold-out event.
That is exactly right. It has been sold out many times in the past, but they never lifted the blackout.
Oh,
and,
really?
yes. And this is the
Not
first
even on a sold-out
No,
event?
this is the first time in the history, in the 100-year history of the Indianapolis 500. Of course, the first 2 years there wasn't television, but of course. But since the advent of television,
So people could only watch on the internet in those first few years.
Yes, exactly right. Yes. It was just the streaming. Yeah.
Hello to everybody over in Indianapolis. Very early hours of the morning there.
It's 12:30 in the morning.
I know quite a few people who were listening in the.
If Tim's listening,
he is.
If he's listening now, is he going to be awake in time for the 5 a.m. cannon shot that opens the gates to the infield?
Right.
That's something to not be missed.
Okay. He's not been before, so.
Well, that's a little recommendation for you, Tim. Stay up all night and be there at 5 a.m.
Big day for motorsport. Indy 500, Coca-Cola 600, of course, on
Monaco.
the same day. The streets of Monte Carlo down at the harbour side of Monaco will be ringing to the turbocharged sounds of Formula One later on as well, and we will crown a new victor. It will not be last year's champion because they are already out, the number 1 car. Paul Truswell?
Looking down on the Black Falcon pit stop again for the number 9 car. This is Dirk Muller out of that car, and I'm afraid I didn't see who got into it, but I think on the rotation it should be Mauro Engel getting into that car. He was so quick getting in that he was into it before I'd managed to look up. The door is closed, the fuel is still going in, the wheels have been changed, and a rip-off has been torn off the screen. As it's now daylight, they can see that they couldn't see through it before. So this is the number 9 car, and it will be going out any moment now when it reaches the 153 mark, I reckon, on the pit stop.
Aston Martin number 77, which we saw in trouble, being pushed up the pit lane by its crew. That was the leader in its class.
Yes, it was.
Dropped to 68th position. It is still leading its class. Takis at the wheel. And the Stada Vita sponsored car, this is the white front with the blue splash rear, is in the pit lane. And that's one of the Fricadelli cars. 24th position. Just popping out again.
56 car.
That's the SP7 third place leader. Leaders of category that are in the top 30, well, obviously SP9. SP7, the 64 car, is in a very creditable 19th position. Remember, these are Porsche Cup cars, effectively. The 62 car is there as well. That's second in SP7. The SP3T Subaru has now made its way up to 22nd position. SPX leader is just hanging on to a top 30 on its outlaw lap at the moment, and so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 SP Pro as well. I should have mentioned the 36 car.
1 car in that class.
Yeah.
Perfect timing again for the Black Falcon team, and hand slaps all around as they celebrated the fact that they got the car out, got all the work, I should say, celebrates the fact they got all the work done first and then got the car out and away just as the minimum pit stop time was reached.
We've got listeners in Halifax as well, an office in Halifax in the UK. That's James Nethercourt responding to our South Korea. Joe Bottoms as the number 88 Mercedes-Benz, the Haribo car, clocks an 8:20.370. This really is happy hour.
It's the third fastest lap of the race so far.
Joseph Bottom says, among a number of people, what happened to the two factory Audis during the night, 1 and 6? It was about an hour ago when the number 1 Audi stopped just beyond the carousel, having come into contact with a car that had its own incident. If you've got a spare black one there, that would be lovely, Stephen. Thank you. We then lost the numbers
for the number 1, I think, John, because it was still dark when that happened.
Okay.
And it was the sun came up about an hour ago, so I would say it's about an hour and a half ago.
Okay, then the 6 car, and then the 28, all in quick succession, all within about half an hour of each other.
Correct, yes. The number 6 car came across the number 28 car in a yellow flag zone, slightly quicker than he expected to, slammed on the anchors in order to avoid going into the back of the number 28, the Land Motorsport Audi, and ended up going into the back of it, and in so doing did for both of them.
It was Winkelhock at the wheel, and he was very, very repentant. Yes, contrite, very good word. The Ring Racing, Uwe Klein, Masiga Ito, Klaus Volker and Horst Baumann. The BMW number 52 smoking as it heads out onto the Hudson back, and smoking quite a lot.
Not tire smoke either.
No, smoking quite a lot from the right hand exhaust as it heads onto the Nordschleife for its next lap. Paul?
Number 9, I've said, is gone and on its way again. I think Maro Engel is at the wheel, although I haven't had that confirmed from Black Falcon yet. However, at the end of this lap, the number 29, the HTP Motorsport, which has been leading the race for the last 5-6 laps now, will be coming in for its routine pit stop. And I think this has been there's been some good stints in this last couple of hours, really, but particularly impressed by Manuel Metzger. But Christian Hohenadel, he's done some good laps as well, John.
Yeah, and that number 9 car, noticed by Donovan as well as a few others, looks absolutely brand spanking new as it rolled out the pits. Kevin Bull listening to us on the way. That is very good of you. Now, are you working or are you just watching today? That is the question. That 52 BMW, by the way, is a Lexus. It's the ISF. Sorry, tired eyes. Got the right number though, but managed not to be bothered to read along the line of the Can we have bigger print on the entry lists next year? That's
because then it will run into 14 pages instead of only 7.
Well, it's 2 of 16 already, so it's right. I see what they do. They've halved it, haven't they? That's what they've done. They've pulled it down to half side from A4. At Radio Le Mans, Danielle says, I suspect I'm the only one listening while filling in an old pond with earth and rocks in West London at 5:30 a.m. I think you're probably right on that. BMW, unfortunately, it's not his pond. It belongs to next door. It's been annoying him for quite a long time. The 44 Porsche, which is the Falcon Porsche, has been just doing its business, sitting just outside the top 12 at the moment. It is 29 Mercedes-Benz on its 76th lap. The outlap of the number 9 will mean that it's dropped from second position, and that will have promoted the 88 to second position. I look for Paul for a nod of
Yes, a lot of confirmation.
Yeah.
And what will happen is that the 88 will then inherit the lead of the race, because the number 29 car will come into the pits at the end of probably this lap. So having been in the lead for most of the race, I think at least certainly more than most of the race, he's led 43 laps overall, the number 88 car. He will take over the lead of the race when the current leader pits. So that will be the case. Just the number 44 you mentioned, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, John, quietly going about its business, yes, but lost about a lap on the field when I don't know quite what happened. I think he got himself caught on the wrong set of tyres and decided to come in through the back entrance of the pits.
Yes,
and
we never really did get to the bottom of that, did we?
Had an extra pit stop and then went off, and so whilst all that messing around was being done, he'd lost most of the time. Otherwise, that car could easily be with the other Porsche, the Manthey car, number 912, which has been dabbling around the top 6 for the past 5 hours or so.
Just feel that we haven't seen all that car's got yet. That has been the quieter of the two Porsches, factory Porsches, this week. So far, you're listening to RadioLeMans.com. We're at the Nurburgring, albeit on the Grand Prix part of the circuit, at Pit Out in the Aston Martin Lounge, and our coverage for our 10th airing of the German Classic is driven by Aston Martin. And this our 4th 24-hour race of the year, and a quick back of an envelope calculation with the boss yesterday reckons that by the time we get to Le Mans this year, we will have done something in the region of over 250 hours of live broadcasting before we even get to Le Mans this year. So
Happy New Year.
well done to all of our technical staff back at London and all of our correspondents for the hard work that's been put in. There would have been not a very long time ago when that would have been a full season of broadcasting.
They weren't continuous, were they?
No.
Feels like it sometimes. The number 29 went on to do another lap, so it's now on its 9th lap of the stint, a feat which it has done once before, but of the 9 stints that it's done, only one of them has been a 9-lap stint. Now, admittedly, one of them was interrupted by rain, but certainly it's not something that we've seen often before from the HTP car, and I hope that they haven't miscalibrated anything. Good
morning to David Williams, who is taking us to the Duxford Air Show. He's doing car parking duty with the 1094th Ely Air Cadets this weekend. The Duxford just off the M11 in the south of England, a very famous place indeed. If you've seen the movie Battle of Britain, the airfield that got bombed up in that, you've seen Duxford. The Imperial War Museum, Duxford, always a place to go and see.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
I think if you've been to Snetterton, you've probably been past Duxford, haven't you? Because, if you're a Londoner.
Yes, and you're coming up. Yeah, true enough. Rory Milton says our 10-month-old daughter has worked as a perfect endurance racing alarm clock again. Hope she works this well at Le Mans. James Nethercote says, I've been working a night shift and have watched the entire race so far. Think it's time for a sleep break soon. What, you mean when you go home and aren't being paid? Says someone who's being paid to watch us. Fantastic, James. Well done. Elliot Bacano is snacking on some Taco Bell before grabbing a couple of hours sleep and settling down for the Indy 500. And Kevin, who we spoke about a little moment ago, is running a couple of MGs at Mallory ahead. Adam Green making the point that the timing and scoring is awesome, that it's been offered by the N24. If you like that, you will love what we get for Creventic from Harold and the team there. He said, why don't we get similar for IMSA and the FIA WEC? Because we don't. And Mason Henry, good morning, Mason. Any thoughts on the race so far? Anything that's surprised you in the booth other than the weather? Well, first of all, the weather never surprises us because it can literally do anything here, as we have found out in this race. I think the loss of the Audis, the relative fragility of the Audis, the BMWs have gone the same way, but we kind of expect that, guys. No Porsches who were, really banging the BOP drum before the race. Only the 912 really now, and the 44 still in with a shout. What surprised you, Jim? Relatively few accidents car to car.
What surprised me has been the fragility of the Audis. I would agree with that. That really surprises me.
Particularly after they've got a year under their belt.
Yep. And the fact that we have gone through while we are not surprised by the weather, I am surprised that the weather did not have a larger negative impact on the cars. There's amazing to me that we haven't, during that time, not only before the red flag, but in the time immediately after the red flag, that we didn't have carnage because, as you said, John, you and I were standing together watching the restart because we weren't on the air at that time, and both of us were absolutely astonished, A, that it had restarted, and B, that they made it through the first lap without anybody ending upside down on fire.
I'd offer you two things. One is the pace. Given
Yes.
that we don't have speed limits, okay, we expected it to be fast, but given that they've restricted the BHP, we were phenomenally fast, and we are phenomenally fast even in this race. And I think we're seeing some improvements now on times that were set in the first 4 laps of the race, but also the closeness. We did lose four hours early on, but even so, if you take off 4 hours of the 15 that we've had, we're 11 hours into the race. We've got less than a minute separating the first 2. We've got less than 5 minutes separating the first 7. So it's tight. It doesn't have as many manufacturers involved, but it is tight and it is fast.
23 BMW back out. The 100 cars just put its best lap of the race in, as an 8:23.6 has been clocked. Paul, looking at the change of lead.
The change of lead is about to happen because the number 29, the HTP Mercedes, is on its way surely into the pit lane as we speak, and as it comes into the pit lane, so it will lose the lead, or at least it will in less than a minute, when the number 88 Haribo Mercedes comes past it. So if you're in a position to look at it and start-finish straight, the Haribo Mercedes will be coming past. The HTP Mercedes is in the pits, and we did, just to confirm, it was Christian Hohenadel who has been driving that car, and I suspect that is now going to be a driver change there on the HTP car.
Trevor Austin says, have any of the Audis retired due to something other than crash damage? That's a fair point. Whilst Paul thinks about that, Andrew Cooksley's been awake for almost 31 hours. He says, I hate the time zone for living in New Zealand. I'm sure you don't hate living in New Zealand, though.
Yeah, really.
And also on that side of the world, Hayden Burns, he said, almost survived the entire Australian night, couldn't switch off. Best 24-hour race of the year so far. Certainly up there, isn't it? Daytona I really enjoyed. Different type of race. Dubai, always interesting. My favourite so far of the year, bizarrely, given it was its first year under new management, was the touring car 24 hours that Creventic put on in the Hankook Touring Car Series at Silverstone. It was very different. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I was impressed by what I saw. But this one is going to be stiff competition for that, and that's if nothing more exciting happens again. The 29 car still being worked on in the pit lane, and they're looking on the right hand side sill and around the right hand side front of that car. Now I can't see any damage on it. It's still pretty straight, Jim. So
I think they were just checking the brakes.
Right.
I think that might have
whilst
been
they're still full.
a Paget engineer
Very good.
checking the brakes.
And they're still filling it, so they're not losing any time, Paul.
Yeah, it was. This is where the extra length of the stint comes in, because it was a 9-lap stint for the number 29, and that forces him into a 3 minutes and 10 seconds, or 3 minutes and 11 seconds pit stop. So he's only just had 2 and a bit minutes so far, so they've got another 40 seconds to be in the pit lane, so they might as well do something rather than just sit around and look at the car. You might as well check it. Just to make sure that everything's all right. So, as I say, it has already lost the lead. It's already lost second place as well. And any moment now, it's going to lose third place to the BMW number 100, which comes through now. So, the BMW up into third place, John.
So, has there been an Audi that has retired through anything other than contact and accident damage?
I can't remember what happened to the twin Bush car, but certainly of the works or works supported cars, and I wouldn't include the Lant car in that group, but I can't.
Well, that was accident damage as well, wasn't it?
Well, the twin Bush car is still out there, 11th.
That's why I couldn't remember whether it had retired through accident damage.
That's the Bush Rast Mamaro Cuthbert Dibble and Grubb car.
You said Bush.
Yeah, in the bush. That's the 16 car in 11th position. The Lamborghini Conrad Motorsport with a mechanic kneeling on the top of the car, virtually doing something in the engine bay, as the 29 car rejoins and immediately gets up to speed, Paul.
That car, this is just tying up a loose end really, we had a message on the screen ages ago that Franz Conrad, or the team manager of the team, had to go and see race control. I didn't hear anything after that. There was no penalty issued because remember we did see that contact as the Lamborghini came out of the pit lane a long time ago, back in the early part of the night. No penalty was awarded.
Century, yes.
However, it's worth making the point that the Mann-Filter Mercedes number 75 car, which was involved in a similar incident, was pinged and was assessed a stop-and-go penalty for it.
Right, I may have been snoozing at that point. The new leader then is the 88 car, already out on the Nurburgring, on the Nordschleife, should I say, up through the Hatzenbach behind a BMW 3 Series, and getting all temperamental on, hands off the wheel waving. Where is the BMW going to go through the wiggly bits of the Hatzenbach? There's one line.
That's Arnold behind the wheel, and he's been
Lance David Arnold.
Wow. He's been suffering road rage. I mean, for a while, because Martin, when he was in his stint, we noticed on 2 occasions from the onboard cameras that he was just having a fit with his hands at slower cars in front of him who really had no place to go.
No, almost put 2 wheels on the grass trying to get by, Paul, as well. It's that patience thing again. Wait 2-3 corners and he'll drag past him up the next piece of straight, of which there are some here.
It's an attitude thing, isn't it? And if the team manager can see that. I mean, I know the director's going to be looking for drama, but mind you, having been passengered in our car by Joe Bradley for most of the weekend, he was actually having an argument with the car where it was speaking to him and he was speaking back to it. And if the car would have replied, then it would have been a big surprise.
The 308 BMW, and this time it is a BMW, getting a brake change on the front. Looks like it may be just parts. A new set of Dunlop 6 slicks about to go on there. Nicely done with the spread. A bit of damage on the bonnet. And when I say a bit of a damage, it looks like Jim and I have dropped from a height onto the very front part of the bonnet. The kidney-shaped grille is in perfect condition, as is the enamel BMW badge, but it just looks like Jim
and I both sat on the hood,
done the Starsky and Hutch seat drop
and missed.
Yeah, seat drop onto the front of it, because there's a very big dent there.
Oh.
If we had played Starsky and Hutch rather than Paul Michael Glazer and
how our lives would have been different.
David Soul, that would have been the dent in the front of the Ford from sliding across the bonnet. I'm not sure how he could possibly have got that without maybe the bonnet just popping open and banging on the roof. Still going, and still going relatively strongly. 15th position for the 35. This is the RGN Motorsport Nissan GTR GT3. That just coming to the end of the Hudson back and about to drop out onto the run over the Flugplatz, or be up past the Flugplatz, so called because there used to be an airfield just to the left of the circuit there. Climbing all the time. Early part of the lap on the Nordschleife really brings you in nicely for what you might expect, and a little bit misty out there as well in these early morning hours, just before 7 o'clock here Central European time. Driven by Aston Martin. This is live coverage, flag to flag, exclusively here on RadioLeMans.com and syndicated partners including Nismo TV. So I'm talking about that GTR there. If you want to see a bit more from the onboard, search for Nismo TV. There's cameras in the garage as well. And Julian and the rest of the team doing a bang-up job once again of bringing a little bit of extra content to what we're doing. And they are taking our audio feed as well, so if you go over there you won't lose any of what we're talking, so you can't escape is basically what I'm saying. 8.5 hours to go, Paul.
Yes, the Marco Seyfried it is who's taken over at the wheel of the number 29 Mercedes, the HTP car, taking it over from Christian Hernadl, who apparently only did a single stint in that car. So Seyfried now at the wheel. The other thing is that the number 100 BMW, we've got Mercedes, 1, 2, 3, but then BMW in place 4, but that one coming towards the end of its...
So that must also stop, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's coming towards the end of its stint. Only done 9 stops so far, the BMW, the same number as the race leader. Hasn't quite been able to achieve the same length of stint every time, although it has on occasion.
And hasn't quite had the pace, although they did get a balance of performance change from the last VLN race where they completely dominated. And sources close to the team were suggesting that that was a bit of a mistake. And they really didn't want to show the performance that they had. Yes.
More sand next time.
Yes. The qualifying in particular, the driver was given a delta time to drive to and drove to it. Problem was that the delta time readout on his dashboard was wrong and running slow by a considerable margin.
Yeah, they had the turbo boost pressure reduced was how
correct.
That was imposed, but as well they were also given a refueling speed limitation, which shouldn't have affected them because time spent in the pits is time spent in the pits, but it will mean that the whole pit stop becomes a bit more hectic for them. So it was kind of a double whammy, I suppose, on that one. Aston Martin, on the other hand, did receive a bit of a weight break to give them a bit more pace just before the race. All those changes made just before this weekend.
So the 8080 SPAC scored in the lead. That's another lead change, although not another new car to add to the list of leaders. That's SP9, and SP9 cars now fill the first 18 places, which means we've lost the Glickenhaus, doesn't it? That was right in amongst that. That one has disappeared.
It's not disappeared because it is back out again, but
okay.
It had a long pit stop whilst either a
48th
gearbox...
position. 48th position.
48th.
Wow.
It was gearbox, clutch or exhaust, depending who you listen to.
Yeah, I remember seeing that car in the pit lane now with someone peering in. The first of the SP7 runners is in 19th position, and that's the 64. However, Jim Roller has the update on the other classes for this hour.
The even classes this hour, with 8.5 hours remaining in the 44th running of the Nurburgring 24 hours. In SP8T, the number 51 car continues to lead. That's the BMW 335i. 72nd position overall for that car from Team Sectoral Zorg Rheinsport. In SP4T, it's the number 110 VW Golf, 83rd position overall. In SP6, it is one of 2 cars from Rent to Drive Racing that are leading their class. This one's the number 83 car. That's a Porsche GT3 Cup car, 41st position overall. In TCR, continues to be the 201 Matilda Racing Team. Piston Kids, Seat Leon TCR. That car has led for a while now, 45th overall for that car. SP8, Aston Martin Test Center Vantage GT8, number 42, 47th overall. The SP10, the number 77 Stadvita Racing Team Aston Martin Vantage V8 is still leading. It has been in the pits for over 28 minutes now. We saw it go in a little while ago, but is still being scored as the leader in the class. In V6, it is the Black Falcon Porsche. It wouldn't be the Nurburgring if Black Falcon wasn't leading in one of the classes. Number 140 leading, 42nd overall. In V2T, the second of the Rent to Drive Racing entries that's leading a class. This one, a Renault Megane, number 176, leading the V2T class. SP2T, the Hyundai Deutschland, number 134 Veloster, 66th position overall. And rounding out our even classes, the V4, 141 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports BMW E90, 54th overall.
Thank you, Jim. Welcome if you are just joining us, either late in the night or getting up early in the morning to continue, listen to our continued coverage, listen and watch radiolemans.com, driven by Aston Martin, the sonorous sound of the early morning V8 of the 42 car, which has fought its way back to the SP8 lead after a little snafu on the fueling. That car coming up about a mile short and then having to be dragged back. It is pushing on now and its times are very quick indeed. Also nice to see in that leader rundown that Jim did another team that's very well known to us, the Securital Zorg Rennsport team. Regulars for Creventic and more Creventic coverage to come up in their Hankook 24-hour series, the FIA Endurance Series, that coming up in the coming months. We'll just trail ahead to next weekend, double bubble again if you're sports car fans, here on radiolemans.com with IMSA at Belle Isle, Detroit on Saturday, and Sunday, making it a double header on 2 continents. It is Le Mans Test Day, and the only live coverage that you will be able to find is here on radiolemans.com. No TV don't cover it. We are the only broadcasters trackside doing live coverage. Thank you, Martin.
Joe Bradley and I will be there. Paul Truswell will be
at the Walking Data Centre.
At the Walking Data Centre, checking out the data.
Graham Goodwin and Sam Collins making up the team. Now that is the Hyundai Veloster that's leading its class, being pushed back into the garage to be worked on, the 134 car. That's that is a bit of a blow for Hyundai Deutschland. Martin's been very
yeah, they've been having a good day, because when this car took over the lead of the class, it actually took it over from the Hyundai i30. So it's been Hyundai dominating the class so far today. 5 cars entered in the class. So
yeah, and they've got the bonnet up and they are immediately shining torches into the engine. Now they're doing a change of the wheels as well. But I tell you what, I think they know what's the matter with that car. They seem to be working
with a purpose. Twin sons of separate mothers.
But there is a certain sense as well, I would say, of concern. They may well know what it is and are hoping against hope it's not what they think it is in terms of the issues of that car. Full German crew in this, the driver is out and removing the helmet, and the Hans device being filmed by the Hyundai film crew. Oh dear, that, I'm afraid that doesn't look very good for that little car. Has proved itself most capable. Now the 88 car, when leaving a few moments ago, did get a little bit of a push on the rear wing, which we haven't seen so much from other Mercedes. So is there a concern about the clutch on that car? Second place is the white and blue number 4, and they are 55 seconds, but it's close right up for 4th position between the 29 and the 9 pole. Barely 6 seconds between them at the moment.
Yes, I hadn't registered the fact that it was just 6 seconds. I knew it was going to come down and it was going to be close following the pit stops. So we do have a bit of a battle on for 4th place with the 2 Mercedes. Again, HTP battling it out with Black Falcon. So we've got, even though it's all between a bit of an internecine battle of the Mercedes, we've got the Black Falcons, the HTP team and the Haribo team, and they're really having a pretty good dogfight between the 4 cars, because there's 2 Black Falcons, and the BMW, having had its pit stop, is no longer in that group. It slipped down to 5th place.
It's the leader in traffic on the Dottie Gahor, and the 319 BMW, one of the 235 that is out there, and that's the one that's got the boy Licorice in it. Is it Stephen Licorice?
Yes.
That is in that car. The 319 machine parked at the side of the circuit, but already been attended to by one of the now famous Jeep Cherokees of uncertain vintage, as they've never been road registered, I bet. Leader now in the Grand Prix circuit. We'll see whether the lead has been preserved. The 4 car did put its best sector 2 in, which is the start of the Nordschleife, and it's gone out 102. So despite a good sector and all of the time lost in the 4th sector for the number 4 car, 333.6 against the 322.4 for the leader. That is a significant amount of time.
Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to work. As the 319 was being pulled out by one of the...
He doesn't want to bounce down the big curb, which is about 20 centimetres. But has done, but he's actually done a pretty good job.
But
one of the Valkenhorst cars until the tow rope snagged the front splitter because it was at such an angle.
The car was sliding behind the tow vehicle on the wet grass, and actually, almost like a water skier, pulled right up alongside the tow vehicle, and then ended up 180 degrees opposite direction of the tow vehicle, almost bumping into the side of it.
Doesn't it show how steep it must be there for the BMW with all 4 Dunlop tyres locked up to have the momentum to drift down the hill of its own volition effectively?
Gets dragged over the curb. It was literally high centered there for a moment, and then
it's going to pop when there you go, bing. The tow rope was underneath, being caught underneath the splitter.
Here's Lima, Peru. Listening in Lima, Peru.
Excellent.
Alonso Martens. Thanks, Alonso.
Right Turn Lover says we should talk about the 702 more often. People seem to like that when you talk about them. Just set a purple sector as you were mentioning it. Jets listening in as well. Jatinder Talewale. Not the best piece of photo shopping I've ever seen, but me in the Paul Michael Glazer knitted cardigan and Jim ever suave in the David Soul caramel leather jacket with the Ford Gran Torino two-door sitting in behind us. Thank you, Jet. Hope everyone back there is good with you. So 8:17 to go, and the race is just beginning to heat up again. You get the feeling, Paul, that the teams who are left now have been buoyed by the arrival of daylight. They'll have set themselves, as people do in all 24-hour races, they'll have set themselves little waypoints to navigate through. It's getting through darkness, it's getting to midnight, it's seeing the sun come up. The next one will probably be around midday, and then it's 3.5 hours.
And over the years, I've kind of modified my opinion a little bit, and I think nowadays it's more about what are we going to do this lap? What are we going to do this lap? Particularly around a circuit like the Nurburgring, which is that long. And the goals are much shorter term. It's how many cars have we got to overtake on this lap? Do we have to just be careful with the fuel on this lap? Do we have to notify you of any slow zones on this lap? And you don't even think to the next milestone, as you put it. I think it's much shorter term because it's...
Do you think that's a particular trait of here because of the 25.3 kilometres, or do you think that's generally now the way of the world?
I think it's a bit more because of the sprint nature of endurance races.
So on a track like Silverstone or Dubai, do you think people are looking one stint at a time then?
Yeah,
in that case?
Yeah, that kind of short term. This is what we are looking for and rather than looking for the bigger milestones are there, but to use sort of a football analogy, which I'm not very good at, but it's when you start asking people about winning the championship. You don't necessarily go out and win the championship by winning the first game or the second game, but that's your objective, is to win the first game, and then you're worried about the second game.
One game at a time, lads.
I was just going to say, that coaching speak, that's one game at a time, Paul. Take them one as they come, pal.
Is that a good analogy?
Yes.
Good.
Now, this is another Hyundai problem. This is the 102 car, not the issue with the Veloster, and that looks very much like a Hyundai whose engine has called enough. This is the 1.6 turbo with the boxy arches going off the circuit, I think, just to try and stay off the line, or maybe sliding off on its own internal fluids at Brunchen, where the car went out. Paul says, but he is disappointed. Because
I'll tell you what I'm disappointed.
We just mentioned the leader in SP.
Oh yes.
No,
it's 43.
Sorry, 43 car, which is the
it's
light grey
back
car.
underway after some issues, so it's good to see that very beautifully turned out.
It's
Aston
8th
Martin
in SP8 and sitting down in 82nd position. What disappoints you, Paul?
I'm sorry to say it, but Ben Schneider. I expected him to be, not necessarily reeling in, but closing the gap between the Black Falcon car and the Haribo car.
Well, his problem is he can't reel in the years.
No, and to be fair, that is part of it, but the gap has remained pretty much constant since Bernd has been in the car, and we're heading towards the pit stop for both of those cars now, the number 88 and the number 4, coming towards the end of their stints. They got into the cars together, and say Schneider will be coming in fairly shortly, and I thought we'd be able to report that since the stint started, the gap has come down by. I wasn't expecting it to have come down by 30 seconds, but I thought we'll have seen just a narrowing of that gap.
Who did we put in the 88?
I think we
Lance
left
David Arnold.
Yeah, no, that's right. We left Lance David Arnold in because
of the arm waving.
He was in it before and he stayed in it.
We put him in. We thought he was there because of the arm waving. It's interesting, isn't it? Because we come to expect certain things from certain manufacturers or certain drivers. And let's not beat around the bush. Bernd Schneider is still going very, very quickly indeed, but he's just, as Paul rightly says, not making an impression at the moment. The BMW number 5 has just dropped down a position. Sorry, BMW number 100 in 5th place has just dropped down a position because of a pit stop, one presumes. An 11.5-minute lap would kind of suggest that, but he's on an absolute scorcher this time around, with a first sector that is its best, a second sector that is better than all bar the Schneider car around him. So we need to keep an eye open on that number 100 when it comes round next time around. Matched at a distance of only 3 seconds by the 912 Porsche that is sitting and matching almost 10th for 10th. Battle on the screen there as in comes the leader on time. Yes, 9 laps again, that is, Paul, isn't it? No, that's 8 laps. 8 laps, sorry, yeah.
And eight has been a more common stint for this car, and it may well be that's their choice, because they can get everything they want to get done in that time and get the car out that little bit more quickly.
Battle on the racetrack.
Virtual battle for the lead, isn't it?
Well, as
once the four
cars pitted, so indeed this will become the battle for the lead. The blue and yellow number 9 Mercedes-Benz from the 29 in 4th position, and that over the last 3 or 4 laps has come down from 6 seconds to pretty much 3 Mercedes length as they pop out of Schwalbenschwanz, which is the second and the smaller of the 2 carousels, with the 2 leaders in the pitch. I'll remind you, as we mentioned a moment or 2 ago, both the 88 and the 4 in the pit lane, and those 2 battling Mercedes-Benz, nothing between them.
Rear discs being changed on the Black Falcon Mercedes, John.
The number 4 car, that is.
The number 4 car. Yeah, it's got a number 2 in the back, which always confused me. That's the position number 2, but the car number is 4.
Oh, smoky Lamborghini in the pit lane. It's steamy, actually.
Yeah,
it's overheating.
Yes, they've had a foreign body in the cooling of that car, broken a radiator, and that's why they've got to get that back into the garage. That was the leading non-German car, but that honour has now passed to the number 35, passed back to the number 35 Nissan,
which is
where's
in 14th position.
Paul?
Yes, well, that was the good point is, where's that foreign body
from
arrived from? The leaders now and then have gone through and down into turn number 1. There's a bit of traffic, so 9 AMG BMW leads as the formerly leading and second place cars roll out. I think they've swapped positions in the pit lane. I think the 4 got out.
No, 4's still there.
Oh no, sorry, he's just gone past the 4. Yeah, my apologies.
What again we saw though from the 88 was a slamming on of the brakes as he got to the pit lane exit, almost as if the red light was on, and he thought, oh no, I'm going to have to stop, oh no, it's green. But of course it was green all the time. What was happening though was that his minimum pit time hadn't elapsed, and so he had to slow down in order not to go under his minimum pit time.
Which you're not supposed to do. Feigning a stall is far better when you're coming down. Keep dipping the clutch as you're coming down on the pit lane speed limiter. So Grand Prix track at the moment, Jim, and number 9 versus 29. It's the Hauptbaumann, Engel and Muller car from Vittoris Seefried, and I think we've got Seefried in the car at the moment. Hohenadel, excuse me. Was
Seefried, yeah.
The Seefried we put in the 29 though, didn't we? Yeah.
Yes, in place of Hohenadel.
Here comes the 4 car, Paul. It's just exiting the pits now.
It was 2 minutes 53.8, the pit stop for the Haribo car, and for
which is 3 minutes, 3.8 seconds longer than the
8.8 of a second.
0.8. Oh my goodness, that's too tight.
That was why he was putting
no
the brakes
wonder on. He hammered the brakes on.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
253.3 for the 253.3 for the Black Falcon car,
and that included brake pads.
Yes.
Right.
Discs.
Discs.
Rear discs.
Yes,
Well,
they did the
and
front discs
Front
last
discs
stop, didn't they?
2 stops ago.
2 stops ago. Is that 2 stops ago already? Yeah.
And
Right.
the Black Falcon can play it much closer to the Vest because they're at pit out.
Yeah,
So
easy.
they've only got a short squirt, and
Yeah.
they're out on the racetrack. So, but the
Battle for the lead.
Ooh.
Now goes past that very pretty green and yellowy orange Porsche 911, which almost looks like it's in Heritage Lotus colours every time I see it, and the back window has been vinyled over, so it does make it look a little bit like a mid-engine car.
Nose to tail.
Latest nose to tail.
After, what, with 8 hours to go.
Now down into the foxhole under the Yokohama Bridge. Now, how brave will they be down there? I'm not sure how much we'll see of it now, unfortunately, because the
Helicopter isn't up yet.
helicopter's not up and the cameras aren't up on the outside part of the circuit. What we can do is follow it on the tracker.
And the sector times.
Indeed so.
The old-fashioned way. Old school.
And the cars are out in the country.
But and of course
Here they come, and there they go.
the other aspect. Excuse me.
That's all right, Paul.
The other aspect that we need to look at is that the 9 and the 29, as you said they would, are battling for the lead. So we've actually got 4 cars battling for the lead there, with the 9 and the 29 just ahead of the 88 and the 4.
Elliot Skier asking what are the caps going onto the exhaust during the pit stop. It is cold caps onto hot exhaust tips, just in case there's a little spill. It would not completely mitigate, but certainly reduce the risk of a fuel fire. Elliot, good to know that you're listening in and enjoying what we're doing. A lot of strategy still being played out. Elliot is in San Diego, looking forward to a busy day of motorsport. Porsche Super Cup, F1 as well.
And the Indianapolis 500.
Just a small 500-mile race.
The 100th running of the Indianapolis 500.
The 88 car has now got Uwe Alsen at the wheel. Paul passes me a Porsche 911 coloured post-it notes. Have you got 912s as well, the greener ones, no?
Got yellow ones coming later.
Okay. Are they more yellow? Okay.
And the other car there, the number 4 car, Ben Schneider, stayed behind the wheel.
Okay. 88 is being asked to go at the Clark of the course. I wonder if that was for jumping on the brakes when you are just points of a second, tenths of a second away from breaking out of the pit lane bracket, to use a drag racing term. Then you are going to attract the attention of the beak.
I didn't see anything. As far as I know, he just went straight out.
Oh, hang on. It says
He
Paul,
might have
Paul
spilled-
Truswell to the Clark of the course. On that
Now,
screen.
his excuse will be that he had spilled his coffee.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I couldn't find my phone. Had gone under my brake foot.
Yeah. I was
sliding
I
around
dropped
in
my
the-
pasty.
I was slightly over dramatic about it. It wasn't 0.8 of a second, John. It was to 2.8 seconds.
Right, yes.
over, so it was slightly better.
Okay.
The required time is 2 minutes and 51 seconds, and he did 2 minutes 53.8.
Well, you know, when you are that close, and there's no need, as Joe Bradley said, to cut it that close. Although I did like Martin's argument as well, just to prove I was listening while dozing, that if you lose 10 seconds or 5 seconds to stop and you have enough stops to make up a minute, we have seen races won and lost by that kind of margin. The 101 is in the pit lane. This is the blue PlayStation sponsored BMW, sitting in 101st position at the moment. New set of slicks by Dunlop have gone on to that car. Quite a few people following that car. It's had its issues, but now seemingly running better. Jim?
we're seeing a lot of cars being pushed out of the pits. One wonders if during our little ice storm, if some clutches weren't damaged as drivers were trying to get up some of the hills with little success in some cases until the red flag.
Yeah, that was one of the suggestions that was made. But it is something that's allowed, as long as you don't push the car. And so that is allowed. What you're not allowed to do is to push start the car.
So across the
bump
line.
starting, as we would say in
No, that's right. So that BMW we were talking about earlier with the John and Jim size dent in the bonnet goes through. That's the 308 in 40th position at the moment and 4th in the 5 Cup class.
Velo Studs on Twitter suggests that that's a speed dimple.
A speed dimple. Is that what I can call me backside now? A speed dimple template. I like that. Like that a lot. The Hyundai. That's twice. 3 times the charm. You're getting the Vice beer in tonight.
Oh boy.
The class with the Veloster in has kind of exploded in the last little while because 2 leaders, Jim, disappeared from that, didn't they?
Yeah, both Hyundais have run afoul. SPT, and in fact, now the car that will eventually take over the lead of that class, if the Veloster does not come back out soon, will be the 326. But at this point, the gap to that car is 40 minutes. So the Veloster still has 20 minutes it can remain in the pits. Or actually, no, it's got 40 minutes it can remain in the pits. It had nearly an hour lead, so it'll be a little while before he loses that lead.
We are taking ourselves out to thrash ourselves gently with a cricket bat as between us, 2 Englishmen and a very anglicised American, proud of his American heritage but undoubtedly anglicised, have managed to miss the fact that the 38 in 10th position is the best non-German car, the 38 being a Bentley Cruise finest. I'll get my coat now, very sorry about that, and I'll remind you you're listening to full live coverage of the 44th running of the Zurich ATAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring. I will get that right next time around. We will be going for the next 8 hours to make sure you don't miss a moment of the excitement, and it's live and exclusive here on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin.
News and analysis, speculation and debate, special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport. Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com. The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
Well, here in Germany, it is 8:30 in the morning. Welcome along to breakfast time. It is the breakfast shift with Paul Truswell, who has been pretty much at his post constantly for the last 16 hours. I did see him nip off to use the lavatory, but it's very close here, so he's actually never left the room. He's not been out of the room. I think that counts as a full stint.
Well, I haven't needed to leave the room,
No.
and I haven't wanted to leave the room.
No, and I understand why. In
you
fact, even those of us who have slept have not left the room, because I just laid down on a couple of chairs and was mildly taking in by that process of osmosis that you do when you're dozing away, making a noise as I do, as like a chieftain tank on tickover. Graham Goodwin has joined us, editor of dailysportscar.com. You've trained Kilby well. He brought us coffee.
He's a good boy.
Earlier on, yeah.
He's a very good boy.
You've had a little bit of a step away, but I know that you'll have caught up before you got back. This is turning out to be, we've got an intervention vehicle on the track. I'll come back to you in a moment. One of the RS6 on the hats and back at the moment as the third place car goes through. Can't see what it is intervening with or towards, and has it come off the Hatton back and down towards the Flugplatz? Yes, it has.
No flags there, though.
It might just be a shift change.
It could be a reposition.
To refuel, having refueled at some point, it being I think a major milestone. It's 1/3 of the race to go, 2/3 gone.
Yeah. Just to finish what I was about to say, Graham, the race just beginning to bubble up again. Top 3 within 30 seconds. Still the bulk of the top 10 on the same lap. We're not writing any headlines at this point. Still plenty of racing to go.
There is. I mean, it's that almost traditional walk through the Nurburgring paddock after a snatched couple of hours sleep on the back seat of a car. But you can pick up an awful lot that way, and one of the things I picked up is that we've clearly seen the exit from the race of the Zach Speed Nissan, because I spotted a couple of the drivers leaving the circuit looking glum. And it looked like half the world's population of Audi R8 LMS was being unloaded off flatbeds and trailers with various bits and pieces of accident damage to the rear. The Land Motorsport car looking a bit sorry for itself, and the number 1 WRT Audi looking very sorry for itself. So clearly things have changed, certainly in the middle order of SP9, and that tends to be the case, doesn't it, when we get towards daylight, and tired eyes and tired reflexes tend to kind of twitch. But with the exception, it looks, John, of the very smoky demise of the then leading BMW, it doesn't look to me as if we've lost many more of the M6s.
No, but they haven't quite got the pace either. The best running of them at the moment is the 100, and that has not been able to match the pace, although it has been doing 8 and 9 lap stints. 7:30 in the morning, by the way, here in Germany, not 8:30, although I've just made everyone in Germany go, what, is that late already? I've got to go to church. So apologies for that. The sleeper for me, Graham, is still that 912. There's a suspicion that the mean and green machine, or at least the green bewinged machine, could do 10 laps if it wanted to. They haven't put that strategy into play yet, and I'm not ever going to try and second guess Olaf Wantai, because what he doesn't know about running around here is in fact not worth knowing.
Indeed. The other change overnight, certainly, that I'm noticing is like a lack of Glickenhaus in the top 20.
Yes. Transmission issues on the car that was furthest up. Both cars in the garage at the same time with mechanics in the engine bay area. And that car is running again and was running very quickly the last time we talked about it. So let's see if we can get it another purple sector or two. Talk about it again. The 702 is back up to 45th position, and the 701 is where is up to down to, it must be third.
It is 89th.
89th, well done.
Yeah.
That class being led by the number 170 then, which is in the top 25.
So it's the homologation special, we keep calling it, the
Correct.
Cayman, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the FIA GT4 spec Cayman.
Effectively getting lots and lots of race testing mileage.
That is pretty impressive for that car, being that far up, 25th position in the pits last time, but has done a 9 minutes 10. An 8:19 though by the 23. Wow. In 7th position. Is it Alex Sims in that car? We'll see it is. It's what is alongside the car. We're getting down to it again, Paul.
Yes, that's the second fastest lap of the race thus far. The fastest race lap having been set on lap 2 by Hubert Haupt at the wheel of the car that currently leads the race, the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes.
Well, just over a tenth of a second off that. So, 8:19.563 was that time from the number 9. That's a very impressive time. In terms of the temperature out there, it's cool, but not what I would call cold at this stage of the morning. So, I'm not sure whether or not we've had much of the mist for which this race sometimes doles out at this time of the morning. It doesn't look it.
Some, but not a lot. No, that's right.
David Harris poses this question, and I don't think it's one that can be easily answered, but I'll give my view on it as we're getting another rash of pit stops from some of the minor classes. He says, do you think that Stefan Belov's Porsche 956 time will ever be beaten on the Nordschleife. Track's changed, and of course this configuration, we don't run the same configuration at all because the Grand Prix track is added on. When Kevin Estre did the 8 minutes 10 point whatever it was,
9.982 I think it was,
in single lap qualifying, as the lead is, by the way, down to 3/4 of a second, and we'll get back to that in a moment. If you take off about 1 minute and 24, which is the first sector, 1 minute and 25, let's say, from that,
you're not far off it.
You're not far off it already having been equalled or beaten. And bear in mind, Stefan Belov, and what a talent he was, did that in a Le Mans spec prototype car, whereas these cars in GT3 are prototypes not at all and based on production cars totally, and they're not even the most potent of prototype GT cars.
Question, because I genuinely
tyres has changed a lot.
Don't know the answer.
Fairness.
Was Belov's time set in race conditions or in qualifying with mixed classes out there?
Well, that is a good question.
Because of course Kevin Estre's time was set in the Super Bowl.
Yes, so he was on his own.
Effectively, he had a clear lap.
Yeah,
almost guaranteed clear lap, which is a major factor. Not to belittle the efforts of either, I have to
No,
tell you.
but you know, the old adage of the stopwatch never lies is actually not quite true. But you've given perfect reasoning for that, Graham. But I do think when we're thinking about that, just put that in perspective. Yes, there's a lot of development, particularly in tyres that have gone in the intervening years. But a Le Mans prototype of its time to a GT car, and not the top spec, not even a Le Mans GT car, a GT car derived from a production machine. Whatever you say about GT3, they are at least that. A fairly exotic one, but nevertheless a production-derived car.
And I mean, the lap record that we're, or the fastest lap that we'll get in this race is going to be, you know, around about an 8:19 something. I don't think we're going to go below 8:19. But in race conditions, with a car that you're going to do 24 hours with, with all the restrictions that have been put on the car, it certainly is a very, very fast time. But I think what you said first of all, John, is the most significant, that you can't compare because circuit configuration is different.
Yeah, even the Nordschleife has changed. And Elliot Skier has the knowledge, or was fastest finger first. I don't know which, Elliot, but thank you very much. He was in qualifying that time. He had a shunt in the car during the race that year.
Add off this as well. I mean, we're looking for impressive laps. We commented, I know, earlier in the weekend about the extraordinary lap from Mara Engel in qualifying, for lots of factors that brought that into contention for consideration. Certainly with Estre's lap in qualifying, that was the fact that the track was far from perfect. We had multiple cars off during that.
We had a slow zone. We had yellow flags out. We had dampness,
and the cars are under power from where they were a couple of years ago. So that lap certainly warrants consideration, as frankly does an 8:19 with something over 100 cars out there on the circuit.
Yeah. Race laps to me are always the ones that you have to look at. I know that that's officially how lap records are set as well, but I think doing it in a race lap is something always a little bit special. The GT3 Continental 37 Bentley in the pit lane, gradually pulling itself back up through the standings. The battle at the front of the field, Paul, continues. 9 and 29. They're about halfway around at the moment.
Separated by nothing at all, and by my reckoning, the Haribo car due into the pits at the end of this lap. It's tended to do, I say tended because it hasn't always, but tended to do 8 lap stints. Actually, it has. The number 9 car has never done a 9-lap stint, Haribo. They've stuck to 8 wherever possible. So if they stick with that, then they will be in at the end of this current lap. and then it will be a battle to see whether HTP follows him in the number 29 car, Marco Zayfried, or whether he can stay out for an extra lap.
The MAN Mercedes, MAN Filter Mercedes, MAN Automotive Filter Company, not just oil and air filters, but cabin air filters as well for trucks and off-road vehicles. Having a bit of a battle, not for position, the 75 car, as the 23 BMW was trying to go through. They are 23 BMW 7th and virtually a lap ahead of the 75.
75,
check that,
75,
nearly 2 laps ahead.
I think it's just come up the pits.
It has, which is why it's lost the extra lap from.
Indeed, and it's lost positions as well, not least to the number 35 car, the RJN Nissan. Did spot, by the way, the Subaru crew coming through with a spring in their step.
Are you surprised? The 104
Brilliant.
car is in 26th position.
Brilliant. This could be one of those real fairy tale. Actually, I think they're at 21st position. They're at 21st. The 106 car is leading, yeah, and on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, undoubtedly helped by the very inclement weather earlier on, because that is an all-wheel drive car, but take nothing away from the Boxer 4 2-litre that powers that machine, the distinctive noise of a flat 4 engine. Also noting from cars I left last night in places they're now not in, is remarkable and noteworthy recovery from the number 12 Team Montai car. This is a car that was in trouble very early on and now back inside the top 30.
The final word on lap times goes to the man who posed the question in the first place, as is rightly so. David Harris says, I'm tremendously impressed with what you've said, but let's not forget that in the old days, Stefan Beloff was really driving the car, had to manage the gearbox, the wheel spin, the braking, no artificial aids, had a clutch, had a gear lever, and that does put it somewhat into perspective as well, Grim.
Yeah, it does, but it was one lap. No,
absolutely.
I completely agree, but it was one lap. We're not.
But we're only talking about one lap. We're only talking about the comparative lap speeds.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a very much more pertinent point if we were talking about something over a much longer period of time than that. But it's right. I'm not.
And we were talking about an era as well, though, when the prototype endurance racing cars of that time were faster on a lot of Grand Prix circuits
than the Grand Prix cars
of the day, and faster still for 6 hours. There's a fantastic stat, isn't there? There's 71 Spa 6 hours. There's the 1000k, or was it the 70 race, where not only did they qualify faster than the Formula 1 cars, but the average speed over the 6 hours was faster than the Grand Prix race.
It was the fastest ever road race, although whether that has since been beaten, I need to look up. I think it has been beaten.
I think it did by a Formula 1 race.
Monza. In average time.
I think it was in Monza.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
There is a note somewhere in one of these computers, but I don't want to distract myself on it at the moment.
No, but I mean, David's question was great, and
absolutely.
It's a bit like saying, was Pele better than Wayne Rooney or Ronaldo? It's impossible in so many sports to cross the line, as you will, of the eras and try and compare them, but a nice talking point anyway. And a change at the head of the field now.
Black Falcon in the pits, the number 9 car.
As you suggested.
The number 29 car going for the 9th lap. Now, that kind of short-term game is going to be long-term pain, because what will happen is when the 29 car comes into the pits next time, it will have to make a longer pit stop because it's stayed out for an extra lap on its stint.
And that's where it doesn't work for them, isn't it?
It'll swap them round again. So even though it gives them an extra bit of flexibility on their fuel, it'll give them a longer pit stop, and so after they come out, the number 9 car will retake the lead, except it won't, because 88 will be ahead of both of them.
What? Right, okay. The stint time, though, on the 9 car, as it came in, was about an hour and 6, an hour and 7 minutes, something like that. And the stint time, even with 8 minutes added on to the 29 car, is only going to be an hour.
The stint time for the number 9 was an hour and 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And
they're on 52 minutes at the moment, coming on 53 for the 29. So they're going to be a lap shorter. So they must be a lap shorter than the 9 car. So if the 9 car did 8 laps, then the 29 car, if it comes in at the end of this lap, will have done 8 laps. Only if it goes one more will it take the pain of the longer stop. That's me just working that out on the stint time, Paul. So I stand to be corrected by your computers.
Yes, and what my computers remind me is that the battle last time, the number 9 car came in 2 laps before the 29 last time around. So the number 9 car was always going to come in quicker. So it's not necessarily going to be a 9-lap stint from the 29 this time.
Yeah.
So I've misspoken there. I thought they both came in on the same lap last time, but of course it was the 88 and the 4 that came in on the same lap last time, not the 9 and the 29 that came in on the same lap last time.
Yeah, and their stint lengths would reflect that, because there's barely a minute between them as they came out of the pits last time. And talk of the 88, by the way, another fast Grand Prix circuit sector from the 88, who I think we put Uwe Elton into, didn't we?
Yes.
Into that car, as well as the 912 Porsche, fast in sector 3, which is the second longest sector. 3 is the second longest, sector 4 is the longest, then sector 2, then sector 1, then sector 2, then sector 5.
I'm actually getting across the leading group now, John, some real consistency in terms of lap times. You know, the range between, well, just under 8:21 up to the high 25s for the leading car. That's not a lot when you're dealing with the Nordschleife. One final word, by the way, about that comparison that we talked about with the Bill thing. We will, I am sure, in the next couple of weeks, be asked a very similar question about cars of different eras around the Le Mans, the circuit, the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And many of the same precepts will apply.
Indeed.
And codicils will apply.
But this is, albeit acknowledging this is a unique environment here, this is actually a far more pure comparison.
Yes.
And actually, what we're getting to here is the comparison between the state-of-the-art prototypes of 35, 40 years ago, now actually being approached by the performance of the production-based GT cars.
Yes.
I don't even want to think what a modern prototype might achieve around here. Were it in any way safe or sane to do so.
Well, we've had a number of people have a go with demo laps for Formula 1 cars. We talked, didn't we, about BMW and Audi running, potentially running cars round here. I'm not even sure you could set a car up to go round here because of the aero on a current LMP1 car. I'm not sure you'd get anybody to volunteer to drive it either, because it wouldn't be in a race, so it would be under test conditions.
And it wouldn't count.
And therefore, all it would do is add to David Harris's argument.
It would provide a very interesting sentence on the end of a Wikipedia page.
Yes. Yeah.
But I don't want that to belittle, by the way, which is a very good question.
No, I thought it was very good from David. Dirty Uncle Kev, among a number of people, say, hang on, I'm confused here. The number 9 car has Falcon on the front fenders, but is running Michelin's. What's going on there? Falcon are a race sponsor, so all the cars have Falcon on them somewhere, regardless of whose tyres they are using. And I think we've got 10 different tyre manufacturers, because Nexon are represented in the paddock
on the Mini, and I believe on the Mini this year rather than just on the sides of the Mini.
Yeah.
Because last year it was Nexon tyres sponsored, but not with Nexon tyres on it, Paul.
And in the Classic, we also had a car running Hoosiers.
Ooh, in fact, actually, the Corvette that is here and ready to actually come out to play
in the Callaway Cup
later this year has tested here on Hoosiers.
There we are. Now, this may be a system glitch on my side, not a system glitch on the timekeeper's side.
What are you going to predict now?
But
landslide victory for Brexit?
No. The pit stop for the number 9 Black Falcon car seemed a bit short to me.
Right.
Now, as I say, that's done from an unofficial source, not an official timekeeping source. But if there is a message, then that stop was a bit, by my timing, admittedly, it was a short stop. But we'll see what happens.
Okay, so that we need to watch out for the number 9 being called by how much? Are we talking fractions or by seconds?
No, we're talking about 3 seconds.
Oh dear.
That's why I say that my unofficial I kind of was prepared to accept a second worth of difference, but if it's missing it by 3, then that's slightly different. And there's spots of rain, just slight spots of rain now appearing on the window here as well, just to add further changes to the mixture.
Getting some cameras out on the Nordschleife now, and we have got an intervention vehicle out on the circuit. Who was the other car that we saw get called up to the principal's office?
That was the number 88.
It was
car
the 88. I
at the
didn't
end
want
of
to
its
say
pit
that.
stop, but I think that was more to do with his behaviour when he got to the end of the pit
Because
lane,
he slowed down.
rather than missing the time.
Traffic management around here, just extraordinary decisions being made, corner after corner, almost foot after foot of this 25 kilometre circuit, excuse me, 25.3. So 7 hours and just under 40 minutes to go, and it is the 29 that leads by not very much. We'll find out when this pit stop cycle winds out a little bit. The 29 car, which leads, may well be dropping into the pits this time around. If it does, it will give up the lead. If it doesn't, it will hold it perhaps for one more lap. Paul?
Yes, the 29 car is currently on its 83rd lap, which means that it is only on its 7th lap of this stint, so it would be surprising if it does call in. And all relax at Black Falcon. It was a Trustwell system glitch which caused that 2:47 to come up. The actual time was a 2:53, so again 2 seconds to spare on the Black Falcon time, and that is entirely sensible. And as I say, apologies for getting panicky.
No.
One system glitched. Luckily, there's a backup system which didn't.
The 29 car has completed that lap as Paul said it would, has gone round to begin its 84th lap of this utterly magnificent circuit. 8:29 last time round, with the number 9 on its out lap, and the number 88 coming towards the latter part of the Dottinger as the 29 completed the lap. So not far between the first and what is now the new second place car for the time being. 32 seconds the gap.
Yeah, that will of course swing the other way when we see that 29 car come in probably at the end of this lap. There are just 1 or 2 spots of red down at the Dunlop hairpin. Keep the questions or points coming in to @Specutainment. We'll try and answer as many as we can. There will be a brief, but I'm sure very full post-race tech after this race. No point in us trying to rush away. We like to wait for the chilled champagne and the canapes to be brought to us.
Might be waiting quite a while.
Said a rueful journalist spokesman.
It might be when they set this room up for Aston Martin for the WEC race before we see that.
Well, I think I can make one prediction that is fairly accurate, Graham. That our accommodations and commentary point for the 6 hours will not be as salubrious and well appointed as where we are at the moment.
No. I was thinking more a shipping container with the side kicked out.
I wonder if we can persuade somebody to run a LMP, even LMP2, around the Nordschleife at speed. I think if we put plates on it, we could use one of my ring laps that I've still got on my card.
Just turn up and see if anybody questions you. No,
it's road legal, honestly.
Absolutely.
It's a track day car.
Yeah,
track day car, absolutely road legal in the UK.
It's a Riley.
Look, it's got... it's an Alvis. You won't have seen one before. But look, it's got UK plates on. Yep. E7VEL. Oh dear, what a change in the conditions we've had in the early morning. As Martin Haven was saying, though, it has been ever thus in the early mornings. Bright sunshine, beautiful conditions, just clouding over now, and there's a There's a hint and the smell of dampness in the air. Nothing like what stopped that which stopped the race for pretty much spot on 4 hours. Hail, heavy rain, and then the race restarted under torrential rain conditions with the track virtually waterlogged, and somehow, and I'm still not certain how, the racing gods were smiling when the weather gods weren't, because we got the magnificent field of GT3 cars underway, and save for a few whoopsies, none of which were majorly damaging to man or machine, things went well. The first big incident really after the restart was the BMW number 18 spectacularly losing its turbos or its engine to the point where the 88 car, which is led for most of the night, actually took to the grass and very nearly clouted the Armco. Do you think there was contact?
Oh, it definitely clouted the Armco. Well, you know, several memories you'll take away, I'm sure, John, from this race, and the two of the ones that I will certainly take away is the extraordinary sight of what it took us some moments to realise was hail sheeted across the track and making it impossible for the cars to get up the hill. The other one, I have to tell you, I'm privileged to share the booth with you guys, in particular, you know, with Paul, who does these marathon stints for 24-hour races. It was Paul's face as he turned back to face us, having seen that restart, a look of pure astonishment. We couldn't see the cars closest to the pit wall.
No.
There was that much spray. Absolutely an extraordinary sight.
Just reminding everyone, specutainment, so speculation and entertainment run together, is our Twitter handle, or at Radio Le Mans. We've started something with these times, and whether we can get a P2 car out on the Nordschleifer on tourist forum. I bet if we had to work with the guys from Straka, they'd have a go with it.
Well, they've got the dome, it's not too much.
Well, exactly
Come
right. 32 seconds is the lead there between Mercedes 29 and Mercedes 88. It is still a 1-2-3 for the three-pointed star, with BMW in 4th position with the number 100 car. Then it's the 912, the Porsche, in 6th position. The 23 is just pitted from 7th. The first Audi in 8th is the number 2 car, ahead of the Phoenix number 5. Free the Phoenix 5. In 10th position, the 38 Bentley is still just there, but not on the lead lap. I think that's the first car that isn't on the lead lap. I think the number 5 just about hanging on. See them at the next split, actually, to work out with that is whether that is true or not.
No, the number 5 is a lap behind.
Right, it is now.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it must be close. So our leader down at Brunchen, Paul.
Can I be boyishly optimistic and
please
naive?
do.
I think it's your character.
The mornings that we've had, I mean, bear in mind, it's only just hit 8 o'clock in the morning here at the Nurburgring. Previous mornings when we've got up at this time, you're absolutely right, the sun has been shining. And that then leads to this kind of warming up of the temperature and the bubbling up of clouds, and that then leads to thunderstorms. What we've got today is a much more overcast morning. You've said that it's reasonably warm out there, and I just naively hope that fact that it's a little bit of overcast that will prevent us from getting the bubbling up and the thunderstorm later on. So if we do get a shower, it will be a light shower, and there is a bit of rain in the air, but despite that, Jens Klinkmann in the 100 BMW has just set his fastest lap of the race in that car at 8:22.762, so he doesn't care if there's a bit of dampness in the air. But it does mean that we'll not have one of these biblical kind of thunderstorm affairs, but just a kind of light shower, which will be far easier for us just to race through with either intermediates or great caution. That's me being boyishly optimistic.
Is it my morning eyesight out of the window? So we've got a light shower here.
We've got a light shower.
Just very gently.
Yeah.
It's mizzle, it's mist and drizzle together, but it's not even really enough to wet the surface of the pit lane.
It's the kind of rain that only Peter Kay can actually adequately describe.
Well, if you go back to the Michael Palin vehicles that were just marvellous, it's the type of rain that just gets you wet. It doesn't actually fall on the ground. Barely registers onto rain gauge.
I'm not even sure that it gets you wet. It just kind of steams up your glasses.
Yeah, it forms a line, a layer on you.
So when you see ladies, you know, express some perfume and waft through it. It's a bit like that.
That is the way you put on scent, I think you'll find.
It's high karate. It's my.
Do you know what? I wouldn't put that past you, actually.
What I did find amusing was one of the race engineers who put his gloved hand out from underneath the perch on the pit lane to see if it was raining or not, which would have worked if he didn't have gloves on somehow.
Well, he was worried about the size of the hailstones yesterday. The 29 car has come in, and not coming in is a damaged what?
It's the 175.
Is it the 175?
I think it was the 175.
A little.
What is the 175?
White car with
a broken grille, which made it difficult to tell which kind of car it was.
And bright orange stripes.
Just going to have a quick look now, John.
29 comes in at the end of its 8th lap, and they're concerned about front splitter, having a good look around again.
Or it could have been the Scirocco, which was the 175.
Was it a Scirocco? New shape Scirocco might have been. Can't say I can remember what colour either of those cars are.
The front end, what I would describe as skew width. It's
not as it left the factory, certainly.
No, it's how can I put it? It has a front splitter rather closer than to the ground than the Optimum.
Fuel's still going in the 29, Paul.
And already the 88 and 4 have gone past the 29.
Number 100 will be next.
And that will get past as well. So the 29 will go all the way down to 4th place at least, and possibly 5th place. And this is what I said a little while ago when we were talking about sort of highlights. It is so close. And even though, as I say, 4 hours have been lost, we've still had 16 of them as full racing. And to have that many cars separated by so little is...
and in that time, I don't think we've had a safety car, have we?
Well, we've had yellow zones.
Yes, we have had yellow zones.
But there is no such thing as a safety car at the Nurburgring.
Well, unless weather gets ridiculous.
Unless we had like the formation laps we had at the beginning of the race.
I'm almost tempted to get Paul's predictive software fired up and start to reckon who makes their last pit stop first and therefore wins the race out of these leaders, should there be no intervention from fate or the racing gods, which with 7:25 still to go is unlikely.
Latest bit on the little ticker we've got to my left is a technical defect for car number 155. That is the Roadtech Racing BMW Z4, and that is out at post 77.
Which is Hatzenbach.
All right, okay. And it was the 175 Scirocco that had the bumper issue, so your first thought was correct, and thanks to Jeremiah for spotting that for me, and Jordan Lowndes. Jeremiah on the live stream for the first time and enjoying it, and Jeremiah and Jordan just having very good eyesight. Thank you very much indeed. We should be doing an update, shouldn't we, on the even classes. Might let Graham do that in a moment. Spin through the ones we can see on the screen. It is still SP9 to the 4, to the top 18, in fact. SP7 leader is the 64, who is almost a full lap now ahead of second place in class. As we welcome back David King from Aston Martin. Morning, David.
Good morning.
First time that you've been here when I've been on.
I know, yeah. I'm a bit chirpier than I was last time I was up here as well.
Yes, you were a bit down. I was sitting off to your right-hand side, and things weren't going to plan, but it has come back around your... one of the good things we should say about 24-hour racing is that things can change, and a bit like the small print on the bottom of your mortgage, 24-hour races can go bad and then good and then bad and then good again. It does give you the opportunity to right a wrong or to fight your way back.
It does, yeah. And we lost 4, maybe 5 laps, I think, with the fuel problem on the 42 car last night. But we quickly regained the first place in class, and we're back up to the low 40s overall, I think. And
44th, just gone out of the pits, the 42 car.
Yeah.
Leading SP8, having completed 72 laps.
And one of the glimmers of light in the unfortunate retirement of the 007 car is we got Darren Turner back, who has also entered on the 42, and he became available to us. He's just finished a 3-hour stint in the car, actually. Did an absolutely super job. And we've just put Andy Goulden in now, who's also racing in the Seat touring car, which is very close to us on the road, or was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the 201. In fact, they're 44 and 45.
4 minutes between each other.
Yeah.
Not the same class, of course. That's the TCR leader. We had all of the TCR class. There are only 3 of them, but we had all of them in the same gravel trap just before the red flag came out at the top of the foxhole. What of the other cars? I saw the 43 was back out and circulating. That lost a bit of time, but that was back up to speed. Down in 80th position, 7th in SP8. That car, that's the pretty grey car. Do you like that colour, by the way?
It looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the AF racing car from our from St Gallen, our dealer car, and Florian Kamelga, who's also entered in my 42 car, just did a cracking stint in that and pulled it up a few places.
How important for Aston Martin as a racing entity is the fact that you've got your customers racing your car? I mean, ultimately, that was what this whole endeavour, this whole odyssey of the last 10 years plus at the Nurburgring was precipitated on, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And GT4 is very definitely a customer racing class, and it's something that's served us very well. We've built through Aston Martin Racing well over 100 GT4s and sold them around the world now, and they are incredibly reliable, durable 24-hour machines. They're easy to drive and they keep going round and round, and they've had so many successes in endurance racing.
GT4, when we first came here in 2007, wasn't really the class that people talked about. We were looking at the sharp end of the field. GT3 had just about burst on the field and on the world, and has dominated customer GT racing since it was brought forward. I think something over 1,000 cars from 14 or 15 different manufacturers that are still competing around the world. Does GT4 have its time still to come, David, as far as you're concerned?
I think it does. I mean, when we first worked on it back in 2007 with Stefan Rattel, embraced the idea. A few people turned their noses up at Aston Martin going into a kind of entry-level sports car racing class, but it very quickly gained popularity because it was affordable, and you didn't need a professional racing team to do a season's racing with it.
Those first cars were literally built on the line at Gaydon and taken off almost as a trim level, and then taken off and finished as an individual entity, weren't they?
They were incredibly close to standard in those first couple of years. Obviously, all of the cars in the class have moved on a bit with upgrades and bit of aero and racing braking systems and so on, but they're still got standard engines, standard gearboxes, pretty much standard chassis. Hence
the reliability. But I know from being here in previous years and from talking to you and from seeing the work that goes on some of your customer days when you are either part of the pool days here with other manufacturers or you have the place to yourself. And of course, the test centre is down in Gottlieb Daimler Strasse, not a couple of miles from where we're sitting. That you are learning all the time about systems for street cars by putting your racing cars onto slick tyres, perhaps around this most perfect of country road settings where the traffic all goes in the same direction for 20 odd kilometres. So you are learning, you are developing the street car product?
We are, and we've got the confidence to do that in public. You know, that comes with a certain amount of risk, but we've got enough confidence in our cars to be happy to do that. And sometimes things don't go well, and we learn something from it. But it's certainly made all of our street cars much better for racing them as standard cars.
You have debuted so many different versions of cars here and put them into the races. The GT8's another one, and again already it's proving its racing stripes. Do you know how many it is since you first came here with Kermit?
I think some of your colleagues have added up that 10 different derivatives of Aston Martins we've debuted as close to production race cars with good level amateur or journalist drivers typically, and as I said, we've had some great results, and it's stood us in very good stead for developing our road cars.
And it's with one exception, it has been the Vantage that has really flown the flag for you. I think particularly of the Rapide that you brought here. Oh dear, we have got an accident out on the circuit. The number 14 is one of the cars, and there's a Porsche in there as well. Now that is just coming down onto the Flansgarden run down to the second to cross the bridge and then go across the road there, and that is a very, very fast run down indeed. The marshals are on the scene, Paul.
Yeah, the 14 is the third Black Falcon Mercedes, correct, which is off there. And the other one, yes, one of the, I think it's
9-1 was over. It's one of the cars that's got the white back windscreen. Didn't quite catch the number there, I'm afraid, but we'll pick that up. Driver out of, both drivers out. I see two drivers.
Is it the Black Falcon?
I think
Porsche?
I think it's two Black Falcon cars. I think you're right, Paul. Is it 49 or 48? 69. 69. It's the car that was in the pits that we were watching in the pits that ran over its own airline and wheel gun.
That's the clickfairs.de team car, but it is a GT3, sorry, an SP7 997 Porsche.
And that was in 24th position in the SP7 category, and the Black Falcon BMW going backwards, and the Porsche on its roof for a very, very long time. If there was a coming together between those two cars, it happened a long way back from where they have ended up, right the way back at the very start of the Flansgarden run. But that is flat out at that part of the circuit. David King from Aston Martin still with us. One thing that shows, David, is these might be production-based racing cars, but my goodness, there's nothing scrimped on safety at all with the FIA cages and everything that have to go into them.
No, that's a big relief to see those drivers so quickly out and running away unaided from the scene.
And having a chat together now, actually, both drivers are standing behind the triple layer arm core. Motorsport is dangerous, David. You know, we never shy away from that. We know that accidents can happen. Is that, you know, it's as a manufacturer, that's a risk that you have to take, but you mitigate those risks as much as you can.
Of course, it's a bit of dread that I carry around with me all the time, to be honest,
yes.
As I'm sure you do as well.
Yes.
You've seen bad things happen over the years. Sport gets safer and safer, but it will never be completely safe. And all we can do is improve the cars year on year.
We mentioned that these are production-based cars. We've seen some very, very big accidents here. I remember the Z4 BMW rolling and almost going out of the circuit in the wee small hours. Car-to-car incidents, thankfully, are fairly rare here, and when they happen, they tend to be quite big because of the speed differentials. But the cars, again, we've got to stress that the cars, these aren't thrown together. These are now proper racing cars that are built to very, very exacting standards.
they'll take a hell of a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance for something freak to happen, but you just saw in that Porsche then upside down at very high speed on its roof for a long time,
and the door
everything
opened.
stays completely intact.
Yeah, and the driver's cell there is absolutely intact. Indeed, the rear screen is still in place. I think the front screen is as well, which tells you how little the car has deformed. David, I'm going to let you get away because I'm not sure whether this might change tactics in terms of having a slow zone for a little while. When do you start counting backwards from the end and deciding when the last pit stop's going to be?
Well, we've constantly updating our strategy, and we know who's in when and what lap times they'll be doing if nothing changes. So obviously there'll be a slow zone here that will affect it slightly, but we've got a plan to the end of the race, and we'll try and execute that as best as we can.
David, thank you for your hospitality and for coming to see us again. It's David King, one of the Aston Martin, the man behind the Aston Martin team, head of motorsport amongst his titles, and our great thanks to Aston Martin for their continued support, not just of our broadcast of this race, but they were one of our original partners when Radio Show Limited was formed to take over the running of Radio Le Mans as well. So our enduring thanks on your behalf to them as well. I know that there's been plenty of tweets coming in. Well, Paul, that was a very nasty looking accident, but pleased to see both drivers unaided making their way across the Armco.
Yes, I mean, I add my thanks to Aston Martin as well, because for my money as well, the presence of Aston Martin and their approach just adds to the prestige of the event. You know, I mean, from a personal point of view, obviously it's nice to have their sponsorship, but I think from the point of view of making the event a bigger event, their presence does go part way to doing that, same as Bentley does and various others of the big manufacturers does.
Well, it's also moved this race from being a German race, German-centric race, peculiarly, yes, I can't say that word, German race, to something that has a more international feel. It's not the only thing, in fairness, because I'll say this again, that one thing that the gaming community has done, and particularly things like Gran Turismo, Need for Speed, in modelling the Nordschleife, it has made people understand more about this than ever before. This is the Schwalbenschwanz, yeah, just coming down that fast part of the circuit. It is super quick there. I did get asked by someone in the very early years of this broadcast, when I went back to the States to do the then LMS, and said that we'd been at the Nurburgring, and they looked at me rather blankly, and I said, the Nurburgring, the Nordschleife for the 24 hours. And they still looked at me very blankly, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand your blank look. Well, that's a real racetrack.
Right.
Yes. No, it's just on a game. There can't possibly be a racetrack that is like that. They don't race on that for 24 hours. No, really, they do. And that came hot on the heels of somebody not believing that Colin McRae was a real person, and that is honestly how the gaming side of things, and particularly console games, has changed people's perception of this track and this race, and brought people to it to watch it, to be interested in it. And some of the cars that are racing here are represented in those games. That you know, we've got here a Bugatti. Yes. That is going to be launched in Gran Turismo.
Absolutely, we've got it here effectively in the car.
And it ran.
The Vision GT.
It ran around the circuit.
I have spoken to somebody who has driven that thing at speed, and what that person has told me at speed is just how extraordinary that machine is.
Yes, this is not just a virtual reality car. This is a real car. It drove around the circuit today with Bentley Bentegas and various other premium marks, and there are at least a couple of them here, because one is on the stand and one ran.
I think
was that the same
car.
one?
Same
right,
car.
okay. That's the Vision concept.
Vision GT.
Vision GT concept from Bugatti. Pull.
You were asking about the strategy aspects, and you were asking David King to try and tell you when they start back counting. I discovered for the this weekend that Aston Martin and the Woking Data Centre have something in common, which is to do with how we try and do things, and great conversation with the guy from, admittedly, Aston Martin Racing rather than the AML side. But we use very similar techniques in effect. Now, the problem is in predicting when the race is going to end. Now, you may say, well, that's obvious because it ends at 3:30. The problem is in defining how that works in terms of numbers of laps completed, as into the pits comes the number 4 car, and that is on, this is a critical one because that is on lap 86.
And that's a bit sharp, I think. New set of Michelin's going on that car. I think that's only a 7-lap stint, isn't it? Oh, Audi number 5 coming in a little hot, and the thud and clatter you heard was the stop board, fortunately having been released by the man who was moments before standing right behind
I thought it was your chair, John.
I thought saw it coming, I think.
Yes, I heard the squeal of tyres on in a now increasingly damp concrete part of the pit lane. Paul, the number 4 car.
Yeah, so it's coming to the pits. You're absolutely right, spot on the number, with 7 laps completed on that stint. And this is the Bernd Schneider car. Now, until we had that incident, I was working towards, if it had stayed green and it had stayed dry, 135 laps. Now, with a realistic expectation of some rain at some point, I've said earlier on that we're probably going to be more around the 130 or 132 laps. Now, in terms of the who's in the lead when the checkered flag comes out, which is the question that you asked, by pure coincidence, it happened to be the number 4 Black Falcon when you worked it forward, working on a fully dry race to the 135 lap mark. However, if you pull it back to 132 laps or 130 laps, because of rain or because of incidents like this, because these incidents slow the pace down and inevitably therefore we do fewer laps, then it swings away from Black Falcon. So what Black Falcon wanted was for a clean race green, or to have so much slowing that it'll bring it back to kind of the next cycle of pit stops and bring it back a cycle.
So another 8 laps back from that. So you're talking about something like 127, 28, something like that.
You're talking about an hour of, of a significant yellow around the circuit, or another cloudburst, something like that would delay matters. But that's why you can't work these things out, because there's so much that you don't know what's going to happen.
25 in the pit. This is the Lamborghini. Had a tweet about that a little while ago. 18th position for the Conrad car.
And front bodywork off the car. This was the car that was in some cooling trouble a little while ago.
Has had significant overheating problems for most of the race, yes.
Meanwhile, would update that after that incident between the number 14 AMG, the Black Falcon car, Abdulaziz Al Faisal's car, the car we've seen at the 24 Hours of Dubai previously, that car is under tow and on the way back towards the pit lane with front bodywork. Has no Mercedes
all 4
grill.
wheels.
All 4 wheels. That car looks recoverable.
I'd say so.
But pretty clearly, rather less so, I'm afraid, for the Porsche Cup car, the 69 car that was involved in that incident, and spent a fair amount of that lap on its roof.
Paul, can you check something for me? Because RTL, Right Turn Lover in Switzerland, Hop Suisse, seems to have spotted the blown engine BMW, which was the 18 car, may have gone back out again after a mere 10 hours and 30 minutes in the pits. So this really is just a 7-hour run to the flag.
What I can offer you is that the number 1 car has come back out onto the track.
It definitely has, yes.
Yes, and Nico Muller is at the wheel of that one.
Wow.
That having had
88th position for that car and 25th in SP9.
A mere 3 hours, a little bit over 3 hours, being refettled in the pits. However, the number 18 hasn't. Is still in the pits.
Okay.
Remember, the 18 did actually make it across the pit lane entrance because of where it blew its engine. It kind of didn't. It did eventually get through the pit lane entrance and come into the pit, so it's shown as being in the pits rather than just abandoned out on the circuit. But it hasn't come back out. But the number 1 Audi, let's say the WRT team car, has made it back into the race.
The Audi Club of Oklahoma listening in. Hello there. Can't pull... Stop it. Can't pull my... That was almost a Nick Damon moment there, wasn't it? Oh, yes, it was. Can't pull myself away from the live streaming coverage of the Nurburgring 24. Might as well stay up at this point, right? Absolutely. See how far you can... You're allowed to doze in between bouts of excitement or pit stops. It's allowed. That's fine. Graham?
I don't know what system you've got, Paul, but certainly live timing has got the 18 on an outlap. Just now.
Only just now. What that wasn't when you asked before.
No, I was trying to reboot my timing screen,
okay.
and
No,
I just have done so, and it now does say it's
yes,
on an outlap.
It is on mine as well now, but it wasn't. It wasn't when you first asked me.
Okay. Black Falcon pit stop due as drivers are waiting. Still the Lamborghini, by the way, in the pit lane, and the bonnet, for want of a better word, the front cover, because there's nothing under there bar cooling, which hasn't.
And that is the that has been the issue late.
The Achilles heel, hasn't it? In comes the '64 Black Falcon Porsche from. Car was well. That's the SP7 leader.
It is, and inside the top 20, as is the SP7 second place car.
38 GT3 cars started, and a Cup Porsche is inside the top 20 now, and I'd be surprised if it doesn't hold that position or better to the end of the race. And I'm going to say this again, the most cost-effective way of going motor racing in endurance racing at a decent level has got to be buy a Porsche Cup car, put the endurance bits on it, and go and race it. They are bulletproof if run properly.
Change of calipers at the back on that
calipers
number 64 car. I didn't see the discs being changed, just the calipers.
Right, okay.
Maybe a way of doing it within the time frame. You do the calipers on one stop and the discs on the other.
So not pulling
the whole lot out together, no.
And not just pulling the brake pads out and putting a new set of brake pads in. The actual brake caliper itself
that grips together, yes,
has a quick release on it or something like that. That's very interesting. Franz Conrad is overseeing, by the way, the work on the 25 Lamborghini.
Now, we've not got any news yet as to whether or not Franz has actually done the single stint that we thought he might in this car. He is one of the nominated 4 drivers.
I'm going to say he hasn't been in it yet because his race suit isn't driver dirty enough.
No.
I almost said soiled, but I I decided not to. But I've rather spoiled that now by saying I was
say it out loud now.
Thinking I was
all gone.
Going to do it. We're coming round to the half hour. So another hour of racing has been completed in about 67 seconds time, as in to the pits comes the leader. This is Maxi Goetz bringing in the number 88, and I think this is very early. That can only be... Oh, is that 7 as well,
No,
Paul?
that's 8.
That's 8, because you could one further than the 4.
Yeah.
It is that time of the day, you know, where time does seem to go past incredibly quickly.
Yeah. New set of tyres immediately. No thought of anything I wouldn't have thought than slicks at the moment. Bit of a wash and brush up for the car, that is. Now, did Maxi Goetz get out of that car? That's the question. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. We're live at the Nurburgring. Early morning action with the local time at 8:30 Central European time, and the leaders in the pits, which should allow that lead to be snatched from him. But the top 4 separated by not very much at all, and the pit cycle will continue to swap that lead around. The SP7 leader in the top 20, the SP3T leader in the top 20, that's the Subaru number 106. And we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the top 60, 11 class leaders in the top 60, and the remaining 7 hours of the 44th ADAC Zurich 24-hour race will be live here without interruption, powered by Aston Martin on radiolemans.com. So, gentlemen, your thoughts then as we move into the 7-hour sprint to the finish?
It's still just an extraordinary race meeting. It's been gripping up in the lead SP9 class, John, but just actually off mic a while ago, was having a long chat with Dr. Rick Betts, who has been telling me all sorts of things about his adventures here over the last 11 years with Aston Martin. And one of my great pleasures about this race is actually keeping an eye on some of the more minnow classes. It is what makes this race very special. It's one of very many things that makes this race special. And there have been some pretty extraordinary performances there. I think we're going to be talking a lot about that SP3T leader in the next hour or several. Currently just lurking outside the top 20, the Subaru.
And good morning to Toby Gillies, who has taken over for us back in London. I think the 18 has lapped the GP circuit only, says Andrew Cap. Thank you for that. That could be a reason of it. Has BMW Motorsport confirming that it has been repaired. Augusto Farpas saying thank you to every single mechanic. But thank you BMW Motorsport for bringing that to us. The SP7 battle in the top 20, 19th and 20th, 64 and 62 cars, are not on the same lap as far as the lead is concerned, but they're not split by very much on the track. And they cycle through on their pit stop strategy as well. The third place car is down in 23rd, is only in 23rd position, and the fourth place car is only in 26th position.
We've seen in recent years, John, that the podium positions in SP7 have changed remarkably late in the race.
Yes.
And very often not because of incidents.
The other Cup, the leader that I want to talk about is the Cup 5 leader, which is the 305 car. I think that's a Cup 5 car.
It is a Cup 5 car.
That is in 30th position. And is only 9 laps away from the leader.
And is only scored at the moment a lap ahead of the chasing pair.
Yeah.
So, again, that's a class that's one that we can keep an eye on in the coming hours, John, because that's one that's well alight.
And the gap between the 64 and the 62, Paul has worked that out for me, 7 minutes and 50 seconds, so that is under a lap on their times between it. They are lapping in around about 8:50, 8:51.
Or in Nurburgring terms, not a lot.
No, indeed.
And
that's a slight stumble, isn't it?
You were saying, and correctly so, John, about the benefits of actually going with a Porsche Cup car endurance racing. Increasingly, as this BMW M235i racing version beds in, that's another great way to do it. It's a pretty stock type of car, and we saw, if you'll recall, one of those cars being used by Barwell Motorsports in the Silverstone 24 Hours, and finishing remarkably well up the order. It's another great way to do it.
Well, we've seen in races like the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, those cars have been inside the top 10. They run exceptionally long on their fuel. They are comfortable to drive, and if I have to find something that that is wood. No, it's not. Touch Paul Baker. There, touch Paul's head. He says, "Well, I might as well do my own if I'm going to do that. Get a splinter in my fingers." They are remarkably resilient and seem to be able to do the job of work that is asked of them, and that is just keep going.
The question was asked somewhere, whether or not it was on or off air, I'm afraid I'm now too foggy of memory to remember, as to what car I would do this race in should I choose to do so. You know what? That's actually not a million miles away from it. Look, I'm no driving god at all. And actually what you'd be lucky to do...
yourself down there. Good.
Fair enough, I am.
Yeah.
Okay. These fists of ham are just a mere pretence.
Yes.
But something like an M235i, where you've got half a chance of actually getting around at something like pace within the realms of your own ability, is a great way to go motor racing here.
Well, when people ask me what would you race around here, the answer is anything. If you're asking anything, it has been... I've come to the crashing conclusion this year.
Don't use that. Don't use that word.
Perhaps a bad choice of words there. Come to the definite conclusion that any free time that I have between now and this race next year will be spent getting my Nordschleife permit to go with the International C license. Thank you, Stephen. That's very kind of you. Another cup of coffee is delivered. And whilst I'm not sure I would want to drive in the 24-hour race, I think a couple of VLN races post this event, when some of the factory cars have taken their leave and things are slightly less hectic around the Nordschleife, is something that I want to do before I shuffle off the mortal coil. Bathurst is the other one, of course. Incredibly lucky to have raced at some great circuits in the UK, including Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. So that's on the bucket list for next year.
The lead has changed yet again.
This is on the pit stop cycle again.
This is on the pit stop cycle. Yes, we get the lead actually changes 3 times every pit stop cycle, because it's cycling at the moment between 29, 88 and 9. 29 the HTP car, 88 the Haribo car, and 9 the Black Falcon car. There was a point where the number 4 car could have come in and joined in that little game, but it made that 7-lap stint on the last stop. And we did hear from, who was it? I can't remember, one of their drivers who was quoted as saying, I think it was Mauro Engel, that they'd had a bit of a vibration problem on that car, and so they'd had to do an extra pit stop to change the tyres. And I just wonder if that's a problem that's hit that car again, which is why they've done that shorter stop. However, we do still have the 8 cars on the lead lap. Okay, it is a long lap, but the race is so close that every time one of the leading group cars that comes into the pits, then the lead does change. And now in the lead, it goes back to the Black Falcon car, the number 9, which is currently in the hands of Mauro Engel, I think. Well, I'm getting confused now because Mauro seems to be jumping from one car to the other, and I think he's been more in the 9 than the 4. So the 9 car leads again, and well, it's the pace has not yet resumed. We're about 20 or 30 seconds down, whilst we continue to have that incident out at the exit of Schwalbenschwanz dealt with.
Yeah, and that of course took out the number 14, which is the Rob Huff car that we had somebody asking about just a wee while ago, although I don't think it was Rob at the wheel of the car when that happened. Not sure who it was, but we saw the driver walk away. Let me check my driver's list. I think it was Indy Doncher who was at the wheel of that car. We are
Correct.
Assuming that it came into contact with the Porsche that was involved there, the 69, somewhere back up the road in a different postcode. They were going that quickly that it took them some time to come to a halt. The 14 car did look to have all its wheels still on and pointing vaguely in the right direction. It was being towed to a place of safety. It'll now be on a flatbed on its way back. So Huff Sport lovers, that it might not be the end of the line for the 14, but it certainly won't be bothering the sharp end of the field.
It had previously been delayed, that car, with a gearbox or shifting type problem, I think, which stopped it out on the Grand Prix loop, but because of course it was on the Grand Prix loop, it could be brought back relatively easily by one of the tow trucks, and then spent, I think it was about 25 minutes in the garage before it came back out again onto the circuit.
Now the number 9 about to go through in the lead is passing the number 18, where the 18 blew its engine some 10.5 hours ago. That is a remarkable return to the circuit. That would have suggested to me, Graham, that was more than just the turbos going on the BMW when it was in the hands of Augusto Farfus. So through goes the 9 and will be scored as the leader as it crosses the line now. And indeed, the timing screen changes over.
I have some information, by the way, about another BMW. That's the 101 Volkenhurst Porsche, which I am told... I apologise. Volkenhurst BMW, I'm told, has been running for the entire race without turbo.
Really?
That's what I'm being told.
Not much fun, then.
So gaggle of cars now on the Grand Prix Strecker, led by the number 9 Bilstein car, followed by the Lamborghini, then the 18 BMW, and 29 HTP AMG. So plenty of cars out there to play. Has been drama throughout the night for various runners, very often with 4 rings on the front.
I should have mentioned, by the way, that the number 18 BMW was completing a lap of the Nordschleife when it was passed by the leader. So having done a couple of installation laps on the Grand Prix circuit, it's now back on the Grand Prix circuit, but it has done a full and countable, scoreable 25.3 kilometre lap that included the whole of the circuit. Hello to Sarah Rigby. Good morning, Sarah. Up in time to hear David King at DKing17 if you're not following Dave. Very interesting to be doing that. Fan of 2 of my favourite things in the world, Aston Martins and cricket. Sarah's a big Aston Martin fan. Good to know that you're tuned in this morning, and I agree with you. David King is always interesting and thought-provoking, and he's not here now, but I'll say this. He has been instrumental to a huge degree, as has Dr. Betts, in Aston Martin being here at all, and certainly for as long, and long may it continue for hopefully the foreseeable future. And going to try and get a little inside story with David and his undercover projects at Aston Martin, some of which we can't talk about, but very interesting projects going on that David looks after for Aston, not just the motorsport things. The Vulcan has come from his department, the GT12 and now the GT8 as well, and big change of direction for Aston Martin in terms of its more bespoke offerings, both on the racetrack and on the roads, since the arrival in the big chair of one Andrew Palmer, formerly at Nissan, Andy Palmer, who isn't here this weekend. Very unhappy to be missing this, but has other engagements.
Is it another motorsport event?
I can't tell you what it is, because if I told you what it was, it would betray confidence and what he's doing and why he's there doing it. But it is something very, very interesting indeed. The location of it would, if I told you the location of it, it might give the wrong impression.
And Andy Palmer has told the world, hasn't he, that he's going to be taking part in an endurance race next year in a GT4 Aston Martin.
He is going to Bathurst in a GT4 Aston Martin. I think he needs a solid bronze driver to help him out with that.
If only we knew anybody.
Somebody
with the licence and enthusiasm to do so.
We've only got 1 second separating first from second out there on the circuit at the moment, although we are coming towards the end of the stint for the number 9 car, the number 9 Black Falcon car, so it may lose the lead in any case to the HTP car, but I'm sure there would be a loud cheer down at the HTP pit if Marco Zafri could get the car through ahead of the Black Falcon car before the end of its current stint. We'll see how that one pans out. Meanwhile, Graham, we've got another guest who's just arrived up here in the booth, and always welcome.
Before we get to that though, Paul, I've had information through text message that on one of the circuit feeds we've had, I think, a quite big accident for the 62 car out on the circuit. That is the second place car in SB7, currently running in 20th place, is overdue. We've not seen that picture, but from the onboard, I believe the 62 car is off the circuit and in some pretty big trouble. But having said that, good morning. It's George Richardson. Good morning, young man.
Good morning. How are you?
From the Vulcanhurst BMW effort and in the 101, the PlayStation car.
Yep.
Tell us a bit about that, because we've seen PlayStation branding on all sorts of cars before, but principally Nissan, it's on a BMW. How's that happened?
Yeah, I think the deal came around late. I think Katsunori's deal with Nissan had run its course, if you like, and over a long period of time had a very successful relationship, and I think he wanted to try something new. He's a series sponsor here at VLN and the N24, and the Valkenhorst opportunity came up for him, and I was lucky enough to be included in it.
Tell us a bit about that, because we saw you last year having a bit of a go, and a good one at that, in a very pretty yellow Ferrari in the European Le Mans series with a part season. I'm sure the listeners would love to hear a little bit about that as well, but tell us a bit about your kind of journey through that and into racing here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sort of at the top level now, if you like, for a couple of years, and this is the icing on the cake for me. It's my feature race this season. Last year I did a whole season of VLN in the NGK Ferrari, and I was lucky enough to bring them their support to the Valkenhorst to support me and to help me out. So it's been fantastic the last couple of years, and I really missed the European Le Mans series, I have to say. But this has been quite a good sort of addition. Yeah, replacement, yeah.
Please, you mentioned the Ferrari. We had questions overnight about why we're not seeing much from Ferrari around in VLN, and the opinion offered by somebody who does know that Ferrari not that keen on supporting efforts here in the GT3 level. What can you tell us about the NGK effort last year, and why didn't they come to this race?
The NGK effort is very much a sales-driven platform. The Ferrari is the most photographed car, hence why NGK decided to go with it. I know that Ferrari aren't keen at supporting a full effort, and I think the last one we saw was Rinaldi, I believe, in GT3 a couple of years back, ran the N24. But the NGK Ferrari will only run in VLN, not the 24 hours.
Not the 24 hours.
Yeah.
Fun round here in that thing?
Yep, it's not as good as the BMW actually. It's one class below, but yeah, it's fantastic, and I really enjoyed it. It got me up to speed, if you like.
Tell us about the M6, because from perspective of someone watching it rather than being involved in it, it's a very different car to the BMW you saw last year, the Z4 GT3, of blessed memory to enthusiasts trackside for the sound of the thing.
Yes.
The M6 looks a big beast, but it looks like it's very quick.
It is extremely quick. The baseline balance, you know, is phenomenal, I have to say, and that's completely... I know I'm slightly biased in a way because I'm driving one, but that's really, you know, no lies. It is fantastic.
Car is at the moment a little off the pace. Is that what's been going on for the car since the start of the race? It's fast and furious stuff. We then went into that extraordinary period of weather and the break. But tell us a little bit about the race for the 101 so far.
So our race in isolation hasn't gone to plan. We've been battling a small problem that's been costing us about 20 seconds a lap, and you know, you can see by our times now that we would be on the pace without this problem, and as you can see, some of the front boys are in BMWs, so I'm hoping for a good result, really, and that would be good for the brand and good for the platform going into VLN. I think the difficulty for us was also that we had a very good result of VLN3 going into N24, and there's a slight few complications there, so you know, maybe not as quick as we expected, but I really hope to see a BMW up there.
Now, from your perspective, every racing driver motivates themselves with a view, particularly a 24-hour race. It's survival, clearly, for starters. 22nd at the moment in class and running outside the top 30. Where are you looking to get the 101 car by the end of this race, George?
I think I'll jump in again. Matthias is going in again. Max is in now. I'm not too sure what Katsunori will do, but you know, at this point of the race, it is push time, isn't it? You know, you got 6 hours to go. It's push time, but we're not really in a position that requires us to push, unfortunately. And we'll just do our best. We'll do our best.
Last question from me, and it's about that backing. It's about that PlayStation backing. Of course, I've used a PlayStation. Of course, I've raced around here. You, as a professional race driver, will, I'm sure, have had a go at that, had a go at, if you like, something like Darren Turner's Base Performance Simulator. How close?
Well, funny enough, I've helped develop the actual M6 that we've been driving this weekend. Katsunori's got a box 22.
Of course he has.
And we've been developing some setup elements. And to be fair, the PlayStation in a game in isolation is getting very close. The stuff that Darren's got, iZone and a couple of the others, and Straka Sim, etc., that I use for driver training, is one step closer than that in terms of hardware. But I think Katsunori's got it pretty close. And you only have to be on the starting grid with him, and the amount of appreciation that he gets for his 22 years of service to Gran Turismo is unbelievable. I mean, the guy is an absolute hero in his own right.
And has brought huge amounts of enthusiasm to various brands and to various forms of racing, not least, of course, here.
Yeah, the Nissan GT Academy. He's been a title sponsor here for a long time. He knows everything about everything, if you like, when it comes to racing. You know, he's a real passionate individual, and it's been really a great learning experience to be alongside him, to be honest.
And what about George Richardson? What about you in the next 12 months or so? Where do you want to be this sub next year and beyond, George, in your career?
I'm not letting go of my European Le Mans Series title dream. We were close, weren't we, a couple of times? So, you know, that's really a focus for me again. It depends what happens with the 488 and which teams take that. And I still think that, you know, my sort of niche lies in that GT2 area and space, but it's a difficult one to crack. I'm a silver driver, and there are a lot of silver drivers, and I have to make sure that my point of difference is much better than the other 500 of us. So I'm working really hard, and you know, races like this is just fantastic for me. I did a lot in South America at the start of the year, and also Dubai 24 hours, so I need as much seat time as possible, so when I get gold, I'm the favourite, hopefully.
Thanks for coming up and spending some time with us.
Thank you.
I mean, George there, hitting the correct button in terms of, Paul, it's hard work being a professional racing driver.
There's more than just turning the steering wheel, isn't there? And whilst George was talking to us there, the car leaving the pit lane, having completed another routine stop, so that car out and on its way again. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is well and truly joined once again, although we're, as I say, heading towards the pit stops with the Black Falcon car number 9 still just ahead of Marco Seyfried. It is in the HTP Mercedes number 29. The pair of them, say, will be both due into the pits, although another 2 laps due for the HTP car, so that'll get 2 laps in the lead. The number 9 car will be due into the pits at the end of this lap, and then it'll cycle through again to put the number 88, the Haribo Mercedes, back into the lead again, so we'll get that cycle continuing. The rain seems to have abated a little bit. Still work, though, going on the circuit at the so-called Stefan Bellof S, which is the exit of the Schwalbenschwanz, and also the point that we were referring to just at the beginning, just before we picked up with George, was the incident which was at Kesselchen, which is just as you go... Sorry, I've lost... Kesselchen, that's right, is coming up the hill out of Bergwerk, going up towards the carousel. There's also oil, I'm told, going up towards Exmüller as well. So before that incident, there's some oil down on the track.
And I think you passed me a note saying that 62 car had rolled.
Yes.
But is now, I'm told, with thanks to Darren Cox, who's actually watching on the live stream, the Vodafone live stream, it says from the in-car, the car is now under tow behind one of the Jeep Cherokees.
Well, as long as it lands on its wheels, and very often, as long as all the wheels stay on pointing in the right direction, then why not? And get the car back, get on with the race if you possibly can. So
well, there we go. Back to events on track, and as Paul quite rightly says, fully joined now this lead battle between the number 9 car, still leading as we speak, but for how much longer? The 29 HTP car in very close contention, and no more than a second or two between them as they get into sector 4 on their 90th lap of this somewhat delayed, or truncated Nurburgring 24 hours.
Yes, what's fascinating is just watching the how well these cars match their lap times. You were saying earlier on, Graham, when I was pointing out the difference in average lap time was around half a second for these two cars. Well, the trace for the 9 and the 29 since they've been out, okay, they pit 2 laps apart from one another, but apart from that you can practically lay the trace of them absolutely perfect. They do exactly the same lap time, they come across the same traffic, and lose the same amount of time going through the same traffic. They lose the same amount of time going past the slow zone, the yellow double-waved yellow code 60 zone, and all of those things just affect them exactly the same way, and we end up with them just lapping one and a bit seconds apart from one another.
Great stuff. 6 hours and 34 minutes remain in what's been, I have to say, a very engaging encounter.
It's been more than engaging.
I'd like to be understated. It gives me somewhere to go.
I think engaging would suggest that you had to kind of follow it with with your thinking cap on. I mean, this has been a no holds bar thrashing of these GT3 cars to within an inch of their very lives. I think
I'd say it's like a barroom brawl, but it's been going on for so long. By now, surely the police would have intervened.
Yes.
So with the lead battle out on track and separated by one of the BMW M6s between the two Mercedes-Benz, so a lapped car between the two. And it is one of the Schubert cars. Is it the 18 car? I suspect it might be. The car that we think lost either turbo or engine and has been in the garage for a long, long time before being released just a few minutes ago. Still tricky out there. It is clearly a quick racetrack, but there are wet patches still around the track. Anybody putting a wheel onto the grass is going to find out to their cost that's not the desired line. And into the pits comes the number 9 car at the end of lap 90, which means that scored in the lead across the line now is the number 29 car, Paul. That lead changes across the line.
Yes, exactly, because of the slow pit lane entrance. So the number 29 car taking over the lead once again as they complete their 90th lap, and that's Dirk Muller, isn't it, in the number 9 car coming down to a halt, and he's as Dirk gets out of the car, so getting into it is Jelmer Berman, I think.
Didn't quite spot that.
No, I think it might be Maro Engel, sorry.
In which case, it's unlikely to go any slower then, is it?
No, hardly.
There's a coming man of GT racing, known quantity, of course, Maro Engel. Had a tricky time in DTM, but has been making a name for himself for remarkably rapid lappery, not least of which, of course, in the qualifying session here. It's Jelmer Berman getting out, in fact, and the Black Falcon team going to work. Do not leave this race if you're listening, because there is a lot more to come. Back to green flag running, by the way, for after the repairs, the barrier between posts 174, 177. I think that would have been for the incident between the 14 and the 69, Paul. Is that about right?
Yes.
So
yes, that's right, yeah.
Rapid barrier repair by this remarkable support team they have here at the Nordschleife. And we've got another car running slowly. It's the 138 Porsche Cayman, running, I believe, in 66th position. And what's happened there? And that was an incident involving the Glickenhaus, the yellow Glickenhaus, impacted the rear of the Porsche, which then impacted the barrier. And I think there's rear suspension damage for the little Porsche. It's the 138 car that's in trouble. And that car dropping down the order as it makes its way back more slowly than the optimum pace, I'm afraid, to the pit lane. Amongst cars going quickly at the moment, it's the number 100 car. The BMW running 5th, 8:22.072 is its fastest lap of the race on lap 90. It's got, just over a minute and a half to make up on its next target, which is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. That's the SAP-sponsored car running 4th and being closed in on by the 100.
Meanwhile, the pit stop is complete for the number 9 car, the Bilstein Black Falcon car. Still Black Falcon, the only team, I think, with 100% record, certainly as far as SP3 cars are concerned, with 100% of their cars running without problems. Famous kiss of death, that'll be. Whereas everyone else has had various problems affecting the team cars.
SP9, we mean?
Yes.
Sorry, yeah. Okay.
Did I say?
It's SP3.
Yes, I've got my GT3
no
mixed
problem.
with my SP9s. Yes, that's right. So, but that. The 2 Black Falcon cars still looking very threatening indeed, although in between times the car that leads the most laps is still the well, it's not even the Haribo car anymore, because on the last cycle through, the car which led the most laps is the number 29, the HTP car, and they will be endeavouring to do that once again. They've taken over the lead of the race, as Graham said, as they came into the pits, and the HTP car has got itself into the lead again, and will continue to lead for another 2 laps up to lap 92, and I'd say that will then hand the lead back to the number 88 Haribo car, which I did mention a long time ago was being caught. At that stage it was being caught by a rather flying Manti Porsche, but since then it's also being closed upon by these other Mercedes, to the point where the Haribo Mercedes doesn't actually have the lead for as long on each little cycle through as it used to have, which suggests that something in the pace of the number 88 car isn't quite there. May just be that they're taking a little bit more care with the car, taking a few less risks, because we've seen the penalty if you do take risks. It's exactly what can happen after that.
Simon Spooner back in the landed 3G coverage, catching up on our coverage after his 3 AM hike to the carousel. He says he's liking this place an awful lot.
It's often the way.
Another fastest lap set by the number 100 BMW. We heard George saying how the BMW going quite quickly. Well, the number 100 is one of those cars that is just got faster and faster and faster, and improved still further, down to an 8:22.0 now for the number 100 car.
Ah, right. So now, thanks to Alan Prosser, I have pictures of the start of that incident.
Is this the one with the 14 and the 69?
Yes, I think so. Hadn't seen that before. Thank you for that, Alan. And it was a very, very long way back.
Petit Leon, by the way, wins the internet for the moment this morning for his little meme, with a wonderful picture of cars stationary off the track and a skew whiff with the track covered in hail earlier in this race, of course, with the little moniker, "It's raining in Monaco, question mark." That's cute.
Yes. Well, they're going to get the weather that we had earlier. It is literally going down there. So
good luck.
That may be slightly more disruptive.
Yes.
Down there, because that place when it's wet is
treacherous,
lethal, even more so. I mean, we talk about here, you've got the sublime and the ridiculous, haven't you? Actually, you've got the ridiculous and the ridiculous. You've got a super long circuit here with no runoff and a tiny little circuit with no runoff.
A bit of extra ice, gin and tonic, that'll be fine.
But I tell you what, those hailstones could do some pretty decent damage to some of those boats that are parked up. I'm sure parked up isn't a boating term, but it's the one I would use if I have one. Can I park me boat here, mate?
Is it called Boaty Bit Boatface? If not, no, you can't.
It would be.
That one. Yours would be, would it?
My boat is going to be called Boaty McBoatface. Absolutely. Bentley number 37 comes across the line, and I'm so pleased to have carried on with the tradition that was started last year, or reignited last year, of painting the number on the grill.
Does look great, doesn't it?
That should be absolutely mandatory for every Bentley with the chicken wire grill.
Perhaps a Bentley update?
Yes.
The 37 car is running now inside the top 30.
Not pristine, in fairness.
It's not the done thing with Bentley. Still, by the way, only has one main headlamp showing on the 37, as it has done for most of the race.
And only one tail lamp now as well.
Indeed. So that's running in 29th position. Just looking to see how much further down the rather more delayed 38 car is. I don't know if Paul can tell me that.
No, 38's up in 10th.
Oh, sorry, apologies. It was the 37 car that was delayed car, wasn't it?
Yes, 38 is the best non-German mark.
German mark.
Owned by Germans, but not a German mark.
Indeed.
37 is 29th.
Indeed. Yep, got that one.
There is something just absolutely right about the sight of that big Bentley coupe being hustled around the Grand Prix circuit. Slightly damaged, a little bit rough around the edges, a little portly perhaps, but Emily loved him. It is the bag puss, isn't it? It is the bag puss of GT racing cars.
And we say that with the utmost respect and love.
No, absolutely. If it was only metallic ginger.
I think the thing that I like about the Bentley is that you don't have to be an expert to tell it's a Bentley.
Agreed. That sounds fantastic.
And I mean, I'm not saying that the other cars aren't distinctive either in sound or in shape, but you know, if you look quickly and you don't quite see the grille shape, that you could mistake a BMW for a Mercedes, or
I actually think this form of racing is very good at what you've said, because the Mercedes has the distinctive long snout. They've gone back to a very 1950s grille shape. The kidneys on the front of the kidney grille on the front of the BMWs has always been a feature. The Aston, same.
They all have those cues, and I agree absolutely. But it's just how
the Bentley is more Bentley than the others are themselves.
There is no subtlety to the Bentley's styling cues, is there?
It's that very bluff, upright grille.
It's a 200-mile-an-hour gentleman's club.
Here comes a Bentley.
Yes.
You could get out of the way. I mean, you can understand when you look back at the Le Mans Bentleys in the 20s and 30s, and we were seeing this at Monaco a couple of weeks ago for the historics. I'm sure it wasn't meant to be anything other than derogatory, but when they were called lorries, you can understand why when you look at some of the svelte European competition for those cars. They were a big, bluff, square beast.
My, that must have been irritating for them to be passed by a truck that often, mustn't it, really? I think we should have a Bentley Continental, damn it, we're British special edition.
I'm big, I'm bluff, I'm a Bentley, and I'm proud of it.
Absolutely.
No, I agree, Paul, and I think we were talking earlier on, weren't we? And I heard George talking about this as well, about the identity of this race and the things that have moved it on. And all of the manufacturers who've been involved with this, Bentley more latterly, but Aston Martin for the last 10 years and more, all the German manufacturers, they have all played their part, because these cars are the cars that many of us would love to buy if we had the wherewithal. They are aspirational, and surely that should be exactly what motor racing is at this level, for us to look at those cars and say, do you know what, if I drop the Euro Millions next weekend, 35 million or whatever it is, then buying one of those for a street car, or possibly in our case it would be more likely, how much is a GT3 car, sir, and going racing in one. And I do think that brand image, if you will, is part of the success of what we're seeing here. The cars look like the cars that they are meant to be. And Mercedes-Benz have actually done a really good job with the new AMG car it's distinctively different from the old one, and in fact there's no old ones here, by the way.
That actually is one of the most extraordinary things, because bearing in mind the level and the depth of the customer market in GT3, the fact that they've managed to convert, but really it's a mark, John, of the depth of the factory effort here, the biggest ever by some distance by Mercedes-Benz. It's fastest lap of its race, by the way, as it gets into a chase for 11th position from the number 16 twin-bush Audi 826-102. May not be at the very, very sharp end of the quick times, but converted 4 quickest times for that car out of 5 sectors for whoever at the moment is aboard the 16. My guess would be that might be one Mr. René Rast.
And only 37 seconds behind the 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche. 47, I was right the first time. And took some 6 seconds out of it the last time around. Now, this is all relative, let's remind ourselves. Glickenhaus 702, the yellow shark-toothed car in the pit lane. Now, that car had been running very high up early on, now has dropped to 2nd place in its class and 40th position overall. Its compatriot car is in fact it's the 170, of course, that's leading.
It's the Montai, the development GT4 Cayman.
Well, and by the way, form an orderly queue if you could get one.
Yeah.
There's a genuine FIA spec GT4 car in 25th position.
It's been perhaps a stilted programme to get to the stage where it needed to be, but it's not a bad advert, is it?
Not a bad advert at all. And of course, on such results, have sales pitches been built in the past for cars? Particularly, yes, here is exactly what I'm talking about. Particularly thinking about, last year and the first win for the new iteration of the R8, Graham. And
indeed,
the whole year's allocation of what I think was 50 cars pretty much sold out.
Evaporated in seconds.
Yes.
And a long chat about that and about other things with Chris Renke, the new head of Audi Customer Motorsport, moving over from the LMP1 programme, of course, Chris. Looking fit as a butcher's dog when I saw him before the race, and with a smile on his face and thinking about new products, about GT4, about another programme that Audi Customer Sports are, I think, possibly rather closer to launch for.
Brad Clark has said, is this the German version of the old Detroit mentality? Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. It sort of is. It really sort of is. And the halo effect that the manufacturers, the OEMs, you'll hear people talk about OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, it means auto manufacturers, marques, brands. The halo effect is talked about. And so Audi recognise, as Mercedes-Benz and BMW as well, Graham, that the M6, the AMG GT and the R8 are not going to be flying out of the door on Monday morning should they get a win here, but the kind of attention that this race and the spotlight that this race puts on a particular brand over and above the others that I've mentioned might well just take someone into the dealership to buy an A1 or a Q3 or a Mercedes A-Class or whatever.
Well, I want to make a point about that marketing side of things. I think Paul, though, is anxious to share something with us.
Get back to the timing.
Only just to draw attention to the fact the leader will be coming in, I think, at the end of the lap that he's currently on. That will hand the lead back to the number 88 Haribo Mercedes for what will be another change of leadership and another 3 laps for the 88 then in the lead. And this pattern of 8-lap stint seems to be continuing, and I think until the weather becomes clear or there's more caution periods to become clear, that we just have to kind of wait and see. All the cautions have now gone from the track, as far as I can tell. There are personal best laps being set by some of the cars at the bottom end of the top 15. So, the track is in good condition. It's going to be flat-out racing. We're still looking at about 132, 3, maybe 4 laps.
So that swings away then at that. Oh no, 132. Okay, that's still looking good for Haribo then.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it, how the schedule pans out. But in the pits now is the number 29 car, and you'll be able to talk us through that one, John.
Just before Graham makes his point on marketing, Brad Clark also asks, I'm sure this has been asked before, but is there any chance for the 701, 702 Glickenhaus to be invited to Le Mans, and what class? No, on 2 levels. 1, because all the invitations and entries are taken up, and 2, because it doesn't fit into any of the classes. It's actually been built to GT3 regulations, although in fairness, converting that to a GTE car I don't think would be a massive issue given the new GTE regulations, particularly on the aero side. However, there would have to be a heck of a lot more of them built and a more cogent and coherent sales operation. You've got to have dealers, you've got to have a launch at an auto show, you've got to have marketing material, and for each racing car that races, you've got to build 9 road cars.
Well, let's just share what we know. At the moment, there are plans to race the Glickenhaus, the SCG 003 in other places, and other exciting places, but there are, it has to be said, remarkably few places that a car of that ilk, a non-homologated car, can now race. And that's a shame. It would be nice to see more of it. We understand why, because they're looking for sustainability and not something that you could just throw money at our programme and see what's what. This is,
right, a quick word about the marketing side of things that we were talking about.
Well, I think, there's 2 sorts of ways of marketing. It's how do you market to sell a race car, and how do you market to sell a road car? And clearly, in our world, the area of motorsport that is well known as dominating the market of the latter is Formula 1. But at a long, involved, at times gritty conversation with someone who really does know about that market, and put forward one of my theories, which is we all accept I think, the numbers in F1 are way above.
What, in terms of investment level?
In terms of perceived and actual reach to the audience. But my view would be that actually it's a very false number. I still agree that it's ahead of anything else in motorsport, and substantially so. Yeah. The problem is, how do you count it? Because if you count as, let's say, for instance, Mercedes-Benz, every mention of the Mercedes-Benz Formula 1 team, that includes, for instance, a Mercedes-Benz Formula 1 driver falling out of a nightclub. Yeah. You're not going to sell a C-Class because Lewis has had a good night out.
Yeah, I understand that, but I still think it is at a different level.
Oh, it is, without shadow of a doubt.
And whether any other form of motorsport likes it or not, that is not going to change anytime soon. It will take a major shift in the organisation of FOM and probably the FIA to change that, because of the global recognition factor. Now, I also accept, of course, that for people in certain markets in the world, Formula 1 means little to nothing at all, viz. The United States. It's far more visible than it was, but the stock car scene there, Daytona, NASCAR, is still king. And, there are other places in the world where it's not so important.
I think it's like anything else where companies can choose to spend a lot of money. It will only take another 2008 type shock for there to be a complete change in attitude, not just to F1 but to this sport and to many others as well, John. While we've been talking about that though, Paul, we've seen a pretty extraordinary lap time.
Yes, new fastest lap of the race from Adam Christodoulou, having just taken over, having been in the Mercedes since its last stop.
Which is nearly an hour ago.
Now, it's interesting that it says Christodoulou on the screen, because I had on my ticker screen here that Mara Engel had got into it. But
I'm sorry, I just can't trust that driver line.
No, so it's either Adam Christodoulou or Mara Engel.
Or someone else.
We saw Mara Engel. We thought
he got into the 9, didn't he? Sorry, yes, I'm getting, because Engel is in both cars. So let's go with Christodoulou in the 4, Mara Engel, as I say, got into the 9. I forgot that Engel is doing a Schneider. But Christodoulou, new fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes 19.280, faster than Hubert Haupt went on lap 2 of the race.
And is that... How does that stack up with last year's race lap?
Give me a moment.
Right, okay. I seem to remember once we got under 8:20, we were starting to get quite excited.
But that's a lap.
Oh, hang on a second.
We're looking at the number 44.
No, the car in front is what? Is that an Audi?
It is an Audi.
It is an Audi. It was puffing blue smoke as it was going into at Arenberg at the top of the foxhole. Now, let's watch it through the foxhole. Do you know, for a moment there, my tired eyes saw that as a car with a roof rack and luggage on the top. So through the complex,
trying to spot which car that is. Is it the 11 car?
It might be. Yes, I'm going to say. Oh no, maybe not. It's in the wrong type.
No, it's in the same sector as the 44.
Okay,
is it?
Okay.
No, it's not. You're right. It's not. So it's not the 11 car.
Let me see if I can pick it up on the ticker. There's still probably too many cars out there to grab it. Right, coming down the hill. Still a little bit of low cloud mist, reduced visibility coming down the serpentine run on the edge of the mountainside or the edge of the hillside, down towards the bridge at Brightside, down through the gearbox right-hander into the hairpin, and traffic there.
Is the blue and white car.
Audi. Oh, it nearly gets a tap from the Falcon Motorsports GT3R.
That's the 5 car. That's the 5 car.
Is it the 5 car?
Yes, it is.
So that is the 9th position car. And that is a battle for position then, is it?
No, the 44 car is
a lap behind.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a battle to get back on the same lap as that car. That's very interesting. Lots of green spreading across the screen, which means people are starting to get their more racy heads on this morning, as the 88 car will, in fact, has gone round and retaken the lead. We've had, I think, is it 8 or 9 cars that have led, Paul?
8.
8, thank you.
I think if we could see a wider TV shot here, John, what we'd be seeing is that right behind this car now is the number 4, because the lap started with there being a 7-second gap between the two in the first 3 sectors.
Look in the rear view mirror.
Absolutely, first 3 sectors. Much of that has evaporated as the number 4 car, Adam Christodoulou, has got the tractor beam engaged now on the 88.
8:18.690 was the fastest race lap last year. Now, this is the BMW 45, the white and black machine that has had an incident. That looks like the Grand Prix circuit for me.
That's the second place car in SP8. That's the closest contender to the Aston Martin.
Oh, no,
the 42 car.
He's gone off driver's left, coming down the hill towards the Advan King.
Damaged the front of the car.
Before the Vidal chicane. On the Dotti-Gahor, the battle for the lead now. The 88 and the 4, and Adam Christodoulou has target acquired on the back of the 88 car, which still has not got past the 25 in 19th position, being the Lamborghini. And who did we put in the 88? Lance David Arnold. Has he changed?
No, that's changed to Uwe Altzen.
That's Altzen, right. Altzen will be absolutely furious there. The Lamborghini there was no need for him to hold him up all the way down the Dotti-Gahor, and in fact he's fighting him into the first corner, and that is more bad driving from the 25 car, which we've already seen pile into a car. He's side by side with the leader, and let me just remind you, he's in 18th position and some 4 laps away, now 5 laps away from the leader, and he's door handle to door handle and flashing his lights. Appalling driving, should be parked.
And of course he's allowed the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes right up onto the tail now of the race leader, assuming that the number 4 car can get through past the Lamborghini as well.
I know he's in a battle with the 64 car that he's just passed, and it is only 7 seconds further back down the road for the 18th position on the road, but the 64's SP7 car, they're not in class. He's not right there at the moment, and this is driving that is, I'm afraid, just not acceptable here.
Now lets the 4 by.
Lets the 4 go by with slightly less issue. All he had to do was breathe out the throttle on the Dotti-Gahor, but he didn't do it.
I strongly...
Oh, and he's put his hazard flashes on now. Ah, we're in a slow zone. Double yellows for the BMW.
I suspect that Herr Conrad has just been on the phone
and said that Hindhoff guy's giving you a hard time.
Well, and Dunwat says the 45 is pushed to a place of safety.
Yeah.
And has said, hang on, Sunshine, we want to get to the end of this race. My game, my ball, not yours.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable racing in a club event. It's certainly not acceptable racing here when you've got the leaders coming through.
Another yellow flag zone as they go out onto the Nordschleife spotted there. And just briefly, actually, as they came into that slower zone, brief respite, as I think it's over racing BMW got between the two Mercedes-Benz. That didn't last for long, and Adam Christodoulou...
He's right on it.
He really is, isn't he?
The body language, the contrast in body language of the two cars, the Haribo 88, the dark coloured car, and the white and blue. Very nice colour scheme, by the way. White with that light blue striping on the second place Mercedes-Benz, the number 4. The body language could not be more of a contrast. Looks like we're going to get an intervention vehicle pulling on the track as well, just before the Flugplatz. As they climb the hill, Christodoulou is in the slipstream. This is genuine battle for the lead. This is pace battle for the lead. Christodoulou comes to driver's left to try and get down the inside, but can't make it. Down towards Arenberg, the right-hander downhill that drops into the foxhole. Under the Yokohama Bridge, there's nothing between these two. Now, the foxhole is incredibly quick, and you have to be very precise. Don't want to be taking too much curbs here as you run down through there. Car bottoms out at the bottom of the hill. Now, we're going to lose the ability to tell you what's happening there as those two go out of range of our pictures at this time of the morning, but we'll keep an eye on the sector times. Christodoulou took 3 seconds out of the leader in the second sector, having lost a second himself in sector 1, which is mostly the Grand Prix circuit. But that looked to me, Graham, as though the lead was about to change.
Certainly Adam Christodoulou was looking very, very racy indeed. We've got the 6th place Porsche, the surviving Monti racing car, on pit road right now. Driver change happening there too. But we wait to see whether or not we get any kind of confirmation that the number 4 car can go by. Away goes the Schubert car. That's the number 100.
A lot of people up early at Indianapolis to try and get a place in the Speedway press car park, and getting a few tweets through from people there. Now, the gates don't open until 6 o'clock in the morning. That's when the cannon's going off. It's been pushed back an hour. But I know at 3 o'clock in the morning there was already a queue outside of the press car park at Indy.
Indeed, and spotted a quick tweet from Tony DeZino up at 2 a.m. Oh!
The 100 BMW has gone. It's the early morning BMW
That's
curse.
just left the pits, and it's going to involve John with the
93 BMW.
93 BMW.
It's one of the M235 cars.
That's not an M235.
You're right, it's not, but it is. That number was correct. So the 100 car just out of the pits, 3 cars wide, and went one side. The 136 Ford Fiesta was involved as well there. Heavy contact with the Tech Pro barrier on the Grand Prix circuit. And, well, that is very unlucky. Oh, I think there was a touch between the Fiesta and the orange BMW.
It was. The BMW went to the left of the Fiesta. The Fiesta was, I think, had its mirrors full of BMW M6. Moved and
tipped it into the spin, which took the number 100 out. Driver's passenger door ripped from the second BMW there.
Further bad news for BMW as well, because the 999 car, we are told, has had contact with another car just before the carousel. That has stopped too in 17th position, so it just moments apart. Bad luck for 2 of the surviving M6 GT3s.
Lucas extracts himself from a very, very badly damaged.
That is done.
BMW, the rear screen at a rather more jaunty angle than even the coupe styling of the BMW. A headlight beyond the Tech Pro barrier. The guys are on the phone in the pit lane. 6 hours exactly to go, and the best placed BMW was in the top, had been in the top 5, is out. Lucas Luhr, I'm afraid, was
the entirely innocent party there.
Neither of the BMW drivers really at fault there. The 93 car getting a little tap as he pulled across in front. I don't think that was intentional, by the way, by the Fiesta. There was absolutely nothing that could be done. The 93 BMW is a 1 Coupe GTR, the Lufthansa Racing and Events machine.
It's a class leader, John. It's the SP5 class leader.
Wasn't, was it?
I'm afraid it was. It's 72nd position and was leading SP5 at that point. What a shame. And that car with damage all the way down the right-hand side. And I mean all the way down the outer. And the right rear wheel askew.
Well, we move into the last quarter of the 44th running of the ADAC Zurich Nurburgring 24 hours, with more drama, and BMWs have been involved in this at 2 different parts of the circuit with 3 different cars. The last quarter of the race. What more can this extraordinary 2016 24-hour of the Nürburgring throw up? I don't know, but I've got a feeling it's going to be anything but boring and predictable, and it's all live. Powered by Aston Martin here on RadioLeMans.com.
Wednesdays at 8 p.m. News and analysis, speculation and debate. Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport. Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport. Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com. The Nürburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
Well, taking over from John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer here on RadioLeMans.com, and if you're just joining us, it is one of those moments in the race that you really do not want to see from a team manager point of view, from a driver point of view, and clearly from a fans and commentators point of view as well. These guys have made it 18 hours into this race, and then one of those clearly racing incidents, guys on their own strategies, their own schedules, and it's sort of trajectories meeting, I suppose. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. 3 abreast. There was a clear in the middle. There was was it SP5 BMW on the...
It's the SP5 BMW to the left of the Fiesta, which was, I think, looking to where to place himself on the track, possibly distracted by the rapidly approaching 100 car, and left, I'm afraid, no place for the SP5 leader. They made contact, and then heavy contact between the SP5 car and the number 100 BMW out on the spot there. Lucas Luhr out of the car under his own steam, but obviously then asked to wait for medical intervention. But he's back up on his own 2 feet now, looking a little shocked. The 100 absolutely out of the race at this point. Very heavy damage to the 100. Also out on track, as Martin Haven was saying a little earlier, incident for the 999 BMW M6, and as Martin just said to me just off mic, it really is it's the Audi half hour for BMW at the moment, with multiple incidents happening at more or less the same time. Bitter goal for the 100 car. Was in 3rd position at the point of that incident, and is now going to be dropping down the order terminally, I'm afraid. That's going to help, by the way, the number 912 car, which is about to inherit 5th position, with Michael Christensen now at the wheel of the 912.
In the pit lane is the number 4. This is the Adam Christodoulou car, and Adam, so far as I can tell, has stayed behind the wheel, and they're getting ready to send that car back out again. I was slightly distracted just while they were refueling it, but I think that was a fuel-only stop for Adam in the number 4 car. Now, they put themselves at a bit of a disadvantage on the previous round of pit stops by coming in a lap early. Now, that was not necessarily a bad move, because they got Christodoulou in the car, and having previously said that I was disappointed with Schneider's pace, I was very impressed with Christodoulou's pace. But of course, because of bringing in the car a lap early, they've now fallen, if you will, off the same schedule as the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. So the Uwe Alpsen car is out at the moment, leading the race, and is going to lead the race for the whole of this lap before it's going to need to come in for its pit stop. Then the pair of them will come into the pits and hand the lead back to the number 29 HTP car, which kind of swings the pendulum a bit towards the HTP team. So the pendulum of the race is swinging around, but if Christodoulou can continue to lap quickly, there's nothing to stop. I mean, we've just gone through the 18-hour mark. There's 6 hours still to go, plenty of time to do anything, and there's plenty of time for that Black Falcon car number 4 to be able to catch up, because it is only a lap behind on the pit stop. It's not a lap behind in real life. It's a matter of 15 or 20 seconds behind in real life once you take into account the pit stop disadvantage.
Speaking of catching up,
hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Paul. As I've been away for quite a while, and I am aware that we've had the thing of the Audi half hour and kind of a BMW half an hour as well. I've got my entry list here, and I'm going to go through the numbers in numerical order of the SP9s. And can you just tell me, obviously I'll know where the cars are running or not.
Between the two of us, I think we can probably manage most of it.
So
yes.
the number 1 car was accounted for, I believe, in the Audi half hour, was
it's
it not?
back out now and running, but there was an impact, I think, with another Audi. Was it the 6 car and the number 1 car were involved, Paul?
And 28.
No, it was the 6 and the 28 which were involved together. So we're getting out of order with Johnny's little list. The number 1 car had a problem going up the hill towards the carousel when it was faced with a car facing the other way. Now, we didn't see the story from the outside. We only saw it from the onboard camera in the number 1 Audi, but it was contact of some sort, whether it was with another car or avoiding another car and into the barrier. But the number 1 car went off going up towards the carousel.
I did see that car just been taken off the trailer from recovery, and there was damage, not heavy damage, down the right-hand side, but the rear right wheel was, the suspension was broken on that rear right wheel. It's back on pit lane, having rejoined the race some time ago, but is down in 80th position, the number 1.
Number 2 is running in 8th position. Have there been any problems for that one?
Relatively untroubled, I think, overnight.
Correct.
That one.
Number 3 has had a difficult run. That's the Fricadelli car, and still in the race?
No, that had an accident with Sabina Schmitz at the wheel, and that was at the Hatzenbach, as far as I remember. No, it wasn't. It was Hohe-Acht, sorry. Okay. Sabina had her problem at Hohe-Acht in the BMW. Sorry, the Porsche number 3.
Car 4 is in 2nd position, and again, I would suggest has had a very good run up until this point, with Adam Christodoulou doing some good times, as you just mentioned.
Doing great work.
Well, I think the hero of the number 4 car is without doubt Manuel Metzger, who has just astonished me. Did some really storming laps in the middle of the night, or not the middle of the night, at the end of the night, going into the early morning, and really put that car in the position where it is now. Bernd Schneider did a single stint and has now handed the car over to Adam Christodoulou, who is driving it very rapidly again.
9th place for car number 5, which is the Dunlop shod Phoenix Racing Audi.
I think something of a bit of a recovery drive. That car dropped down the order after a couple of problems early in the race, but it's been pretty ironclad since.
Car 6 we kind of touched on.
Yes, that was the car that had a problem on the Grand Prix circuit when he came across the Lant Motorsport Audi entering a yellow flag zone, tried to brake, couldn't brake enough because the Lant Motorsport car was going slower than him, so the number 6 Audi in effect drove into the back of the slowing Lant Motorsport, and it was contact left front to right rear, left front of the number 6 Audi to the right rear of the Lant Motorsport Audi, and didn't necessarily take both of them out of the race, but has delayed both of them very severely.
The 28 car, by the way, was the other Audi I saw actually being unloaded around the same time, and there's not a lot of work going on that car.
Okay,
small budget team.
We'll come to that one in numerical order at some point.
Well, we've kind of covered it as well. The 007, the 7 Aston Martin I know about, which that was a long time ago.
That was some kind of instance with severe damage to the rear of the car, team unable to repair. After valiant efforts, I have to say.
Car number 8 is easily explained. That's the other Haribo black Mercedes, which was
withdrawn. A planned withdrawal in contention for the lead. In fact, the cars were running 1-2.
Yes.
At one point, and the team then opted to withdraw, but there'd been an incident for the car, Paul.
Prompted by a broken steering arm.
Okay. Car 9, the blue Mercedes, definitely still in the mix, in 4th position. Sorry, I've knocked Paul's screen off somehow, so let me sort that out as well. But car 9 is currently 4th, as the leader, by the way, now pits at the end of the 94th lap. So at the end of the 95th lap, I should say, for car number 88. And the number 1, which we've talked about, is on the dolly jacks being wheeled into the garage there at WRT.
That's already been in the pit lane for 8 minutes, so they've clearly decided that whatever is occurring is going to require further intervention. It's a driver change for the lead car. Way further down pit road than we are. I couldn't quite see which driver got aboard that car. Still bears the scars of an incident overnight where it rear-ended one of the Audis, which checked up passing a slower car. And lots and lots of black racer tape applied to the number 88. Not as it left the AMG factory, that car, but it's not slowing it down much.
Indeed not.
Number 10, I think, was your next one.
Yes.
That's a retirement. That was, and we've got a further incident out the circuit for the 67 car this time. That's one of the SP7 runners, and that is the 4th place car in SP7. That's the car with Bugs Bunny aboard. And we're going to see what occurred to that. That was, I think, a single car incident and damage of a reasonably significant nature to the front end of that car.
And I think that's at the Hatzenbach, isn't it?
It's early on in the lap, isn't it? They're through the twisty stuff before you get to Flugplatz.
Yeah, that's the Hatzenbach.
It was in the midst of an accident before it got to that corner. There are big tyre tracks leading directly to the point at which that car has come to rest.
And with it being a Porsche, the radiator sits millimetres behind the front splitter, and there is coolant pouring across the track now. So it's going to be very, very difficult to get that car back without the help of an intervention vehicle. Spun, well, it's sort of straight-lined what is normally a very twisty part of the track, and thankfully there was nobody else involved to be collected. But the debris, as Graham says, starts a long, long way back, as do the tyre marks. And the rest of the field now having to limp its way through. There's a code 60 flag there as well, actually, and many of the runners will need to be cautious as to not to run over some of that carbon fibre and bodywork, because it could cause punctures later on in the lap.
88 waiting for time to go, does so now, rejoins the race. Yes, sorry, 10 was eliminated by an accident for Alex Young, I believe, overnight, Paul.
Yeah, that happened at Huract, I seem to remember as well, and the 10 car very badly damaged. There was some concern about Alex Young as well, who went to the medical centre, and I think in fact slept a little while in the medical centre just in an attempt to recover, but was checked out as okay. And we got that message through from Martin Pass, who is doing some stellar work for Audi this weekend, keeping us up to date with all the driver changes.
They're busy not just with that, but of course with TT Cup this weekend here.
Yes, two really good races for those cars on the Grand Prix Strecker earlier on in the weekend. Car 11, which is the
second Audi customer experience, is running in 16th position. Was not expected to be amongst the leading cars, but is actually well up the order, 16th place and 16th in SP9.
Car 12, which is another Manthey Racing SP9 car.
That was the car that had the very early puncture before the weather came, and had a further problem later, I seem to recall, and has been on a pretty stellar recovery drive. Now heading back towards the top 20. It's 22nd position at the moment, 20th in class for the number 12 Montai racing car. Not the factory car, this one, of course. It's one of the customer cars.
Number 14, which is one of the Black Falcon
That's the green car, the Abdelaziz Al Faisal car, had a substantial incident with the 69 Porsche, which ended up with the 69 Porsche on its roof and flipping back onto four wheels. Front damage for the 14, which had already had delays and is, I think, still receiving attention, Paul.
I'm not quite sure what's resulted from that, but certainly the number 14 Black Falcon car had a delay on the Grand Prix circuit when Robert Huff was driving it, and that had already delayed it, so it was trying to catch up, making up ground, but wasn't able to do so then.
That's Uwe Altsen having got out of the 88 car.
Yeah, discussions being had at the 88 pit box, but that car is back out on track and actually working its way through the code 60 now, caused by this spinning number 67 Porsche. So new driver into the 88, Altsen out of it. The 16 car is back in the top 15, I noticed.
Up to 12th, the Twin Bush car, and we've been seeing some pretty quick times from that car into the morning, this morning. Not quite sure who's been at the wheel of the car, but Rennie Rast tends to get the credit when things are going very rapidly and he's in any way involved.
I think he is in the car again at the moment, Graham, yeah.
Next on the list is the 18 BMW.
That was the car that blew
its engine up,
but it's now back in the race.
Blew a turbo up, has come back in the race, ran with the leaders for a little while to prove that it could.
Yeah.
But he's many laps behind. It was something like 3.5 hours, if memory serves.
It is currently running in a 146th position, but lapping pretty quickly. It's at the moment is actually on pit road.
Yes, I think, as I say, it was something over 3 hours, having the turbos or whatever else needed replacing on that BMW 18.
Apologies, I've misread that. It's not on pit road. It's out on the circuit at the moment.
So that's the 18 back in the race, but as we say, an awful lot of ground to catch up after that turbo failure. The 21 Fockenspieler Team Manthey Porsche, which 15th. Is 15.
Yes, 15th, and just cruising along nicely quickly for the Wochenspiegel car, as the stealthy run we tend to see from that car. Is that the car that has... It doesn't have Robert Renault in that car, does it? No, it doesn't. No, doing a perfectly serviceable job.
However, the Row Racing BMWs don't have such good luck. It would appear the 22 and the 23.
23 is running in 6th position. It's now the leading BMW.
Right. Sorry, I'd missed that. Okay. But the 22
was the one that had the accident on the Hatson back when he came across Klaus Graf. Came across two slower cars and got past one. The other one, he says, seemed to signal him that he was going to go past, but then moved across on him, left him nowhere to go, and he hit the barrier.
Right. Okay, but the 23 car, the System Machine, as Graham says, is running in 6th position. Next up is the Zakspeed Nissan, car number 24.
That's out, I'm afraid. That is a retirement. I'm not sure why. That happened while I was trying to get 40 wigs on the back seat of the car.
I've got a feeling that might have been a mechanical.
Okay, that'll do. The Conrad Lamborghini,
running 18th, has had cooling issues.
Getting itself into hot water as well, I've noticed.
There you go, dear me.
But from
in both ways.
As it creeps through the code 60
was getting
area now.
A little silly a little while ago, getting in the way of the lead battle and then playing silly games, to be honest with you. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that car, but it frankly wasn't clever and wasn't smart, but has had a couple of more extended stops with the team dealing with a cooling issue. But still running, it has to be said, remarkably quickly. And 18th position overall at the moment for the solo Lamborghini in the race.
27 Aston, a sorry story to tell again.
That's another one, I'm afraid, accident damage and a retirement in darkness.
I would suggest it was before darkness even.
Going into darkness.
Yeah, well, whilst it was still wet, certainly. And it didn't really start to dry out until it started going dark.
Okay. Monteplas by Lance Motorsport Audi we have really dealt with its configuration with the number 6. The 29 AMG HTP Motorsport car is second.
And leads the race actually at the moment because the number 88 car, which leads the race on the screen, has already been into the pits.
Okay. Next up is the number 30 car from HTP Motorsport.
That retired with accident damage, as far as I remember. Although I can't picture it, it was accident damage. I can't picture what the accident was in my head at the moment. But Stephen Kilby's going to come and tell me what happened to it. It went head on into the barrier. That's right.
Yes.
At the.
I remember that we were able to see that incident from our perspective with a frightening looking onboard which sent the car almost at 90 degrees into the barrier, and then it was towed for quite a lengthy period by an intervention vehicle. So clearly all 4 wheels were just about still on the car.
Yeah,
but
I've got a feeling that was around the Wipperman area.
Okay.
It was a very fast sequence of fast corners coming downhill towards Brunchen.
Car 33, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi.
That is running in 20th position, just an outlap as we speak. I seem to recall that car had, I think that's been in the gravel at least once. I can't recall a serious incident though for the number 33 car.
Okay.
That is the Feldmeyer liveried car.
The 35 Nissan GT Academy RJ and GTR GT3.
Running 14th at the moment, another steady runner. And yeah, certainly all the hallmarks of a running for a finish for the 35.
37 Bentley is in 27th position.
That has had a couple of problems, and that the 27th position marks a substantial recovery for that car, Paul. That had troubles very much earlier on, didn't it?
Yes.
It's run trouble-free for quite a long time now.
Yes, but did spend quite a long time in the pits early on.
Twice.
Okay. And the other Bentley, number 38,
is running way further up inside the top 10 now for the number 38 car. 9th position overall, running very well. Stealthy, I think it's fair to say at the moment, if you can be stealthy in a massive bright yellow Bentley.
44 Falcon Tyres, Falcon Motorsports Porsche 991.
On pit road at the moment, running 10th, and that car again running steadily and within itself, I think it's fair to say. Has got itself in a number of battles for position, and it's just quietly going about its trade.
Then it's the 75 man filter team Zaxby Mercedes on my list. That's still running.
13th overall for that car. Luca Ludwig at the moment at the wheel. That did have an incident with another car
coming out of the pit lane, for which it was later penalised as well.
That's exactly right.
So yeah, it had it coming together. The organisers decided it was an avoidable collision, so they brought it in and gave it a relatively short, I think it was a minute stop and go penalty.
Yep.
Clash with the number 10 Audi, I seem to remember, which was still running at the time.
Just remember, the 44 car was the car that's had that odd short lap and came back in, lost some time.
Falcon tyres, yes.
Which we think might well have been a wrong tyre call. That car had wet tyres taken off after completing a lap of the Grand Prix loop.
Okay. The 88 Mercedes was leading the race, now slipped to 4th because of its pit stop, but it's continually being added to on the front, isn't it? Tank tape. More layers of it being added.
Because the car had an impact with the rear up on the Audis overnight. Audi going by a slower car, and for whatever reason checked up pretty dramatically and was hit reasonably hard by the Mercedes.
Although it has led more laps than any other car, it has also gone from being the most leading car, if you will, to one that isn't leading quite so much anymore. So it's just somehow not quite had the pace to keep up with the chasing Black Falcon Mercedes, and also the ever stealthy HTP car, which has kind of crept into a very strong position in the race.
I think we're about to see the end of this Code 60 zone, with the 67 car having been recovered to a place of safety, and the last bits of clear up still underway. So in just a few minutes, I think we'll see that Code 60 withdrawn.
And that's the only remaining Code 60 on the racetrack, as far as I know, Graham. So
I think that's correct.
And we're nearly at the end of my list, so that'll be quite good timing, I reckon. The 99 Vulcanhorse Motorsport powered by Dunlop BMW Z4.
That's blown up. I think that might be an engine problem. I'm fairly sure that I've seen a reason for retirement that was a mechanical one. Graham's looking up to see whether
it's shown on an outlap.
Okay.
I don't know when, and it is 133rd position. I'll keep an eye on that one.
A long way back. If it's had an engine problem, then
it's just possible. In fact, it's actually had a very long pit stop. So I wonder if that car, it's either just come out or it's come out and failed again.
Yes.
So I'll keep an eye on that one for you.
All right. As I arrived in my seat, the demise of the 100 car sadly happened right in front of me.
That was that dramatic incident for poor Lucas Lure, just out of the pits on the Grand Prix loop, and the innocent victim of a confusion between two slower cars. One of the this is the BMW 1 Series, the SP5 leader, and the Ford Fiesta tangling, and that fired the BMW across the bows of the 100. Big contact with the barrier. To the rear of Lucas Lure's car. That car very heavily damaged. Lucas out of the car, and the number 100 out of the race.
101, which is another Vulcanhorse Motorsport M6.
That's the PlayStation livery car. We had George Richardson up in the booth just a little while ago saying that the car was carrying what I think he called a small technical problem. I believe that small technical problem may well be that it's got no turbo boost and may not have had it since the very early stages of this race.
Right. Okay, so a good effort to... it's still in the race.
It's at 34th position and running 22nd at SP9.
911 didn't last very long at all.
That was the accident for Nick Tandy at the very start of the race.
And they tried to get it back, they tried to fix it during the 4-hour red flag period, but in the end decided to put all their resources into the 912 car, which runs 5th.
Which lurks, I think it's fair to say, is lurking
behind for Mercedes.
It's about 4 minutes off the lead, so it's about a half a lap back from the leader, but it is the leading non-Mercedes now.
And finally, the treble 9 car, which is in 17th position. What's been the story of that car, if anything?
That has just had the accident, hasn't it? Is that the one we were just told has had an accident at Carousel?
999.
Or am I wrong? I thought we'd been told...
No, that car is still circulating and is 17th.
Right,
okay.
Apologies. I'm confusing.
So that is there's another Vulcanhorse car, isn't it? Vulcanhorse, the BMW M6 powered by Dunlop, and as Paul says, is just inside the top 20.
Okay. I'm confusing myself there with so many incidents of BMW in a very short space of time. There are two other cars we probably should mention in that company, and they're the two Glickenhaus cars.
Yeah.
Because they were running very well up indeed. One of them in the top 10, I think, overnight.
Well, one of them scored points on the Graham Goodwin slightly obscure scale because it was the leading non-German car. A trophy it's now had to hand over pending to the Bentley team. But no, it was in the top 10 as well, you're right. It kind of got up to 8th on the pit stop cycle because it ran a little bit longer, because it's a little bit lighter, it runs a little bit longer.
So the 701 car at the moment is running 67th position, third in SPX, the 3-car class. After problems, don't know what the problems were, I'm afraid, Paul, or rather I can't recall. They both happened while I was not here.
We were told on one hand it was exhaust, on another hand transmission, and another hand clutch.
Right. Multiple problems then.
Either all of the above, or we don't quite know.
The 702 car, though, is substantially ahead of that, now running 36th. Has just taken a position, in fact. Second in SPX. That's a class now led by the homologation development car, the Porsche Cayman GT4, another multi-run car. So 36th for the 702. And lapping reasonably quickly as well, and I think we'll certainly make further ground up on the field, if not getting back involved with the SP9 battle. So it's been an eventful race and a very eventful night, it has to be said, for the SP9 runners.
Yeah, I was well aware that things had been shaken up quite a bit, so I thought that was probably the best way to attack things in number order, and it is the 29 machine then that leads the way, at least in this phase of the race, this pit stop cycle. 96 laps done, and the gap back to car number 9 just over 10 seconds. So HTP Motorsport leading Black Falcon, And it's a two-pronged attack from Black Falcon, with their blue Mercedes ahead of the white car, second and third. That's 9 and 4 if you're after race numbers. Fourth position is the 88 Haribo Mercedes, the black car, the 912 Porsche in fifth, and sixth position for car 23, which is the BMW from Row Racing.
The thing with that rundown, and it was useful to do the complete field rundown, but that lead group rundown, Johnny, is that there are 4 cars which are all in the lead of this race, in effect. It's not that 1 leads 2, leads 3, leads 4. They're all taking it in turns to cycle through the lead of the race. The car which doesn't actually lead on the track at any point amongst that little group is the number 4 car, but that is only because it's about 15 seconds in real terms behind the number 9 car, and it pits just before the number 9 car. But if a small change, if a small problem would hit the number 9 car, then the number 4 car would take over. So the two, 4 and 88 are the two that are kind of shadowing each other. The number 4 Black Falcon car and the 88 Haribo car are the two that are kind of shadowing each other. But between the 4 of them, they're all kind of taking it in turns to lead the race. What is interesting is that the HTP car has, by some pretty stirring and unobtrusive driving by Christian Hohenadel, has managed to get itself in the lead of this race for more than any other car. It's kind of taken over the role that the Haribo car was playing earlier on, before, for whatever reason, the Haribo's pace has just started to tail off a little bit. It's nothing to do with the pit stops, it just seems to be tailing off in pace on the racetrack. So it depends what happens between now and the end of the race, which is still 5.5 hours away. But certainly, if things pan out, it could pan out very nicely for the HTP car, because it's also nicely spaced out its pit stops to be able to get to the end of the race just right.
It's a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 cars, by the way, separated by 51 seconds on track at the moment. Leader, there's a 21-second lead over the number, so the 29 car, 21-second lead over the 9. Then it's a further 20 seconds back for the 4 and 10 seconds back to the 88 with the 912 Porsche, the next car in the train, if you like, albeit half a lap back from the leader. One other overnight story, Johnny, that might well be worth bringing people up to speed with, because it's a good one. We have seen, obviously, misfortune for the 2 Aston Martin Racing run cars, both of which are out the race. The Aston Martin Test Centre GT8, another debuting Aston Martin product here, led the class, the SP8 class, and led it convincingly through into the night. And then there was, I'm afraid, a bit of an error. David King came and shared his tale of woe, a bit of a miscalculation. The car running out of fuel about a mile from the end of the lap. Dropped that car back before it could be recovered to 5th place in class. It has, though, battered its way through to the lead in convincing fashion in SP8 and now holds a 2-lap lead.
Wow.
So that has been one hell of a night for the SP8 42 car. The bad news for Aston Martin Racing turned into some good news in Aston Martin Test Centre, because of course one of the drivers named in that car is one Darren Turner, who has been relieved of duty in SP9 and has been fulfilling the brief to do what he can to actually assist that. It's by no means is he the only man that's been lapping quickly, but the 42 car now in a rather synchronous 42nd position overall, leads SP8 and is lapping under 10 minutes now. As I say, around a 2-lap gap back to the next car in SP8, which is the number 50, and that's the Ford Mustang.
And unlike other endurance races we cover on RadioLeMans.com, in this race there's no restriction above or below any of the other drivers within that team as far as Darren Turner is concerned, is there? You can utilise him however you want to, as long as you stick to the driver limits.
The driver limits and the
even though he's a platinum
gap,
driver.
The gap as well, because I think I'm right, Paul, the initial plan was that Darren had been done with that car.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. You're allowed to be nominated in a maximum of 2 different cars, and you have to stick to the driving limits of cars, and there is a rule somewhere that gives a minimum driving time altogether, I think, but I'll have to check on that one.
But it's not based on ability like it would be in other endurance races around the world. So
well, we might see if we can get Darren up to come and have a chat with us about his adventures in around the Nurburgring this weekend. As David King was reminding us, by the way, it's not the first time Darren has driven something other than an SP9 car here. I think his debut at this race was in a GT4 test centre Aston Martin, and he was, of course, equally committed there, and he should be. But Darren, I just get the impression he thoroughly enjoys this.
Oh yeah,
it's the challenge that very many racing drivers crave.
I was down at the Aston Martin awning when the race, as there's a spin there for the number 51. 151,
yep.
Pixum Motorsport Porsche. Now that's the car that ended up in the gravel after being clonked by the Lamborghini, and in fact they're very close to one another.
Obviously saw him coming again. I thought, I'm going to get the heck out of here. It was one of those watch this moments.
That's at the Yokohama S, and much earlier on in the race, the Porsche was going along its merry way, and the Lamborghini was rejoining from a pit stop and just ploughed into the side of the Porsche. Sadly, the 151 car, which was class leader at the time, ended up in the gravel at the Yokohama S. So a little bit of a spin there for the 151 car, but it has rejoined. Yeah, but Darren was watching pensively the restart, the restart of the race in that horrendous rain, and he was a little surprised, I think, along with many other people, that the race had been restarted in those conditions. I wasn't quite sure at that point whether he would prefer to have been in the awning or prefer to have been out there. I think possibly he was enjoying his espresso a bit too much and was happy for teammates to get on with it. But yes, that was when he had hoped the 007 car would have been his main charge to the finish. Sadly, that's not the case, and now it's all about the 42 car in 42nd position.
Well, the Darren Turner will, though, be, I think, very happy to be fulfilling another important part of his professional brief, which is as an Aston Martin Lagonda ambassador and development driver, and he's now involved not just with the Aston Martin racing team, but with the factory with the big F as well, and you know, his role too with things like the Aston Martin Vulcan program has been keeping him very busy indeed. I say we'll see whether or not we can get some time with Darren later. I'm sure the listeners will be delighted to hear about just what it's like trying to actually dial it yourself into two entirely different levels of pace around here in about 15 different levels of weather.
That's a good point though about jumping from an SP9 car to an SP8 car and the differences in performance, but I'm always surprised at how quickly a racing driver can adapt to the grip levels,
and that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the aero grip. That's the thing that I think would mess with my head, because we've seen before now, haven't we, people who have been very proficient as maybe a silver ranked driver in a GT3 car struggling with actually the relatively minor changes to a GTE, and yet Darren Turner can go and do that.
I remember talking to Sam Bird though, who had at the time of talking to him recently moved from a Ferrari in GTE to a G-Drive LMP2 car, and I said, do you not have to just totally go back to basics and realise the scenery's being chucked at you at probably twice the speed? You realise you can go through corners flat, which were you know, in a Ferrari at 70% throttle maybe, and he just went, he just drives to the aerodynamic grip of the car, mate.
Yeah,
simple.
But the thing is, he's not real though. There's something that's not real. I tell you what, at some point in the future, we will find out there are people from another planet masquerading here as humans, and Sam Bird's one of them. There's something not right about his level of talent.
And to be honest, going back to an LMP2 car was sort of back to his roots with his single-seater upbringing, if you like. Side by side between a Mercedes and a BMW.
Car. That's the 18 car still playing,
yes.
I think it's fair to say.
So nowhere near in the mix as far as the leaders are concerned. But yes, the leader will need to be aware of that BMW in its wheel tracks. Flashing the lights, I think more to do with the BMW of the lower order classes that those cars needed to pass into Tiergarten and over the grid hatch.
You'd let it go here, wouldn't you?
As long as the Mercedes then going through and completing his 98th lap, I reckon he can go until the end of his lap 100. Not far behind him, though, the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes is going to be coming into the pits, and Mauro Engel, I'm guessing, is going to stay in the car. In fact, Maro Engel might stay out for another lap from the look of the state of readiness of the team down beneath me. Yes, he does go through. 26 seconds behind then in the... You're going to have to talk.
We'll talk, don't worry.
So that gap closing, it closed by something like 5 seconds last time around. So Maro Engel is now out to play. And how much longer? Well, looks as if the 29 car is going to get back round to finish their stint before Engel is with him, but the gap is going to be considerably closer.
Paul Trusswell having a well-deserved slurp of water. Meanwhile, the Haribo Mercedes number 88 heads towards the Yokohama S now and works its way through there very niftily indeed. These look like big cars, these Mercedes, but they're very manoeuvrable.
You know, when you see them close up, you know, they're beefy, but they're kind of there. When you see them, in reality, they are far smaller than you might imagine.
Yeah.
And certainly a far smaller car than the SLS was.
Right. But the SLS, I know, was a big hit with drivers in terms of how much you could throw it around and it would be able to deal with it. As I say, very manoeuvrable, very forgiving as well. And the AMG has actually taken that on a step further.
A big step further. I mean, talking to a couple of people who've experienced this car for the first time, of course, this year, and what they're telling us is, amongst other things, it's things like the driver ergonomics are a massive step forward from the SLS, which when you're dealing with an endurance race and the various systems and deltas and everything else you've got to deal with, ergonomics a very big deal in processing and dealing and then applying the information that's been provided to you, Paul.
So those cup holders are an easy reach,
massive,
are they?
Yeah, you can get one of those big gulp things in there now.
And the little pot for your boiled sweets as well. A significant point that I was trying to make before I started coughing myself to death, I really must take up smoking or something, that would give me a reason for it, is that the number 9 Mercedes has gone on to its 9th lap of its stint for the first time in the race. It hasn't actually done a 9-lap stint yet in this race. Some of the other Mercedes has, but the number 9 hasn't. But it has decided that that's what it's going to do this time, having the number 4 car kind of scuppered it. I won't say it scuppered its chances, but put itself at a slight disadvantage by only doing a 7-lap stint a little while ago. The number 9, the other Black Falcon car, has decided it's going to go through and try, I'm sure it will succeed, to do a 9-lap stint on its tank full.
We've got that code 60 here, I think, is still there, or is that they've decided to do some barrier repairs drivers' rights?
It went away, but it started again. Yes,
So,
I think it's probably.
So unless someone else has had a moment.
I think they got the car out of the way. Having got the car out of the way, they freed it up. Now they're doing the barrier repairs.
Just a quick moment as we went through the code 60 zone. What we saw as well was the 175 Scirocco, which was in trouble earlier with some front bodywork problems of a fairly major nature, is back out and running at its more optimum speed.
That's a Class V2T car, by the way, so turbocharged, but the engine capacity below or up to 2 litres. That class is led by number 176, which might be another Scirocco, actually. Let me just check. No, those sounds like a Golf now in my mind. It's a Renault Megane. I've been trying to learn the V classes slowly but surely. There are 2 Siroccos.
You'll get there by
in
about
it.
3:30.
Maybe. That's my hope. So we've got 2 VW Siroccos. One's a GTRS, one's a Cup R, and there's an Opel Astra J OPC as well. That's not part of the all Opel Astra class. We have 177, which is part of the V2T class, with Lena Strycek, Robin Strycek and Volker Strycek, the drivers. And the Renault Megane RS, number 176, from Red 2 Drive Racing, is the class leader, down in 57th overall.
Christian Hohenadel has lucked in here because where you saw the service vehicles working on the track at the Hatzenbach was slowing people down, but it hasn't slowed down Hohenadel because he got through when it was all green. Now, to be fair, it didn't affect any of them because it was 25 seconds is the gap or so that separates that car from the Black Falcon car, and then a further 25 seconds separates the two Black Falcon cars. So they all got through before they started working on the barriers. So I think it's kind of will affect them all equally. Depends what happens next time around, of course. But next time around, we do strongly expect the number 9 car to come in for its pit stop, but the 29, the HTP car, should stay out for at least another lap.
So far on that lap, in fact, the 29 car has taken 10 seconds out of the chasing number 9. So that's all happened in the second and third sectors. So the 29 car making good a little bit of its escape. It was 26.7 seconds to the good last time through, and that's going to go close to 40 on current pace. As we have a look, the 75 car, the Manfilters Zach Speed Mercedes-Benz, running down in 12th position at the moment. Looks like someone's taken a great big munch out of the left front bodywork of that car.
Yeah, that was when it clobbered the Audi down at turn 1, when the 75 was rejoining from a pit stop. Car number 2, Audi from WRT, has pitted 3 or 4 minutes ago, and they've changed the driver, so Stuart Leonard gets out and Edward Sandstrom gets in. They also did tyres on that car as well as fuel. Number 36 from Gazoo Racing.
That's the RCF, isn't it?
Yeah, Lexus RCF, which looks very smart, this car. Number 36 is part of the SP, well, the only SP Pro car.
Did spot on my tour of woe through the paddock this morning, returning to the booth, that the 188 car from Gazoo Racing looked to be undergoing an engine change in the paddock awning.
Okay. They are, well, they've done pretty much all the jobs on this Lexus now, just waiting for the clock to run down on the minimum pit stop time. Behind it is the 101 PlayStation-backed BMW that has come in for a stop as well. So 98 laps done for car number 29. Christian Hohenadel leading Maro Engel in the number 9 Mercedes. The Lexus number 36 rejoins. Still some good times coming in from HTP Motorsport, with a car best sector 3 that time through.
This is one of those things that you wonder quite how he's done it, because certainly earlier in the race, the HTP car, neither of the HTP cars, although they were there or thereabouts, they weren't threatening to storm away at the front of the field, but somehow Hohenadel has just raised his game a little bit, or the pace has been pushed a little bit harder, and they're kind of extending away from the other Mercedes. It is pretty much a pure Mercedes race up at the front, but that 29 car has done some very impressive laps with Hohenadel and has just got itself into a position. And as I say, the balance of the race, if we can go through green to the end of the race and with no rain and not too many incidents on the circuit, it just fits nicely into the right number of stints to get it to the flag without having to do one of those messy little splash and dash type of stops towards the end of the race.
Leader pits now, still with the 18 BMW in close contention behind it.
Yes, now that's slightly shorter than I wanted from the HTP car. That's come in on the end of lap 99, which means he's only done 7 laps on that stint.
Right. It is a driver change. Yellow helmet climbs aboard.
No obvious signs of an unscheduled pit stop. It's beginning to rain at the Dunlop corner, by the way. So that's the Dunlop hairpin, isn't it? The bottom end of the Grand Prix Strecker. So, and that tends to be the sort of area where the weather first appears and heads in from the west of the circuit across. So, and in fact there's a little bit of rain in the pit lane as well. So it is starting to work its way in. Might just be a passing shower though, and therefore nothing compared to what we had yesterday.
So Engel is in the number 9 car, so we've got the 2 formerly leading cars into the pits, and the two cars that were in third and fourth go through into first and second places respectively, with the number 4 Black Falcon car, Chris Dudulu, going through in the lead of the race now, and the second place number 88 Mercedes, which is either Goetz or Seyfrath at the wheel of, because Lance David Arnold drove it most recently, then Uwe Altsen took it over from Lance David, so it's either Jan Seyfrath or Maxi Goetz who's at the wheel of the 88. Those cars, two cars going through, separated by just 16 seconds on the racetrack, now taking over first and second places.
I think that was Renger van der Zande getting aboard the number 29 car. I think he's got a special helmet for this race, with Nurburgring on the side of it, but it's a similar design to the principally yellow helmet we've seen from Renger.
Did you see the tyres going on the HTP Motorsport car, by the way?
And they were cut slicks.
I thought so too, yes. And the windscreen wipers being utilised by the number 4 car as well. So rain certainly on the Grand Prix Strecke. Will it head to higher ground, or in fact lower ground, towards the Adenauer Bridge? Remember, the worst affected area during the hail yesterday was at Arenberg, the right-hander at the foxhole, effectively, where we lost an awful lot of cars into the gravel, most of which recovered but damaged, and quite a few had to be taken back to the paddock via the flatbeds and fixed. I'm still really surprised to see the TCR leader is the 201 Seat, which went hammering into the Armco barrier yesterday at Arenberg, but they managed to get the car fixed, and by virtue of that 4-hour stoppage got the car back in the race, and it leads a 3-car TCR class. It's the Seat Leon out front in 43rd position. Still a very measured pit stop down here at the Black Falcon crew, which is virtually beneath Paul Truswell's feet.
Yes, absolutely. The fuel is in the car. It's off the jacks. What it hasn't done is to rejoin, because the mechanic holding the car, they're just waiting for it on the time to tick away. Mechanics hanging off the rear wing at the moment to give it a little push once it's fired up to save the clutch, and then that car will be on its way. But the tactical nature of this race has come into play once again, because HTP, possibly the reason they've done that shorter stint is to give them a shorter pit stop. So what it's done is it put them both on the same schedule in terms of number of laps completed, and it was a 9-lap stint from the number 9 car, as I said that time, but by reducing, which means it's got a longer pit stop by about 20 seconds, but by reducing its pit stop time, by reducing its stint length, it's reduced its pit stop time. The number 29 car has got itself out, same schedule, it'll be full of fuel, but with a 40-second advantage now in terms of the 2 times spent in the pits for those 2 cars. They won't be leading because they've lost the lead, remember, to the 4 and the 88 that we've just told you about. So their third and fourth, the 29 car, is much more comfortable now in third place ahead of the number 9 than it was before. Clever thinking from the HTP team down on the pit wall there. And by having the same pit schedule, they've put themselves at the same risk, as it were, should weather come or should further interventions occur on the circuit with code 60s and so on.
Weather is here, Paul, and I think what I would describe as getting heavier. So certainly steady rain around the Grand Prix circuit now.
The number 9 Mercedes actually weaving, heading up towards the Ad Van Bogen there, the right-hand king, just to get some tyre temperature up. Remember, this is an outlap for the number 9 car, so brand new Michelin tyres that will be a little bit short of temperature, and an opportune time on the Grand Prix Strecke to just weave around and try and up that temperature a little bit more. So windscreen wipers being used again there as well, although on the intermittent setting, I would have said. It's raining down through the hats and back as well, and there are double waved yellow flags. Now, is this where we got code 60 in place? Yes, it is, I believe. So the blue Mercedes has to tuck in behind one of the older VW Golfs.
Question being asked as to whether or not that's intermediates on that car. We usually find the slicked intermediates are the big white It does look to have a lot of white on the side of the sidewall of those tyres, whereas the 29 car, we saw a close-up shot, which I think was that car, and that looked like cut slicks on that car.
Okay, so
different approaches to the same problem here.
But both of them have obviously got more detailed weather satellite maps than we've got here, and think that perhaps the next 45 minutes to an hour are going to be sufficiently damp to warrant intermediate tyres. And as I say, with them both coming in on the same lap, they've eliminated a lot of the luck element of the race. So it's purely down to what happens. But remind you, the HTP car will have, I should say, something like a 20 or 40 second, a 30 or 40 second advantage on the Black Falcon Mercedes, but the pair of them are behind the Schneider Black Falcon Mercedes, or should I say Chris Tadulu, because he's at the wheel of the number 4 at the moment, and the number 88 Haribo car. So fascinating race between these 4 very similar Mercedes, but just making it a hugely interesting race between the 4 of them.
Christian Honard at least has got the decency to look as if he'd been working hard. Quite often we see these race drivers come out after performing extraordinary stints and come out looking like they could go out and do another one, but he's exchanging views with Marcus Seefried in the garage at the moment and looking like he has had a day at work.
Getting big air there, the number 4 car, bunny hopping its way over one of the yumps on this fabulous circuit, charging its way downhill now. So this is the 3rd placed car on its way to the Schwalbenschwanz. So this is just after Flansgarten, isn't it, and heading past that massive campsite to driver's left.
Good that the campers have had a mostly dry night.
True, yes. Although will have been put through the mill early on in this race, and there was all sorts of things being used as shelter. Yes, brollies, but also people's deck chairs.
Oh, yes.
Portable barbecues, just stick that on your head because it's totally washed out as far as the sausages are concerned. Anything to keep the hair dry, and of course, once you get wet with so much rain and hail, you're then going to stay very, very cold for potentially most of the other race as well. So we're not very far away, by the way, from another hour being completed. I'm going to leave you in the hands with Graham Goodwin, though.
And well, more rain being reported, by the way, at multiple places around the circuit. Not super heavy at the moment, but let's speak to a guy who knows exactly what it's like around here in the wet, and a man we seem to bump into just about everywhere around the world we go with RadioLeMans.com. Marcus Seefried, thank you for coming to talk to us this morning. It's one heck of a race, isn't it?
It is. It's so. I mean, some say it's just about Mercedes. I mean, it looks like the first 4 cars are the AMG Mercedes, which we are proud of. But the race itself, it's frightening, and it's. I mean, for me as a driver, you know, you are not so involved in the strategy, and because you always try to get a rest. So when you come back to the pits and look on the screen, and then it mixed up again, like now, you know, and then you do not know really by the strategy, because I think the Haribo always went for 9 laps and we went for 8 laps, so it's out of rhythm, and I do not know towards the end who will be the one who has to stop last and who will stay out for it.
Well, just tell us for the moment, what have you done out there in terms of the race so far? So you were out when and during which parts of this extraordinary race so far?
Yeah, I was actually out in the middle of the night, because I was the one supposed to go into the night, but by the interruption, by the red flag, everything went out of rhythm. We can see some drizzle, it's coming.
Oh,
right?
yes.
I mean, on my last laps in, I had already some drizzle exactly at the same point down there at the Dunlop Kere, but it was not really infecting anything, but now I think it's getting more.
So just give us a bit of an impression.
Yeah.
In the changeable conditions here. It's an extraordinary track already, we know that.
It is.
But particularly when it's dark, particularly when it's changing, just how hard can you try?
It's, to be honest, I mean, I spent the last 10 years up here, and I have to say, there are some spots where it most like starts is like towards Schwedenkreuz or Flugplatz Quillbacher Höhe. Schwedenkreuz are one of the spots you always have to take care. When it looks strange, I do a lift just to stay safe. Metzgersfeld sometimes is such a place where it starts to drizzle on that side of the track, or like then from Hohe Acht on, and there you really, if you just have sometimes one sense of it looks just a bit strange on the tarmac of the color, just do a lift. It will really save you.
It's a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
What's that going to affect? Now it's Renger in the car now?
Now it's Renger back in there. I handed over to Christian, to Honadel, but I think he did a single, I did a double. Then I think Renger is on a double now again, because he feels the most comfortable in the rain. I have to admit, on all the testing days I joined the car, I never had really the wet or rain conditions, except when we had the night practice on Thursday night. But there it was just about adjusting the light, so I wasn't really confident. Then I said, okay, then make the setup that they are going for the rain now, that we don't lose any performance.
Now, it's clearly a massive attack from the AMG Mercedes camp this year. We've seen factory blessed cars before, but not to this level of depth. It looks to me like they've done a dragnet through World GT racing and brought everybody in. I mean, 9 cars, okay, 8 cars once the 8 car was withdrawn, but it really is an extraordinary effort at this, and it seems at the moment with 1, 2, 3, 4 paying off.
I would like to mention one thing. I mean, if you look on the fastest lap times, if you see the BMW that did the 8:19, the Porsche did the 8:20. So they, with the number 9 car, 8:19, we did the 8:21. So actually, if you just have a look on the fastest laps, it's quite competitive. So it's not that we are way off of the others, but it seems like over a stint of the consistency,
you can stay with it.
We can stay with it, and there we have the big advantage. So and that made it. But also we have to say, like the BMW, what we saw just after the Yokohama, I'm really sorry for Lucas. I mean, that was really bad. Like, he couldn't do anything.
No, it was,
I mean, it was just passenger in there.
Now, we were talking a little while ago about, as a professional race driver, how big a change it is when you get from one weekend, and I do genuinely seem to see you every single weekend, because you're doing. Just take us through what your year's like this year.
I mean, I do the Blancpain, the sprint in the 488 Ferrari.
Rinaldi?
I do the endurance with Rinaldi in the 458.
Yeah.
Then I do the ELMS with Proton competition on the RSR on the 991 Porsche. In US in the WeatherTech series, that was a bad one, highlights. In the WeatherTech series, I'm with Magnus Racing on the Audi, and up here I got the drive with AMG, with HTP on the Mercedes. So
how many races in GT machinery are you doing this year? Have you even counted?
I hope I get some vintage races on top of it. I'm working on that. I think it's gonna go again towards to 30 weekends.
Wow, that is quite amazing.
Last year I had 32.
And how tricky is it to dial yourself out of a mid-rear engine Audi and into a...
This is something I have to say I have to work for. I don't have that God-given talent and sitting in and just do it. I really have to sit down on the data with the engineer and work it out, because there is not a bad car anymore out there. All of those, they are good, and they have some advantages and disadvantages, but if you compete against somebody like Maxi Bug or Baumann, who spent all year long just in that car, and you have to be spot on with those guys, that's the difficult thing. Or when I go back to the you know, Andy Lally, he's also a real pro, and being with him in the competition on the Audi gives me also like a hard time. And then back in the GTE car, it's even more difficult. So I have to do my homework, I have to say, otherwise it's difficult.
Tell us a little bit about this. Is it the new Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3? You've driven a remarkable range of GT3 machinery. Where does this compare, and where is it strong?
It's quite strong in the fast kings, I have to say. Like spots here called Flugplatz Quillbacher Höhe, Flugplatz, then Schwedenkreuz. We call it the brave turn, the Mutkurve in German.
That's which is very brave.
Yeah, then the Pflanzgarten part. There, it's really, really nice with the long wheelbase, and but it's not as long as the SLS used to be. But it's really nice, controllable, and it's the car is very good of tire wear, so we are very consistent throughout the stint. And that, I haven't seen that one.
Oh dear me, that was the two Audis getting together. We've got in the background here from Marco, seen some of his colleagues get into trouble overnight. I guess that's the most realistic comparison, the SLS, to this step forward, the AMG GT3, because that's one thing we've seen with GT3 is the development curve is pretty vertical now.
Yes, but maybe some out there they don't want to hear that or what I'm saying, but I think the GT3 racing is right on a peak at the moment, because as we can see, the car's getting quicker and quicker. I have seen the qualifying, I think it was 2 weeks ago, of GT Open in Spa, or was it last week? I mean, they did 2 minute 15.7.
2 minute 15.7.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think that's a GT1 time back in the days. So, and that's really quick. So I have to say, so the development doesn't stop, and that means also the budget and all the costs are raising up. And I do not know, how long we can continue with that, because the teams, they struggle a lot with it, and they have to find the budget somehow. I mean, some they get some support of the factories, but I mean on such main events. But if you go for a championship, I mean, GT3 is customer sport.
And that's a very important thing from a professional driver's point of view, from like you, is to find gentleman drivers that are prepared to invest that kind of money.
Correct.
Are we going to see you back in the car before the end of this race?
I do not know. That's always up to the engineers. That's why I have my cell phone with me. We have a WhatsApp group, and once it tells me you go for, then I just change and go for it.
Marco, well, let's hope this is one of the happier of the 30 weekends that we're going to see you around International Motorsport this weekend. It is always a delight to hear the views of a man that really knows, no matter where we are. As you heard, just a remarkable number of different cars, a remarkable number of different series, and a remarkable number of different races, and very much in the mix here as potentially podium sitter or better at the end of 24 hours here at the Nurburgring 24 hours. For now, though, Marcus Seefried, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much indeed to Graham Goodwin. Just after 10:30 here in the Eifel Mountains at the Nurburgring. It's RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. We've had 19 hours, just over 19 hours. The 19 hours mark went up there as we were talking to Marco Seefried, and the situation still very, very finely poised indeed, with drizzle falling around the Nordschleife at the moment, with just 12 seconds separating the first from the second placed cars as they go through there, completing another lap. We believe that both the cars in third and fourth places are on the intermediate tyres. That's the 29 and the 9 car, and the number 88 just going through there in the lead of the race, having just taken over the lead of the race, and that makes yet another change of the lead, which I make 21 changes of the lead now. So into the lead goes Maxi Goertz at the wheel of the number 88. Just 1 second behind him was the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. So as ever, the Black Falcon car just shadowing the number 88 and perhaps saving a bit of fuel as he does so, but finely balanced race, and they head down onto the Grand Prix loop nose to tail at the moment. And I reckon that Adam Christodoulou in the number 4 really wants to get through and get into the lead of this race. I've just been joined by Joe Bradley, for goodness sake. Good
morning, everyone.
Hello, Joe. I hadn't realised that as
Graham Goodwin's morphed into me.
Graham, I knew that Johnny was going to take over where Marco Seefried had left off.
Yes.
So
You hadn't expected a double change there, had you?
That's okay, I can deal with that. I'm flexible, and I've also now, Marco was saying what's the plan for the rest of the race, and he didn't quite know. Well, it's panning out very, very nicely indeed. Of course, the advantage that Black Falcon has still, and has had throughout, is that they have 2 cars. They have the number 4 and the number 9, and they are running, I don't know if they've done this deliberately, but they are running a slightly split schedule on the 2 cars. So they've basically got the number 4 car covering the 88 Haribo Mercedes, and they've got the number 9 car covering the 29 HTP Mercedes. So between the two Black Falcon cars, they've got one covering each of them. So I think if I were a betting man, I would be putting my money on the Black Falcon team, but that's mainly because you're betting on 2 cars out of 4 rather than 1 out of 4.
Well, if I was a betting man, I'd keep my money in my pocket right now, because outside over your shoulder, Paul,
True.
that rain is beginning to what we in the north call lash down. It's going to absolutely, all right, it's been drizzling and it's been light rain, but that is turning very quickly into heavy rain. And not the heavy skies that we saw last night, but certainly grey clouds, not dark grey, not black clouds, but the kind of grey, pure grey skies that tells us that rain is in for quite a while, even here in the Eiffel forests.
Yeah, and slippery surface flags being displayed down onto the approach to the Foxhole at Arenberg. But in many of our discussions, chaps, this week about who we thought was going to be the dominant manufacturer, I didn't quite expect Mercedes to take such a stranglehold on this race, occupying the top 4 positions. And yes, we can argue exactly which team might take the victory in this year's race, but Mercedes must be laughing all the way to the car showroom at this rate. If they're looking to sell cars on Monday, they've got 4 in the top 4, with the Porsche, yes, may have a chance of a podium in 5th position, but it's got to hope for some bad luck up ahead of it.
We've got Jim Roller's tool.
I think what they've managed to do at Mercedes is to run with the right mix of pace and reliability. The Audis have had the pace when the weather's dry, but they didn't always get dry weather, and they haven't had faultless reliability. The BMWs have certainly not had faultless reliability, and they've also had accidents. And the Porsches, well, it's really only been the story of the one Porsche, the 912 car, because the 911 had an accident very early on with Nick Tandy behind the wheel, and the number 44, the Falcon tyres, the other leading Porsche car. The tyres perhaps not that good in the wet, and that delayed the 44 car, plus it had its extra delay as well. And so that car hasn't really been able to play as big a role as I know the team would have wanted to play in this race, purely by circumstance rather than anything the team necessarily did wrong as such.
I've just been able to look at Jim Roller's tool.
Yes, tell us what the weather's going to do.
It's going to stay wet until pretty much the finish by the looks of the satellite. Big green expanse of space just south of here, and it's on its way through. There you can see, Paul. See that? And it's not moving very slowly, so when it does come across, it's going to take a while to come across, and we're already on the fringes of it. So the heaviest rain isn't even here yet, and we're already dousing the track pretty heavily.
Right, well, we believe that certainly the HTP and the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes are on intermediate tyres. I don't know if you picked that up when you were offline, but those 2 cars are on intermediate tyres. I'm not sure about the 88 Haribo car, but I did spot it kind of veering vaguely in the pit wall direction, as if it was looking for a wet line, but I think it might have just been wanting to check that it could see the pit board as it came through at the completion of that previous lap. So we'll see what they put on at the end of the lap that they're currently on.
I'm afraid that we only have one Porsche in the mix, and the 912 car has not come through at the end of that lap, and we're getting word that the 912 car has now suffered a technical defect. Car at MC. MC standing for... not sure. I thought you may know straight away, but the 912 car has not completed its 101st lap. 5th placed car. Remember that the 911 machine, the Manti Racing car, retired very early on, and the 912 car has reached 19 hours into the race, but it's going to struggle beyond this because of a technical defect. They might be able to get it fixed, of course.
Is that what's the German, Paul, for tech for scrutineering?
Inspection.
It's not anything like
no,
MC.
I don't know what MC stands for, I have to admit.
Okay. But, yeah, we're still waiting for the 912 car to even enter the pit lane. So we'll keep you posted on that and its whereabouts, but tellingly there is a question mark on our timing screen regarding the 912 car. Cleverly, these timing screens actually count down to when we next expect each car to cross the line, and as soon as it gets to about 10 or 15 seconds longer than it should take, then the screen starts to show alerts and things start to flash, and until that car appears, the screen's not happy. Well, we've got a big fat white question mark there at the moment.
For 912.
912.
I've located it in the paddock.
Right.
Very sad news. 911 GTR3, car number 912, stopped on track, engine not running anymore. However, my tracker shows it behind the pits at pit out.
I've seen cars crab in my time, Joe, but that is a good old effort from the number 151 car down the Dottinger Her, and this car has been in various altercations through the race.
That thing's set up for the Lanier Speedway, which is a little 8-mile oval. That'll go, yeah, that'll be serious.
Nice bit of car control, though, to keep it off the racing line. The area covered by white flags to indicate a slow-moving vehicle. And hopefully the driver of the 151 will be able to get that back to the pits. Not got very much further to go.
These races are never over until they're over, are they? There's the 912 Porsche been going very, very well. In and out of the top 5, top 3, and then right on the edge. I say right on the edge. We're 45 minutes before the 20-hour mark. And you do really get the feel that we're on the run into the finish, but we're not really, are we? We've got more than a European Le Mans Series race to complete.
Indeed so, and the weather conditions may not go to plan as far as the teams are concerned as well. This rain's going to stay with us, but it is not necessarily going to come from the skies in a consistent manner. We might get heavy showers, we might get a light scattering of water across the circuit, so we'll try and keep you up to date with where the rainfall is. It's certainly raining on the Grand Prix track at the moment.
Combination of rain and I suspect a couple of full course, or not full course yellows, but slow zones, yellow zones around the circuit, increasing the lap times up to 9 minutes 01 last time around for the number 88 car, and into the pits this time, but it stays out. Into the pits this time around comes the number 4 car, and that's another 8 laps for the Black Falcon team. And the man of the race for me thus far, Manuel Metzger, getting ready to get into the car and out will hop Adam Christodoulou. I wonder if we can persuade Adam to come up here. I don't know if we've already had one Mercedes driver up here, but Adam Christodoulou having set fastest lap of the race in that double stint that he's just done, and so he is helping at the moment to strap Manuel into the car. There's some work going on at the front of the car. Oh no, it's just wiping of lights and screen as far as I can tell. Can't actually tell what they're doing from this angle, but I think they're just wiping.
By the way, update as far as the Audis are concerned. The number 5 car, which is the Phoenix Audi, came in a short time ago. Mortara pitting for wet weather tyres. The 16 Rene Rast driven twin Busch Motorsport Audi pits for wets, and in fact Mamarov taking that car over from Rene Rast. Ed Sandstrom on slicks hit the barrier in the number
and on its outlap.
It was a left rear suspension toe link replaced, and it's back out on wet weather tyres.
Wet weather rather than intermediates.
Back on wets.
Okay, because the number 4 Black Falcon car is going out on the special slick intermediate that Michelin has available for GT3 cars now, and so that car ready to go, not yet out on the track, just waiting for the time to tick away and for the rest of the fuel to go in, or the other way around, the rest of the fuel to go away and then the time to tick away.
Well, the rain's coming down steadier and steadier, and I just noticed the number 29 HDP Mercedes. We heard from Marco Seefried, who's just been in the studio for an interview, that car looks like it's just started this race. It's hardly got any blemish on it, hasn't it? They've really looked after that car. And you heard exactly what he said about being circumspect.
That's what HTP does.
Yeah.
And they played it very softly and very gently last night, all through the night. Christian Hernadel may have only done single stints, as we heard, but was really quite happy to push on, set some very fast laps, and really has put that HTP car right in the mix. It just has one small problem, and that is it needs it to rain a little bit harder so that the number of laps that we actually complete comes down a little bit. But that's exactly what the weather is doing. And as I say, these teams will have good weather forecasting systems, even better, I might say, than Jim Rollers. And that's going to put them in good stead to try and get the best prediction of how to deal with the remaining 4 hours and 40 minutes of the race.
That's quite a statement, because Jim Roller's tool is very, very efficient and has been throughout this race. Also efficient is Renger van der Zande, who is in that number 29 car and being placed into the car deliberately at this stage because of the weather and because of his Rainmeister ability, and we're seeing that already. We obviously have to wait a little bit to monitor lap times and just see how they compare to the cars ahead of it. But right now, that car 29, the Mercedes, the HTP Mercedes, in third, 1 minute and 36 seconds behind the leader, and we'll keep an eye on that because, as Paul said, HTP are a team very experienced here and know how to get the best out of not just the car and the team, but also the best out of this race here on the Nordschleife.
SP7 leader is still the number 64 car, which is the Black Falcon team TMD Friction Porsche 991. So not only are Black Falcon doing well in the main class SP9, but also they lead SP7. Car 57 is in second position.
Yes, that's the point, is that car 57 is now in second position in that class, because for the longest time it was 62 that was second in the class until it was involved in that accident with the Mercedes earlier on, about an hour ago or so. And that was very close. There was less than, about 5 minutes separating the two of them. But now the 64 car, the Black Falcon Porsche, has a much more comfortable lead in that class. Sorry, I kind of interrupted you, but I just wanted to put a bit of background to what's happened in the class as well as what is currently happening.
SP3T, headed by the number 106 Subaru WRX STI. It's had the class lead for quite a good while now, in 22nd overall, so very, very close to being in the top 20, and that would mean we'd have 3 classes represented in that top 20, but the Subaru, run by Subaru Technica International, well placed. The second place car in 3T is the LMS Engineering Audi TT RS2, so that car starting from the front row of Group 2 way back yesterday at 3:30, and it's circulating in second position. SPX class leader is the 170 car, being the Porsche Cayman GT4 of Montai Racing. And SP Pro, there's only one car in that class, that's the number 36 Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus RCF. Great looking car, that machine, 28th overall, and still in the race, so therefore must be leading its class. The 305 machine is the class. Now, let me get these Cup class numbers correct. That's the BMW Cup class, which is class 5, and Bonk Motorsport out front, 29th overall, but the 305 machine is leading that. From 310, which is the Scheid Honnet motorsport car, Thomas Jaeger, Max Partel and Rudy Adams make up a good driving lineup within 310. Second in class. Third position in Class 5 is the number 303 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport M235i Racing Cup car. Which other classes can I tell you about? SP6 is led by the number 83, which is the Rent to Drive Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car. V6 headed by the 140 machine, being the Black Falcon car. So they're leading another class there, our Black Falcon, with a Porsche 991 in class V6, which was for production spec cars of over 3 litre engines. TCR still headed by the 201 Seat Leon. So good work from that team, being the Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids organisation, and they're leading the Golf and the Seat Leon. And let me pick one more class out for you. V4 headed by the 141 car, and car 141 being the Pixum Team Adrenaline BMW E90. I like the Pixum, by the way, paint jobs for Adrenaline Motorsport. It's blue and orange. One of those cars was the Crabbing 151 machine, which I reckon got back to the pits as we saw it down the Dottinger Her, with a lot of right-hand lock just to get the car pointing in a straight line. Former V5 leader before it was attacked by the 75, the Lamborghini. Yeah, the Conrad Lamborghini attacked it down at the Yokohama S, and the V5 Porsche was left in the gravel. It lost the lead consequently and is now 4th in Class V5.
The leading car, number 88, led the race for a massive 2 and a bit laps now, but at the end of this lap it'll be due into the pits. That's the Haribo-sponsored Mercedes, which will be, as I say, heading its way down to pit lane any moment now, and that will let into the lead once again the HTP Motorsports car, which René van der Zande, you were saying he was feeling comfortable with the car. We heard the same thing, much the same thing from Marco Zayfried earlier on, and into the pits then comes the number 88 car, and I'm pretty sure it's Maxi Goertz at the wheel of that car at the moment for what is his 13th pit stop and an 8-lap stint for the number 88 car.
Okay, so the 4 on and out lap now, and the 29 car not quite with them on that pit stop cycle, so it remains out on the tyres with some good grip now, because temperatures will be well and truly up. We're expecting the 29 car to head across the line within the next minute.
The gap before the pit stop was around about 35 seconds between first and second, the 88 and the 4. And also the number 29 car, the HTP car that we mentioned earlier with Van der Zande at the wheel, that was the gap between it and the leader was 1 minute and 36. Last time through was 1 minute and 8. So I think it's probably more down to pit stops that gap has come down than actual pace on the track, because lap times, on saying that, the last lap through was a good 20 seconds difference.
Yes, that's it's a combination of a number of things, because the lap time includes the time spent going through the little wiggle that takes you into the pit lane, which is always a little bit slower. Looking round, where is the Van der Zande car? There it goes, number 29 through now. It's getting more gloomy out there, isn't it? I don't quite say it's lashing it down, but it certainly is raining a little bit harder than it was before. And looking at the race from the point of view of the number 29, the HTP car, the reason that that's got itself into the lead was by doing a shorter stint on its last stint. The shorter stint meant that it had a shorter pit stop, but it came in on the same lap as the number 4 car. And that meant that it was able to jump ahead of the number 4 car and therefore extend its advantage. From the number 9 car. That's the car that it's on the same schedule with. We'll see the number 9 car coming through in about 2 seconds or so. No, longer than that. He's pulled away.
40 seconds.
Yeah, so Van der Zande is actually lapping considerably quicker, and he's making up ground on the rest of the field. It's looking very good for HTP at the moment. We'll see how it pans out. Obviously still a long way to go, but I said a little while ago, the Haribo car isn't able to lead as much of the race now as it was earlier on, but we do have this kind of double shadowing effect of the 2 Black Falcon cars, each of them shadowing one of the non-Black Falcon cars.
Van der Zande is clearly their secret weapon when it comes to wet weather driving, isn't it?
What Marco told us. He said that he was much more comfortable with the car when it was in damp or mixed conditions.
It is Maxi Goertz, by the way, behind the wheel of the 88, which now rejoins the race.
And he stayed behind the wheel then, presumably?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. And the 4 car works its way through the Yokohama S now. in 4th position then, behind the 29 of Van der Zande and the 88 of Maxi Goertz. Just heading into the Dunlop Curva now is the 3rd placed number 4 Black Falcon car. Quite a bit of traffic for it to deal with, heading out of that sharp right-hander and towards the Michael Schumacher S then. 912 will continue to tumble down the order, so that will promote the Bentley to 7th position now, and the best of the non-German cars. So we have still 4 Mercedes going particularly well. The next car to fight for a podium is the BMW from Rowe Racing, number 23, which has just been serviced and is on an outlap.
And confusingly, has just done a very short stint. They must have done a stop, got themselves on the wrong tyres, and then had to come back in again, because I was just puzzled a bit by why that car is on another outlap, because the number 23 has only just come into the pits on its previous lap. So kind of double pit stop for the number 23 in order to, I would imagine, get onto more suitable tyres, probably, as we heard the Audis were doing, going onto a full wet rather than intermediates, and that could be a fate that befalls some of the other cars at the front of the field. But that means that the BMW, we've got the interesting situation, haven't we, behind the 4 Mercedes that lead the way, where we've got the BMW in 5th place and the Audi in 6th place, the Bentley that's just moved up to 7th place with the Porsche having dropped back, and then there'll be another Audi beginning to back up the places behind that. So apart from the four Mercedes in the top 4 places, there's no more Mercedes kind of backing them up behind that. But no, that BMW gets the end of my point. The number 23 has drop back a little bit more as a result of an extra pit stop.
Do you get the feeling that in a race like this, as we get further and further into it, the stakes just get higher and higher and higher? You know, these guys have done tremendously well to get to this point. But imagine a game of musical chairs where slowly the positions are almost being lost, and, you know,
options.
They've qualified for the last 4.5 hours effectively here. 4 Mercedes still in the mix, but you know, I don't know whether you were around for the incident that involved Lucas Luhr, who was just fired at from nobody was really to blame there. That was a full-on racing incident for me, but it just shows how quickly you can be eliminated from this race when you're doing no wrong. And you've got to this point now, nearly 20 hours into the race. You just don't want to be taken out of this, you know, in that situation.
This is why watching endurance racing live is the must-do thing.
But particularly around here, where it's tightrope stuff
absolutely.
every corner.
Yeah, and you could say the first 20 hours of a 24-hour race is kind of a qualifying preliminary point of you know, for the last 4 hours, and then you could say within that last 4 hours, the first 2 of those hours are a further qualification period for the final run-in, because 2 hours of anywhere. Yeah. Anything can happen, but like you say, Johnny, this place, it's just, and it's because of the variation in the classes, the speed differences in the classes, the differences in the standard of drivers. Let's not forget, and even though we're on a 17-mile course, we're still seeing people trip over people. And that is where, you know, we see a car do a really, really quick lap, and that's not down to him getting the corners right. That's down to him having a clear section of track somewhere. You will not drive a lap here and never come upon traffic.
Yeah.
Ever. And that's, you heard the professional say that. Marcus Seefried said, you know, there's places on this track where you have to lift just in case, because you don't know what you're going into, and especially conditions what we're seeing where we've got light but very, very steady rain. In fact, some of it's coming by horizontally rather than vertically past our window on the pit straight, so it's very blustery as well. Yeah. But it's very light, and it's what my dad used to call it is rain that you didn't realise you were getting wet in. And then all of a sudden you realised you were very wet, and I'm sure that's not what it's like out on track, because we've got pretty much everyone on a wet tyre or a slick or an intermediate tyre. Slicks wouldn't be surviving out there. The temperature would go out of the carcass. It would be like being on brand new tyres, as well as, and I think that's more so than actual aquaplaning because of the slick tread. It's all about tyre temp and operating temperature. Paul?
And we do still have at least 2, I think, yellow flag zones out there, don't we? There's certainly 1 yellow flag, and I think there's 2 yellow flag zones.
I haven't got anything on the GPS app.
What, none at all?
None at all.
In that case, I'm amazed, because the lap times have gone out quite a lot as a result, well, yeah, just of the weather then. That's certainly there's cars up at the top that have had pit stops, but there's other cars that maybe there's just some that have been cleared up recently.
The Code 60 certainly gone at Hatzenbach.
Certainly has.
Because the car's just gone through there at full racing speed, and I'm just wondering whether now through the ever more twisty stuff. And the Falcon Tyres Porsche there just suffering a little bit of understeer, which means if you get one part of that swooping left-right sequence wrong, it then sets you up to be on the wrong line for the next bit of corner, and it's very, very easy to take too much curb there with the barrier calling you in. But that number 44 Porsche managed to recover that moment and continues on towards Flugplatz and the Foxhole. But yes, all full racing speed through here, and now down the hill with a Sirocco to deal with. Nicely done to driver's right. On towards Flugplatz then for the two-tone blue traditional Falcon Tyres livery for the 44 car, heading into the Foxhole itself now, and a corner that is much more than a 90-degree right there. I've always called it a 90-degree right, but saw some helicopter shots earlier on in the race, and it's probably more like 110, 120-degree corner to turn right and head underneath the bridge.
That's the corner at Arenberg, isn't it?
Yeah.
The one you're referring to.
Correct.
Where, all the rain started, or that was the first place where we saw the rain as it went across the northern part of the circuit before it dumped its contents up at the highest part of the circuit.
Is that the one where on the exit the camber drops away from you slightly?
That's
so
right, and then you head underneath the bridge.
Yes, yeah, and it's an important corner, that, because the section after that is all about optimum speed. So momentum. You don't want to be slowing down through that in any way. You want to be carrying momentum through that and carrying that all the way down into the Foxhole and towards the very, very tricky Adenau Forest section, which is the one that can catch you out, because you have to take the last bit with a very, very stay out really wide. Watch Sabine Schmitz take that in the World Touring Car. She was taking yards out of the other drivers in the World Touring Car round here. Mm-hmm. The support race is what I'm trying to say. And because she was staying right out to the right and taking a really late apex. So, we always wax lyrical about the local knowledge needed here.
I think she
really
has been around this place a few
once
times.
Or twice.
Yeah, to my knowledge.
Once or twice.
Yeah. It helps with this place effectively being her back garden, though, doesn't it? So, you don't have very far to travel. And I know Paul spent some of his earlier life living not very far away from here.
He's done a few laps round here. You've done a few laps round here, haven't you?
A few, not as many as some, and never trained. The best I got to training was buying the training video. I certainly never had any formal course, but living close by and being a bachelor and not having anything else to do with my weekends, I would quite often just pack up some sandwiches and come down here and spend a Saturday afternoon here.
Paul, this is a safe environment. You do not have to justify spending your weekends driving around the Nordschleife, my friend, because you're with kindred spirits here. Yeah. We're with you on that.
Thank you for that. So the change that we knew was going to happen has happened on the screen. 104 laps completed for the number 29, the HTP Motorsport, and crucially, my little red line has crossed my little orange line, which is kind of code to say that the HTP car has now taken the lead and leapt ahead of the 88 Haribo as well, not just on the road but also on the strategy, projecting it forward to the end of the race. So provided everybody keeps it going, then in terms of the battle between Haribo and HTP has certainly got the advantage. What Black Falcon response is going to be remains to be seen, but at the moment Black Falcon isn't quite being able to carry the fight, although they've, as I say, got the numbers. They've got two cars. We'll see what happens as the race Yeah, as you said a moment ago, we've still got plenty of time to go, and all manner of things might go wrong yet. So let's not count our chickens.
But on that lap, the Black Falcon cars flipped positions as well, did they not? So
yes, because of the pit stops.
Okay, but they're circulating very close to one another, I believe, with only a couple of seconds between the number 9 and the number 4 car. So it's the blue number 9 ahead of the number 4 SAP-backed car, the white machine, in 4th position. 5th place is the Row Racing BMW, number 23. 6th place, the best of the Dunlop shod cars, with Stippler, Fjordbach, Mortara and Mermenov in the number 5 car. That's in 6th position for Phoenix Racing. And then it's the Bentley, the number 38 Bentley, in 7th spot, ahead of the Falcon Tyres Porsche.
Yes, what's happened is that as you say, the two Black Falcon cars close together and close to the Haribo car, but by virtue of that clever bit of strategy and some good driving, the HTP car has stolen about a minute or so of an advantage on the three of them and is not at a pit stop disadvantage. So it's in a real situation that the 29 car leads the race.
And on its current pace, as you say, if you were to project, current pace forward to the end of the race, and the 29 car very nicely placed indeed. It's taken a good while for it to get the momentum and the advantage over the 88 car, but as we said, HTP really do know what they're doing. What they don't have is two cars in the mix, and Black Falcon have that advantage. The problem is Black Falcon don't have the positional advantage right now. There's the blue car and the white car just behind it. Yes, so they are circulating a couple of seconds apart.
Yeah, pretty close. It's pointless trying to project through to the end the way that's going to twist and turn with regards to the 29 and the 88. The 29, 50 minutes into its stint. The 88, 12 minutes into its.
Yeah, but Paul's got a clever graph, you see.
But
go on.
As Paul has said, you can have as many graphs as you like. All it takes is
what it doesn't factor in is the unpredictability.
A BMW 100-esque kind of situation,
right.
and
right.
You can throw your graphs out the window. Not that I'm suggesting you do that,
but
Paul.
the strategy's going far better for HTP, the argument would say.
We can use the graphs to build drama, which you're just about to, I believe.
This lap and two more laps for the number 29 car before it will come in for its pit stop. And when it comes in for its pit stop, obviously it will then lose the lead and we'll get the 88 going through. But that's when you then see how many we're going to need to work out how many laps we have to go towards the end of the race. Whether or not, as well, the Black Falcon cars will start extending their stints to try and take advantage, if they can, of superior fuel consumption under the under these slower conditions. When the track gets a bit wetter, cars drive a bit slower, you don't use as much fuel.
Ooh. Yeah, we've got number 88 as being given a time penalty of 1 minute and 32 seconds for not respecting double yellow flags and the code 60 somewhere out on track. So number 88 has been kind of taken out of this equation.
Yeah, yes, that is.
As we said, the graphs are very useful. But
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's taking it out of the equation, but it is a significant penalty. So what is it? It's a
minute and 32.
Minute and 32 seconds. So in effect, that's a 1 minute stop and go penalty. It was already going to struggle, but it's going to struggle even more now. You're absolutely right. So two Black Falcons against one HTP. Who's your money on? No, you don't have to answer that. But yeah, there's plenty in this race yet, and behind it will still be four Mercedes. We've then got BMW, Audi, Bentley, Porsche. So a nice little kind of sequence of variety there in the bottom half of the top 10.
Okay, so we'll wait for the 88 car to come in and serve that penalty. Will we expect it to come in and do that straight away?
It says time penalty. It doesn't say stop go.
It'll be an additional
to its stop.
penalty on its next pit stop, so it'll just have a longer pit stop next time through.
It'll be held on it'll be held on the stopwatch.
Fair enough. So it will certainly put it behind the 2 Black Falcon cars, because the distance between 88 and the first of the Black Falcon cars, at least at the line at the start of this lap, was 17 seconds. And
it'd be interesting to see how much faster he was going through the code 60 area.
Yeah.
Just for
it just says ignoring yellow flags and code 60.
Non-respect of double yellow flags is the official line on the penalty screen above your left shoulder, Johnny.
Okay, that's the correct terminology. And I wouldn't imagine he was overtaking anybody, but he may well have been really gaining ground on other cars, perhaps on the...
Well, that's not the reason to give the penalty. They give the penalty on safety grounds.
Yeah. There's a cushion of yellow flag into a code 60.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to know whether on the GPS it's been tracked at going quicker than 60 kilometres per hour, or was it abusing the yellow flag zone, which is there to actually slow the cars down.
Now, you're right. Now, non-respect of double yellow flags and code 60, that might be a catch-all and kind of indicates that it was a speeding offence in that zone rather than a passing under yellow.
Yeah. I just think if you're caught behind a Renault Clio doing code 60 as well, he wouldn't have gone past him, I don't think.
It wouldn't really be a problem.
It might have been in the slowing down zone that really didn't show enough respect for the track workers out on the circuit.
Maybe. Shall we speculate a little longer?
This is why I'm here.
Yes.
I've spent nearly 20 hours speculating. Well, I was asleep for some of them. But it's good to be able to talk about motor racing, because in my opening stint we didn't even have that.
Well, we did. We were able to talk lots about motor racing.
We talked about your motor racing, past, true, which was entertaining in itself. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. It's 11:15 in the morning here in Nurburgring, in a pretty rainy Germany right now. The mist again has descended over the start-finish line, and the rain coming down at a steady rate of knots, but certainly wet weather tyres are able to cope with this lack of grip around the circuit. The 29 car has headed through to complete 105 laps. The next car through will be the 88, but bear in mind that will be delayed more so than the other 3 Mercedes in this race during its next stop, because it will have to swallow a 92-second time penalty along with its usual stop as well. So effectively we've got the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes in 2nd position now, once that's taken into account, and the number 4 up into 3rd. The BMW, though, is a good 7.5 minutes behind the 88 car. Well, nearly 8 minutes behind, actually. So it shouldn't benefit, or won't benefit, from the delay for the 88 when it comes. Down through towards the Ad van Bogen goes the race leader, and Renger van der Zande, very much at home in these slippery conditions. I suppose it rains a lot in Holland as well as here in Germany, so will have been used to wet weather racing in his youth. Meanwhile, a spin for the 304 Bonk Motorsport BMW. Was that one of the key players in Cup 5? Oh, and there's another one nearly caught up in it. The 303 is 3rd in class, by the way, and the 305, the class leader. Now that, I reckon, was a change, therefore, with car 305 spinning broadside, nearly collecting the 303 car, but it snuck through. It managed to sneak through and take the position. I'm just having a look at
310 ahead of the 303.
But yeah, 305, which was the spinning car, was leading the class. It's on my screen. But actually, that fight for the BMW class, this is exclusively a BMW M235i Racing Cup class, so Cup Class 5. They're all really tightly bunched, and that has served to jumble them up quite a bit, with an unforced error from the driver of the 305 Bonk Motorsport car.
That car just come out of the pits?
No.
Because it kind of looked like cold tyres, didn't it? Just sort of as he turned onto the It was the section of track off the Grand Prix track and onto the Nordschleife, the left-hander. They're heading down the hill, the first turn on the towards the Hatzenbach.
Yeah, well, we're expecting 305 to come through at any moment, and I reckon it will have been delayed. So who therefore is leading the class for Class 5? Which car? 308 goes through first of all, and that's not one of the ones that are at the head of the order. But was there a change in the class? 305 has gone through to complete 94 laps, but it took a full minute. That might be about the right sort of time actually for a BMW. 28th position for the 305. And we're waiting now for the 303 and the 310 cars to come through to complete their 94th lap. But an intense fight in Class 5 when you consider we're nearly 20 hours into this race. And I'll try and confirm the race order now for those cars. I've always enjoyed the M235 class at Creventic race meetings. For me, it's just needed a few more cars. We normally get 6 in the 24-hour series. We've got 13 of them here this weekend. So it's provided some good entertainment in the middle order, and great to see the leader of that class now onto our the first page of our screen in 28th position.
Great fun, aren't they?
They look good fun.
Proper, well-prepped little race cars. I'm sure, I believe BMW turn those cars out as race cars. They are not converted road cars. They are actually produced by BMW Motorsport as race cars, and a bit like a Clio Cup car is produced by Renault Sport as a race car. It's not a converted road car. It probably comes off the production line as a shell of a road car.
Yes.
But then given to the Motorsport division and churned out as a BMW Cup car.
Yeah,
well, they are pretty, touch wood, pretty bulletproof.
Oh, yeah, I'd imagine so.
As we've seen various series that we follow.
Yeah, very strong pieces of kit, but also pretty high tech as well.
Oh, yeah,
and,
very much.
They look like a road car, as Joe's saying, from the outer skin, but then you just scratch beneath the surface and find a very tough and modern-day race car.
You don't have to scratch very far, actually, Johnny. You just have to look at the ride height and how deep the wheels are in the arches and the size of the wheels and tyres, and that's yep, that is a proper race car. That will handle very, very tautly and very well. But yeah, like you say, that battle is intensifying and we saw mistakes coming about.
I think
the
actually,
pressure's on.
Having now had a bit of time to properly look at the screen, the battle's for second, and although the 305 car spun, it has a lap on those two other cars because the class leader is in Sector 2 right now. We have the second and third place cars in that division in Sector 4. So it might have been the 303 gaining a lap back, actually, on the spinning 305 car. So a little error like that hasn't cost the 305 dearly, with a full lap just about as an advantage. 37, which is the Bentley. Now, we have car 38 in 7th position. 37, though, has had a more difficult run, and it's running down in 23rd position at the moment, with Christians at the wheel. They're driving 38. I can't tell you right now, but it's the Brook, Menzel, Smith, Hamprecht driver combination. And Bentley have taken their time to get into the groove this weekend. I think Graham Goodwin of Daily Sports Car described the 37 as stealth-like, together with the 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche as well. But they could be on for a top 5 here if one or two things go wrong up ahead of them.
Well, they're 2 laps off the lead lap. That might change when they come through next and find themselves only a lap down. But at the moment, they are in 7th overall in the 38 Bentley. The 37 Bentley is quite a way down in 23rd. And that's the 23rd place. That's the Johns, Kane, Holzer and Brook driven Bentley, car 37, and the number 38 is the Brook, Menzel, Smith, Hamprecht. So drivers sharing cars there, it looks like. Brook being the driver that's jumping between the 37 and the 38.
Yeah, and that
He's
is
having all the fun.
That's the maximum, of course, that you can be driving in this weekend. No more than 2 cars. So, Brook jumping from the Deutsche Post Bentley, which is a popular livery, but never been used on a Bentley Continental, to my knowledge. And then the more traditional Continental livery of green and white for the other car.
The leader is just onto the Dottinger Hole, so coming towards the completion of another lap, and then last time through it had a lead of 1 minute 28. Paul?
I get the impression, and you may have already said this, that the weather is certainly not getting any worse and might actually be getting a little better. Certainly I don't think that full wets are the answer. I mean, from what we can tell from here, and admittedly we get a lot of information but not a full satellite view of the weather, but my impression is that intermediates are the thing to have. We don't see these rooster's tails of spray being kicked up. We don't really see a particularly dry line forming, so it's almost as if the whole of the track is kind of drying out. Certainly not everywhere, but in places the grip across the width of the circuit is roughly the same, and I think that's always a good sign that
it has that look of moistness.
Yeah.
Brought about by the ambient temperature not just being quite there to dry it off properly. And you're right about the weather changing. The sky has turned a lighter shade of grey.
Yeah.
Nowhere near blue, though. It's just different shades of grey. And it's because the low cloud, we're so high, we're getting low cloud coming through and dousing the track and just keeping it in that kind of transitional period of damp into dry, and certainly on sections. Again, you wouldn't want it now. In the pits has come the leader, and I'm just trying to see what those tyres are that are going. Is that slicks coming off?
I think they were the intermediate slicks we put that car onto. The slick tyres, but of an intermediate nature.
Yeah, I think it's going to go to. It's probably gone to intermediates, would you say? You see the white sticker on the tyre? That tells me that that's an intermediate. Now, whether it's the slick intermediate, because there are Michelin tyres on that car.
Have they actually changed the tyres on the left-hand side yet? I think they've.
Yeah, I think so. We just saw 2
them
cars
already,
being wheeled away.
Right. I didn't get such a good view of that stop, I'm afraid. Van der Zande, though, it would be that staying behind the wheel. Into the lead goes the Haribo Mercedes, number 88. So he takes over at the front of the field. And now going through into second place is the Black Falcon car number 9, and there goes the Black Falcon car number 4 into third place across. No, it doesn't go across the line just yet. That's the number 9 car, the Bilstein car, going across the line. The number 4 car will be coming across the line any moment now, and then we'll. There he goes now. So the top 3 cars have all gone through, whilst the HTP Motorsport Mercedes is in the pit lane having fuel and tyres. It was a 7-lap stint, so it can be another short stop for the Mercedes, but it's now got itself, having been on the same schedule as the number 9 car earlier on, as the number 4 car earlier on, it's now got itself on a different schedule, so change about, and that will be possibly the way that this car gets won and lost.
Okay, thank you, Paul. The 29 car then returning to the race now. We're joined, I'm pleased to say, by Jeroen Blekemolen to my right, who stepped in for a couple of moments. And we'll do a little update as well. We might actually, I'm not sure how well off you are for time, Jeroen, but we are going to do a shift change very shortly in the RadioLeMans.com commentary box. I'll step away and Martin Haven will step in, so we might do half the interview with me and half the interview with Martin. But you're here not in a Mercedes AMG, but actually with Jim Glickenhaus's organisation this weekend. So what is it like driving one of these SCG 003s, first of all?
It's fun. It's a very special car. Already the looks are quite special, of course, as you can see, but also to drive. It's it's nice. It's a very different car to a GT3 car, but it's fun to do it.
They look like prototypes. I mean, very much downforce related, I suppose, and we've been talking about whether one of these cars could ever run at Le Mans. It's not going to happen, you know, in the next few years. But Jim is targeting the GT3 market, isn't he? And that's his main competition at the moment, although it's not strictly a GT3 car.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it an official GT3 car because you have to sell a lot of cars. But yeah, it's a nice concept, and to be honest, I think they've done a really impressive job getting the car where it is right now. I mean, it's only been running for just over a year, and it's not a bad car, to be honest.
I remember we did the Mugello 12-hour event, and Jim was there as well. And remind me who runs the team, an Italian guy.
Yeah, they have Traum Motorsport who's running it.
Yeah, but I went down to have a word about the engine spec. What's in the back of that car?
It's a turbo engine, and I believe it's a Honda engine, and it feels good. So far, it's been reliable. So yeah, not too much to complain about that.
Is it a two-seater car, or could it be a two-seater car? Do you sit in the middle of it?
No, you sit really on the left, so you can have a passenger with you. And the whole concept is that it's going to be street legal, so you can actually win the race here and then just drive home in the same car.
And all three Glickenhaus cars at the start of the weekend, and two of them remain, of course, because unfortunately the P45 was damaged, but they're running with New York plates, and they are strictly road legal, I understand, over in the States.
Yeah, so the P45 is really everything is done. So even the insurance, you can really drive out of the gate here and drive on the public roads. But the other two race cars aren't yet. But the plan is that you can buy the car and that you can use it besides just as a great car to drive, also as a track day car. So you can drive up to a racetrack, do some laps, and then go back home in the same car.
You don't stay with us on RadioLeMans.com. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell, of course, to my left as well. We've reached, though, we are in 5 seconds going to reach the 20-hour mark of this year's 24 hours of the Nurburgring. So a mere European Le Mans Series race still to go. I'll step out of the box and hand over to Martin Haven. So stick around if you want to hear more from Kieran Bleekemolen and Adam Christodoulou as well. We're lining up as a guest after this as well. All to come on RadioLeMans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. News and analysis, speculation and debate. Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport. Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
4 hours to go in the 2016 Nürburgring 24 hours, live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. Martin Haven taking over running the show, alongside me, Paul Truswell, and our guest in the studio at the moment is Jeroen Bleekemolen, running in the SCG 003. Now, you were talking to Johnny a moment or two ago about the challenges of driving this car. The challenges of the Nürburgring remain the same no matter what speed you're driving, what car you're driving. But at least when you're in the quicker cars, you don't have to worry about too many guys coming up behind you.
Yeah, I mean, that's always nice. I sometimes feel for those guys that just have to watch their mirror. It's tough because we arrive so much quicker, and you see it. Sometimes they don't expect you, or they really don't know where to go. And yeah, that scares them, and then sometimes you have things like this.
Yeah, 308 BMW, one of the M235i racing class cars, looping into a spin on the Grand Prix circuit. That wet curbing there, in fact, even when it was dry in the night time and early in the morning, that's caught out a lot of drivers. We've seen a lot of crashes there. He's particularly gone off really quite hard, Jeroen. Well, what about the Grand Prix circuit, because you are compromising the car to deal with all the undulations of the Nordschleife? Does that make the Grand Prix circuit more difficult than it should be?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think we have for some reason a bit more oversteer, especially in the end of the stint on the Grand Prix track, but then on the Nordschleife it's actually quite good. So yeah, I mean, the setup would definitely be different if you just run the Grand Prix track.
Yeah, and in the end, the Grand Prix track is such a small part of the lap that you'll survive with that if it makes the Nordschleife better. What about the mechanical issues? We know obviously that the hybrid car had that big crash in qualifying, and those guys didn't manage to get to start. What about the other two cars, 701 and 702? They've had a series of issues throughout the race, haven't they?
Yeah, we both run into the same issue with the exhaust, some overheating issues, and they had to first on one side, then the other car on the same side, and then the other side started with both cars. So we had to repair that, and that cost us a lot of time. We probably spent 2 hours in the garage. So yeah, for the overall position, we're out of it, but now we try to at least finish it.
It's still a massive adventure, isn't it? You know, it's still a relatively new car, and the team are developing, and of course you're trying to build the performance all the time, you're trying to fine-tune the machinery, and every time you do that, you expose another weakness somewhere else, and this is the place you're going to find the weakness, right?
Yeah, it's still such an amazing track to race. It's just unreal, the speeds you get to, and the challenge you have with the weather. But even if it's just dry, sunny day, it's a big challenge. So it's fantastic to be here.
Well, we always say you've got to beat the track first, exactly the same as at Le Mans. It is the track that is going to be your biggest enemy, never mind any other rivals on track or teammates. So we'll wish you the best of luck in getting the cars to the end. Thank you for coming to join us. Paul Trustwell, let's get up to date with the race itself, because the race leader has just left the pits.
Yes, it was a tyre change only or fuel and tyres only for the number 29 car, the HTP car. Renger van der Zende saying out at the wheel of that car, but in the meantime what's happened is that the number 88 car has gone through and onto another lap. Now 88, by my reckoning, didn't stay out until around about lap 110. He's currently on his 108th lap, so it'll be 2 more laps at the completion of this one, and I say that as much as anything to prepare Martin as well for how long we've got to talk to our next guest, which we're really looking forward to. So in effect, we've got about 20 minutes potentially before we get the next set of pit stops coming through. And so again, the way I read this, and I'll be interested to hear what our guests think of this, but the number 88 car is going to have to serve a penalty at its next pit stop, but the Black Falcon cars seem to me to be having to work out a way of getting themselves past the HTP car at the critical moment, which of course is at 3:30 this afternoon, a mere 4 hours away.
Well, let's move on then to a Mercedes driver who's joined us, Adam Christodoulou from the Black Falcon team. Now, Adam, last year your race was kind of centred around friends with pickup trucks and tools that magically appeared beside the track and so on. This year a little bit more straightforward, but when things are going well, when the car is behaving itself and the traffic and the weather haven't dealt you too much of a bad blow, what's the frame of mind within the team now? Are you still getting to the final hour and seeing where you are, or are you now really starting, to look at whether we're going to finish on the podium, how close we can get, and all of that? Are you starting to back time from the end of the race?
Well, at the moment we're pushing. We're still aiming for the win. It's pretty tough out there. Obviously, the Haribo car's got a service penalty, so that's going to drop it down a little bit and give us a little bit of a gap. But it now actually looks like we're chasing our sister car, so it's pretty tough out there. Obviously last year, as you said, didn't go to plan at all, and this year's gone quite a bit more smoothly, so it's one of them. The car's been great all weekend, and yeah, it's shown. It got pole position in qualifying, and I believe it got the fastest lap about an hour ago in the race. So
you had a pretty good double stint just recently as well. How was it feeling out on the track before it got wet and miserable again?
It felt great, so I was able to really push the car and play with it, and yeah, it just did what I wanted it to. It's a little tough trying to overtake, obviously, some of the other cars, especially the GT3s. The Audis are very strong on the straight, so we can't do much about it there, which means we have to sort of attack a little bit on the Grand Prix circuit, but it's one of them. It's like you're balancing speed and lap time with risk, so obviously we're trying to keep it a little bit safe, because the last thing any of us would want to do now is is crash out.
Absolutely. I mean, you're in a podium position at the moment. We've got, what, 5 cars, Paul, still on the lead lap with just under 4 hours to go. I mean, it's anybody's race to take right now. There's certainly no question that everybody will be going hammer and tongs to the finish. So what about your strategy now? Are you going to get back in the next hour or so?
At the moment, I'm not planned to, but it's one of them. Of course, anything can happen depending on the weather, the stint times, and so we're having to keep an eye on everything and yeah, just concentrate on our own strategy rather than worrying about what the other cars are doing. Yeah, you can see how strong the AMG has been because we're all pushing like hell and we're fighting, so we've been allowed to fight, and that's what we're doing.
Talk us through the fast lap that you did, Adam, because was there a lot of traffic on it, or was it pretty clear? Or I mean, you don't set out saying, right, now I'm going to set the fastest lap of the race, do you?
Oh, you can never do that around here. The thing is, you just have to take the traffic as it comes, and you just you're pushing on every corner anyway of every lap, and if you don't have traffic, then great. Obviously, you can keep pushing as hard as you can. When you do hit traffic, then it's sort of like damage limitation, right? Okay, how can I get past this car as quick as possible without losing the minimum amount of time? So, yeah, every now and again it's a little frustrating. It seems that now in the race it's improved. I think earlier in the race there was a few people still a little unclear on the single yellows and the double yellows, and of course that became a little frustrating. Some cars were slowing down to 120 during a single yellow before you'd got to some of the caution zones, and yeah, of course when you know what the regs are, it's frustrating because you know it's time, it's easy time that's being lost for a silly reason.
And I guess when you're bottled up like that, it's hard to remember that on another lap all your rivals are going to have exactly the same issue because you're so, you know, focused on trying to keep the speed up.
Well, that's it. So of course when you're hunting a car down, of course you want everything to run as smooth as possible, and even when you're obviously trying to get a gap, you want it all to work. But the thing is, like you said, it's going to happen to the other drivers as well at some point. Everyone's going to have probably works out pretty even by the end of the race.
Well, you know, if it was a 3-lapper, maybe not, but in a 24-hour, well, 20-hour race is we're going to end up with. You know, a bit of sitting around in deck chairs earlier on yesterday didn't rob the sting out of this race. I mean, yeah.
I definitely wasn't in a deck chair during that weather, I can tell you that.
Not outside, no. Everybody was well hidden in the garages, weren't they? Well, listen, let's let you get back to the team. Thank you very much indeed for coming up and give us a little bit of an inside view. It's always just fantastic for the audience to hear from somebody who's out there doing it rather than us who are sitting here talking about it, pretending we know. So, Adam, well, last year you had a tough race here. I think the track owes you a good one this season, so we'll hope it goes well for you.
Can I just have a quick question?
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure the car's all right, because sometimes I know you're not going to tell us everything that's wrong with the car, but are you happy with the car? Is it going all right? Are there any little niggles, gearbox, clutch?
No, it's going great. So so far it's been faultless, which is great, and so touch wood. No, it's been a dream to drive. Earlier on during the race, there's something a little unusual, but I don't know whether it was pick up on a tyre or...
I was going to say, we had a message saying there was a vibration and you had to come in for an extra tyre stop.
Yeah, so we came in a little bit earlier than we wanted to, but it was one of them again. It's like, okay, do you hope it clears up and risk it, or if it is a puncture or something, then of course that can finish your race there and then. So we took the safer option and yeah, just came in the pits, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to have clean run all the way until the end.
Well, it's always the same deal here, like we say to everybody, just saying to exactly the same to your own, is that if you don't, you've got to beat the racetrack first, and if you can't do that, if you don't make the checkered flag, doesn't matter how fast you were, because you're just an also-ran who didn't make it to the finish. So again,
yeah,
you know,
it's very easy to go from 0 to 0.
There's been a few. We were just seeing number 308 in the barriers. That's not the first time, it's not even the second time that car's been in the barriers, so there are a few cars that have had a pretty storied race already. Okay, so Adam Christodoulou, thank you very much for coming and joining us, and wish you the very best of good fortune in your charge for the podium. Who knows which step that number 4 Mercedes is going to end up on. Currently third place behind the number 9 and the race leader number 88. But a penalty to come for that car. So we'll get Joe Bradley back in. We'll have a little bit of a think about that. We've seen a couple of incidents where ambulances and vehicles on the track weren't being necessarily protected by yellow flags and cars went through at very high speed. We saw it with the number 2 Audi, in fact, who's just left the pit lane. Onboard camera from him passing an ambulance on Dottingham at unrelated or unremitted speed, but then there were no yellow flags. Number 2 goes off at the first turn, fresh out of the pit lane and finding a bit of moist track, and the tyres there from behind had all the look of being a slick. And is that the big white marks on the side? Is he on a slick immediate? Certainly the track, Paul Trustwell, would suggest that an intermediate at worst, and possibly even a slick, might be survivable.
I don't think a slick, I think it's intermediate, but I'm not out there, and I don't know what level of grip you can get on a slick, on a slightly damp track.
It's a very white sidewall, Joe. I'm thinking it's got that big white Michelin.
It has got that big white sticker, but well, there's the answer. I was going to say, do we not think that's a dry line? But yes, if you stay on the dry line, you're fine. If you put an inch onto the damp line, you are not. That's on slicks, of course. But you can't really tell at speed, can you, Martin? When
I just think there's so much white on the sidewall, and that's the way the Michelin have traditionally indicated that it's the slick immediate, that it's got a black Michelin in a big white band rather than a white Michelin on a black sidewall. So I do think that might be the case. And I wonder how many other cars, I mean, the number 9 car, the Mercedes from second place, is under your feet, Paul. So yeah, train your binoculars, not that you've got them, but you know, that's the phrase that we use, isn't it? And see what goes on with that number 9 car.
Yes, it was in second place when it came into the pits, and Yelmer Berman then is now out of the car. No, Yelmer Berman got out of it last time, isn't it? It was
Maro Engel? Oh, I don't know. No, I haven't kept up with that one, I'm afraid.
And the fuel's still going into it, and of course, whilst it's in the pit, so the number 88 car getting further ahead. But interestingly, Black Falcon are now beginning to push the buttons that they need to push. That's a slick, it looks to me. Certainly it's a used tyre. It might be a used intermediate, I suppose, but it's not a sticker tyre, it's a used tyre.
Well, used slicks would be you wouldn't want to go out on brand new slicks and get onto any dampness out there.
So that's going onto that car. They've got the time to do it because this was a 9-lap stint that the number 9 car did.
And on the other hand, Joe, you wouldn't want a very worn slick because this car is going to do another 9 laps of the Nordschleife, so it needs life in the tyre.
You want scrubbed rather than worn, don't you?
Yeah, and it's interesting that I was trying to get Adam to tell us what the plan was going to be, but I think they're just pushing things to the limit. But Black Falcon are now switching to 9-lap stints. Remember, the last time they did a 9-lap stint was the first time they did a 9-lap stint. Okay, so that was the last stint, and that was the first 9-lap stint that they did. This was the second. So Black Falcon just pushing some of the boundaries out a little bit in order to get the maximum out of the strategy.
And what is the minimum pit stop time for a 9-lap stint?
For a 9-lap stint, you have to stay in the pits for 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
3 minutes 11.
Right.
I knew I remember that. Top 4 cars covered by 1 minute and 24.5 seconds at the end of the last lap. 1 minute and 24 seconds after 20 hours of this race.
And it's actually less than that because the leader owes us a pit stop, the number 88 car, and that's going to be a long pit stop because it has to take the penalty within that. And we also have a pit stop which will be due fairly shortly for the other Black Falcon car, the one that Adam Christodoulou isn't driving anymore, but my new hero Manuel Metzger is driving, and he's putting in some reasonably good lap times there. We're pretty much green all the way around, and so there's no yellow flag zones anywhere. The only reason why, which is stopping them going full pace, is the dampness on the track, and we're about what is it, 15 seconds or so off, 15 to 20 seconds off what would be the absolute pace.
Yes.
So we're not far off full dry conditions, even though it's kind of a little bit miserable. Jim was just advising me a few moments ago, he doesn't expect any more rain to fall between now and the end of the race.
He has become our Michael Fish this weekend, hasn't he?
I thought he was more a Wincy Willis, but we'll move on from that. Yeah, there we go. So, as you say, number 9, having just left the pits, came in second place. Number 88 car still owes us a pit lane, but leads the race. Number 42 Aston Martin Vantage GT8 still going well. We heard from David King earlier, in fact he came in earlier, but long before that, in the middle of the night, the car ran out of fuel a mile from the pits. So halfway down, dotting a her, and took 3.5 hours to regain the class lead, and 12 hours later back into the top 40 overall. Live race commentary for the rest of the race, 3 hours and 42 minutes continuing here on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. We're in the Aston Martin lounge, high above the pit lane, right by pit out, and in fact, Paul, couldn't be better placed really to keep an eye on the battle for the lead, because we're sort of above Mercedes cluster, aren't we, where half of our front-running teams are stopping right under your toes.
Exactly so. We've got the HTP team, they're positioned about halfway down the pit lane, and then the Haribo is at the they're not quite at pit in, but they are in the first pit garage, because there's a little bit of scrutineering and administrative pit garages they have to drive past first before they get to the first working pit garage, but that's where Haribo have managed to station themselves. The Black Falcon team, both of their cars, numbers 9 and 4, are up at our end of the pit lane, pit exit end.
We've got the 88 due in any lap now. I would think the next time by. Paul, would that be accurate?
Yes, number 88
yes,
I'm expecting so. In on lap 111.
Oh, so 2 more after this.
Yeah, so it's on its 109th at the moment, so yes, two more. If they go to 9 laps as well, and certainly Mercedes can, because they've all done so at some point during the race, and that will take them up to 112 laps if that's the tactic that the Haribo team choose to follow.
Just saw a little moment for the number 44 Falcon Porsche that currently lies in 7th place. 101 BMW was nipping past on the inside. That car's 28th place and 21st in the SP9 class, but showing plenty of pace on its outlap. Fresh tyres, but a full tank of fuel. And the 101 car dived through on the inside on the first left-hander. I think it's nameless left-hander as you come immediately off the Grand Prix track and onto the Nordschleife. It's just a little bit of a cut through, but 44 car, I'm not sure who's driving the Falcon Porsche at the moment, but wisely saw the BMW hooning up the inside and went, yep, I'll leave that door open. Again, you know, we're 3.5 hours from the end. This is not the time to be getting caught in anybody else's accident, no matter how justifiable holding your line might have been. Racing room is as critical here as anywhere else, and in this, you know, as you start to get to the end of the race, perhaps even more critical than ever before.
More so because of the narrowness of the track as well. It's not what we've become grown used to modern day facilities. On what I call a conventional track, because this is not a conventional track, is it? Even though it's been around since the 20s.
Apologies, sorry to everybody as well who just ran for their mobile phone. What can I tell you? Drivers in the booth, they don't have that same switching off ability that we do. So yeah, if you just ran for the phone and it wasn't them, that's because it was us.
It was your phone, wasn't it?
It wasn't my phone, no.
Whose was it?
And mine didn't vibrate. I have a feeling it was Adam's, actually, but I wouldn't want to name names.
Kevin.
It might have been one of the other drivers in the car.
I think it just creates an ambience. Well, we're not here alone in our little shed.
Everybody here panics. Was that me? And in the answer, it wasn't. A slew of pit stops recently, just outside the top 10. So let's get up to speed with who is just outside the top 10. The Twin Bush Audi is 11th. They're still out on track. They didn't stop just now, but the number 35 Academy Nissan did. That car is in 12th place. Number 21 also stopped from 13th position.
The 88's gone by the way, guys.
Yeah, it's not in for another 2 laps. So number 21 car, that's the Wochenspiegel, that's the backup Manthey car, and that's already up to 13th place. And then 999, that's the police car, that's in 14th place. That is the Tom Blomqvist co-driven car, and that has just made a stop as well. So it's the car in 17th, which is the 64 car. 999 is the Valkenhorst BMW, and the 64 car's also just left the pit lane. And that car, that is the SP7 class leader, isn't it? So that car has just made what looked like a fairly standard stop, didn't seem overly long, and that is Black Falcon's Porsche 991 Cup car, Paul Truswell.
Yes, I just wonder quite what the tyres are that the 29 HTP car has on at the moment, because they're not quite as suitable for the job as the tyres that are currently on the number 4 car. At least the lap times of the number 4 car are looking a little bit stronger than those of the HTP 29 car. So we'll have to monitor it for a bit longer, and the trouble is that as you monitor it for longer, so the weather conditions change and the tyre suitability changes. But yeah, so we're just making sure the number 88 will be due in either on lap 111 or 112. The number 4 will be in a lap earlier than that. So another pit stop from the Black Falcon Mercedes, currently with Manuel Metzger behind the wheel. Adam Christodoulou has left here and has already admitted that he'll be ready to take it over.
If required, indeed, yeah.
Or it may be a Bernd Schneider run to the flag.
Yeah, it depends how long it is before whoever is at the helm at the moment, Metzger, has to get out.
Yeah, Metzger's...
Did he just get in at the pit stop? Or is this his second stint? 'Cause if this is his second stint, Bernd can't go all the way to the flag, can he? Because we've got 3 hours 35.
No, Metzger is in his first stint still.
Okay, so he could double stint, and then Bernd could double stint to the flag. And that wouldn't be a bad way to add. I don't know, would you put Schneider in, or would you, I mean, where are you going to put Engel? Are you going to put him in the 4, or are you going to put him in the 9 to try and get the 9 on the podium as well? You know, that's a team manager's decision, isn't it? You know, where do you try and put your hotshot superstar, and who's going to do the job for you? I mean, it's so close.
I mean, Schneider can be relied upon to do the job for you.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I'm very, very sorry that I said I was disappointed with his times earlier on, but he...
It's all right, he forgives. It'll only cost you 1 kneecap.
He did do a double stint for us when he was driving in the car earlier on. Altogether, he's not driven as much as either Engel or Metzger has. But so I don't know. I'd be tempted to use Schneider just because he's a known quantity. Anyway, we'll see what Black Falcon decide to do in a couple of laps' time.
It's a hard choice. There's not much in between any of those 8 drivers.
To bring you more news from unique racetracks which are also damp, both red flag races so far in Monaco. The young gentleman Formula Renault, it'll come as a great surprise to everybody, didn't manage to make it round the narrow street circuits without it all rushing to their head. Mind you, the elderly gentleman Porsche Super Cup didn't either. So red flags are us so far, and that means this afternoon's Formula 1 race will either be a classic for the ages or the most tedious, mind-numbing trudge interrupted by red flag japery and arguments about changing tyres on the grid that you've ever seen since the last time that happened. So back to the race itself. Let's just take a little reset. Race being led by the number 88 Haribo Porsche Mercedes. That's another quid. Blimey, this is going to cost me doing this job. Haribo Mercedes. It was 23.4 seconds ahead of the number 4 Mercedes. That's the SAP sponsored Black Falcon car. in second place. 1 minute 29 behind is the number 29 Mercedes, and 3 minutes 31 behind, the yawning gap back to the number 9 car. Bearing in mind the top 4 cars, all Mercedes, all the brand new GT that replaces the SLS, and all within 3.5 minutes after 20 hours of racing.
It's not going to stay like that for very long, though, Martin, because both first and second places are owing us a pit stop. They're getting towards the end of their stints. That's both the number 88 and the number 4. That's going to seesaw the lead back to the 29, and it's getting towards that part of the race when we can perhaps start to calculate, obviously depending on incident, etc., but we can start to calculate which way the seesaw will be when the flag drops at 3:30. So we're getting towards that time. At the moment,
trying to do a bit of helmet identification. I think Martin Ragginger has just handed over to Wolf Hensler in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. The number 44 car has come in. It is 7th in class. It is 7th overall, and they are definitely in a tight top 6 battle. It's not Peter Dumbreck anyway, and Wolf Hensler, Martin Ragginger got out rather, so it's either the red and white of Austria on Wolf Hensler's helmet or the red and white of Switzerland on Alexander Imperatori's helmet, and I'm afraid I'm not good enough to know which. Alexander Sims, Philip Eng, who did a really sterling stint just as daylight was coming up, Maxi Martin and Dirk Werner there in the number 23 car, and that is currently in 5th position. Number 5 car is in 6th position, the Stippler Fjordbach, Mortara and Meyer Meinhof machine, and that car, number 5, the Phoenix Racing Audi, is Audi's only and kind of just about in the frame, still on the same lap, not still on the same lap, is it? It's now 2 laps behind, so it needs something major. I mean, we said as dawn was approaching that Audi needed something to increase their chances after, particularly they had a horrible half hour where 3 cars disappeared, and the thing that they needed was really heavy rain, and what they've got is trifling drizzle, which is more hindrance than help, Paul.
Absolutely right, and they've also had further problems with, I think it was another car that fell back, wasn't there, out of their little band of...
Number 6 Phoenix car kind of went, didn't it?
But 6 and the 28 did.
Oh, it's the number 1, no, that had gone as well.
1, 6 and 28 all went together, but there was one other that was kind of holding up the fort, which has slipped away as well meantime, but I can't quite remember.
Yeah, 2 and 16 are both trying to get themselves into the top 10. 2 is at the moment, 16 isn't quite, it's in 11th place, so
the best place Audi currently being the Phoenix car in 6th place, behind the BMW, which is in 5th place.
But again, that battle, Paul, we've got a single lap covering the top 5, we've got another single lap covering 6 to 9, so we've got those 4 cars, which is the 5 Phoenix Audi, the 44 Falcon Porsche, the 38 and the 75 are all on the same lap, and they're all battling for, you know, just to try and get in, well, if somebody has an incident, to try and get into the top 5 potentially.
Yes, that's right, and be best of the rest. So BMW currently holding that honour, and then Audi, Porsche, Bentley, Mercedes in the next few places. You were talking about when you start back timing this. I've been trying to do that for some time, and I thought that the HTP car, and I'll admit it, I thought that the HTP car has had the advantage, but what has happened now, because the dampness first of all has reduced the pace, although now the pace is increasing once again, and that might swing it back towards HTP. The worse the weather gets, basically, the better it is for the Black Falcon team, because the number 4 will be able to make it through to the flag without having to do a splash and dash pit stop. HTP at the moment and the number 9 car are going to have to do a splash and dash pit stop, as into the pits comes the number 4 Bernd Schneider car, and you'll tell us, Martin, what's happening in the pit stop. What are they going to change?
Doors not open. Just as you were leading up to that, we had a little blue on blue action. The number 104 Audi TT-RS got shunted off by another Audi R8 that shot through. I couldn't identify the Audi R8. I thought it might have been 38.
38 is a Bentley.
That's not then the Audi. So which Audis have we still got running?
It was a TT, wasn't it? Was that not a TT?
I wasn't sure it was, to be honest. However, no driver door open, so no driver changing. We didn't expect that, really, did we? Because whatever we knew about Metzger before we came here, which was we could have written on the back of a postage stamp, we know a lot more about him now, predominantly that he appears to be V-quick and a V-safe pair of hands. Wherever the Mercedes team found him from, wherever Black Falcon found him, he's done a pretty sterling job for them. Now, does that move then the 29 car up into second place? He's already on the Grand Prix circuit, so he's jumped the number 4 car.
Yes, absolutely right. And he will also then, the 29 car, the HTP car, will take over the lead of the race next time around when number 88 makes its pit stop. Question is whether Haribo with the 88 Mercedes is going to do an 8-lap stint as the Black Falcon team have done with their number 4 car, or whether they're going to try and go for 9. And what I would love to know is whether they are making choices about this and making strategic decisions about whether to go for 8 or 9 laps on the stint, or whether their hand is being forced by how much fuel they have in the car and how confident they are about whether they can do another lap or not.
It was Martin Ragginger getting out and Wolf Hensler getting Wolf Hensler getting out and Martin Ragginger getting in. Tom Walker tells me that on Twitter, and even as he does, it's confirmed by Mel Wicks from the team. So it was Hensler out. Ragginger is getting into shall I go there? No, I shall. To have his double stint in the number 44 Porsche that currently lies in 7th place. And again, that is Porsche's best effort. The 912 car stopped with an engine failure out on track, didn't it? Is now slumped 10 laps behind, down to 20th position, all of which is rather immaterial because it isn't going to go any further. And as Joe was saying a moment or two ago, the top 3 are just going to flip-flop with pit stops, and until Paul has managed to accurately back time. and of course, obviously, literally the instant he starts to give us his words of wisdom on it, the heavens will open, and or we'll get a red flag, and or somebody will go off with a monumental. Oh, just the thinking about it apparently has made it rain harder here on pit road.
That was the power of thought from heaven.
That was the power of thought.
The power of thought.
Number 18 BMW, I'm being told by Robert Wiltshire, took the 104 Audi TT out. So it wasn't blue on blue. It was an unfortunate incident that the BMW came lunging from deep behind into a rather tighter right-hander than he was able to get through. It was, I don't think it was Brunchen. I think it was actually
at Brunchen.
I thought it was at Flansgarden.
No,
okay.
it's Brunchen. We've got a code 60 right on the edge of Brunchen, on the exit of Brunchen.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is a right-hander.
Oh, so that's after the dip and up the road. So it's after the jump and up the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through
okay.
the actual right-hander of Brunchen.
Code 6 is out there, so the lap times will come down a little bit, and the rain on the plain here in Spain will also slow things down a little.
You haven't quite got to Spain yet, Martin, but I know what you mean. The number 4 car, which has just made its pit stop, Manuel Metzger's stayed behind the wheel. He can drive it theoretically for another hour and a half, by which time somebody else can get in and drive it to the flag, and they can get to the flag, according to my little notebook here, and the notebook just says what the computers say, on 3 more pit stops. And they will be full pit stops. Anybody else will have to make a splash and a dash, with the exception of the number 88 car, which is also going to be able to do it on 3 more pit stops, but he will first have to take that penalty pit stop, and that'll put him not so far behind, because it's only going to be a minute of a delay for him, but it will put him a minute behind, and that will make it very difficult indeed to catch the other 3 Mercedes on pace alone.
Still some mist in the trees. This is again the Wipperman Brunchen area, isn't it? The cameras really like that, and rightly so. So do the fans. I don't know, do the drivers like it, or do they just put up with it, or going light over the humpback bridge? You know, when you're a kid and you go over a humpback bridge in the car, it feels weird, but you kind of like it. Go back and do that again, Dad. I wonder if it's still quite got the same appeal when you're trying to keep your car out of the trees.
I remember Nicky Lauda saying something along those lines of, yes, you don't really notice it, but you do feel it, and it becomes just, it's like G, isn't it? It's
yeah,
like,
well, it's just a thing, but yeah, you know, when you're a kid, it's just exciting, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Maybe it's not so exciting
That's
when
why
you're a big kid.
That's why roller coasters make so much money.
Well, that's why this track is so appealing to drivers, because it is exactly that. It is the biggest fantasy roller coaster you could possibly imagine anybody building, and nobody would ever build one again. Nobody will ever build anything like this ever again in our lifetime, or anybody else's, except for maybe obviously in Dubai. Paul Trustwell. It'll rain less there, so it won't be the same.
The other aspect which could win or lose this race is pure pace.
Yes.
And at the moment, the man with the pace is the number 88 car, Maxi Goetz. I think we established has stayed in that car for a double stint, the number 88 car. But on the other hand, part of the reason for his pace may be because that car has practically run out of fuel, and so he'll be in at the end of this lap. And so the fact that Van der Zande is slower than Goetz may well just be a function of the fact that the HTP Mercedes is heavier on fuel.
Ben Golding, I didn't give you the result of either of the red flagged races, just that they were finished under red flag. So that's hardly a spoiler, because it's raining in Monaco. What were you expecting? But I won't tell you what happens in the Formula 1. Daniel Ricciardo wins. Oops, sorry about that. More importantly, Sri Lanka will resume on 91 for 8. Word from the middle at Chester Street is that England will enforce the follow-on if they can finish off the tourists in this session, which shouldn't be that hard, even on the Durham ground. England then firmly in control of the second of 3 tests against Sri Lanka after posting 498 for 9 declared in their first innings. Overcast but dry at Chester Street on what is a delightful day back home in the United Kingdom.
Thanks. I live not far from there.
Excellent.
And now I'm here where it's raining.
Still code 60 down at Brunchen, and the number 104 Audi TT-RS is still in exactly the same position as it was 20 minutes ago, only it's accompanied by a stationary Jeep of questionable vintage.
I'll tell you why.
In this case, usefulness. Go ahead.
I'll tell you why. The recovery Jeep had hitched a tow line to the towing eye at the rear of that car, and as it pulled away, it tore it off. So it probably has nothing to attach another towing rope or strap to the rear of that TT. So they're probably waiting for a flatbed.
Leader on pit road, exactly as Paul predicted. After 111 laps, the number 88 Haribo Mercedes is with us, but frustration in the cockpit.
Penalty. He's soaking up that penalty now, isn't he?
Yes, indeed.
That's why there's a big... Well, he's in the penalty box, actually.
Yeah. Timo Glock down there reporting.
That must be very frustrating. This is kind of taking the race away from them, isn't it? This 1 minute and what is it? 1 minute 28 or 1 minute 30?
It's 1 minute 32 penalty, and in effect that means 1 minute because of the 60 km/h speed limit from one end of the pit lane to the other.
All penalties are minutes plus 32 seconds, and the 32 seconds there clearly is the time it takes you to get down the pit road. So they're not going to give you a minute penalty, because 32 of that is just driving down the pit road. So
well, we've had a minute of the penalty so far.
Exactly. So very, very TV savvy or media savvy official who immediately tilted his stopwatch so that the TV camera could see it ticking up from 40 seconds. Now it's 1 minute and 12, so just another 20 seconds to stew and boil in your own juices in this sweltering hot race car before you're able then to crawl down the pit road at 60 kilometers an hour. He's now going to go and show it to the driver. Who is, I don't recognise the helmet. It's not Lance, it's Maxi Goetz. Okay, it's not Lance David Arnold. So
it will be Maxi getting out of the car at this point.
And he pulls immediately ahead into their pit box, and the crew descend on it like a swarm of locusts. And that would appear to be Lance David Arnold getting back in.
They've got a job to do now, haven't they? There's the number 29 who will come through. He's already come through and into the lead, I take it.
Yes, he has.
Because he's already on the Grand Prix tracker.
Exactly so. And the question then remains, where will the number 4 filter into this? Will they also come past the stationary number 88? Seems impossible they won't, Paul, because they were all within 3 minutes or less, the top 3. and that will be safely accounted for by the 88's pit stop. So a definite changing of the guard. How many times has 29 led this race? Although it doesn't strictly, quote, lead it at the moment, not for another 15 miles.
It has led the race for a total of 10 laps, and on, sorry, make that 13, 14, 17 laps, and for a total of 5 separate occasions.
All right.
Very frustrating that Matty got
Good.
sitting there watching that lead just ebb away from you with the you know, 1:32. All right, we're on an 8.5 minute lap here, but 1:32 seconds, considering the pace of the front runners, you are not going to make that back in 3 hours.
No. Oh, I don't know, you might do.
Unless just on pure pace, you are not going to make 1:32.
Yeah, but it's not an empty racetrack, so pure pace doesn't count for everything
right.
here, as we know. Number 4 comes across the stripe to move up into second place. 88 still stationary, and again, we're saying the 88 Mercedes getting longer and longer, more and more gaffer tape added to the nose. It'll become even more heavy and nose heavy and understeery than previously. Adam Christodoulou saying it was already a long wheelbase car. It's even more stable now. I wonder quite how that has affected 88. It doesn't seem to have done much to affect its either top speed or handling, the sort of queer aerodynamics of the front end, and as ever, cars being helped to get going just so they don't risk stripping either the clutch or first gear out of them on this slow pull away from the pit lane. 60 kilometres now, he will rejoin in 3rd position. So just to reset, the race now being led by the number 29 Viatoris Seefried Hernadel Mercedes, and the number 4 car up into 2nd place, and number 9 now through to 3rd place ahead of 88. Is that possible? Yes, it is. The number 9 car has come through as 88 now comes into our camera shot in 4th position. Yeah, I said the number 4 has come through. So 29 leads, 4 second, 9 is 3rd. 88 has dropped from lead to 4th place with that fuel stop and 1:32 extra penalty.
Yeah, a big shame, because they have. How long ago did they actually take the lead? And then the lead has been seesawing, but they have had command of this race and just sort of running at their very own tactic, not being dragged into anything. I don't think you can afford to be dragged into anything around here because of the nature of the place.
You mean the HGP car?
No, the Haribo car, the number 88 car.
The Haribo car first took the lead at 9:45 last night, and has led the race for 63 out of the total of 111 laps. But as you say, it's been put on the back foot now by that 1 minute penalty, or 1.5 minute penalty. It's not impossible, or the other way in which it can come back because of these intermediate conditions is to suddenly the conditions change and the Mercedes get lucky with which tyres it's on and effectively save a tyre stop by being on the right tyre at the right time. It's not impossible under those circumstances to pull back a minute of activity, but if everybody's on the same tyre in the same conditions, then you can't really see it happening. But this is precisely the kind of conditions that we need to provide that little bit of uncertainty, which is going to keep us on the edge of our seat for the remaining 3.25 hours of the race.
Well, I think even in bone dry conditions, we're going to be on the edge of our seat because we've got 4 cars that could win this, and there's apart from anything else, it's by no means guaranteed that nobody else is going to pick up a penalty. I mean, that alone, again, I mean, we've just seen it invert the top 4 and send the leader, down a snake. There's no reason at all that somebody else is going to go down a snake as the leader tries to climb up the ladders. Plus you've got traffic, plus you've got incidents, plus you've got weather, so it's a 3-hour race. Anything can happen.
We know the violation was a Code 60 violation, and you cannot argue with that. That has got to be consistent and strict every single time. I would like to know just what exactly was the violation. Was he 2 miles an hour over the 60 or 2 kilometres an hour over the 60.
Up to 19 kilometres an hour over is 1 minute 32 seconds. I can tell you that because I know exactly what the penalties are because I paid attention in driver's briefing.
And you did.
I really did. I genuinely, honestly did. Maybe the only useful information I've ever come into a commentary booth with in my life. But I was there and I watched all the way through all the penalties. So I thought, do you know what, that might be quite useful to know, that if it's 3 minutes 32, it's his third offence. If it's 2 minutes 32, it's his second offence, and whatever for speeding in the pit lane, and what parameters they are. They've given up trying to recover 104, and basically they're just sweeping the track in front of it so that anybody else has a sort of excuse-free run into the car. It's still code 60 there at Brunchen, and they are going to have to find a way of recovering it because they can't really leave that car there for another 3¼ hours. That will that's not the way they do things here. It's still drizzling at that section of the track. In fact, it's probably still drizzling just about everywhere. The castle is no longer visible, so that's official Met Office confirmation it is raining.
It's not quite rain. It's more like we're in the cloud. If you look out the window, Martin, it's the rain is going horizontally.
I've looked out the back door and you can't see anything actually beyond halfway across the paddock because we are actually in the clouds, yes. The clouds have either descended or risen from the valleys up towards us, or descended from the heavens down towards us, or met in the middle, and they currently sway the entire track, and which is why we're getting that sort of slightly misty look to everything, which makes visibility a little hard to come by. In the pits is our 5th place car. That's the number 23 car. That is the lead BMW, and that is again where BMW had their Audi half hour, didn't they? Just as daylight was, well, wasn't even braking really. It was thinking about braking. So the row racing BMW, Alexander Sims, Philipp Eng, Maxime Martin, Dirk Werner. That is the only remaining BMW with any sniff of a podium chance, and they are still on the lead lap. They're sort of 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way back on the lead lap, but again, weather, incidents, accidents, penalties, who knows, whatnot, that could end up on the podium. On pace, now probably not, although its ultimate race pace is certainly right in there with the 9 and the 4 Mercedes, its fastest race lap, but currently not quite so much.
Well, it's undoubted this cloud is going to lift, the track is going to dry, we are going to be on that transitional point of dries to slick, wets to slick.
It's undoubted this cloud is going to lift and the rain
because
is going to stop.
that's what it does. That's what it's been doing all day.
Or it could get heavier, because it does that here too.
Yes.
So it is doubted then, is what you're saying.
No, undoubtedly it's going. Undoubtedly it's going to lift.
Undoubtedly
first.
the weather will change.
Then it'll rain. Well, there's no real heavy rain, according to Jim Still.
It's just enough though to keep it, as Mario Andretti said, slicker and snot. So, which is just that horrible, not quite intermediate, and it's really going to burn up full wets really quite quickly, and just a horrible in between, and nobody likes a horrible in betweeny. I'm just leaving that hanging.
Yeah.
In-betweeny.
The number 29, the HTP car, Renger van der Zende, is out in the lead of the race. He hasn't yet come across the line to appear at the top of the timing screens, but he will be doing so very shortly indeed. But when he does so, completing the 112th lap, he will only have 2 further laps out on the circuit before he's going to be due in for fuel, or at most 3, but probably 2 further laps for the number 29 car. So only 2 laps will be in the lead, and then he'll have to make his pit stop for fuel.
Jimmy Anderson takes the final wicket of Sri Lanka, all out for 101. They trail England by 397, and the tourists will be forced to follow on at Chester Street. So that's important information. And also the Opel Calibra now closing in on a top 100 finish, and with just over 3 hours to go. We're all getting a bit punch drunk for the Opel. Joe Bradley, run us down through the classes as you hear the number 44 Falcon Porsche making another stop. Now, that must have been for a change of tyre. I will find out. Joe, tell us about the classes.
Well, leave us with our odd hour class update, which we've just gone by, so it's a little bit later than normal. But the SPX class currently, we've got the Porsche Cayman GT4 of the Manthey Racing car 170 in the lead of that class. Overall position is 22nd. The SP7 class is still being led by the number 64 Black Falcon Porsche, 17th overall. 13 cars are in that class, so a very competitive class there. The SP3T is being led by car number 106, the Subaru Technica. Subaru is 20th overall, 7 cars running in that class. Small class for the Cup 3, 4 cars running in that. It's the Porsche 981 GT4 of the Race Reunion Thiekman Racing, car 354. Cup 5 has 13 cars, so another very good competitive field for the BMW Cup runners. Bonk Motorsports car 305 is leading that one, 29th overall. The AT class is being led by the Saxon Motorsport team in car 111. That's the BMW 135 diesel, 59th overall. Lubna Motorsports is leading the Cup 1 class in car 251, 46th overall. We have to go down to 72nd overall in the field for the Renault Clio of car 118 in the SP3 class. The V5 class is being led by the BMW 330i of the Schmickler Performance team, 57th overall. That's car 156. And rounding off our class updates, V3 is the 126 numbered EMC Sanct Toyota G86, 67th overall. And that's our class rundown for the odd hour.
Press the button. 3 hours and 7 minutes remain in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 Hours, live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. Paul Truswell informs us that it was a 2-lap stint for the number 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche. That can only, Joe Bradley, mean that they went one way on tyres and then it was unsurvivable, and I would suggest they went intermediate and came back in and went, that ain't happening.
They could have even gone slick, Martin, because that was the time we were talking about staying on the dry line. The dry line, there was a just over a car width around the whole track, which was completely dry, which would have been perfect for slicks. But as we said, if you go offline by a metre or two, then you are in trouble. So maybe they've gone that extreme, expecting no further rain to come. Unfortunately, the cloud has descended, and we are in the cloud, and we've now got a damp and moist track again.
Hang a minute, you said not 5 minutes ago, live on Radio Le Mans, that undoubtedly it was going to stop raining and dry up.
No, it is, because the cloud will lift, and that's when we'll see that. We've got a car off at, is it Kesselchen?
It's the number 42 as well.
It's the Aston Martin, of course. The Aston Martin class leader in SP8 has gone off, not quite. I've got a code 60 area at Kesselchen, but I haven't got, let me see if I can locate the number 42.
We have also been told on Twitter that somebody thinks it was the number 5 Audi that smote the 104. It didn't look like a blue and white car. Looked more sort of greeny, yellowy, white, it looked like it was the 38, although it couldn't have been, because 38 has obviously not been on the racetrack for a long while. I spy a Calibra with my little eye. Joe, what do you know?
Well, my little GPS app tells me, having gone looking for the 42 car, it's off the circuit.
Yeah,
it's being recovered.
It does say on the screen that it's had an accident, and I think it was Andreas Gulden at the wheel of it when it went off there. So that's terribly bad news. That's three terriblies bad news for that car, because having had its problem earlier in the race and having clambered back from about an hour of a delay back into the lead of the class, to then have to be faced with losing it in difficult conditions up at Kesselchen from a position that doesn't enable us to see it on Joe's GPS system is
that means it's off the circuit. It's gone out the gate.
Doesn't mean it's
being recovered.
Doesn't mean we're never going to see it again.
No, indeed. How far behind is the next car in class?
SP8, we've got second in class is the number 45, and that is on 93 laps, 2 laps down.
2 laps down, okay. So it is going to lose the lead. It may not necessarily lose the race.
3 laps.
I gather that Falcon Porsche completely, as I did, ignored Joe Bradley. They went for broke and went onto full wets, only to decide 2 laps later that an intermediate was still to go, because although it hadn't stopped raining, it wasn't a full wet track yet. So that was their little gamble to try and get them into the top 6. Unfortunately, it has served to drop them a little further down to 10th place.
They went the other way, Martin. They were hoping for the rain to come early.
They were looking at the weather and going, I can't see the castle, let's go wets. 16, the Twin Bush Audi R8 has also just left the pit lane in 11, and chasing them, 4 minutes 45 behind them. 13th position car, number 21, that has also left the pit lane, and that's the Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche, about which we really probably didn't expect to say an awful lot. Had the 911 and 912 actually been racing, we probably wouldn't be saying an awful lot about it either. Another car that has possibly outperformed its expectations is the number 11 car, and that's the Audi Race Experience R8. That is in the pit lane as well in 16th position, and again, probably if it hadn't been racing where we're racing, that wouldn't have been in the top 25. But of course, one thing we have at the Nurburgring is a lot of carnage.
The way that this it's a difficult race to read this, and a lot of fun for all of that. I said earlier on, and I still stick to it, is that the 2 Black Falcon Mercedes have kind of paired off. There's one which is shadowing the number 88 Haribo car, and there's the other one that's shadowing the 29 HTP car. Now, the one that's trying to get the better of the Haribo car has obviously had its life made a lot easier by that extra penalty that the Haribo car had to soak up, and is now ahead of it, but only to the tune of 5 seconds ahead of it, whereas the
Gesundheit.
Yes, whereas the number 29 car has a 2-minute advantage over the number 4 Black Falcon car. However, the number 29 car due in for a pit stop at the end, not of this lap, but of the next lap, and then that will allow the number 4 car back into the lead. But then we've got this change about situation where one car will lead, the other car will lead, then the one car will lead, then the other car will lead. Even though they're not battling with each other on the track, the way the pit stops are playing out is that one takes the lead and the other and play about.
Indeed.
Who's going to be in the lead at the end of the remaining 3 hours? Quite easy to work out. Well, it can be worked out, and I reckon that it's going to be the Black Falcon car. However, that assumes that they're both going to do exactly the same lap time. On the last lap, the Van der Zande car lapped 8 seconds. I'll say that again, 8 seconds, in fact more than that, 9 seconds faster than the Black Falcon car.
Wow.
So if he continues to lap at that pace, then even though they change about, the HTP car will be ahead. So it's not just strategy, it's about driving fast.
Are we?
Yeah.
Is that
neck and neck across the line?
Is that the projection? We've gone for it.
Neck and neck across the line.
Oh, really? That's even better.
3 hours to go in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 Hours. Live coverage on RadioLeMans.com. Lights to flag plus post-race tech, driven by Aston Martin. Under 3 hours of the race remaining, and into the pit lane comes the number 35 Nissan, the Academy GT car, driven by Krum Ordonez, Hoshino and Buncombe. Didn't see who was getting in. There has been a driver change, I think, on that car, and that car lying in a resilient 12th position. The pit call for the number 11 car, by the way, the Audi Race Experience R8, was because of a crash. Maximilian Hacklender has put the car off the track, managed to get it back to the garage, but that no longer a top 10 contender and will probably drop way out of the top 30 before the race is over. We have a 4-way battle for victory. All 4 of our lead cars currently are Mercedes. 29 leads, but owes us a pit stop in the next 10 minutes. Probably more like 5 minutes now. The number 4 car will then assume the lead ahead of number 9 and 88, our long-time race leader, spent nearly 10 hours in the race lead, but a penalty finally served to blunt its attack. However, were the race to stop now, we were talking earlier on about the 4 drivers in the number 88 car being the same 4 drivers that were in the sister number 8 car, which was then retired after both cars had incidents, and how odd it would look were they to finish with both cars on the podium, 2 drivers on one stop, 2 drivers on another, or jumping to and fro between them. I draw your attention to the number 4 and number 9 cars in 2nd and 3rd position. A certain M. Engel Esquire is in both of those, so he's going to have, I mean, he's not tall enough to have 1 foot on the 2nd place step and 1 foot on the 3rd place step the other side of number 1, so he needs the car to finish 1st and 2nd or 3rd and not on the podium for him to stand any chance.
You can take advice from Ben Schneider, who did exactly that in Dubai 3-4 years ago, when I think Ben finished, I think he did finish 2nd and 3rd. I don't think, no, he did win. He came 1st and 3rd. Yeah, that's right. So he was able to stand on both steps.
I know which step he'll have chosen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys down there, I was just helping out. These are my guys. These are my guys. Yeah, there you go. Not that any racing driver could ever be described as mercenary in any way, shape or form. Double wave yellows covering a recovery, and that'll be the double wave yellows that bring you down to 120 before you get to the code 60 at the next marshal's post, which is in the recovery section of Brunchen. We are still, I mean, this Audi, this is the Audi TT number 104, which crashed a week last Wednesday, and they are currently recovering. There is a flatbed now coming up to recover. Let's hope the flatbed's got a crane on it. Either that or they need about 45 pallbearers to try and lift the car up onto the flatbed.
The flatbed slopes off into it and then pulls the car on. You're just creating drama, right?
I am trying to.
Being
Jeopardy.
Silly.
RadioLeMans.com, driven by Jeopardy.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes, what has happened is within Sector 4, the number 4 Mercedes has picked up around about 30 seconds on the race-leading number 29 HTP car, and I can only imagine that is as a result of the way that the Code 60 has just been implemented.
The Code 60 has been there the whole time that Audi has been sitting beached, though.
Yes, but that's why I said the way in which it has been implemented, because I think what they probably did was to extend the Code 60 for a little bit and then reduce it again in terms of the length of it, because there's no way otherwise that they could have had a 30-second difference through that sector.
You can't actually speed at that sort of differential through the right-hander where the Audi is. It's just too tight. You couldn't possibly.
In 3/4, that 22 seconds can make all the difference.
397 runs, by the way, is the most that England have ever had in a first innings over Sri Lanka. More news from Audi Sport, number 11 in the pits repairs.
They've been listening to me. They've been listening to
what
me.
Comes of it?
Yes. If you scroll down, you'll see who was it. The news is the driver's fine. No, I mean, sorry, scroll up because the one above that, the message above that, tells us who exactly that is. It's the number 11.
Yeah, I know exactly who it was.
Audi
it was
race.
Maximilian Hacklander.
Right, so Hacklander is
he's
fine.
okay, car isn't, but it is back in the pits.
That would have been my call at the time. I definitely would have. Unfortunately,
and remind us again why you're no longer a team manager.
And why I'm a commentator.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Good point. Point taken.
Back to Joe Honori later on when we get another 3-hour red flag. Just outside the top 10, we've had another. Well, no, it wasn't a green lap. Another. Strong lap though from the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is now back into 10th place ahead of the number 11 Twin Bush Audi, because 2 further pit stops. We documented the 35 Academy GT Nissan, and 21 also stopped. And did we mention that? We did. That's the Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche. That's on its out lap as well. So a kind of 4-way battle around 10th place as well. And nobody wants to finish, oh yeah, we were P11. P10 sounds so much better in every single way.
The thing to look out for as well on the took Gertz out of it and put Lance David Arnold back into the number 88 car, didn't we? So Lance David Arnold trying to get third place back from the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes.
And the gap at the line was half a second. 2 minutes 31.3 behind the lead of the number 9 car, 2 minutes 31.8 behind the lead of the number 88 car. And as they went out onto the Nordschleife, it was half a dozen car lengths. Obviously, the number 9 car had got a little bit better break on traffic, in traffic on the Grand Prix circuit, but there's no question that the number 88 car still thinks it can win this race, and there's no earthly reason why they shouldn't think that either.
They've just cleared the Flugplatz now, and they're virtually nose to tail. They're well out onto the Nordschleife, the number 9 ahead of the 88. That's a battle for third and fourth at the moment. That's going to turn into a battle for second and third very shortly when we see the number 29 Mercedes peel off into the pits, because that's very much due a pit stop now. It'll be in, I would imagine, next time by. It can't afford another lap.
And fourth is 2 minutes 30 behind the leader, which means that the leader will drop to fourth. And so we're going to again see this whole yo-yo effect, and Paul's slide rule back timing is going to be three car lengths possibly between them, half a second.
It's gone out a bit further whilst they've been off around the Nordschleife. They're heading through Metzfeld and towards Kallenhardt now, and we've got quite a gap now, according to our GPS, of course.
Well, of course, they've just worked their way through a bunch of 6 cars, so
that's why that is now spaced out.
But on board with the 88, we've got visual of the car in front, which is the number 9, and there is just one BMW between them. Yellow flag, single yellow being waved as they drop down towards Exmüller. Should have been a blue flag. Maybe the colour balance isn't quite as good as it should be. But Paul, fascinating battle, and of course it means when they are this close, it is still anybody's race, but you've worked out who's going to win.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. The number 88, by virtue of having the stop when it did and having that longer stop, is going to be able to get the flag without a splash and dash. It can split the remainder of the race into nice big chunks. What you want to try and do is to get to the end of the race in even chunks, but in nice big even chunks. What you don't want to have to do is to cut it into small chunks, or to do the big chunks and then a little splash and dash at the end. And both 88 and 4, the Haribo car and the number 4 Black Falcon car, the Schneider Christodoulou car, can do that. Whereas 29 and 9 are both looking at an extra splash of fuel. Now, if the heavens actually open and it tips it down, they'll save enough fuel just because the consumption will reduce. They'll go less far, and that will hand the advantage back to the HTP car, in particular number 29, because it has this advantage over the number 4 car.
Well, that assumes that they don't need to stop for a different tyre. Were they to need to, assuming they're not on full wets, and they probably aren't, because the 44 Falcon Porsche tried that and that was a bummer, so we assume they're on an intermediate. If the heavens properly open, then suddenly it's a scramble for wets, and then everybody bang is right on the same fuel strategy, presumably, because they will brim the tanks, they all hold the same amount, they're all got vaguely the same fuel consumption, and will be 4x4 side by each all the way to the flag.
Well, something like that, but remember, the shorter your stint, the shorter your pit stop. So the time taken to change the tyres isn't actually the time taken to change the tyres, it's the time dependent on how short your stint is, and that's going to
We didn't explore Trustwell's law of nighttime car magnetism at all at any stage, did we?
Doesn't apply at the Nurburgring.
Oh, okay.
The car number 11, the the Hacklander car, which was crashed, is now back out on the circuit, is in 16th place. And did you mention that one already?
No.
It shouldn't lose any more places, I don't think. Certainly not in the SP9 class, for it has sufficient of an advantage there.
Third place battle is separated by less than a car length as they get into the code 60 down at Brunchen.
We're now into slow motion, aren't we?
Yes. It's after you. Yes, it's one of those wobbly ones. They go green, and the 88 car immediately jives on the throttle and goes straight by for third place. Gets by the number 9 car immediately. Goes by 2 slower cars as well in a heartbeat. Talk about reacting to the green flag. Let's hope he didn't overreact to the green flag. But the number 88 car, they want this race really, really badly. I'm not saying the number 9 car doesn't, but boy, that was just like the number 9 car had no idea what was going on, caught him completely napping.
It's when you see the green flag. It's not like you have to get to the green flag and that's the goal. As soon as you see a green flag up ahead, that's when you go. And the number 88 car had that nailed, didn't he?
A few more laps, I would think.
Now, in the end there, it kind of evened itself out in the battle for the lead between the HTP and the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, the white car, because the time on the previous lap, no, it wasn't, it was another 30 seconds lost, wasn't it, on the previous lap, but the important thing to say is the number 929 HTP car stayed out for another lap, so it's now going for its 9th lap on the fuel. This is something that HTP have done before. They know their car will do 9 laps, particularly if there's a yellow zone or slower lap times for some other reason. So the number 29 staying out to do a 9th lap on this tank of fuel, trying to stretch its fuel margins.
Yeah.
That's going to be a marginal call, that.
Very marginal. The TV director is showing again replays from onboard the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. And the deal here is when you come round the tight right-hander, which is under code 60, where the team are working, the crews are working, just beyond the end of the curbs, there is a marshal's post up on the hillside on driver's left. Couldn't really make out what flag was being shown there, if any. Further on round, sort of long sweeping right-hander, just before you go left then after Brunchen. To show it may be good.
And presumably, Martin, because that's a second offence, you'll have known this because you're paying attention.
2 minutes 32.
Second offence on a yellow flag offence is worse.
Well, that will be a speeding under code 60, but it will have probably been within 19 kilometres of 60 kilometres an hour, so it'll be a 1 minute 32. I will get my phone out and double check. Talk amongst yourselves.
So it's going to be down to that. It's going to be down to that in-car camera footage that we saw, but also. Doesn't every marshal's I was about to say, but if the marshals can see, if the marshal with the green flag can see the car can see the green flag.
Yeah, but again, we need to know whether the drivers have been told.
We're looking at it again, Paul.
Yeah,
we're looking at it again. Now we clear where the tidy up is being done.
Pink at the incident, and then as they come into shot from the next camera, the marshals have already got the green out, but the pass has already been done, so we haven't seen a clear exterior shot. Speeding in the pit lane in the race, penalties in the race, disregard of double yellows and code 60, within 19 kilometres an hour of 60, time penalty 1 minute and 32, maximum of 3 offences. So they are within that.
The rule, sorry, I was just in a conversation there, so forgive me if you've just said this very thing. You have to be past the last yellow flag. Now, you don't know it's the last yellow flag until
Nothing else has been shown so far. They will be looking at that again and again from race control, because that could be a race deciding pass. There's no question that the 88 now has given it back.
Yeah. Yes, the 88 has now fallen back behind the blue Mercedes number 9. So whether or not it was a bona fide overtaking move,
I'm being told he's not giving it back. He's being told he's been snookered.
He's been caught in traffic and passed.
An overtaking move. So the battle continues, and thank goodness it isn't our joist decisions that we have to make for the stewards' decisions. We'll leave those to the stewards, shall we? And when the stewards notify us of what they've decided, then we'll let them make the decisions, and we won't argue with the referee.
No, well, we'll try not to. As long as they make the right decision, we'll be good to go with that. Pit callers, 38 Bentley should be down below you, and 75 is in as well. And that is the progeny of car.
Yes, there are actually 2 yellow cars, not quite beneath me, but further down, because the yellow Bentley is one of them. The Mann-Filters Mercedes is another of them, and also going back out onto the circuit is the number 33 Audi R8, which Ziegler, I think, stayed behind the wheel of that car, heading back on its way once again.
Yeah, the Mann-Filters car, that's the sons of Kenneth, son of Hans Heyer, Sebastian, son of Roland Asch, Luca, son of Klaus Ludwig, and Daniel Karlwitz's father. I don't know his name, I'm afraid. Mr. Karlwitz, probably, to me. Another stop for 83. He's not on my page, Paul. Oh, he's leading the SP6 class, so that is the class leader in SP6. He has a 6-lap advantage in that Porsche 911. So that's pretty handy advantage. David Ackerman, Carsten Welcher, Jörg Wiskirchen. They've been in a lead of this class a very long time. It's the rent-to-drive Porsche GT3 Cup car, having a very solid run with that machine. 702 we're just seeing as he's now moved up inside the top 30. We heard earlier on from Jeroen Blekemolen about the exhaust issues that affected 701 and 702, and 701's had them first on the left-hand side, followed by 702 having it on the left-hand side, and then 701 had them on the right-hand side, and so, oh yes, 702 also had right-hand side exhaust issues.
So sharing the share the pain as well as the gain.
Yeah. And 2 laps behind the class leader in SPX, just around that up is 702. Class leader is the 170. That's the Porsche Cayman GT4. And again, as we pointed out earlier, GT4 car now in 23rd place, might make a top 20 finish overall in this race before we get to the checkered flag, which is an astonishing performance. And so any potential Porsche GT4 customers might well be looking to clean up in GT4 in the next 12 months or so. Joe, what do you know from on track about our battle for third, 88 versus 9?
Nothing at the moment, but what I do know is the number 11 Audi is back on track, having had some repairs.
Yeah, they had
and
repairs
the brakes
after the crash, didn't they? Still a little bit of water on the camera lens, I think as much from the air as coming up from the track. The track, Paul Trustwell, does appear to be becoming drier and drier pretty much everywhere. Grand Prix circuit is pretty much dry. It's not an awful lot of breeze outside, and I noticed when I looked out before I came on air that it's changed to a bit of a westerly, which is not the direction that any of the weather has come from. It's either come from the north or pretty much from the south so far, and the nasty stuff has come from the north. So it's just a little bit of breeze, not enough to really flutter too many flags, not really helping with drying either.
Race leader in the pits, and this is a 9-lap stint for the race leader, which means it has to be a 3 minutes and 11 second pit stop for the number 29 car.
And there will be a driver change as well. Door is open, tyres are ready. He's going with a slick. That is a blue Michelin logo, not a white Michelin logo. John Hindhoff, that means it's not a slick immediate, correct? Nod. It is not a slick immediate. Okay, yellow helmet, is that Hohenadel, the yellow helmet?
Are we saying he's on the slicks, by the way?
Yeah. Is that Christian Hohenadel who's just got out?
No, it's Van der Zande who's got out
Renger
of
van
the
der
car.
Zande. Okay, so who is getting in then, I wonder? We'll have to wait and see.
My guess would be it's Marco Zayfried.
They're one of the very few teams that actually seem to have a transponder that tells timing and scoring who's in. Yeah, because now Van der Zande's vanished. So, not literally, obviously, he hasn't been beamed up or anything.
Now here comes across the start-finish line the driver of the day for me. He's put in some sterling performances, not take nothing away from Christodoulou, Schneider or Engel, who've shared the car with him, but Metzger has certainly done a storming job at the wheel of the number 4 car. The car takes the lead once again.
We know that at Le Mans certain marshal posts have certain nationalities crewing them. Post 120B, I seem to think, is a particularly British enclave. Lara Plattman tells me that she thinks at Brunchen it's particularly a Welsh Marshal's enclave from Anglesey, she seems to think. So, a Borada to anybody who happens to be listening there. Apologies for my Welsh immediately, obviously. Change for third place, Paul? No, 9 is still
it's a battle.
Half a car length ahead of 88. It is a battle, isn't it?
We're on the Grand Prix circuit part of this track, and we're just going through down towards the Dunlop hairpin, which is a big, long, sweeping
It's kind of like the carousel, but in the opposite direction with disappointingly little concrete.
Yes.
They could make it more carousel-y there quite happily, and everybody would be very joyful.
Doesn't it just capture the feel of the old Nurburgring, though?
You've got to think that the reason they designed that sort of 180-degree plus big, long sweeper was to emulate the carousel. And obviously, you know, you can't put concrete ditches in modern racetracks. More's the pity. I can think of many that would be enhanced by a good concrete ditch. Van der Zande still shown by timing and scoring on board the number 29 Mercedes, but as that comes back out, we know that it ain't him because we saw him getting out. So that is the outlap for the car that was the leader, and now we must assume drops back to 4th position, back to the bottom of the ladder, which he must.
And it was down to traffic when further round the lap where the number 9 car was able to get his own back and retaliate, and he's not going to get mugged again, I would have thought. I think he's going to be well aware. I'm not sure, I can't tell you if we still have that code 60 out at Brunchen. I think it's clear.
Probably don't. Okay,
No.
so that might free things up. The fatherless Carl Witz, well, he obviously isn't, apparently is the winningest ADAC GT driver. So there you go. Aston Martin updates. 42 presumably up, is that? Off at Bergwerk, passing another car. Frontal damage car will be repaired when it returns, but the lead will be gone. And that is the GT8, DP8, leader of SP8. Yeah, so 42. Okay, too many 8s in that sentence for me to make much sense of it.
Number 9 and 88 into and out of Arenberg under the bridge, and down towards the Foxhole. Now through the clipping the apexes left and right and left, and bottoming it out at the bottom of the hill.
29 not far behind either.
Not at all.
No, really not at all. 3 pit callers of note, 2 note. In fact, 5 in the 15 down to 20. 5 of those 6 cars have been in or come in. 25, that's the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. That is in. On an outlap is the number 64 car that is behind it in 16th. Number 11 car is back out, and that is in 17th. And in 18th position, number 12 car has just left the pits. Number 33 and 19th has just left the pits. And number 106 in 20th has also just left the pits. A lot of synchronicity here as we line up towards the end of the race. Everybody running back into their same fuel windows. 88 still chasing the now second placed number 9 Mercedes. And the blue Black Falcon car in second position, the white Black Falcon car in first position, and the black number 88 Team Haribo Mercedes, that's the AMG Team Haribo Mercedes, in third place at the moment.
They are nose to tail down into Hexmuller now, and they've got a little bit of traffic ahead of them, but they are absolutely nose to tail as they go through the right-hand ramp. We may have even, according to my GPS tracker, have had a change. That's not always accurate. We'll wait and see. No, it rectifies itself as we go towards Bergwerk now. And the number 9 getting a little bit of a gap through the traffic as they go through the right-hander at Bergwerk. It's still the Black Falcon car ahead of the Haribo car. The blue number 9 ahead of the black-coloured number 88. And it would be nice to see this battle because it really is an on-track battle for what will be second and third places when they cross the line next time by.
38, the surviving factory Bentley in 8th position. It's completing its out lap. This will bring it up to a total of 113 laps. The leaders completed 115. So the yellow number 38 car, big, bold Bentley. Flashing headlights, get out of my way, pleb. Through he comes, and Maxime Martin would appear to be the man at the wheel. And another of our class leaders still is the number 123 Toyota Corolla Altis. Again, that Toyota Team Thailand entered car. I'm not sure whether it led on lap 1 of our 4-lap qualifying sprint, but since dark o'clock, it has been our race leader. And his windscreen wipers appear to have parked themselves in the vertical position, whether that's intentional DTM styley and they've just pimped them, or whether they're stuck and if it rains they're going to be in trouble, not entirely sure.
Still the number 9 heads the 88. They've already been through the carousel and are heading towards Horacht.
Wow.
This is the area of the course where traffic will come into play out of Horacht and into Wipperman.
And
very tight and twisty sections of circuit where you can trip over traffic, and we'll keep an eye on this. We're following it on the tracker at the moment. We haven't got it on our screens.
That battle, second and third, just took 3 seconds in the previous sector alone out of the race leading number 4 car. So they will be they lost a second on the Grand Prix loop to the number 4 car, probably because they were not on the ideal line. One was defending, one was attacking. But when they get into single file parts of the track, and that's exactly what that was in sector 3, and will be in sector 4 pretty much, then they will both be hooning along at absolutely flat chat and starting to reel in the number 4 that is our race leader.
Well, of course, if you were in the 88, I'd be just hanging on to the 9's tail until we get towards the Schwalbenschwanz area of the circuit and then get right on him for that entry onto the Horacht, and then you would drag past towards the Tiergarten, wouldn't you? That's what you'd be doing tactically.
Well, the other thought is we've got 2.5 hours to go. Don't even bother. Just sit in his slipstream, save a bit of fuel, save a bit of energy, and just sit with him, and the two of you will go quicker than number 4 car on its own.
Well, they seem to be, don't they?
Yeah, well, they are. I mean, that's the effects of the slipstream. 2 cars together will go more effectively through the air than 1 car on its own, particularly down the massive straight at Dottingerhöhe. They drop into the mini carousel, whiz by an indeterminate Peugeot
Clio.
308 of some kind. Was it Clio, was it? I'll bow to your greater Clio Cup knowledge there. And again onto Dottingerhöhe, and no need to pass. No need to make the pass at all. If he makes a mistake, go by. If he doesn't make a mistake, sit behind him. Let his car do the work in the aero. After all, your aero is slightly affected. Just sit behind him and get hoovered along down the straight. 44 Falcon Porsche had a narrow escape as the lead, or as the second place battle went past him around the outside. And Joe, there's not many places you can pass Wipperman, Brunchen. They managed to do it. And the Conrad Mercedes, Conrad Lamborghini has looped around, and that is in the same portion of the track, isn't it? He's just come out of the pits. Into the pits has come number 5, Paul, the best of the Audis.
Yes, and this is for a
tag from behind, I think.
He's hit the barrier quite heavily there.
I think he just got contact from behind from the yellow Mercedes.
Where is that on the circuit? If we can't quite see because we need to pan out a little.
Well, there's a code 60, so look over towards sector 4 of the track. Where is he?
Oh, sector 4. Okay.
I think it's well.
It's not Cullenhard.
No, I think it's earlier. He hasn't done a sector 1 time, so it is very early in the lap. But there's quite a lot of damage at the back. That car will be coming into the pits.
Hatzenbach.
Hatzenbach. Yeah.
That's what I meant, actually. I said Cullenhard. I actually meant Hatzenbach. Now, that car's gone in quite heavy.
Yeah.
It looked like it was just bodywork, but you know what's at the back of that car, don't you? The gearbox.
Everything.
Yeah, everything. That's important. Yeah. So
everything apart from his Trilby and his overnight bag.
Yeah. Now, where is that car in the field? Because it's 15th. It's 15th, Martin, and he was on an outlap. So he was just getting
had just
things,
left the pits.
Yeah. So
and had the Mercedes not as well?
He'll have been getting things up to temperature. Is what he'll have been doing, and that's probably why, being a little bit sort of conservative.
He might have braked fractionally earlier than the Mercedes expected, or just may have braked at his normal position, but the Lamborghini has to brake earlier than the Mercedes. I mean, it's not in the top 3 for a good reason, whereas all the Mercedes, or a lot of the Mercedes, are. Lead being held now officially by the number 4 white Falcon Mercedes. In second place is the number 9 blue Falcon Mercedes. Of course, when I say this, I'm just identifying them by colour. They are both black Falcon team cars. And, well, currently second by inches is the number 9 car with 88 right behind the Haribo Mercedes. Again, if I was driving a Haribo Mercedes, I could happily sit behind the number 9 car as long as we are not going slower than the leader, as long as we're going quicker than the leader. And last time round, leader did an 8-minute 19.28, and the cars behind a 19.56 and a 20.30. So maybe they could just do with getting on with it a little bit.
Could have been a crucial stint, that last one, for the number 29 car, even though it's dropped to 4th place by doing the 9 laps and taking the penalty of the slightly longer pit stop. This for the HTP car, Renger van der Zende, who we assume has handed over to Marco Seefried, has put himself within range, just about, of getting to the end of the race on just 2 more stops. Now, the Bernd Schneider car, the number 4 SAP-sponsored Black Falcon car, has to definitely do 3 more stops, the first of which could be as early as the lap after the one that it's on, so at the end of lap 118.
Number 5 has just left the pits. That is the best placed of the Audis. That's the Phoenix car, the white and blue machine. He's gone out on slicks as well. So clearly what we saw going on to the Mercedes number 29 car was slicks, and he's not the only one who's going there. So the guys who are on the slick intermediate will be giving up maybe a little bit of time. Last lap round, 8-minute 36.0, a really quick lap for the number 4, the race leader, and the battle behind, they were doing 8 minutes 43, so they're holding each other up rather than trying to work together. Now, they're not in the same team, whereas first and second are in the same team. However, with 2.5 hours left to go, if I were the drivers of number 9, I wouldn't want to be asked to defend against 88 to allow 4 to get away, because that would compromise your race. I don't think we're in any position we can do that yet. 2.5 hours left to go. You really shouldn't be thinking about compromising anything. The battle for second place is still separated by about a car length. 9 and 8. We've got Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 23 BMW in 5th position. Number 5 Audi in 6th. Number 7 Audi in 7th place.
That number 5 Audi is out on slicks, fresh slicks for Stippler.
Yeah, we just and that confirms then what we suspected about the blue Michelin band on the tyres that went onto the Mercedes. They were slicks rather than slick immediates, and it is a slick racetrack, as in it is a racetrack where slicks will work rather than it's slick and slippery, which it sort of is as well, but not as much.
Well, can I just say, about an hour ago, maybe even 90 minutes ago, I did say that the rain would clear, the track would dry completely, and you just mocked me.
Don't be
but
smart,
here we
Joe.
are. but I'm not being smug. I'm just
You
trying
said
to.
it wasn't the fact that it might dry. You said undoubtedly, as if there was any question that it wouldn't rain at the Nurburgring.
There was no question it was going to do this.
You
Now then,
lucked
undoubtedly,
in.
there is going to be more damn track. Undoubtedly. I don't know when it's going to come because Jim's not around with his little tool. Yeah,
bless him.
Bless him.
And in is the number 2 Audi, so Frederick Vervisch bringing that one in, and I wait to hear from the Audi Sport team that will go onto slicks as well. Can't imagine it wouldn't. And the number 2 car is receiving new tyres. Quick pan around the components. Car has got black helmeted somebody or other.
Who's that?
Belgian flag. Was that on his waistband? Who we got in number 2 car? Frederick Vervisch, that would make sense. Okay. Didn't see who got in. The Toyota the Gazoo Lexus. Paul, which class are they the leader of? SP Pro, aren't they? Number 36 car, that's in 23rd place. That's made another pit stop. SPX leader number 170, that's just gone out. SP7 leader, he's got 3 class leaders, 22nd, 23rd, 24th overall. No, I beg your pardon, SP7 class leader is 17th overall, that's the number 64 car. The number 201 Seat that looked like its race was over in the hailstorm was rebuilt, immediately retook the lead of the TCR class and remains there. So 2 things we know about it. A, the team know how to rebuild them in a bit.
Yeah, swinging my arms
He was
around.
mentally pointing there rather than actively pointing.
I'm just still being impressed by Manuel Metzger.
Yes.
He's turning in fast lap times. The track is slippery, but he's still being reliable. I'm just looking to see what kind of lap time he's going to put in as he comes through here. Admittedly, the car is getting light on fuel, but it's still a very impressive performance. There he goes on a track that isn't really very grippy at all.
It was a 43. He did an 8:36 last time round, whereas the chasing pair did an 8:43. So he's now sort of caught the same amount of traffic maybe that they did on the previous lap. And as they come down dotting a her, we'll wait and see exactly what lap time they put in this time round.
The number 88 is not close enough for a slipstream, though. He's not going to get. You think so?
He's not going to get past.
No, he's not going to get past.
No, he's close enough that number 9 is doing all the work, punching the hole in the air for him. At that speed, that's more than close enough to be drafting along behind him with just a little breath off the throttle if you want to save the fuel. Of course, you're not going to save a full lap here unless you're parked with the engine off for 10 minutes, but there we go, you know.
The car that he's really racing, though, is that HTP car, and it's that's the one that you really want to compare the lap times of, and then see what the stint lengths are, because if the HTP car can do 9 lap stints and match the lap times of the Black Falcon car, then he's going to be in a position to make it a very, very close race indeed, and it'll be neck and neck across the line. Martin.
Below you, Paul, look to receive the number 9, the Blue Falcon Mercedes. That has just peeled out of the third place, second place battle into the pit lane, which is why, again, in the last couple of laps, he didn't bother trying to pass the number 88 car, because he knew he was within sight of the end of his stint. More cloud down on the Grand Prix circuit, or at least on one of the camera shots there is.
Yeah,
I think it is still,
eye, isn't it?
Still quite cloudy, though. It just shows that there isn't much in terms of long-range visibility, but that doesn't really matter here, because there isn't an awful lot of long-range visibility apart from being on Dotting a Her, or maybe a couple of other places where you can see more than 100 metres in front of you.
Fuel, tyres, no driver change for the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, the Bilstein-sponsored car, and that's Maro Engel who's staying at the wheel of it through this pit stop.
Now, if there is a Tank Tape Special Award, it is for the SP8 class leading number 45 BMW, which, as it comes towards you, you would in no way, shape or form recognise as a BMW, unless you had a really good squint on a bright day. It's got a kind of Hannibal Lecter, Friday the 13th.
In the tape as well.
Somebody's got Pontianati with the multicoloured. They've obviously run out of the base colour, and they've now got, what other have we got? We've only got pink, yellow, and green. Oh, whatever. Just put it on.
Yeah. Let's have some triangulation in there for strength.
Number 9 receiving fuel. Tear off comes off the windscreen, and he is good to go. Maro Engel sitting patiently, biding his time. And Paul, that's one of the elements here that is sort of unusual for any kind of endurance race, that when everything is done, you still have to sit there, because the length of your time in the pits is governed not by how fast you get the fuel, the driver and the tyres done, but by how many laps you had previously done. They're taking the opportunity to pressurise or pressure fill the oil system as well.
It's very interesting that every single pit stop up until the last 3 for this car was 8 laps or less. The last 3 stops have all been 9 laps, so you kind of think this is where they're really beginning to push, they're really beginning to stretch things, and I hope that at some stage, I mean, I'm sure that they know what they're doing in that the 9 laps is secure, but the 9 laps is undoubtedly helped by the fact that there is slow zones on the circuit, and it may well be that when they get to a fully green circuit, they go back to having 8 lap stints for this number 9 car, but it's just very interesting the way they've gone from completely one strategy to a separate one.
Well, the pink zone, the code 60 zone that we still have, is at Brunchen, where that Audi was knocked off a good hour ago, probably, and the work is, they weren't trying to fix a curb down. In fact,
it's the great weather drainage.
Upstream of the curb, there's a grate across a drainage channel which helps to take water away from the track, and some of that grating has been ripped out, and they're now tamping in, ramming in with massive great club hammers, lots of soil to try and fill the hole so that nobody drops into it and then rips the bottom off the car or rips a tyre off on the sharp edge of what remains of the grating over the top of it. So that work continues. They've been doing that for 20-25 minutes perhaps. In the pits, 999. And this is the 13th place BMW. This is the sort of matte black car with the bright matte yellow rear end. And
entered by Valken Horts and sponsored by Dunlop Tyres.
So now, big yellow Dunlop band, does that mean that's a full slick or a slick immediate?
They don't have slick immediates.
That means that's
Dunlop.
A full slick.
The only way they've got the intermediate is with the slightly radial, they look like hand cut, I don't know if they're actually hand cut or machine cut, radial grooves going out from the centre to the outside of the tyre.
I think it was Victor Bouveng who got out of the car, didn't see who got in, I'm afraid. We're seeing the 131st place car, which is a Dodge Viper that we saw at the side of the road early in the, well, not early in the night time, but early in the morning, about 3:30, 4 o'clock. It was parked at the side of the track as there was another incident going on the other side that was bringing out a code 60 situation. And is the Subaru still leading its class? I think it is, isn't the Subaru Technica WRX STI. I think that car in 21st place overall, we said, is, it is still leading SP3T. And the second place car in SP3T, Joe Bradley on your screen, is down in 33rd, having completed 102 laps, where the Scooby has completed 107. So it's got a 5-lap margin. That's almost enough to put a wheel on the grass, have a big moment, and still not lose the lead. Almost, although I wouldn't advise trying it out. So Subaru leads, Audi TT in second place, 5 laps behind. And with approaching 2 hours to go, you'd have to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, perhaps, if you're in the STI team, about your chances. However, even on the last lap here, I don't think anybody takes anything for granted. 23 in the pit lane, we documented it. Marc Martin was in the car. Looks as though he stayed in. Maxime Martin, rather. I think it's certainly, yes, it was. It's certainly not Sims or Eng. I don't think that's a Werner helmet either. I think that's a Maxime Martin helmet.
Stays behind the wheel. With 2.25 hours of the race remaining, it kind of goes without saying now that cars that are stopping will have to make 2 more stops after this one. Now, that goes for the number 29 car, just as it does for the number 9 car, both of whom have made recent stops. However, the number 4 car will have to make 3 more stops because it will have to make one any minute now. And by my calculation, oh no, it might be able to get to the flag actually. Let's leave that out. Let's cross that out. He will be able to get to the flag on 2 more stops. This one that he's about to make, and then 1 more stop. Now that's going to put the Schneider Christodoulou Metzger car, number 4, SAP-sponsored Black Falcon car, in a very nice position indeed. He's coming through towards start-finish line at the moment. Will he come in to make his stop now, or will he stretch it? It doesn't really matter. I can see Bernd Schneider standing by, so my guess is they're going to bring him in, put Bernd Schneider in, and then say, 2 hours, Bernd, do you think you can do it? Jawohl.
You think they're going to finish with Schneider?
Could do.
Who else? You're a 24-hour race. I would have no hesitation at all.
You're right, Paul. I think you're right.
And Black Falcon, as they have a habit of doing, have arranged the stars and aligned the stars such that they can pull this one out of the bag still, even though they won't be leading the race when Schneider gets into the car.
Have we got cloud cover again, descending and causing...
Yes, misty. It's kind of misty. As I look out of the window here, I can see very, very fine mist. The size of the droplets is very, very small. It's not really falling. It's just hanging in the air.
Code 60 about to be withdrawn at Brunchen. So cue somebody else going off there almost immediately. Last of the work vehicles are preparing. They're loaded up and getting ready to go. And that assumes that the VW Transporter will get off that muddy patch of grass. It is still code 60 there, as our... that's one of our Golf. Is that a Golf diesel? That's not our TCR Golf anyway, I don't think goes through. So that code 60. I think that is the remaining code 60 on the track, isn't it? Car number 4 is in the pit lane, so driver's door is open, a driver is strapping in another driver, and our cameraman is rather helpfully not giving us any indication of who is getting in.
It's Metzger strapping in Schneider.
Paul says. Did you see?
Paul
says. You saw Bernd ready,
I saw Bernd ready to go, and I can see Metzger doing the strapping in.
Yeah.
That's Schneider's helmet.
Exactly as you expected.
The fuel is going in, no tyres on the car. They've decided that they've got them nice and warm, and there's no point in putting a cold set on and having to warm them up again.
And the irony of Manuel Metzger advising Bernd Schneider on how to drive the Mercedes, I'm sure won't be lost on many viewers. He will be telling him where the tricky bits of track were rather than how to handle the car. Watch out at Brunchen, it's still nasty. Watch out at so-and-so, it's really slick. Somebody's left oil down at the mini carousel and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He's already lost the lead of the race. Any moment now, he'll lose second place because there goes the HTP car across the line and takes over second place. Not quite a minute, no, just over a minute behind the number 88 car, which has gone through into the lead of the race, whilst the Black Falcon car sits in the pit.
So ironically, the only black car isn't a Black Falcon car. It's the Haribo car turns onto the Nordschleife, as number 4 has yet to leave the pit lane. How long, Paul, before 88 is in? 2 laps?
88 should be in on lap 119.
1 lap.
Next time,
because he is on lap 119. Off goes Bernd Schneider. 2 hours, 10 minutes remain, and Bernd is in the car. He will have to make a further 2 Only one? No, he'll have to make hang a minute. What's
Only
his maximum drive time?
3 hours.
3 hours, okay, so he's good to go. He'll have to make one more stop in 2 hours and 9 minutes. So Bernd Schneider will then, or should then, see the race out in the number 4 car. However, with every fuel stop, the lead flip-flops about, and it's not just first gives to second, second gives it back to first. The top 4 are so close that you drop 3 spots from the lead when you come in for your stop. So how that works out in the end, Paul's cunning strategy planning has already informed us, but I've forgotten. Let's do it again.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Paul.
Paul is busy updating himself.
We are at that stage of the race where the time is narrowing. You are running out of time to do anything differently. So where are we with the top 4? And how is this going to seesaw between the 29, the 9, the 88 and the 4?
It puts Black Falcon in the box seats, if you will, with the number 4 car, provided that Schneider can at least match the times of the number 29 car. It's a battle effectively between 4 and 29 because the number 88 car will be coming into the pits at the end of the lap that it's currently on. So I don't say ignore the Haribo car because it's had a great run and don't ignore it by any means, but in terms of the battle for the lead, it's going to need something unusual to happen to the cars that are around it in order to finish on the podium. The car that's currently in the number 29 car, the HTP car, currently being shown on the screen in 3rd place, but which is in 2nd place on the road in the hands, I'm pretty sure, of Marco Seyfried, is going to be in the pits on lap 123 or 124, and from there it will be just able to get to the checkered flag without a further stop. And the other car from the Black Falcon team, the number 9 car, has one more further stop to make, and that'll be on a lap around about lap 126. But I don't see how that car is going to be able to make up the gap that's going to be required in order to get back on terms with the other Black Falcon car or with the number 29 car. So I still maintain it's a battle between the number 4 car and the number 29 car, and it's going to boil down to lap times on the track, and therefore it's good that we've now got all of the code 60s, the double yellows, the restrictions on the circuit are gone, so we can look at lap times and just compare them like for like.
Okay then, who's your money on?
I'm not telling you.
You've got to tell us.
4:29.
Yeah,
He
4:29.
He told you 4:29.
Before he said that, I was thinking, because of the kind of the romance of it all, the Bernd Schneider car 4 would be good to see win this race purely from that.
Because he's never won anything.
Well, it's just he's at the twilight of his career.
Can I dare you to go downstairs and suggest that to him?
I know. You're right.
He's only 51.
You're right. He pops up at everything, doesn't he?
He's only 51, is Bernd Schneider.
Time to convert to World Touring cars. He wouldn't be the oldest in the field.
The trouble is, you watch so many of these races. I've watched so many of these races now that there are people that involved in both of these teams that I now count as friends, and I don't want to insult either of those two or the teams of those friends by saying I don't think you're going to do it, because if either of them do it, it's going to be so well deserved, and if either of them lose it, both teams have given it their best shot.
Absolutely right. And the other thing, of course, being slightly spooky, is we don't want to jinx the whole thing being commentators either, which is why I never say good luck to anybody, always just say have fun, because hopefully they will, whether they have luck or not. So we have our top 4 all within 4 minutes of each other, or a third or a half a lap, given pit stops, and either 1 or possibly 2 for everybody to do. Outside that, just seen the number 23 BMW, which is in 5th position and a lap off the lead. That has just left the pit lane. In 6th place, the number 5 Phoenix Audi. That is a further lap behind the BMW. 7th place, number 38 Bentley. That is only 2 minutes and 50 seconds behind the number 5 Phoenix car, so there's a battle there. And the number 75 car as well is within just over 3 minutes of the number 5 Audi. So we've got a 3-way battle for 6th position. Behind them, the number 2 Audi dropped down and is now 3 laps off the lead in 9th. And in 10th place, 3 minutes behind them, number 44, and that is the Dumbrek, Hensler, Ragginger and Imperatori Falcon Tyres Porsche, and in the battle as well, 5 minutes 59 behind the number 2 Audi is the number 16 Twin Bush Racing Audi, the Dayglow yellow and blue bottom car. It was suggested to us, Joe, over Twitter that the frankly Shreklish BMW Tank Tape Special was in fact always intended as a BMW art car. Art obviously there with a capital F.
That's exactly it, leaving off the rear bumper as well. We're getting towards 2 hours to go, and you know what, we've had enough of inconsistent weather, we've had plenty of incident. Please, 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 whoever's in charge of this, let's have just this consistent track condition to allow us to run to the finish, because we've got our race. The race is shaping up to be quite a grandstand finish, as we in the UK like to call it. And it's just worrying when I look out of the window. Every time I look out the window, the weather's changed. I looked out of it 5 minutes ago and we had fog and cloud.
Well, cloud is still blowing by. We are in the cloud. We can see it blowing by. And in fact, although the track is dry online, and although they're on slicks, because it is dry, when you go offline to try and go by somebody, it's very not dry, which is jeopardy in itself. And secondly, the visibility is constantly reducing around parts of the circuit. The Grand Prix circuit, almost the worst part of it where we are now, and it seems to be clearer out in the forests. In comes the number 88 Haribo Mercedes, exactly as Paul promised at the end of lap 119. He comes in as the race leader. Number 4 will complete its outlap and take that over. 29 will go ahead. And probably, Paul, the number 88 car will drop down into 4th place behind the number 9 Mercedes as well.
Yes, absolutely right. So the penalty that this car was assessed a little while ago will, as I say, in effect, scupper its chances of getting a podium place, unless something unexpected happens and it lucks in some way or another. The other thing which is still in the back of my mind is that we saw, however many replays we saw of the yellow flag incident, I'll put it that way. There is still some stewards' investigation ongoing at the moment, which will be given information on later on. But at the moment, we haven't heard anything. Through goes the number 29 Mercedes-Benz, the HTP car. I still wish I had confirmation that that is Marco Zayfried behind the wheel before I start giving him all the credit for driving it. But he's just gone through, completing that lap in 8 minutes 24. Which is only 3 seconds, 3.7 seconds off the best lap that car has done. Yeah. And it's not dry out there, is it, Joe?
Well, no. The running surface is, and they're all on slicks. It may not be as hot and quite as grippy as it was, but there are fewer cars out there as well. So that's all part of it. You know, there's less traffic to hold you up.
But you don't want to go offline.
I don't.
If you go offline by a meter, you are going to be in heart rate up to 250.
Well, as with everywhere else on this track and at every other stage, you have to pick and choose your point, and you have to lunge for the ones that work and hold your fire on the ones that don't. 88 receiving more tank tape to the front of the car. Again, they're obviously looking for a near dead heat where the extra length of the bonnet is going to get them across the line earlier than maybe it should have done, you know. And if we're talking down to 1,000th of a second, that might just be, well, that's how many layers of gaffer tape is 1,000th of a second, and have they got enough on to make the difference?
They are remodelling the front.
They are. It's actually looking more sexy and aggressive now, because it's got more of a hooded cowl around the front, where the others are quite sort of rounded in a 1950s Grand Prix car style.
I'm about to step out. That's my Nurburgring 24 hours over for 2016. Sorry I couldn't share any more stories. I'm going to hand over now to the RadioLeMans.com Bernd Schneider of the team, Jim Roller, with a kind of a different accent. But
the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours, brought to you live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. News and analysis, speculation and debate. Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport. Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. if it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score. It's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
23 hours and 17 minutes of the race remaining. That doesn't sound entirely right on my timing screen. We are into the final 2 hours of the 2016 Nürburgring 24 hours, live on RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. Martin Haven and Paul Truswell. We're being joined by Gentleman Jim Roller at the final, well, maybe not yet the final death of what has been a chaotic race. It started in bright and sunny conditions, and then an hour, almost exactly an hour into the race, what was a little bit of mild drizzle turned into a torrential downpour, rain flooding the circuit, and even more critically, hail of epic proportions, turning it into not a wet track but an ice track. Cars off everywhere early on the lap. We had a 3-hour delay before cars were formed up on their grid, and then 3 formation laps to allow them to assess the conditions before racing finally got underway 4 hours after the initial 4-lap qualifying sprint race. And since then, Jim, it's been a race of attrition. It's been mechanical carnage as much as almost anything else. This has accounted for cars in pretty much every class. I beg your pardon, not mechanical carnage, damage rather than mechanical carnage. There have been very few spectacular blow-ups, very few mechanical failures. Lot more incidents with barriers and other vehicles have accounted for our front runners.
Other than the number 18 BMW blowing up summarily at one point going down the Donegal straightaway, this has been a story of the Audis tripping over each other, the BMWs having incidents on the racetrack. But I'm going to remember one seminal moment when the number 29 car, which is currently our virtual leader given the pit stop by the 88 car, went off the racetrack and was trying to get back underway and backed across the racetrack right in front of the 4 car. That could have been a disaster for both of those cars. It wasn't. It was a stroke of luck that I think it was Christodoulou behind the wheel of the 4 car at that time, took to the grass, avoiding the 29 car, and now those two, along with the 9, are in for a run to the finish here to see just who's going to be the dominant force and come out with the win.
There was a horrible half hour just as dawn broke for Audi when they lost the number 1 car to a crash when he met a car facing the wrong way at the carousel, and where number 6 ran into the back of number 48?
28.
28, there
28.
we go.
You've struggled
on the
with that
Grand
one.
Prix circuit. And then BMW had a bit of a similar Audi half hour where they lost 2 of their front-running cars in quick succession. As a result, Audi now have a car, their best car, in 5th position, in 6th position, number 5 car, BMW, the number 23 car, the Rail Motorsport car in 5th place, but their front-running car, the number 100 car, was taken out through no fault of Lucas Luhr. It was a Lappery traffic moment. Another BMW went to the left of a very much slower hatchback, and as he tried to clear it, the hatchback, seeing the fast 100 BMW coming onto his right, jinked left, tagged the back of the BMW, which was then speared off into car 100. What may have been a definitive penalty for the number 88 Haribo Mercedes, which had led since 10 o'clock the previous evening. At around 10 o'clock this morning, it was awarded a 1 minute 32 penalty for speeding in a slow zone. It had to serve that, and that took it out of what had been a 12-hour leading period and dropped it back down into the nest of vipers that are its rivals. 88, 29, 4 and 9. 4 Mercedes, 1 Haribo car, 2 Black Falcon cars, and the 29 car all battling for the lead of the race. And Paul Truswell, it may well come down to how and when they make fuel stops before the end of this race.
It totally will, Martin. That's right. But it's fair to say that the number 88 Haribo Mercedes was losing pace even before that penalty, and I don't think it's fair to say that it would have been necessarily a runaway winner, even if that penalty hadn't been assessed to it. Apart from that, a good summary of where we've been.
One thing that I will also take from this event, you said it earlier, Paul, and I kind of logged it in the back of my mind. I didn't really think about it much until this last hour when I've been watching the race. You said that Metzger was your new hero, and I think that is a great observation by you. This harkens back to 3 years ago when Maxime Martin had his coming out party here at the Nurburgring. I would compare the performance that Metzger has done here with what Maxime Martin did, putting that BMW on his back and carrying it to the front.
Very much so, Jim. The only thing I'd add to it is that Maxime demonstrated extreme skills in wet conditions, whereas Metzger has actually demonstrated skill in all conditions.
Exactly.
Whether it be wet, dry or intermediate, and I think that's where...
And in the fog. Well, Lord, that boy is fast in the fog.
Absolutely.
That's just down to bravery.
Well, that's down to lack of imagination, but
it's a bit of everything, isn't it? I mean, it's part of the skills. It's part of the toolkit of skills that every driver brings along. But whosever idea it was from Black Falcon to include Manuel Metzger in the team was an inspired decision indeed.
They might need to work hard to hang on to him, and that's the other side of that coin as well, because when he's thrust himself into the spotlight like that, it won't just be you that's noticed, it won't just be us that's noticed, it'll be everybody else as well. Outlap for the 88 car, so 29 has taken the lead of the race.
Just waiting for the number 4 car to come through in second place, and this is the battle, remember. One more pit stop required for the number 4 car, one more pit stop required for the number 29 car. The difference is that the number 29 car's stop is going to be a lot longer than the number 4 car's stop. And the number 29 car's petrol is also going to be at an absolute premium because it's one of those very close-run things that the HTP team are doing, and I'm assuming that they've got the calculations right, and because I don't know exactly what consumption they'll be able to get, but it's a very close call for the HTP car, whereas the number 4 Black Falcon car has got a much more comfortable cushion of fuel aboard their car, the number 4, the SAP car.
Minor catastrophe, we may be slightly distracted. We're trying to stop our TVs turning themselves off, which will mean we'll lose all timing and scoring. But because we haven't flicked our channels at any stage during the 24 hours recently, they are now getting bored with waiting. So the 88 car now drops down across the start-finish line onto the Grand Prix loop in 3rd position. So it did not drop all the way down to 4th, and that slightly rules out, does it, the number 9 car?
No, the 9 car is yet to come through. As soon as he comes through in another 35 seconds.
Can't go ahead of 88.
Yeah, 88's come through, you're right. Sorry about that. So that means he's going to be about 45 seconds behind. And he's had a very slow couple of laps then, because that's just...
Well, listen, only a fool like me would write anybody off at this stage of the race,
well,
because he's in 4th place and there are 3 cars in front of him. Only one of them needs to have any kind of an issue for him to be on the podium.
Yeah, remember, this is the battle that we've been observing between these 2 cars, which kind of got us into the trouble with the yellow flag in the first place, was the battle between 88 and 9, and whereas a 3-second gap on a lap time may not seem like much, it's enough to kind of suddenly put one car ahead of the other one. So they've come through now, they're 45 seconds apart, so the number 88 has got an advantage of 45 seconds over the number 9 Black Falcon car.
Looks like bad news for the Scuderia Cameron Blickenhouse, because 701 has gone AWOL.
He's had an accident at P104. Paul can hopefully fix my ignorance as to
if
where
only the
P104
post numbers,
is. I'm
like
looking
at
for
Le
my
Mans,
map.
were based on a kilometre count. I don't know if they are or they aren't.
No.
As you listen to the number 9 car, let's see if we can figure out by interrogating the doofer where he has gone. Now got 60 cars missing, so we are talking a substantial rate of attrition. Last seen at 15.
He was in sector 3.
701, sector 3. Okay.
And now we are seeing that he's in driver's right. He's gone, he's kind of peeled the front of that car off.
Yes,
it
he
was,
has.
that's a Luik Mayo Bleekemolen laser entry. Not sure who was behind the wheel.
Well, when Jeroen spoke to us earlier, he was suggesting that he didn't expect to be back in the car. I will try and get my tracker to update. Where do we say? Sector 3.
Yes.
So that is from basically... I've lost my internet connection. Of course I've lost my internet connection. Adenau up to just before the carousel. So we'll try and get the internet connection back, because it's been up and down like the Assyrian Empire.
That's Adenau up to just before Bergwerk.
Yeah.
And then sector 4 is from Bergwerk past the Kleine Carousel. Sector 5 is Donegaho, and sector 1, of course, is the majority of the...
It's refusing to update itself.
Grand Prix Strecke.
Wretched thing, come on. No, it's not working. Not having
I hope that's not in the pits. Because that was a full bottle of gin.
I was going to say, it looks
also,
like it might
the
be a
5
bit of a
car.
Patron day.
The 5 car has also had an accident.
It has. So that is the lead Audi, which now makes the number 2 car the lead Audi. Stade Vita are getting ready for a party. Shots are us, I think, going on there with the frozen. That's not gin, is it? That's frozen vodka. They're making vodka slushies.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm assuming that those guys are not going to be driving any further.
Yeah.
So while this very interesting shot is given to us by the TV, finding out where number 5 has gone off. He's not finished sector 4, so number 5 has gone off further round.
Obviously more important than what's going on in the race.
They obviously haven't got a spotter in the back of their truck.
Frank Stippler is behind the wheel of the 5 car.
Can't be much wrong with the conditions of the track out there, for whoever is in the number 35 Nissan has just turned the fastest lap of the race for that car. Why they wait until the last 2 hours of the race to put the fastest lap down, I don't know, but that car is obviously in pretty good condition, track in pretty good condition, an 8:34.876 for the number 35 Nissan.
Lucas Ordonez
is at the wheel at the moment.
He's at the wheel. He tweeted earlier he'd be going in for the final 2 hours.
Well, he's certainly having fun.
He is indeed, isn't he? Despite the fact that it is still really quite miserable out on a lot of the track. Visibility levels are low, and there's now less of a clear, dry line, colour difference between the racing line and the non-racing lines. I'm thinking it's getting a little less comfortable out there. However, Lucas, as you say, seems very happy with that. 8:34.876.
Does anyone other than me wake up dreaming that one night they're going to die looking at a screen with a little wheel going round and round and round and round and round?
No, but I often wake up thinking that my screen is going to die if it does that wheelie thing much longer. However, the Wi-Fi here now is entering the terminal stages of meltdown.
No, but I wake up being locked out of the truck and with 30 seconds to air. That's my reoccurring.
Yeah, mine is always, Martin, where were you? the 5...
But you've heard that before, Martin. How can, you know?
Many, many times. The 5 words most guaranteed to put the fear of God into me when I answer the phone is, Martin, where are you? So if you ever want to really scare the willies off me, phone from an anonymous switchboard number and assume a French accent with those 5 words. Martin.
We've got back. So how many laps did we lose there?
Number 5's got back. No, he hasn't yet, has he? 701 hasn't. We don't know where he's gone. Flipping thing isn't working at all. No, it's not working at all, I'm afraid.
Yeah, internet's down.
Yeah, well, it's up and down and up and down. So we'll have to wait until the director finds it. I'm not sure the director's actually aware that number 5 is missing, although he's already dropped from 8th to 9th. Leader comes across the line once more. Number 29 car. Clock is counting on. He doesn't come across the line just yet. I'm preempting that. Number 1 Audi pops out of the mini carousel and goes by somebody pedalling hard in a Golf like he's
Yellow
stationary.
flags. Maybe this is double
yellows.
Maybe this is where we will see.
Yep.
And there is.
So that's not the mini carousel, that's the carousel.
That's the number 5, and the rear wing was askew on that car, so he's obviously gone in backwards. He was in sector 4, which is the section before the Donegal, so that makes sense.
That is out of the carousel rather than the mini carousel, so that's where he's gone off.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So timing sector 5 is what?
Timing sector 5 is from the start of the Donegal.
Oh yeah, so it is.
That was after the mini carousel.
Yeah, that was a left-hander. Is that this? I thought the mini carousel was the second part of Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah, the onboard had gone through Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah.
But
then it was on a left-hander after Schwalbenschwanz.
The left-hander after Schwalbenschwanz is the beginning of the Dottinger Ho, and Dottinger Ho
that's a right-hander,
is where the...
You come out of the mini carousel and there are two rights, so it must be the main carousel, because you come out of there and then there's a right
then
to
there's
the left.
a left, yes.
And so it's out after the main carousel, after Caracciola carousel. Well, we'll find out shortly because 88 is on his way there, and the onboard camera again will give us a view of that. He's not there yet.
You don't really understand until you walk out there as he's coming onto the front straightaway. Yeah. But you really don't understand when you do go out to the carousel just how steep that uphill climb is to the carousel. That is quite a run for those cars under full power before they have to bring it under control to dive down into that concrete.
So I'm thinking it's the first of the two lefts before Hoa Acht, but my doofer isn't doofering very well for us on that, I'm afraid, and let's see if I can follow. Can't find him, I'm afraid, but we've seen him at the side of the track, and recovery will be underway. Frank Stippler on team radio. The Glickenhaus crashed into me, so they were not isolated incidents. Thank you very much.
Took each other out.
No. One took the other out.
Well, they crashed into each other.
Yeah.
You're only getting one man's opinion there, Mike.
Yeah, no, I agree entirely. However, it is rarely two come together in one. Usually one comes together into the other, however. We still have in the pit the Conrad Lamborghini Huracan got back to the pit and is still there. And current pit time 36 minutes. So I'm saying that's not regular service there. We're on board now with Lucas Ordonez. That number 35 Academy GT Team RJN Nissan is in 12th position overall, and he is 4 minutes behind 11th and on the same lap as 10th. And what car is in 10th place? The number 5 Audi. So in a lap, the number 5 Audi will be down into 14th, and Lucas will be on the fringes of the top 10, chasing down the number 16 Twin Bush Racing Audi TT. R8, beg your pardon.
Right, I think having rebuilt everything, and now we've got wires to the rest of the world working again. The number 88 pulling a good line in order to get back up onto a potential podium position there, with Lance David Arnold coming in after a relatively short stint on that last stint of just 7 laps. And of course the benefit of a 7-lap stint is it's a shorter pit stop, so he'll have saved some 30 seconds on the pit stop, and that's why the gap between 88 and number 9 in 3rd and 4th place has gone up to 3/4 of a minute. Helped though by the fact that Lance David Arnold is actually lapping consistently faster than Maro Eng, who I think is in the number 9 car at the moment.
Well, we know he's not in his other car, the number 4 car, because that's definitely Bernd Schneider, unless Engel has stolen his helmet, which seems unlikely. Obviously, all things are possible, but that seems to be, as Sherlock Holmes said, when you've excluded the impossible, no matter how improbable it might be, there is your truth, Watson. Of course, quite often in real life, as opposed to fiction, the impossible is actually what happens. But there we go. Number 9, Mercedes, hooning in up behind the 9th place, number 44. That is the Falcon Tyres Porsche. And he catches a slower car, makes his way by, and then he's making room for the number 9 Mercedes wherever he can, because in his mirrors, bright yellow lights flashing gaily. That is the Mercedes there, coming down to Arnberg. And there may be a bit of room to let him through as they go towards, well, you might have thought maybe in Schradenkreuz the Mercedes would have got through, but he hasn't. And still hasn't. So the lights are jiggling around in all 3 mirrors on the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is just what you need to distract you in these slightly grim conditions. Another slow car coming up in front of the Falcon car, and the Mercedes is right abaft, and that means he has one chance to get this right and make a clean pass. This isn't a battle for position. The Falcon car is a couple of laps back, but he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose any ground, because he is chasing down the number 2 Audi. He's 4 minutes behind it, and the number 2 Audi is now in 8th place, the Falcon car in 9th. Makes an incisive move down the inside, and again, onboard camera views around the track show that visibility is reasonably good. I think actually the cloud is starting to lift again, even in front of us. Don't see much of it blowing by down the pit straight. Down towards the bridge at Adenau we plunge, chopping all the way down before we start to climb the cliff once more. 300-foot elevation change from the bridge here, one of the low points on the track, all the way up the next hill, and through goes the Mercedes, and then he will vanish under power up the hill, because that's where all those AMG cubes will really start to show. If you thought the Kemmel Straight was a power sapper, this climb here is an entirely different kettle of fish. Number 29 Mercedes leads, number 4 in 2nd, 88 in 3rd, number 9 in 4th position.
Yeah, it's a finely balanced situation, and I don't know, when you get this kind of situation, what you don't want is really for a sort of last-minute shower to appear, and the more you suggest that it looks like it's going to stay dry, the better you like it, because at least then it's down to things you can control, and obviously you can't control everything, but you just want to try and keep on top of the things you can control and try and minimise the things you can't. The battle's still on. The problem I see for the HTP car, and whether I'm reading this right or not remains to be seen, but the problem I see is that as it's getting now pretty much dry and the car's getting within a whisker of full pace where they can and where there is no yellow flag zones, that means the fuel consumption is going to go up, and the number 29 is, to my money, the way I'm reading this, right on the edge of getting the fuel to get him all the way home. He's got one more stop for shore. Hopefully that will then get him to the checkered flag, but it's going to be perilously close for him, and certainly of the leading runners, the HTP car, the number 29, Marco Zayfried, is the one who's the closest on the fuel.
Close but not out
of
the window.
No, I mean, it's my calculation on this, and I don't have any access to the team. I'm just trying to work it out on the basis of the 22 hours and 25 minutes that we've had in the race so far, what we might expect from that car.
As Paul says, hour and 35 minutes remain. One fuel stop for all our front runners. So this is a knockdown, drag-out, knife fight. Anybody who blinks here is off the podium, whether you're first or fourth. It's in your own hands now. In fact, probably isn't in your own hands, but It's in somebody else's hands. You've just got to make sure that you're not the one that makes the mistake, because that then will count you out. And Jim, that brings all sorts of extra pressure from within the driver, but that's what they thrive on. That's what they do best.
Well, and frankly, I think most of the really good ones do best in that situation because they don't let it bother them, in the sense that, yes, they thrive on it, but they thrive on it because they are so singularly focused on hitting their marks on every lap. They aren't really thinking, oh, if I blow this, then the world's going to come down on me. But what they're thinking is, how can I get by this guy in front of me? How can I get another 1/10 of a second out of this lap? How can I hit every mark on this 70-plus turn road course? I mean, it takes total concentration, absolute total concentration.
Accentuate the positive and discount the negative,
yes.
And that's exactly what it is about. It's an opportunity to be seized, not trepidatious fear that grabs them. 88 up behind the number 1 Audi, which after its shunt earlier on we thought was out, but appears to have been rebuilt substantially. And actually, what was the last lap time for that car? Last time round, 8:27.0, the number 1 car. Leaders are doing 8:36s and 39s. Really? Can that be right?
Yeah.
Holy moly! And that's not even the fastest race lap of the number 1 car. What might have been is going to be the story of so many cars in this race.
Yes, I think it's all a question of
especially the Audis. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll come back to that thought, because the Audis have had a fairly disastrous 24 hours of the Nurburgring, especially considering what they did last year. No, I think it's a question of where you hit the yellow flag zones, because you can quite easily have, say, a 4 or 5 minute yellow flag zone, which affects 2, 3, 4 cars, but then doesn't affect the number 1 Audi, and that's just the luck of the draw. And a 5 minute yellow flag zone, actually, think about it, it's quite a long yellow flag zone.
Half a lap, 5 minutes.
Well, no, just think about how long it would take you to clear a problem on the racetrack. You would say 5 minutes would probably do you to clear quite a little bit. So
yeah. Well, 1 car you could drag out the way probably in 5 minutes. More than that, you couldn't, I don't think. But yeah, and again, you struggle sometimes to take your mind out of 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuits, which is what almost all racing happens on, and you forget that things can happen here that you have no idea about. You don't even know that they exist, and they can have a very germane effect on lap speed of cars. Penultimate stop probably for the 83 Porsche, and that is the class leader in. Well, we'll get to that in a couple of minutes, because when we get to the top of the hour, the class leader in SP6 still, and that car's been the leader
for a while.
Yeah. That's the Rentu Drive Porsche, which has been the leader since dark o'clock, and probably actually late afternoon o'clock in that SP6 class, but we'll catch up with that in just a moment.
Will you not be able to get home on with an hour and a half's worth of fuel?
I don't know what their tankage and capacity and what their economy is like.
That would be tough, I would think.
Okay.
I would think in any GT race,
it's close. It's close.
Maybe 90 minutes. But then this isn't any racetrack either. This has got to be throttle heavy. What, 63% of the lap is full throttle? It's a phenomenal amount of the lap. The engineers were telling us at full throttle, it's a massive amount of time. So I don't know, 90 minutes. They might be running very dry towards the end of that. So the SP6 leader continues. In our top 20, we have 18 SP9 cars. That's the fastest GT3 class, and a couple of SP7 class cars. 64 is the leader in 16th place overall, and the second place car is the 56 car that has just left the pits. 38 is on pit road, and that is our 6th position car now. The Bentley number 38 car, after 37 disappeared in the early hours of darkness. 38 has come just up the order and up the order and up the order, relentlessly picking up places. One of the few right-hand drive cars. I wonder what kind of dynamic that brings to the racetrack, because of course it's a clockwise track, so you're permanently on the inside of more corners than you are on the outside, whereas the opposite would be true with a left-hand drive car. So I don't know quite how that affects how the driver learns and then adapts to a Bentley after they've already learned the track from the other side of the car.
Interesting point. We're coming up on 90 minutes remaining. Time for an even hour class update. We start with the SP8T category. Car number 51, the team Sectoral Sorg Motorsport BMW 335, 58th overall. In SP4T, the number 110 VW Golf R-Line 5, 78th position overall. SP6, as Martin was saying just a few moments ago, the number 83 car, the Rent to Drive Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car, 37th overall. In the TCR category, the 201 has survived a near disaster earlier in the race when the red flag came out. The car's been rebuilt. It has a new wing. It has a new left front fender. And that Siet Leon has been in control of the TCR class since the restart of this race after the 4-hour red flag. He is currently 36th position overall. In SP8, it is still, I believe, the Aston Martin number 42, even though the car is, it had such a massive lead, even though the car, yeah, he's dropped down to 3rd now, so that one slipped by me. Sorry about that. SP8, I'll find it. There it is. It is the number 45 car that is leading the SP8 category now. That's the TCR and Vetter Motorsport BMW M3 E92. Thank you, John. The 77 car, the Stadavita Racing Aston Martin has, they've dropped to 107th overall, but they have a 3-hour lead, so that's why they were making vodka slushies, because the car has probably will not get back out on the racetrack, but there won't be time for anyone to pass them, so they can start celebrating. In the V6 category, it's the 140 Black Falcon Porsche, 34th overall. A second rent-to-drive racing car. Great day for that team, as they have got another class-leading car, this time in V2T. That's the 176. That's a Renault Megane RS. They're 53rd overall. In SP2, it continues to be the Hyundai Deutschland Veloster. That car lost the lead for a while, had battled for the lead for a while with the i30 Hyundai Deutschland entry. But since that i30 had problems, the Veloster has had control of the class and is currently 70th overall. And rounding out our even classes, the V4 class, 141, the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports BMW E90, 43rd overall. And that one's for Gary Clem.
Thank you very much, James. James Roller, and Martin has taken his leave. John Hindhaugh joining Jim Roller and Paul Truswell. Interesting to see that number 38 Bentley is now the highest placed Volkswagen Audi Group car. You'd have got good money on that, I think, before the start of the race. It's now it's Van der Zande, I believe, at the wheel of the 29 car that is leading.
And just turned a 8:19,
788.
788.
That car's fastest lap of the race.
Wow.
For the leader. The best of the Audis is the number 2 in 8th position. That's got Frings in it. And that was about an hour ago when that was a changeover. They've all gone on to slicks, the Audis. Paul Truswell.
Just on that number 29 car, the time, Hohenadel is actually at the wheel of the car at the moment. I was saying it was Seyfried, and I wasn't sure whether it was Seyfried, but thanks to Stephen Kilby, it is still Christian Hohenadel at the wheel of the leading car, number 29.
Okay, the graphics not reflecting that, my apologies. Again,
the TV graphics have had the same driver in the car the entire race.
Okay. Could be an issue with driver timing there. I will
been there the whole race.
Reiterate what we said early on. If you are just joining us, apologies for us not being able to be absolutely sure who's in the car at any given time, unless we've seen them get in either out of the window or by other means. One or two of the teams giving us, and notably Martin Pass working with the Audi teams, has ever given us the drivers as they are getting in to the car, but otherwise it's a bit of a lottery in terms of the information that comes through. Paul Trustwell.
Yeah, what the other aspect of that lap from Hohenadel is that it takes him on to his 124th lap of the race, which is the 9th lap of this stint. So another team that has been cautious with going to 9 laps and has spent a lot of the race doing 8-lap stints has now committed himself fairly fully to a 9-lap stint. But at the end of this lap then, which has only just started, Hohenadel will be coming into the pits and will need more fuel. The question that then they're going to have is whether they can get to the flag on that final tank of fuel.
And the number 11 Audi has just gone in for its pit stop and out again. That's on slicks. That was Olsen to Overhuis. Yeah. I was listening to you guys wondering about the. I think you were wondering about the leading SP7 car, whether a Porsche could go all the way from 90 minutes. They've been doing. I think they've been doing 10-lap stints, Paul. So at about 9 minutes, that's
90 minutes.
That's almost 90 minutes. So it's not going to be a million miles away. And remember, the checkered flag comes out here. Paul just wrote me a little note. The checkered flag comes out here. I'm going to point this out, flag this up.
Over and over again between now.
Pun entirely intended. If I keep saying it, I might remember it myself. The flag comes out at the 24-hour mark. We don't wait for the leader.
No, it goes to the first car to cross the line at after 3:30, and as we started the race pretty much on the dot of 3:30, we ignore the fact that we had 3 and a bit hours of no racing at all. In fact, by the time we got underway again, having 3 formation laps, it was pretty much 4 hours that we lost.
30 and 23 seconds. That's something for you to make a note of by the official time that we have in front of us. Go ahead, Jim.
Getting down to the short straws here, Right Turn Lover asked the question, are we now in the window of pit stops that are not time limited anymore, or are they all time limited?
That's a good question.
As far as I know, they are all time limited. You've got me worried now because I've got a feeling you might be right that there is a time of the race that's within the last 2 hours. It's not. Just let me look that one up. And
we cover that many series. I've done this myself and confused Creventic rules with IMSA rules, with WEC rules, with something else, and it always confuses me. Non-respect of pit lane speed limit for the 56 car. Going to get a time replacement penalty of 45 seconds, and that's, well, it's not going to take it all the way back to the 57 car in 3rd place, but it's not going to help them, particularly as the 57 car has just turned its fastest lap of the race of an 8:55.5. Paul?
I should know Right Turn Lover well enough by now to know that he doesn't actually ask a question unless he knows the answer. So the time-limited pit stops are suspended after 22 hours and 30 minutes. We're now on 22 hours and 38 minutes, so that was why that tweet arrived at that moment.
Is he a solicitor or something?
Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Absolutely. Interrogation technique 101. So the Mercedes-Benz then have the strangled hold on this race. In from 6th, the Manfilter's number 75 car. The walking wounded, the heroes at this point. Now, what you want now is a clean run to the flag for everybody. It would be absolutely horrible for anybody to break down or have issues. Now, spin for the 132, the Nexon tyres, our 10th tyre manufacturer on the Mini Cooper, and HTP Motorsport are getting Michelin tyres ready for one of their cars, and they're brand new Michelin tyres as well.
They only have one car, so we know which ones that's for, and it has to be on this lap because this is the 9th lap for the number 29 car. We've got an hour and 20 minutes left of what is going to be, by my calculation, a 132 lap race, which will mean that from here on in, he'll come in at the end of lap 124, and he then has 8 laps to go to the final stint to the end of the race.
So that pendulum that swung towards him about 6 hours before the end of the race there, you put him in the window, so long as it didn't drop, the amount of laps didn't drop much below about 130. It hasn't, and so it is still swinging towards that 29 car.
Except that the Black Falcon car, the SAP sponsor car, the number 4, Schneider at the wheel, has to put less fuel in. Even though it's not a time limited stop, there'll be less fuel to go in. Let's suppose Schneider says, I don't need new tyres, I can go to the flag. That'll make it a shorter stop.
Well, he can tyre and fuel at the same time, so that's not necessarily
true enough.
That's not necessarily an issue for them. It's a question of how much fuel needs to go in, and here comes Christian Hornadel into the pit lane for the AMG number 29 Mercedes. Looks very, very good indeed as that car comes in. I don't think there's any damage on it as it heads in down to the pit lane. The big foam finger is in fact an arrow, but every time I've seen that, it does make me laugh, as if somebody has got the big foam finger out, pointing him in. There's nobody around. The wheels get a bit of a waggle before the Michelin tyres are changed. They go around. This is a routine that happens every single pit stop. Now, the number 4 is on the dot.
Hohenadel was staying at the wheel of the car there, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
But he'd have to get out before the end.
There is no stop after this. We're not stopping from here.
Right.
He hasn't done 3 hours. Or he won't have done 3 hours
So
by the
you
end.
reckon they can do an hour and 15 minutes?
That's a $64,000 question, John. I'm calculating this in terms of laps. I think it's a 132 lap race.
Right.
And that means he has to do another 8 laps.
There goes the 4 car.
It's 64 plus 8 20s, 8 30s, let's say, is another 4 minutes. That's 68 minutes. That doesn't get him to the flag from here. Yeah. That leaves him 7 minutes short. Which is a lap.
Exactly. He's done 9 laps now. If he has to do 133, because he's done 9 laps, he can do 133 because he's on 124 now.
And when does the 4 car come in for its last stop?
The 4 car will come in on lap 126.
Right. So what happens with them is they brimfill it, they put somebody in it, turning up the full rich, and they push as hard as they can.
Beat him around the head with a stake.
Yes. Call his mother nasty names. set him off, and basically either take the chance and get the position on the track, or have to push very hard and try and make that 29 car do an extra lap, pick up the speed.
Good game, isn't it?
It's a great game. Love it. Love it. And it's the long game, and the 23 gets a little bit of an assistance. Almost looks to me as though they're not using first gear anymore on the 29, as that car gets pushed away and fires up with a little puff of black smoke out of the exhausts of the leading car, which is back out. The number 4 car has gone through. Is it Bernd Schneider at the wheel of the 4?
Yes.
Right. Alton has not yet come. Oh, yes, he has.
Yes, he has.
Alton has gone through, or the Alton car, excuse me, has gone through the 88, and the 9 has gone through as well. Lance David Arnold, thank you.
But the 9 is behind him. There's the 9 right
now.
Oh,
right, so he got across the line, but not quite. Okay, that's very interesting. So the blue and yellow Bilstein
has not been able to keep up the pace in the last 2 hours.
No.
That was my pick to win, and while Mercedes has come through better than I thought they would, this car has disappointed in the last couple of hours.
Wow, this is just—it's going to be so close for the 29 car. Paul is scribbling. Just tell me, Paul.
2 minutes and 40 seconds was the stop for number 29. 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Decent run for the 44 Falcon Porsche. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds is how long it needed in terms of fuel to brim fill that tank, because they can't afford to do anything else on that car.
Absolutely. Nor can they afford to hang around, because they've got to make sure that they lap faster than Bernd Schneider.
Yeah. Or whoever gets put into that car for the run to the flag.
Bernd will stay in it for the run to the flag. And the other way that they, as you say, they'll leave the tyres on, but it will, or they could change the tyres, but it won't need as much fuel. Although, as you suggest, they might try and put more in order to do the extra lap. It's
extra 5 or 10 seconds of fuel to be able to go quicker. I don't know. Round here in a short track, you'd say take the position on the track. Here, I think I might take the extra fuel, because the last thing you want to do is for your plan to work and then for you to run out of fuel on the last lap.
Yeah,
exactly. As you're coming down the dot and go, going, yes, we've oh no, no.
Scheiße.
Through the cloud, then I've just been out to the back of the Aston Martin lounge here and looked across the paddock, and we still have that very soft light that's been diffused through the low cloud. Looks rather like an impressionist painting as we look off into the distance, as everything is a little bit blurry, but it's a light colour. It's not dark, it's not threatening. One of the Ford Fiestas, I think, coming back towards us. No, that's a VW Golf. This is the 175 car, which has been in the wars. This was the car that got towed off a rather too high curb, which has left the front splitter at a non-Wolfsburg approved angle at the front of there, which led me to misidentify that as a product of another manufacturer. It was the right front, wasn't it, when that car was getting towed? Now, lappery and decision making is going to be absolutely key, and already we've seen on the outlap of the 29 that no prisoners are being taken. Out on the Hatzenbach, it was 2 wheels up on the curb. BMW, the M6 GT3, well, it was fast in VLN3. It got a BOP adjustment for this race. They may well be cursing their mistake, if it was such a thing, and we are led to believe that was the case, that they couldn't turn the wick up, because for the most part they have not been able to live with the cars at the front of the field. The 23 car in a creditable 5th position, but they would have wanted to be further up the field than that. The number 100 well in the hunt until an accident took Lucas Löhr out of the race, a big shunt. But the big but relatively svelte M6 Coupe looked well suited to the Nordschleife gym, and whilst I know that they will be disappointed, I think the car's given a pretty good account of itself. They've been a bit unlucky. They have had a spectacular failure from the engine on the 18 car when it was leading the worst possible time.
It done blowed up.
It done did.
These cars have performed very well in America. They've performed very well here, and they look on this racetrack like a proper touring car. And I think they're just absolutely fantastically turned out. I really like them.
Yeah. Eric Rude's done the calculation. He says if the 29 is going to do 77 minutes and 9 laps, he needs to be lapping at around 8:36. If he does that, he's going to get caught, or it's going to be very, very close, and that is the issue. This could be one of these things where he is literally timing himself on the last couple of laps to try and make sure the checkered flag comes out.
He can't afford. He may well be on the last couple of laps.
Point.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He may well be on the last couple of laps. He can't afford to do anything at the moment until he knows what happens at the number 4 pit stop. Because until they know, if they drop a wheel at the number 4 pit stop, then everything else becomes somewhat easier. So you push as hard as you can, and then make your decision what you want to do when you get when you've seen what the number 4 pit stop does.
Yeah, absolutely agree. The dip dye Bentley in the Deutsche Post colours has been a fan favourite. Love that paint job on that car. And the 38 machine then, perhaps the less fancied of the two crew-built coupes, now sitting in a very creditable 7th position. Makes a Porsche 911 look absolutely tiny as it goes by, and does so, Jim, without the need for any, what I'm sure the people at Bentley would say were slightly vulgar wheel arch extensions or any accoutrements. The whole car was redesigned to take advantage of the GT3 regulations in terms of the width. So the whole front wing fender area was redesigned. The headlights on the race car were repositioned within those lights, within those fenders, to get the same relationship and proportions as the race car. So this is not something that was just lashed together overnight. Beautiful piece of design, really is.
And it defies logic, because something that boxy shouldn't be that fast, but it is. And that's down to that big grunt. That's torque is your friend.
Well, the 4-litre twin turbo on the road cars with cylinder on-demand technology, which that is a Bentley developed engine, that 4-litre, and it's so good that Audi have decided to use it. Now that tells you, as far as I'm concerned, all you need to know. The RS7, the RS or the S6, I think, uses that engine again. Certainly had the pleasure of driving that car relatively recently in the States, thanks to Mark Danke and Ted Forsman and the rest of the guys at Audi North America. As the 88 has gone through in second, so we wait now for the 29 car, the leader-elect. Paul's given me, I have in my hand a piece of paper for the sequence of final pit stops. Number 4 should be in next time around, and then it will be the number 9, currently in 4th position, then the 88 currently in, then the 23, excuse me, currently in 5th position, then the 88 currently in 2nd position. And when that happens, of course, the 29 should cycle back round to the lead.
The 29 has just come through 10 minute and 26 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah. So cannot afford to be losing 10 seconds a lap. The last lap from the 4 car at 23.7, the target time to get home on 9 laps for the 29 is a 36. So cannot afford to be losing that amount of time in 9 laps. They will be caught. This is a handicapper's delight. You'd really think that we had planned this. We haven't. Everything has come together in a most excellent way to give us a run as we're waiting for. In fact, now in the pit is the number 9, exactly as Paul predicted.
Well, no, the other way round.
Oh, no, that's right. He has come in 1 lap early.
They brought the number 9 car in first in order, I think, to get it out of the way and avoid any clashes coming. And Jelmer Berman is getting into the blue Black Falcon Mercedes, the number 9 car. So Jelmer Berman getting in and taking it over there from Muller.
Yeah, and Jelmer Berman will not be hanging about. So Berman will be set to full attack mode, and they'll brimfill that car, set it to full rich, and basically say, right, qualifying laps, please. On you go. Let's see what pressure we can put on the people around you. The 29 car has gone through, so he won't get position in front of that car, but he might be able to start putting pressure on from behind when he gets back out. Fastest lap of the race for the Walkenhorst BMW, the 999 car, in 12th position as it tries to get somewhere towards the top 10.
Its fastest lap of the race is an 8:25.
Yes, its fastest lap. Sorry, correct. Yeah, thank you, Jim.
And I don't believe there have been any tyres gone on the number 9 Mercedes. I don't think they've put any on. They certainly, if they did it very quickly at the beginning of the stop.
Okay.
Possibly they did it whilst Yelmer was getting in, actually. It may have happened. The car's on its way, and the pit stop for the number 9 is on this screen.
He's out, he's down, he's gone, he's away, he's on his out lap, Yelmer Berman.
2 minutes and 9 seconds for the number 9 car.
And there's going to be a very, very big party down at the Thailand Toyota pit as Sutipon, Smitterchurch, Natavuda, Chiron Sugawatana, Kula, Palant, Manat and Hortakum Natapong are still in the lead of SP3 in their Toyota Corolla Altis. That's the 1-2-3 car, I believe. Very close-knit team. Not the most stylish of cars, not the first choice of many people to come and bring here. It looks somewhat out of place in some ways with all the writing in it. I'd kind of like it to look more standard, but it is in full Toyota Gazoo Racing Works colours, and it looks a bit incongruous in some ways, but you cannot deny that the legendary Toyota reliability for that little front-wheel drive car. Bad news for Aston Martin, the 42 car, which led convincingly in the SP8 class, had a fuel pickup problem about a mile from the end of the lap, and then took 3.5 hours to fight its way back to a 2-lap lead in that category. Then came across traffic and had an accident, I think at Bergwerk, if I remember rightly, and that car has come back to the pit lane but cannot be fixed before the end of the race. So the debut of the GT8 is not the fairy tale ending for the 10th different Aston Martin variant since we've been here in 2007. This is our 10th running, but they still do have a class leader out there. In has come the 23 BMW, the Roll Racing multicoloured car, mainly white with the black and yellow in the pit now. James Ryder talking about the BMW. Surely intentional BOP massaging is right next door to cheating. I kind of respect BMW more for playing a straight bat. Not sure they did it on purpose, James. Yeah. Although I completely agree with you. I'd like to see everybody go flat out, but it's part of the game, I'm afraid. If you've got a BOP formula, nobody's going to want to show everything they've got because you'll just get it taken from you. It rather legislates against building a better mousetrap. BMW, the game, we told the story early on, but I expect there'll be plenty of new people who haven't heard it. The short version is in VLN 3 qualifying, I believe. One of the drivers of the BMW, of one of the BMWs, was given a delta time to run to, which he duly obliged. The problem was that the readout on the screen was reading wrongly, and he was going much faster than he thought he was, and therefore qualified 3 or 4 seconds, I think, faster than everyone else. Then, of course, they realised that there was no point in doing anything than run away and hiding during the race, which is what they did, won convincingly, and I got a BOP before this race. Paul?
Mauro Engel is standing by down at the Black Falcon pit, ready to get into the car.
I think that's a smart move.
May just be
last roll of the dice.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it may just be in case. It may be that they want to see how Schneider's feeling. They may make a decision when they get there.
Car is on the Dottinger Hall, coming through the kink now and heading towards Tiergarten with just over 1 hour remaining in the 44th ADAC Zurich Nurburgring 24 hours, live on RadioLeMans.com. We are trackside. Our thanks to Nismo TV as well as our other syndicated outlets, and the guys at Vega, of course, for their facilities here. In comes the leader. Bernd Schneider is in the lane, and he'll come past us. He's halfway down the pit lane, passes box number 15. We're in box 30, lounge 30, overlooking the pit lane. He pulls in right under Paul Trustwell's feet and comes to a halt. And Schneider's getting out, and Mara Engel's getting in.
Yeah, Mauro helping Schneider with the
tyres are coming out, brand new Michelin's, Paul.
Yeah, a little bit of I don't know, just spray coming from the wiper as they put the aerosol on the windscreen. I could see spray coming up, but it's just coming from the windscreen.
Just for a moment there, I thought they were going for a 2-tyre stop, but no, it's going to be all 4. And this could be a seminal moment here. Well, Paul peering out of the window. Go ahead.
It's going to depend on how long it takes to get the fuel in, how much of the fuel they want to put in, and that's going to be the key thing.
And the 88 car has come in from second. The 88 car has come in from second on that lap as well. So
it's a classic covering move. You come when the leader comes to negate the advantage of pitting early.
Now, this is really interesting. Where is the 29 car? It's due to come through. There it goes, right on time, an 8:30.207, and goes back to the lead, down towards turn number 1. This is going to be close, you know. It's not going to be bumper to bumper, but now we've got a real race. A real race. The final drops of fuel going into the number 4. That's not a timed fuel stop. They are filling it. They are brim filling the number 4. And they're setting Mauro Engel off. Paul shakes his head. He thinks this is too long.
I don't think they're brim filling it. I think they're time filling it. But it's just that the fuel is taking a long time to go in. It's like the watched pot. They've been so used to just having the time dictate how long the car stays in the pits. But there he goes.
He's going to have about a 50-second deficit to make up.
Okay.
About 50-second deficit to make up for the 4 car.
But remember, he should have no fuel issues. If he's been doing 8 laps to number 4 quite easily, and 8 laps will easily get him to the end from here.
Yeah, absolutely right. 33 seconds gained on the pit stop by Black Falcon compared to the pit stop that was made by the HTP team. That's not to say the HTP team was slow, they just had to put more fuel into the car.
Well, but I just can't see how the Black Falcon how the 29 car can get to the end on 9 laps at the pace it needs to go from when it stopped. It's been out there nearly 20 minutes already.
Indeed, and that's where we're all doing.
They're going to have to conjure up an extra lap. They are going to have to conjure up an extra lap.
The most this race is going to run to is 133 laps. The 29 car came in on lap 124, having done 9 laps.
So they can get to 133 on 9 laps. They can get to 133.
I can't see how they're going to get to more than 133 laps. I don't see how the number 4 or anybody can do more than that number of laps, because what will happen is that the number 29 will get to the checkered flag first because it leads. What it doesn't want to have happen is that it goes through ahead of the 24 hours, and then the 24 hours comes just as the number 4 is going past. He will take the checkered flag, but the number 29 car will then have another lap to complete as slowly as he likes, because that last lap can be as slow as he likes, and he'll have then completed one
further lap. Yes, exactly. The 88 did not have the smoothest of getaways from its final stop, Jim.
No, he was boxed in by one of the other cars. They had to push him back and then send him out once the fueling was complete. A lot of gesticulating from the crew trying to communicate to the driver what they were trying to do. They ended up pushing him back, and he was able to get back underway, but that wasn't, as John said, wasn't the smoothest of efforts.
This is going to be time management par excellence if the 29 car is going to do this.
And traffic management, John. I mean, don't forget that you don't just plug a driver in and it turns in 8:30s or 8:28s. The driver still has to deliver those lap times, and we've seen how many mistakes have been made in this race so far. How many, not necessarily mistakes, but how many bad calls with the traffic get to happen. This is down now to what the drivers can do and how they can work their craft.
Potentially only about 6 laps to go.
That seems so strange to say with 56 minutes left of the race.
6 or 7. And in this stint already, the 29 has done 21 minutes. I just can't see how he can squeak out to an hour and potentially an hour and 15 if he goes across the line at the wrong time, an hour and 25, and he can take him forever to go around. But I think he's going to have to soft pedal it a bit too much. 8:26.7 is the fastest lap of the 38 cars race. That's the 7th place Bentley, and they've turned up the heat as well.
Or do you push and do a splash?
That's what I would do.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's. Paul says no, but boy, I'd rather have my destiny in my own hands to push. No. No, the pit stops are not time, Martin.
No, there's no times for pit stops in the last 2 hours, so he can't just he can splash and go. So, but good point, thank you. It's worth reminding everybody who's just joining us in the last hour that the mandatory part of the pit stop has gone now. That went at the hour and a half to go mark. So this is now a proper race with just what you've got. Bring what you've got.
I'm dying to hear Paul's opinion as to why you wouldn't push and do a splash.
60 kilometres an hour down the pit lane when your opponent is doing as much as he's doing. The fuel goes in so slowly.
But if you push hard enough, you build enough of a margin. It's a gamble either way. I just think it's less of a gamble to.
Let's see what his lead is, because if he can afford to lose 10 seconds a lap, then he's okay. In the last 7 laps or 6 laps, perhaps. If he can afford to lose that, then he can manage that gap. If he can't, if it's less than that, then he's got. I think they've got a decision to make. He says, building up the tension. Dum dum dum. In the last hour, it's all going off.
Don't write your headline yet.
No, indeed. Get out that big orchestral score. And all we need now is a big splash of rain, of course, and all bets are off because everybody uses less fuel, does less laps, and the guys in the 29 car are jumping up and down for joy.
Yeah, they're down there doing a rain dance right now.
Well, what they need to do normally to make it absolutely certain that it's going to rain is get out a couple of sets of cricket stumps and start to think about playing a game of cricket. The sweet taste of success is on hold, says Martin. Absolutely right.
Played.
Okay, through then have we had it going through? 23's gone through. So gaps are going to be paramount. That 29 car, the 23 car still has to stop one time, Paul?
20.
No, it came in.
It's done its last.
No, it's done its last stop. Okay, I'm sorry, I was slightly confused by seeing that car across the line when it's not our leader. The 4 and the 88 on their outlap should drop in behind our leader, which should be the 29 car. The 29 car should be with us in about 1 minute and 10 seconds, depending on his lap time.
It'll trip the final sector any moment now, so if you're in a position where you can see the sector times, you can count with us as it goes across to see what the gap is. I would say it's about 20 seconds.
Right, he should be in it now. And as I say that, he goes exactly through in 3:06. He's not hanging about.
No.
He's not hanging about. He's not setting personal bests, but he's going. I think he's going quicker than the 36 to make 9 laps to the end. So he will. The third way, Jim. Go flat out, build your lead, splash. Balance it out, as we've got an intervention vehicle on the circuit on the dot. He may just be repositioning, so let's wait for that. Balance it out and pace yourself, or build up, manage your gap, and then back off with 2 laps to go and see how close to half past it is when you come across the line and think to yourself, right, now I've got 40 seconds and a shed load of traffic between me and the guy who's trying to catch me. Now I can manage the traffic.
That's near a 3/4 of a minute. Gap first to second is near a 3/4 of a minute. He's already gone through.
Is that all? 3/4 of a minute?
That's enough, isn't it, with 6 laps to go?
We'll see.
It's less than 10 seconds a lap, Paul. But he did a 23 on his last lap.
quite. Can you? I can't. But well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's watch it. Let's not try.
Oh
and,
no! Come on! I want to know. I want to know now. Never mind delayed gratification. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah, we've only been waiting 23 hours.
We've done the delayed.
We've 10 minutes.
Exactly. We've done the delayed. I want the gratification. Leader then is the 29 on the Grand Prix circuit now, and across the line 48.4 seconds is the gap, with, we believe, no more pit stops to go and 6 laps, says Paul, to the end of the race. Now what we haven't got is a flying lap time for the 4, because he was in the pit lane. How long was the pit stop for the number 4, Paul, last time?
Where's number 4 gone? It's there, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
So that was it was a 10:29. So that was, it's hard to do because there's a bit of the in-lap that goes into the pit time as well. But I would say lapping at a similar pace then to the leader, who did a 23.6 last time around. What is going to be interesting now is both of those cars have lapped in the 19s. They're best of the race. 19.7 for the leader, 19.2 for second. That's the kind of pace we have to see now from Maro Engel in the 4 car to put pressure on the leader.
8.19.2 is the fastest lap of the race overall as well, John. That was done by Krista Dulu, and it's Engel against Hohenadel in the 2 Mercedes first and second. Glass of water for Mr. Hindhoff, please, nurse.
And put something strong in it, please.
I'll say right now that the 29 crew have played a blinder here. Whichever way it goes, the HTP guys, we said at the start that those guys know how to run a good race, take nothing away from the Team Black Falcon machines and those others behind. But the 29 team, if they pull this off, they have pulled a blinder. Making your last pit stop with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, for me, is, we've talked how close the margins have been, Paul. What our keys to the race was, close margins, what you're going to get out of it, risk versus reward. How many times have people been within a second or tenths of a second of the pit lane time? The decisions that have been made by drivers and the team, that final decision there just shows you how much is riding on this. They've left nothing. That's not a conservative decision.
No, absolutely. But what is interesting is you can look at those first 2 cars. You can look at the HTP car, you can look at the SAP Black Falcon car. Neither of them has a mark on it. I mean, yes, they've got dirt on it, they've got rubber splats on it. They don't have a scratch on them.
No, indeed. Fastest lap of their race for the Porsche number 12, the Manthey Racing number 12 GT3R, and they are sitting in 17th position at 25.7. That might be the fastest lap by a Porsche. I just want to have a look. The 912 probably went a bit quicker, but didn't last very long.
For the SP7 class. No, I can't do that.
Oh yes, that is an SP7 car. No, it's an SP9 car. It's an SP9. However, the SP7 leader is up now to 15th position for the Cup class leader. 56 car in second. Jim, I know we're sort of off a little bit, but probably a good time to do with 47 minutes left. A quick update in a few moments' time on the classes. And I think what we'll do is we'll do a
We just did the odds.
So if we do the evens,
I'm sorry, we just did the evens.
If we do the odds, now that if you've got them, you can take a minute if you need to, and I'll continue trying to crunch the numbers in my head of what's going on here. First 2 sectors, half a second taking out the lead by the number 4 car. That's not enough. It has to be big chunks. It has to be 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap. But the long sector is where they are. The longest 2 sectors of where they are at the moment. Sectors 3 and 4, right in the middle of the circuit. And I've got to say, this has really... All right, take out... So this is going to be the 20 hours, isn't it, this year? take out the 4 hours when we weren't racing, there's been something to talk about pretty much all the time. Through comes the Bentley, the 38 car, 27.7 for that car, in 6th position now. Laps between 5th, 6th and 6th, yes. Just a minute between 7th and 8th the last time they went across. The 75, Klaus Ludwig Lamborghini recovering to 7th, and the number 2 Audi, best of the Audis, Paul.
Yeah, the other gap which is worth keeping an eye on is for the other Black Falcon Mercedes trying to get on terms with the Haribo Mercedes. Haribo Mercedes having been, I think it's less than that.
Okay.
Because we'll see when they come through at the end of
pit stop.
The lap.
Yes, the pit stop was long as well for the 88, Paul, you're right.
So I don't necessarily, it's going to be a similar situation in the sense in that you've got a Black Falcon car chasing another car, and this was kind of how it was shaping up, that both the Black Falcon cars were shadowing cars ahead of them. What I'm not surprised, because all 4 teams have done well, but one tends to assume that Black Falcon are a bit invincible from past experience, but they seem to have so far they're chasing in the first case for the overall lead the HTP car, and in the second case for 3rd place the Haribo car.
Will the 38 car have to do a splash at the end? When did it? Oh yes, 44 minutes into its stint. There will have to be another pit stop for the 38 car. Does that put it in jeopardy of bragging rights for the VAG group? Asks Neil Heckens. Possibly. Excuse me. Asks Right Turn Lover. Jim, for the final time, let's do the categories and count them down for me.
This is the odd categories. SPS X, the 170 Manthey Porsche Cayman GT4, 25th overall. In SP7, it is the Black Falcon Porsche 991 GT3 Cup, number 64, 15th overall. In SP3T, the Subaru Technica International Subaru WRX STI, number 106, 21st overall. 29th overall, and leading the Cup 3 category, the 354 Reunion Teichmann Racing Porsche 981 GT4 CS. Then in Cup 5, they've led literally from flag to flag. They've led the entire 24 hours. The Bunk Motorsports number 305 BMW M235i in 27th overall. In the AT category, Saxon Motorsports, BMW Diesel 135, 54th overall. That's the number 111 car. The Lubner Motorsports 251 is 41st overall and leading Cup 1. In SP3, it's the number 118 Renault Clio Cup car and 66th overall. In V5, it's the 156 Schmickler Performance BMW 330i, 53rd overall. And rounding out our even classes is the number 126 AMC Sankt-Vith. Thank you. That's a Toyota GT86, 69th position overall.
Just a little bit south of Spa, beyond Malmedy, on the road down there, past Sankt-Vith or Sant-Vith, depending on which way you say it. It's been either side of borders many times there, in that area of the world. 9th that it is on at the moment, and the gap has come down to 46.7 seconds, so barely anything at all taken out of the lead.
That's a dead heat around here.
A couple of seconds have gone, but as Jim rightly says, it's a dead heat. 8:24 with 41 minutes to go. 5.8 to 40 and a bit more. So 5 more laps for the leader at that pace. It's had 35 minutes on the clock, 41 left to go. That is going to make it 80, 41, 46, 76 minutes. 5 more laps in the tank for the 29. You're happy with that? Take you to 133 for the 29, Paul. Happy?
Yeah, well, I think it's got enough fuel to do 133 laps.
That would be a 9-lap run.
That would be a 9-lap run.
Right. Okay. Can't see it having to do another one on top of that. I go with that. Pit lane time has helped, and in fact takes time out of the chasing Maro Engel this time. There's still interest for the number 38 in 6th position. 2 more laps, we reckon, for that car, the Bentley, the bright yellow dip dye Bentley, as I've been calling it, with the dip dye paint on the rear end. It looks fabulous. Can I have one like that, please? Not necessarily in yellow, but I do like 2-tone grey would be nice. Dip like that. It kind of brings the 2-tone Bentley, you know, the half and half, brings it up to date a little bit.
That's Betty's choice.
Really? 2-tone grey?
No, just the Bentley.
Bentley grey. Very nice. Continental.
She has taste in cars.
Oh yes, absolutely. So Maro Engel has been set on stun and basically released.
Beaten soundly about the head and shoulders was a spare exhaust sent out onto the racetrack.
Yes, on you go, son. There will be no vice beer for you if you don't catch him. Right, Arenberg, ball.
That would motivate you.
Oh, absolutely. Lap record pace all the way around. Gets stuck behind the TCR Golf GTI in a very fetching shade of red and white. That car. The 88 in 3rd position is... Now this is the other interesting battle, is another 50 seconds behind 2nd and has almost exactly a minute, as I suggested, on the number 9 car. So the top 4 cars separated by just on 2.5 minutes. Jim?
I know ifs and nuts were if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, every day to be Christmas. But if you take away the 1 minute and 32 second penalty that the 88 car had, he would be 6 seconds behind the 29 car.
Oh my goodness, good point. Paul?
Yes, the point being with the chase that the number 9 car is making is that that car lapped 5 seconds faster on that lap than the Haribo car. Now, with a cushion of very nearly a minute, as you say, that doesn't really make the difference. But we've still got these 4 cars on the lead lap and a potential for a very close finish indeed. And I'm just trying to remember, it was last year, wasn't it, when we had a record-breaking genuinely close finish, and last year's 1st to 2nd gap was 40 seconds, 40.7 seconds, so we're very close.
That was the closest ever, right?
That was the closest ever finish last year at 40.7 seconds.
Well, we're on 46.7 now, and we still have 38 minutes to go. Bring back a second a minute, this is basically what we're saying. Oh, dear me. I'm getting myself uptight about this. Imagine what the teams are like in the 29 and the 4. The 9 as well, the 9, they're a minute away from a podium here, 2.5 minutes away from a win. Yeah, they'll be not wishing ill on, I'm sure, on anybody, but they'll be thinking, oh, somebody just pull in front of them, somebody just slow them down. Let's give us a chance. You're not going to get a safety car to close everybody up for the dash for cash, but just give us half a chance to race. The fastest car last time around in the top 20 certainly was the 2nd place car, Maro Engel, with a 22.9 against that car's fastest of the fastest lap of the race, an 18, check that, an 8:19.2. Not quite as quick as last year's race fastest lap. Wow. Just looking through, see if there's any other major battles that might change. Well, in the top 30, the 305 and the 310, which are both which are 1st and 2nd in the Cup 5 class, I believe, they are separated by, well, about a lap actually, but they're pretty close together. Third place is only a further 2.5 minutes or so back down the road. First, second and third in one of the club classes, 251, 252 and 316 are all together as well, from 41st position down over. SP8 leader is in 45th, just made their final stop, the 45 car. And that is the BMW M3 E92, venerable TCR and Vector Motorsport car. And looking outside now to high cloud, specks of blue and a bit of sunshine. The restart yesterday under torrential rain with almost 60 cars.
One of the most frightening things I've ever seen.
One of the most spectacular and scary things I've ever seen, either on TV or certainly in person, as they charge down to the first corner. Just remarkable. Paul?
Up to 30 changes of lead we've had now in the race, and a race in which the lead has been shared against 8 different cars. Now, I can't promise whether that's a record or not, but it's still
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
30 changes of lead is nothing compared to what happens at Daytona, but that you wouldn't get something like 8 cars sharing.
But that's 30 changes of lead across the start-finish line and scored on the timing and scoring screen. So sometimes there will have been, I'm sure, a couple of times when we haven't quite had that happen, when someone's come into the pits. Although the pit lane, the start-finish line here is quite far back up, so maybe that is. But 8 in a field, in this field, 38 GT3 cars, to have had 8 of them, which is, you know, a fifth pretty much, 20% of the field, to have led the field, that is that's quite impressive.
Lead is up to 52 seconds.
Yeah, courtesy of a courtesy of a slow Sector 3 for the chasing Maro Engel. He lost 3 seconds there alone on that lap, and the fastest Sector 4 of the race for the 29 car.
And he actually
so he's pushing.
Lost. Yeah, and Engel actually lost 6 seconds on that lap.
Yeah, can't do that. He needs to be turning that round the other way. Mika Slur had the big accident in the leading BMW that he shared with John Edwards, Martin Tomczyk at et al. Really not his fault. Not really, I don't think, either. The BMW coupe that ran into him either.
2:57.14. Tomczyk time.
Thank you. Welcome. That's going to catch on, isn't it? I can tell. Perhaps the turning point of the race then. Speeding in a slow zone, highly contentious, was looked at for an awfully long time by race control on the replays before a 1 minute and 30 second penalty was applied to that 88 car.
I also think the other seminal moment for that car was when they ran afoul of the Audi in traffic.
Yeah.
And ran him up the bum and had to have extra time in the pits to tape up the front and that sort of stuff. So 2 crucial mistakes, one under the caution, one in traffic, proved to be the undoing of the 88 car.
The final roll of the dice for the number 4 was Maro Engel being strapped in to replace Bernd Schneider. That was 27.5 up for the 29 car, which has held track position. It's the old adage of if you've got track position, hold on to it. They are doing that, and at the moment at least are managing the race from the best place in the house. That's right at the front. It's Jim Roller, me, John Hindorf, and Paul Trustwell going to the flag here. Coverage of the 44th ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of the Nurburgring is driven by Aston Martin. The 38 car has not yet made its last pit stop, Paul. It hasn't sneaked in while I wasn't watching. No, it hasn't.
No, not yet.
Should be in this time around, I think.
Yes.
It's done 57 minutes at the moment. It's got about another 2 minutes to go. That'll take it right up to the hour. No sense in risking an extra lap at this stage. And it all going horribly wrong. Thank you. I'm going to say this now because I'll forget. A couple of bits of housekeeping. We do have a post-race tech coming up after the checkered flag. We'll get some of the other voices back. So start thinking about that now, please. Your nominations for the I Respect Spirit of the Race Award. My goodness, where would you start there? Only 157 potential nominations, I would think, from the starters. The hashtag is SOTR, and fire those to @Radio Le Mans, please. Also use @Radio Le Mans for your questions to NBRPRT. Hashtag NBRPRT. And your questions, points of order, assumptions, things you've noticed, whatever points arising you have, and we'll rattle through them after the race for you in post-race tech, which comes up after the checkered flag. The checkered flag may be the end of the race for some, but is only the start, of course, of the discussion of a race that I feel may well live long in the memory. And Jim, you talked about a series of what-ifs for various people, and that, that's always difficult in motor racing, but there will be an inordinate amount of people who go away from this with what-ifs.
Oh, yeah.
And if-onlys.
We have the speed that the one car was showing a little while ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Audi are going to be hurting that they haven't been able to defend, and their best car at the moment in 8th position and 2 laps off the lead.
Not only were they not able to defend, but they weren't even able to play.
They didn't look like it, did they, at all?
It didn't look like it, exactly. But it only began not to look like it once the race started. You wouldn't have guessed it necessarily from the qualifying.
That's a very good point.
We were saying in the car on the way to the races, whenever it was, that there wasn't a favourite manufacturer that seemed quicker than the others, but Mercedes just got all their ducks lined up. They got the cars performing well, they got the right tyres at the right times, they made good choices, the drivers made good choices, and the teams made good choices. And what impressed me most of all, what is impressing me most of all, was the way that the HTP car suddenly kind of seemed to say, this is the race that we are going to win and this is how we're going to do it. They got themselves onto the same schedule as the Black Falcon cars, because they weren't ahead of the Black Falcon cars before. They got themselves onto the same schedule as the HTP, as the Black Falcon cars, and then they did that short stint which got them ahead because they did a short stint and therefore got a short pit stop, and then all of a sudden you thought, actually this car can do it because it had the flexibility that it needed.
Eric Rude has done a rudimentary, sorry for that, Eric, but I'm sure you've heard that one before, bit of calculation and tweets. HTP, the leader, will finish its lap 9 with 3 minutes left if he continues this pace. At 8:20 last time around, remember, took 6 seconds out of the second place car. That would put 4 and 88 also across the line before the checkered flag on their lap 10, on the leader's lap 10, but that would only be 7th and 6th laps for the 7th lap rather for the 4 and 88.
Yeah, but remember, they don't have to complete the lap. Once the checkered flag falls, the race is over.
They have to complete if they've gone round before the checkered flag has gone out.
They have to see the checkered flag.
And they get past. Does it go back to the previous lap?
No, you have to see the checkered flag.
You have to see the checkered flag, okay.
Right. But it doesn't wait for the leader.
Right.
So if they go by before the checkered, if those leading trio go by before the checkered flag, and the leader runs out of fuel, and the other two have got more fuel in the tank, which they have,
then
if it goes to the 10th lap, it's panic stations for the 29.
Yeah, exactly.
10th lap for the 29.
Yes.
Right, it's panic stations for them because the other two have got fuel to make that lap because that's not the 10th lap for them.
Right,
remember?
exactly.
It's only the.
It'll be the 8th and 9th.
8th, I think, for both of them. Yeah. Is that right, Paul? Yes.
Yeah, 8th for both.
So we know they can do that.
They pitted together.
Yeah. So no drama at all here, actually.
No.
Dear me. Right, an 8:20.147 laid down for the 29 again. Who did we put at the wheel of the 29, guys?
29 has stayed Christian
Hoernadel. Right. Oh, now, has he got the hurry up then? Because he stretched the lead to 55 seconds. Another 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds in the bank for the 29. Now, at some stage, he's going to have to be told to ease off. Otherwise, he is putting himself onto a pace that means he will have to do 10 laps to get to the checkered flag. And at the moment, he's ahead of that pace. Oh, dear. Maro Engel, 22.9, the 88 car, at 8:34. Well, frankly, that's not trying, is it? See him comes round this time. He had traffic, actually, in the... Now, the battle of the Volkswagen Audi Group brands, 6th and 8th at the moment for the 38 and the 2. The 38 has pitted at the end of its lap 127, at which time it had 2 minutes and 26 seconds on its nearest VAG Group rival, the number 2 Audi. It's on its out lap now. I think it's been passed. So that is going to be a race. That is going to be a very interesting race as well. The 44 has stopped for its last stop as well that time around. In 9th position for the Imperatori, Martin Ranginger, Wolf Hensler and Peter Dumbreck, Falcon Porsche.
They stopped 49 minutes ago, John. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm looking at the ETA. You're absolutely right, Jim. Thank you very much indeed. It's that one that's just stopped, which is the 16 ahead of it. I was looking down the wrong column, or across the wrong line, should I say. So the 16 is on its outlap. That's the Bush brothers with Rene Rast and Christian Mamarov. They've made their last stop as well. But will give up 10th position, will they? No, they might not, actually, because I don't think the 35's come through. No, it hasn't. So the Nissan hovering on the bubble of the top 10 ahead of the Valkenhorst 999 BMW. And the first of the Cup cars, the Porsche Cup cars, the SP7, 15th position, and I reckon we'll hold on to that should nothing go wrong. That car has been out there for 52 minutes. Well, may need a splash, but probably can go the 90 minutes since it last stopped to the checkered flag. They can't afford to get that wrong either, because they haven't got a huge amount in hand in the SP2 class, because the 56 car is also in the top 20. Paul?
That's all right. I'm just...
beating on a drum here.
It's a long-tailed cat in a rocket chair factory is what he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, what's nice about this is this has involved the whole team. This has involved the guys on the pit wall making the decisions, but also, especially in this phase of the race, it's been taking the drivers and putting them on the in the hot seat and saying, look, you've got to do the job as well. You've got to deliver now. This is the time when we need the drivers that we've paid to come along and do their job, and they've got to do their job now as well.
Yeah.
Plus, overall, the 29 car has made 16 pit stops. The 4 cars made 17 pit stops.
Yeah.
So there's an extra pit stop in there for the 4 cars. So their on-track pace throughout the race had to be faster.
Indeed, yes. There was one pit stop which the number 4 made, which they didn't want to make, which Adam Christodoulou told us about when there was a vibration that developed, and they solved it by changing the wheels. They think it was just a bit of pickup that caused it, and a bit of rubber that they got offline got stuck to the tyre, and that was the extra pit stop. That's the reason why there's 17 there rather than 16.
Yeah. It feels like we have 20 minutes of waiting for the other shoe to drop, because will it be fuel? Will it be somebody coming a cropper of traffic? Will it be, anything could happen in the last 20 minutes. People think I'm just trying to build drama, but this really is waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Remind me keep telling me this, Paul. Remind me when the 29 last stopped. On which lap?
The
23, wasn't it?
29 stopped on lap 124.
24, right. The start of 124, the end of 124.
The end of 124. So its first lap was 125.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So it's done 6 laps right now. It's completed 6 laps. It's on its 7th.
Correct.
Right. We know it can do one more after this. And he's due...
In the past, he's done 9.
Right. He's going to have to... I think he might have to do 9 again. And at 25.0 for the 999 Volkenhurst car is another quick lap for that car. It's quickest again. That's 2 quick laps it's done in the last 20 minutes or so. As it is just on the verges of the top 10 at 12. Clear track for the leader. That would be a great sight to see, wouldn't it? As you're coming round.
His last lap was less than 0.6 of a second off his best lap of the race.
He is absolutely
wringing its neck,
wringing that car. Exactly what I was going to say. And the gap has gone up by nearly 10 seconds in the last 3. So, albeit that's 75 kilometres. But in the last 75 kilometres, the lead has gone up by pretty much 10 seconds.
You don't get the impression that the management at HTP want to go into the record books as being the closest ever finish, do you?
No. No.
Well, and it may be
unless he's building the lead now. But there's got to be somebody's got to have a watch on this, and they need HTP have got to have a Paul Trustwell back timing this, and at the point where he says, right, you've done enough, now hit your numbers, you've got to hope that the radio is able to be heard and the guy actually slows down, because he cannot afford to go into a 10th lap. I cannot believe they can get 10 laps. They've not done it all race.
I agree with you, John.
They may know something we don't, and the systems within the car may be telling them something else entirely. But do you trust the systems at this point, or do you trust the little notations that you've made in your notebook all the way through the race? I would say at this point it would be the latter for me. Threads the eye of the needle through the C230 and the brilliantly run Subaru, which by the way is still up in the top 20, just holding on to 20th position. The 106 car. That's the SP3T leader, isn't it? That's been great. Back out onto the Grand Prix circuit. The second place car is not gaining on this lap. Has lost at least another couple of seconds. Holds on in the first sector and the second, but 3 and 4 loses time. And there was traffic on the Dottinger as well, which may have slowed Maro Engel in the white and blue Mercedes number 4. Paul has got the rules out.
No, just communicating with dailysportscar.com, and it was easier to point than
8, 7, 6. This is the due time. 5, 4, 3, 2. Spot on. That's for an 8:30. 27.6. So just a 2/10 of a second lost to the leader that time around. But again, I will say that is not quick enough. And a 22.6 for the 88 last time around. We'll see him in about 45 seconds across the line. He's got 52 seconds on 4th place. So the battle for the last step of the podium is almost exactly the same gap as between 1st and 2nd, Jim.
You can't make this stuff up. This is absolutely fantastic. And then further down, it looks like the 38 is only 10 seconds behind the 75 for 6th.
Yeah, and more importantly, is only 1:20 ahead of its Volkswagen Audi Group internecine battle with the number 2 Audi. That is for 6th, check that, 7th and 8th position, Paul.
The 7th lap of the stint for Hohenadel then in the number 29 car, and he's just gone over the 1 hour of this stint.
So he's on his 8th lap now?
He's on his 8th, he's on his 7th lap now. This is the 7th lap of the stint.
Understood. Right, so 16 minutes left. He's going to finish his 7th lap with about 7.5 minutes to go. So he will be on his 8th lap when the checkered flag comes out.
And then he'll go through, the checkered flag will be waving.
And it will be all over.
If they do it right. If they do it right.
HTP have got fuel out. HTP in the pit lane.
No splash and go, huh, Paul?
Ooh.
I'm saying nothing.
Paul is very seldom wrong.
Paul, I can't ever remember him being wrong.
Paul is very seldom wrong, but what's the thinking at HTP? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Have they changed their mind, or have they now looked at their little book and went, oh, well, we might be a bit closer, we might have to do an extra lap?
Well, I mean, one option is that they've looked at their little book and said,
we've got enough time.
We've got enough time. We might as well. And they can also just have a look at the car and check any radiators and just blow on it a little bit whilst the fuel is going in.
Correct.
Typical Olaf Manthey type of technique, actually.
Yes. If you've got the time, use it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be that Christian Hohenadel, who has been at the wheel of that car since its last pit stop for over an hour. When did he get in that car, Paul? Because there's just something else I want you to check.
It's over 2 hours, but it's not 3 hours.
Okay, that's you read my mind there. Okay. All right. There's a small gathering of people here in the Aston Martin lounge who are watching timing and scoring, and this becomes a spectator sport right here. And I don't mean what's going on the track, but the three of us sitting trying to work it out with our very small brain power, apart from Paul. Right. The 29 car.
Our crew chief.
Right. Pitted with 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. He reckons they can't go 1 hour 20 minutes. I don't think it was quite. Well, no, it was pretty much. Yeah.
Well,
they've been out They've been out. It's not when they come in, of course. It's when they go out. They've been out 1 hour 3.5 minutes, and there's 13.5 minutes to go in broad terms. So that's an hour and 17 minutes they will have to run if they were spot on the checkered flag. Now, the good thing is that if the checkered flag comes out before they come around, that's great, they just finish. If the checkered flag comes out after they come around and they're on an extra lap, that's where the problem lies. Because then they don't have to go an hour and 17, they have to go an hour and 25.
Yeah. Yeah, they have 20 minutes to finish the last lap. Once the checkered flag is waved, you have 20 minutes in which you can finish the last lap.
How much fuel do you think they have in that dump bottle?
Just enough.
Yeah.
Is the answer.
Is it a gallon? Is it? It looks like it's about half full, and it looks like
I would say that's
2 or 3 gallon dump tank.
I would say that's probably 25 or 30 litres in that.
So that means nothing to me.
It means it's 20 quid's worth is what it means. That's oh dear. I have got the.
We're sitting here. We're both sitting here like we got to go to the bathroom.
I've got the Christian Horner foot going here.
Fidgety as poor Johnny was when you wouldn't let us stop on the motorway coming down.
No, absolutely.
That's what they've said to Hohenadel.
Push.
No, don't stop.
A minute and 20 now. A minute and 20 between the two Volkswagen Audi Group cars as they come around. I'm waiting to see. I think the 2 might have sneaked by, you know, on the pit stop. I think the 7th and 8th position has changed. Let's see them come around this time. I think that's turned around, and Bentley get the 7th position snatched from them on the pit stop rotation. Meantime, it's a relatively clear run for Christian Hohenadel at the head of the field. The gap sitting around 55 seconds. 3 seconds taken from Hohenadel in Sector 3 this time, and that is a slow Sector 3 for Hohenadel. Has the word gone out to their driver from HTP that he's done enough and now he can manage the gap? 11 minutes, 2 laps, he can lose 25 seconds a lap and still come home ahead. The question is, when does the checkered flag come out as to where that car is on the track? And that might now be more important than where the number 4 car is, Jim.
Indeed, as we've got 10 minutes and about 45 seconds remaining, that's such a hard decision, because if you slow down too much, you can't slow down enough to, well, let's see, he's in the last sector. The last sector takes about 50 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd have to do his last lap at about 9.5. And
he's 55 ahead. He could probably do it.
Oh boy, that'd be tough, because
he could probably do it.
Well, but the 4 car could do his lap at 8:27 again.
In either case, it's a 133 lap race.
Yes.
And so it's a 9 lap stint.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's already done a 9 lap stint when he came in at the end of this one.
But it's okay. Okay. But he can't do a 10 lap. So but
I rest my case.
So so this is the end of his 7th lap or his 8th lap, Paul. Let's say it again. This is the end of his 7th or his 8th lap. Is he coming in the pits? He's in the pits! The leader's come to the pits!
Oh, boy.
They've jumped. They've blinked. HTP have blinked. They're not sure. Oh, they don't agree with Paul Trustwell. Is this going to cost them dearly? 55 seconds is going to evaporate very quickly. How fast can they get this car turned around? It's all about the flow rate. They haven't even got the pistol in the flow pilot. They have now. Already 4 seconds, 5. They want the cameramen out the way. The 2nd place
10
car
seconds.
is on the Dottinger Ho and does not have to pit. We've got a race. It hasn't started. It's being pushed. It isn't starting. It's a push start. It still hasn't fired. The big V8 still hasn't fired. Now it goes. There was worry there.
I thought
you had to get that car started under its own steam. That was a push start. It did not fire on its own. That was not assistance pushing it away. There was no fire. And here comes the 2nd place car. They're on the same piece of track. And now Paul goes to the pit lane regulations. We've seen a full pit. That was a full push start, not assistance for a car that was already started.
That's right.
That car had no fire for at least 5, 6, 10 steps from those.
He'd run it dry. He had run it dry or close, darn close.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they
it
would
wouldn't
just
fire either way. It wouldn't fire, and they had to push start it. You're absolutely right, because you could hear it.
He dropped the clutch.
It was in the pit lane before it fired.
Yeah, he had dropped the clutch. You could hear it turning over, but there was no fire. And at the Dunlop hairpin, it's not even 10 seconds. And 24 hours, well, 20 hours of racing has come down to 1, possibly 2 laps. When did they cross the line? That's the question. They think they've won it. They think they've won it at HTP. They're hugging each other. They're going to have to set Christian Hohenadel to absolutely drive the wheels off this car, because Maro Engel's got him in sight and will know that. They're on the same stretch of track.
This is the lap of his life for Hohenadel. This is absolutely the lap of his life.
And through goes the 88 in 3rd position, 2 minutes back from these two. Oh, the 38, by the way, well, I'm still waiting to see those two come through for the 7th and 8th position, but the action is out on the Nordschleife. Now, the number 4 car, Yamaro Engel, do you take 2nd place at this point? Do you? Heck, you take every single risk you can, and you want to get your headlights in the rear view mirror of the leader. Christian Hohenadel now has got to focus forwards.
Big bounce off the curb. Sorry, John. A huge bounce off the curb for the number 4 car.
In the Hatzenbach together. coming through this rhythmic part. Now, chat going on. What is being said down there in the pit lane? There's nothing the pit crew can do now. They're blinked. They're blinked. They may not have needed to do this. The pace was good from Hohenadel, but had he used too much of the fuel, there's a second being taken out, half a second being taken out the lead in Sector 2. Paul?
4.3 seconds, something like that is the gap first to second.
Right. Now, how much heat has gone out of the tyres and how quickly can they get it back in the 29? Maro Engel is on an absolute tear at the top of the Vauxhall. 6 minutes to go, and they're going to have to do another lap. They're going to have to do another lap here. They're going to be over the line in around about 5 minutes. And that's why they've decided to put extra fuel in. This is not, ladies and gentlemen, the last lap. Unless something happens, this is not the last lap. And they're going to be racing through people who are slowing down to get to the flag after the half-past flag has come out.
Oh, this is going to be... they'll run afoul of traffic. Anything could happen.
5 minutes 26, and on a 8-minute 30 projected time, those cars will be across the line in 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes 40. We have got one extra lap to do.
Fascinating.
And of course, don't forget, there's no question mark. There's no question mark on the fuel of number 4. I'm not even going to suggest that. That would be an 8-lap run for them, which they can do. It'll be running dry. They'll be pushing it, but that means just a very, very light car at the end. And now the interest of everyone is picked up. Christian Hohenadel then with clear track ahead.
Ooh, and he's closing. The 4 car is closing, John.
It's nip and tuck. 1:58.008.
Ooh, that's quick.
For the 29 car, but a 57.1, the fastest Sector 3 of the whole motor race on the lap that counts. And it is pressure now being turned. The screw is being turned on Christian Hohenadel. They're not side by side. They might as well be, because at the moment, I mean, do you even talk to him at this point?
No.
Do you even tell Hohenadel what's happening?
No.
Focus forward. Those lights behind you, don't worry, it's a Peugeot 208. You've passed them.
That's right.
That's what you'd be telling them now.
You pull the rearview mirror off during that pit
stop. Oh, and he's terribly bulled.
Heavens.
Threads the needle between 2 cars. And here comes the second place machine and gets a better run. No doubt Engel has gained some time there, but that might be the motor race. Right there. That pass that Christian Hohenadel has just made to go through 2 slower cars in the middle of the circuit. He has made a very brave decision at that point.
You made the great point earlier. There's going to be a lot of cars out there that don't realize race is coming up on them. They're just tootling around trying to get the final 3.5 minutes.
Oh, and he's held up in the carousel. There's a Porsche right ahead of him. Goes to the right, has to change and go to the left. And now it's on. The last half a lap of this lap. But I still reckon that they'll be across the line in something over 2 minutes' time. And we've got 3 minutes to the checkered flag. It's all on, and there must be another 25.3 kilometres of this kind of action, and now, this is just extraordinary. No full course yellows, nothing made up about this. This is how it's played out. This is how the strategy, the tactics, the pace, the weather, the traffic have dealt the cards to these 2 Mercedes-Benz team. Paul Trustwell, this is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, that last pit stop from the 29, the HTP car, 51.8 seconds in the pit lane from one end to the other. 32 seconds of that was spent going from one end of the pits to the other end. That means they took 29 seconds to get the fuel in the car.
And they are together. There's a lap. It's all quick through here. And they are together, and there's traffic. And now Engel has the relative comfort, I reckon, of picking his spot. Because he's got him now. He's got back to him. He's just got to stay close and not let too much traffic like the Glickenhaus go by, and see how he squirted through there past the 702 car. And now again the leader is forced offline, which this time it's Engel who gets beaten by the traffic. You live by traffic, you die by traffic as far as the stopwatch is concerned. But Engel is still there. He's not close enough for the tour. As he comes through, let's see what kind of run he gets onto the Dottinger Hall for what I reckon is the penultimate time. They will cross the line with about 25 seconds before that checkered flag needs to go out. I'm just looking at the actual time and the time that's on the clock.
Yeah.
The graphic is not exactly the same. There is 3-4 seconds difference, and that might make a little bit of a difference, but it's not enough. It's not enough. There's going to be another 25.3 kilometres of action, and my head is going to explode way too early if we don't dial this one back. The checkered flag is not out. It might be in the hands. There's the VW Golf that is a class leader.
Here we go,
all kinds of trouble. These guys are waiting for the checkered flag as they go through the Tiergarten, and they are again just 2 or 3 cars lengths between them as they head towards not the checkered flag. 37, 36 seconds as they go across. Absolutely unbelievable.
0.7 of a second, 25 kilometers. Can he get it done?
And it's going to be a 134 lap race, and that's why they needed to splash that car at the end. 8:19.002 for Engel, the fastest lap of the race, exactly when he needed it, and it's put him in position to win the 44th Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, and they're on the Grand Prix circuit now.
Catching is one thing, passing is another. I know it's a cliche, but it's good. I think he's going to have traffic, or this is going to be a bump and shuffle.
He's got to stay close to him. Does he bide his time? I think he's got a better car under him. I really do. And I think that Hohenadel has had to push perhaps harder than he wanted to. Does Engel take any opportunity, or does he wait to the Dottinger Hall? It would be a brave man that would eschew any opportunity that was presented. The checkered flag is going out now as he goes down the inside, and he's gone through, and there's contact, and he's gone through, and the leader's changed on the Grand Prix circuit. This is the last lap, and the crowd goes wild in the number 4 pit. Extraordinary pass with traffic ahead, and now Engel goes from being the hunter to the hunted, and HTP have had it snatched from them.
It was a bump and shuffle. He got in deep, put the door on him, and pushed him right off the racetrack. Here's another look at it from the helicopter.
Now coming up to the S's. Oh, it's a very bold move down the inside. He's there though, Jim.
Yeah,
he's there. The door was not closed by Hohenadel quick enough. I think that's legitimate as he went up the inside, very much side to side, and perhaps even slightly ahead. Now the problem is here, he's the guy at the head of the field. He's got to pick his way through the traffic, and he's got to try and break the tour by the time they get to the Dottinger Hall.
And we'll see just how much the nerve of Hohenadel now, as he has got to pull out every stop. This is his...
The guys at HTP know that they rolled the dice, and the tour has been broken. Maro Engel is pulling off one of the results of the history of the 44 runnings of this event. He's on the Hatzenbach now. He's got a car. It's one of the Caymans between them. In fact, no, beyond that already, heading up to the top of the Foxhole. A little bit of damage to the right rear of the leading car, which is now the number 4. 3rd place confirmed, the 88 car. 4th, the number 9. 8th position, the number 2, which means that what happened to the 38 car? We'll check that back with that in a moment.
It made a pit stop as well, John.
Right.
So they've come into the pits and they'll come through and take the checkered flag, but they will have lost that 7th place.
So that's the battle for Bentley versus Audi in the battle of the VAG runners, as the 88 car has finished. Don't worry about that car going slow. Has seen the checkered flag lifted off and allowed the checkered flag to come out. Knew that they weren't in with a shout of first. Managed the time perfectly. He only had to drop 15-20 seconds to be able to make that happen. On his last lap did a 36, when we know that car can do 10 seconds quicker than that. The Haribo team are applauding their man as he comes through.
And there's been very little traffic, which is just a saving grace for the 4 car at this point.
Christian Hohenadel has done an absolutely brilliant job. Did they need to jump on that pit stop? There's the question. The blue number 9 AMG Black Falcon Mercedes has finished in 4th position. It's the Hout, Baumann, Engel and Müller car. But Maro Engel has a bigger prize in his sights as he is halfway around this famous, infamous surface of racetrack across the bridge.
Ooh, he got held up. The 4 car got held up a little bit by one of the slower cars.
I don't
Not
think
enough, but
I said that I didn't think Hohenadel had the better car, and I'm absolutely positive now. The only question mark I am going to pose is the right rear tyre on that number 4 car of Maro Engel from the bump and run on the Grand Prix circuit, and the little bit of damage to the bodywork behind the wheel. Let's hope that that doesn't cause an issue. Coming now, climbing all the time. The next big landmark will be the Caracciola Carousel. And it's a clear track ahead of Maro Engel. And as I say that, there's 2 cars right in front of him, including one of the Audis. But he's scythed his way through there. Hohenadel perhaps sees an opportunity, and all of a sudden Hohenadel is reinvigorated, and under braking closes in a little bit at the bottom of the hill that leads up to the Caracciola Carousel. Surely there is not another twist of fate. Hohenadel must know that if he can get in the draft going down the Dottinger Ho, he's got half a chance. Through comes the Opel Astra, the 253 car. I think that's the family stride check, isn't it, that car?
Yep.
That came through. Sadly, the Kistling Motorsport 122 didn't finish the race. The Foxtail did not flutter all the way through. The point I made earlier, Jim, I'm going to make again. Traffic at this point might not be expecting the leaders.
That's exactly right. We already saw it at the end of the previous lap. That group of cars that was slowing down at Tiergarten.
But most of the traffic will have gone through by now, of course, because the traffic will all have tried to time their run so that it finished at the flag at 3:30, not at 3:36 as we are now.
I think we've got about potentially 4 or 5 cars, certainly one, which the leader is coming up on at the moment. Oh no, hang on a second, he's not the leader anymore, of course. Right, there are a couple of cars ahead that may come into play. And there's one of them.
Contact.
There was contact there between the Renault Clio and the leader. There was slippery surface flags out as well there. The marshals are waving. Blue flags, though, still at that marshal's point. There's somebody who is doing a great job beyond the end of the race. The checkered flag, came out some 6.5 minutes ago, and we are racing to the line. And this time the second place car is the one that gets balked by the traffic. Maro Engel then, heart in mouth for a moment there, as Hohenadel is seeing the victory slip away. Just the double right at Gallenkopf, and then on to the Dottinger Ho, and he's not close enough. He is not close enough. They've nicked it. They've absolutely stolen this one away. The number 4 team have done the business beyond the death. Quite a remarkable run for AMG Team Black Falcon. Maro Engel anchoring. Great work from Manuel Metzger, Adam Christodoulou, and the evergreen Bernd Schneider.
This will be his second victory for Schneider. Remember, he was in that car in 2013 that gave Mercedes its first victory at this great event.
And a huge gaggle of cars all staying to the right-hand side. They've had the word on the radio, haven't they, that the leaders were still coming behind them. That could have been a nightmare had they been caught at the wrong part of the circuit. And the 44th running of the Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring comes through to win. Pole from Engel in 9 times. He took the pole in the 9 car, and wins in the 4. So Maro Engel brings it home, and the disappointment of HTP must be absolute. And I feel Race Control are going to get, Paul, a visit from HTP.
I do hope that it doesn't end up with tears. I mean, I don't think that...
yeah, he's already at race control, John.
Yes, so,
yeah, and don't forget the push start as well.
Well, the push start is the counter sue, isn't it? That's the point at which it all goes horribly wrong.
Well, I couldn't find anything in the regs that said that you're not allowed to push start the car. So I'm not saying it's not there, but I did have a look and I didn't see it.
There is race control, and there is the team manager from HTP demanding a word with the race director. I've got to say, I think that looked like a legitimate manoeuvre. And I cannot see that being overturned.
And I would think if he was that really upset about it, he'd have been there right after. I mean, he'd have left the pit box right after that happened.
Yeah.
At least I would have if that was me.
Yeah, I mean, even if it wasn't a legitimate move, it was an inevitable move at that point, and you just have to feel for the HDP team because they did everything they really had to do, but they just got caught out. Had there have been, for example, another incident in the last hour of that race, which would have just caused the pace to slow a little bit, to reduce the pace, and that would have given them enough time. It wouldn't have been a matter of fuel; it would have just given them enough time so that the laps would have been slower and you would have got to the checkered flag that little bit later because it was, 25 seconds was all it was that was on the clock when they went across the line. So everybody made the right calls. I'm not criticising the HTP calls. They made the right calls. There was nothing else they could do. But why is it at the end of the race the map falls off the wall?
Perfect timing. That is the Colin Chapman of maps. It lasted on the wall exactly as long as it needed to. Jim Roller, how do you even begin to sum that up?
Wow. You sum it up by saying Mercedes domination, and HTP has left race control and doesn't look like he got any satisfaction.
Well, he's made his point. He's done what he feels he had to for the team.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Mercedes' domination of this event, the top 4 positions, and then a big surprise for me that Audi and Porsche were not more competitive.
5.6 seconds at the end of the race. Mercedes, 1 Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4. BMW in 5th position. Then Mercedes in 6th with the 75 car. The best of the Volkswagen Audi group goes to Bentley, and the 38 car, the Deutsche Post car, and the best Audi only in 6th position. Porsche in 8th position, Porsche 9th for them. 11th for Nissan, the 35 car, just off the pace, but had a relatively clean run, that car. I can't remember it having too many problems. Cole has to go out, though, for the SP7 winner in 15th position, the 64 car, and the 3T winner in 20th position, the Cup class winner in 25th position, the BMW M235i. Brilliant run from the 235i.
That's the Bunk Motorsports car that led flag to flag in that class.
Well, Paul Truswell, that was then 134. That would have been 10 laps for the leading car at the time. They had to make that stop. They saw the time running out.
Yeah, well, what they expected, I'm sure, was some event which would have brought a slow zone or something like that into play. And as I say, you only would have needed 25 seconds worth of slowing the pace, and then we would have had a completely different result because they wouldn't have had to do the extra lap. The winning car, that number 4 car, though, only led 8 laps of the race. A mere 8 laps of the 134 were led by the number 4. Obviously, the most important one, the last one,
the 134th,
was the one they'd quite happily take. But I have to say, for the 4 drivers, a fantastic performance by Manuel Metzger. I mean. Real eye-opening stuff from Manuel. A super performance from Engel, as you said, having driven both cars during the race, put the other one on pole position. Adam Christodoulou would have set the fastest lap of the race had not that been done by Engel
on lap 133
on the penultimate lap of the race. And what can you say about Bernd Schneider? I mean, 51 years of age, absolute ambassador for Mercedes, and I think actually Bernd didn't mind who won. I mean, he'll take the win, but the way that Mercedes have approached this race, and a very, very good start indeed for the AMG GT3 car.
Well, I think what we heard there was there will be no protest. Is that what we heard? That certainly sounded to me as though HTP have said they either won't listen to a protest or there will be no protest. Well, this is a motor race that is very special in a number of ways, not least at how the cars are arranged at the end of the race. Let's have your final nominations for Spirit of the Race. The I Respect Spirit of the Race Award to @RadioLeMans on Twitter, #SOTR, and NBR, #NBRPRT for post-race tech coming up in a few moments' time. My goodness, there is going to be a huge amount to talk about here. Quite remarkable. Graham Goodwin has joined us as Jim Roller goes for a rub down with a damp halibut after a fantastic stint. Well done, Mr. Roller. I don't want to run through too much here because I want to keep it for post-race tech, but remarkable motor racing. Let's hope it's not that it's over right now. I think that is a worthy result.
100% agree. An astonishing finish to any race. The fact that that was a 24-hour race, John, makes it infinitely more astonishing. By far and away the closest finish to this race ever.
The biggest problem that Maro Engel had was trying to get the car on the ramps. Nearly dropped it off on the left-hand side, his side.
Because, of course, here at the Nurburgring 24 Hours, not only do the drivers get a podium, the cars do too.
The cars are as much of the star as the drivers. And Adam Christodoulou, who last year was carrying a wheel back to his car. Owen Ardle being greeted by his teammates. Let's have a listen. Well, that's the sound of victory. Bernd Schneider might be the oldest in the team. He was the first onto the roof of the car. Adam Christodoulou in this studio after his final stint. Apologies for the language there. If you guys, obviously tremendously emotional, but that is just remarkable. Owen Ardle gave his all. I think we're going to get a German interview here, Graham. So
I'm just watching, having dented the roof of the winning car, Bernd Schneider, ever the ambassador, went inside and straightened it again.
Of course he did, because that's the right thing to do. The move of the race is the move that decided the race. He came from a long way back, but he's almost there. He is there. He's there long before the leader gets to the apex. Now, I'm not going to criticise at all Christian Hohenadel, but he rather invited that manoeuvre with a less than defensive line into the left-hander at the top of the hill. And he feigns, well, actually, it's a fantastic manoeuvre when you see it from the straight on camera, Graham. Feigned to driver's right, sold him the dummy. The only thing I would say about that is, would the 4 car have actually made the corner had the leading car not been there?
Interesting question, but
he rolled off. In fairness, he'd made the corner, but then he rolled off to make sure he came out in front, rolled off the brake.
And you have to ask the question, had that car fired after that fuel stop, would they be in the same position? And for
that
HTP,
was 5 seconds, mate.
For HTP, so many questions after that race. So, I mean, that is going to be a tough one to take. And I have to say, I've spent the last 20 minutes, as well as writing our final hour report for Daily Sports Car, trying to come up with some of the facts and figures behind this race. I've just had to rip them all up. And there's so many things that could and would have happened with HTP winning it that now haven't happened.
Yeah.
So we haven't, for instance, had a second consecutive race with a brand new car, a first-time team, and 4 first-time winners.
Yep.
Because both Black Falcon with a second win here, and of course Bernd Schneider have already won this race before. What we have had is Bernd Schneider in a Mercedes-Benz winning with a British driver, because of course back in 2013 when he won it with the late and much lamented Sean Edwards, and that I'm sure will be remembered too as we wait for the number 29 car to take its position on the car podium.
We'll make an editorial decision here and we'll wind up our race coverage, but don't go anywhere. The podium ceremonies and post-race tech come next. Keep the questions, the points of order, anything that you want to ask coming, because we will roll straight into a live version of post-race tech from here in the Aston Martin Lounge. Thanks to all the team for the moment, particularly everyone back at London who've done the hard hours as well. Stay tuned as our Zurich ADAC 24 Hours of the Nurburgring coverage continues with post-race tech driven by Aston Martin next, live here on RadioLeMans.com.
Tell your friends there's more at RadioLeMans.com.